longer if they want to stick around, is the one, the only, Simon. I don't remember how to pronounce your last name.
G.
Simon G will go with, and Eric Moody. So Simon is from Front Yard Fantasy, and Eric, you are at ESPN. Guys, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, like I mentioned a moment ago, yeah, fully caffeinated, ready to rock and roll, and appreciate the invite. Anytime that I could support, the others in the community and just any charitable endeavors. Hey, I'm here for it, so I'm doing well.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I appreciate it. We are in the same Scott Fishbowl division, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to reach out to Eric because we're already in one draft. Might as well see if he'll hop on with me here.
Oh, yeah.
Starting my day with you two guys is a great way to kick it off. You're the first anything I've thought about today is hopping on this stream. But I appreciate you having us here. And Shane, like Eric said, I know this is an insane amount of work that you put in to make this happen, but it's for an awesome cause, and I'm happy to support it if I can.
Yeah, absolutely. I will share my screen real quick. Yeah, sure. And we'll show everyone that I'm kicking off all the leagues. Oops, I don't think I actually started that one. So yeah, guys, I appreciate. Oh, that was fun. Appreciate you guys both coming on and kicking this off with me. To fill those of you that are watching off, I'm making words up now. Polly's Playoff is a tournament to end Alzheimer's. My wife's grandmother passed away from the disease about 3 years ago, and I think literally that year before she had actually passed away, I decided to start this tournament to help basically be our main fundraising event for the Walk to End Alzheimer's. So then last year decided let's do a Podathon for all day long. And tried to put it together again this year and have some great guests, including the two of you coming on. So that is the point of today, is just to kind of raise money for Alzheimer's. And it feels like my drafts are pausing and they're not supposed to, but we'll fix that in just a second.
Yeah, I'll give you a chance to kind of fix that. I'll chime in because just with Alzheimer's, it's it's something that I think a lot of people need to be aware of. I'll kind of chime in just briefly from my past career in financial services. I would work with a lot of clients that were older, clients that were getting ready for retirement, and so I think that's something from a financial planning perspective that you need to plan for. And so just some of the common costs, like care costs involved, like when you look at long-term care and other things, I'm like, it's more than a lot of people think, because you're going to need like ongoing medical treatment, for Alzheimer's related symptoms, diagnosis and follow-up visits, medical equipment and treatment, but also like safety related expenses, like home safety modifications. You got prescription drugs, personal care supplies, like also something else that people overlook is like adult daycare services, in-home care services, full-time residential care services. It's a lot of additional costs. So from a financial planning perspective, you want to plan for that, because it does make things a lot easier, not only for, the clients that may suffer from the disease, but also their loved ones as well. So I just felt, I'd be remiss if I didn't chime in on that, just to kind of help some people out there. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And like, I got to see that kind of personally with like Andrew's grandmother, because she ended up living with Andrew's parents for a little while. And they had to plan for that and deal with that as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right. Well, I'm actually pick 102 in my league. And Simon's league is we're waiting on one more person to hop in there. Got a couple invites out. So, and man, our comments are already filled with awesome people like Craig and Jay. And then, I know, Simon, you brought Mr. Scampers.
Woohoo! That's my favorite chat cat right there.
I love that chat cat. He is awesome.
He follows him everywhere. No,
yeah, he really does.
Mr. Scampers is everywhere, whether I'm there or not. I swear, anytime I go to watch a show, anything, I see Mr. Scampers there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So I appreciate you, Mr. Scampers, Craig, Shane, Brad. Thanks for hopping on in the chat this morning. So Eric, you had put on our show sheet kind of late last night, stats you need to know in sleepers. So which one do you want to start with?
Yeah, I'll start with the stats you need to know. I'm like, we're in August, so a lot of people are getting ready for drafts, and the excitement is building. I would say this is like if the holidays came like early, this is like the holiday month for me. In
Yeah,
August.
for
So
sure.
I love helping people. But I put together like a thread on Twitter, just talking about 26 stats that will help you win this year, that you need to
Okay.
know. And so I'll start off with one. I think it was controversial in a way, but I'll say my intent is not to say don't take this player, but you'll understand where I'm coming from for this. So you look at Jonathan Taylor. Everyone's looking at Jonathan Taylor as like the top fantasy football pick. And I know according to ESPN's live draft trends, that's the case. So now if you look at this, like the top overall pick has missed at least 10 games in 3 of the last 5 seasons, and 4 of the last 5 did not play in the second to last week of the regular season, which is often championship week. So again,
Yep.
before I pass it over to you two gentlemen, this is not saying not to draft Jonathan Taylor, but just be aware of that historical trend. And then if you do select Taylor, just kind of have a contingency plan in place in case the scenario happens.
Yeah,
Okay, so sorry, Simon. I had a follow-up question to that. I think you said 4 out of the last 5 or 5 out of the last 6, if I remember correctly. Sorry, I was multitasking.
Oh, no, you're good. Yeah. So if you look at the top overall pick, has missed at least 10 games in 3 of the last 5 seasons.
Okay,
And then in
so
4 of the last 5 did not play in the second to last week of the regular season, like championship week in fantasy.
so here's my follow-up question
Yeah.
to that. How many of those years was that number 1 pick Christian McCaffrey?
Yeah, I'll have to dive a little bit deeper in that to see that. I can't remember off the top of my head, but he does factor into that because I know he has had some injury issues over the last 2 seasons. I think he's played, in the last 2 seasons, 10 games?
Yeah,
My memory serves me right.
I think he played 10 last year.
Yeah.
No, I think he missed 10 last year.
Yeah.
And
I
then he
think it's
only
like
played
10
in
total,
3. Yeah.
over the last 2 years. So
Yeah, exactly. So
Mhm.
that's my only caveat to your stats you need to know is I think CMC may play a factor in that, but that's it. Yeah. So Simon.
Yeah.
Oh, hey.
what's up, Scott? Welcome in.
What were you going to add to that stat?
Oh, I was just going to say, not necessarily something to add, but taking that into consideration, this year, if I have the first or second pick, I have a really hard time passing on JT CMC whenever they come there. So my preferred spot to draft from this year is in that 4, 5, 6 range because there are those top 3 wide receivers that I love. They're in the same tier as those top 3 running backs for me. Cooper Kupp, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase. And if I can start off with one of those 3, I feel a little bit safer about my first round pick. And the value at running back in the second, third, fourth rounds this year feels deeper. It feels better drafting running backs in that range this year than it has in years past. So I think if you want to take that, I hate to say less fragile approach, but it can be a higher risk play, a higher risk of injury to draft that first round running back. This is a year where you can totally get away with going first round wide receiver, first round tight end, and make it up at running back in those later rounds.
Yeah, no,
the later rounds are just in the middle rounds. Like they're there. Zeke in the 4th, 5th, 6th. Like you can grab those kinds of guys.
Zeke has been falling a lot in drafts lately, and I'm just I don't get it.
It's Jay. It's the Jay propaganda. He's on the never Zeke train.
Jay Felicio?
The fade Zeke train. He's all about fade Zeke.
Wow. I don't even think I've seen him tweet about it, but it's just like there's so many people I feel like that are fading Zeke, and I'm like, why? They're gonna use him. Like even with Pollard there, and even if Zeke is slightly less efficient, he's still putting up RB1 numbers, and you're getting him, like you said, late. Brad Tony Pollard to the moon. I know one of our later guests tonight, Bo McBrayer, is definitely on that train. So I just don't get it with Zeke.
Yeah.
Eric, who are some running backs that you would target instead of JT, kind of in that range that Simon was mentioning?
Yeah, it's a couple of different names. I know one that immediately comes to mind is Dalvin Cook. When you consider his workload per game and touches, per game in the games he has played, I'm like, he's a great option. I'm very high on Dalvin Cook. Should be used more as a receiver this year, which is exciting. Najee Harris is another one. I know he had crazy volume, we'll say, last year. I do see that volume continuing in 2022. But I'm more optimistic about the Steelers' offense with Mitch Trubisky under center. I'm like, he's got really good arm strength, much more than Ben Roethlisberger had at the tail end of his career. But also just with his mobility, it just really gives them a lot of options offensively. When you look at run pass option and just play action, it just opens up the spectrum for that offense. So I know those are two names that I like in the middle rounds of the draft. I would say I'm not that big on Jamar Chase. I just don't think that the targets will be there. I'd rather prioritize someone like Devontae Hopkins. But then if you go to the second round, just to kind of close the loop on this thought, if you have in the second round someone like Stephon Diggs readily available, I'd rather have Diggs or Adams over Chase just because the targets. But those are just some quick thoughts.
It's 100% fair on Diggs. At value, give me Diggs because my top tier of wide receiver, Diggs is that fourth wide receiver, and he's in that top tier. I'm just not drafting him at the beginning of the first round because you don't have to. Sometimes he falls to that middle of the second.
Absolutely. All right, Eric, what is another stat that we need to know this year?
All right, let's see. Okay, I'll throw this one out there. This will be good for conversation because this player is like a lightning rod. So look at DJ Moore. DJ Moore finished last season with a target share of 28.4%, which is the sixth highest in the league. He also ranked fifth in air yards of 1,632. So you look at DJ Moore, he's had 3 straight seasons with 1,100 or more receiving yards. So he's just someone I feel like that's getting overlooked in drafts. He's in a much better situation. Now, I know they're posturing saying that, hey, we have a quarterback battle between Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold. It's not a quarterback battle. They're speaking to the press. Baker Mayfield's going to be under center. You got a new offensive coordinator in Ben McAdoo. I think he will play a pivotal role in Moore's production this season. So he's got that West Coast up-tempo, quick release concepts in his offense. So I think Moore will be able to gain significant yards after the catch. So just to bring all that together, you look at McAdoo's number one receiver. He needs to have a diverse skill set, which Moore has. And so I think with Moore's statistical body of work, he's a really fascinating value, for me personally in fantasy drafts right now. I'll pass it back to you, gentlemen. What do you think?
Oh, first of all, you picked the right player to talk about. We've got
you did
more autographs on the stream right now. He's one of my favorite wide receivers, but I'm with you. I'm excited. And to follow up on your point, not only has he had more than 1,100 yards, it's been within a 40-yard range and exactly 4 touchdowns for the past 3 seasons. There hasn't been a more consistent player finish-wise than DJ Moore. And I do think this is the best quarterback situation that he's been in. From a passing perspective. Not that Baker Mayfield's the best player that's been behind center for him, but Cam Newton wasn't the passer he was whenever he was throwing the ball there anymore. So I'm excited for DJ Moore this year. I think this could be a great season for him. I know our friend Heath Cummings moved him up to wide receiver 6 after the Baker Mayfield news dropped. And while I don't have him that high, I think with this news, wide receiver 1 is very much in the range of outcomes for DJ Moore because he's going to be the number 1 target on that team. He's just going to be you. I was looking at it not too long ago. I'm going to pull it up right now. I don't think people realize just how many targets he had last year. You brought it up. 163 targets last season. He was the 6th most targeted player in the league. That's not, I don't think that changes with Baker Mayfield. Just the quality of pass goes up a little bit.
Yeah. I'm actually looking up the target number. Yeah. You said 163?
Yeah.
Yeah, 163, 1,157 yards. He's never eclipsed more than 4 touchdowns, though. And I think that right there is solely based off of quarterback play. Yeah. As you guys can tell right here, I'm a Baker bro. Baker's my favorite player right now. So I love the trade. I think Baker will significantly improve this offense as a whole. And I pulled up the tweet because, Eric, you mentioned that the media is just posturing and whatnot. I went to training camp on Saturday, and literally the first play that I saw was Sam Darnold throwing an interception. Yeah. So I pulled up my tweet from when I tweeted that out. It was just I don't understand why they keep posturing, especially because Matt Rule is fighting for his job.
Yeah. I think I know why they're posturing. I have a theory.
Okay.
Baker Mayfield, out of any player in the NFL, he's the guy. If you think of who plays best with a chip on their shoulder, it's Baker Mayfield.
100%.
He wants to play like he's got something to prove. I'm a walk-on and no one believes in me. I had to go to a new school. No one believes in me. I'm on the Cleveland Browns. No one believes in me. So they're taking him over to the Panthers. And I think Matt Rule doesn't want to take that chip all the way off his shoulder for a fresh start. Maybe keep it on just a little bit longer. Keep him fighting. Because maybe it's an emotional play over there with Baker.
Yeah, I like that theory.
I'm kidding a little bit, but like
it makes sense.
It fits with him, right?
Yeah, no, it totally makes sense. Shane Hallam mentioned don't reach out for the goal line. It was funny because the first touchdown play I saw was Baker to Rashard Higgins, and Rashard apparently reached the ball out over the goal line before he got there or whatnot. It was weird. And then Rule made them run. And I was like, well, that's weird. But again, as a Baker truther, Baker was like one of the first people that made the turn on the sprint. So Baker was busting his butt for the team. So we got a little guest here. This is my daughter, Charlotte. Can you say hi?
Hi, Charlotte.
Hi, Charlotte.
What do you think about DJ Moore?
What do you think about DJ Moore? Did Daddy get to meet DJ Moore?
She's like, yeah, he won't stop talking about it.
Oh, I did not know that, Mr. Scampers. That's pretty cool.
Mr. Scampers. I love it. Mr. Scampers is the funniest. It was JL went to high school with Stephon Diggs, and he tells the story of beating him in a sit-up contest all the time. And so Mr. Scampers, I hope JL's watching this, is just in here messing with John Luke. Is 100% what that comment is.
I love it. Oh, Mr. Scamper says hi. You see the cat? Can you wave to the cat?
It's a talking cat.
So, yeah, Eric, to circle back, where do you have DJ Moore ranked then for this year?
Yeah, for DJ Moore, let me check. I'll pull that up real quick, and I got another stat for you.
Pull up mine too.
Cool.
Yeah, I just can't remember off the top of my head. So let me go to the Google.
Can you not touch that?
All right, let me pull up PPR.
I actually haven't.
I've got him at wide receiver 13 now. I had him at 15 prior to the news, so I didn't give him a huge bump.
Yeah.
But I did give him a slight bump. He moved up ahead of two guys. He moved ahead of Keenan Allen and Deontay Johnson for me up to that 13 spot.
Nice.
Okay. I've got it pulled up. So I've got him actually in PPR at wide receiver 11. So
Okay. Cool.
yeah, wide receiver 11. So yeah, like I'm very high on him this year. And it's just I'll say one thing with fantasy, which you gentlemen may agree, it's like a lot of folks. It's like they constantly look like in the rearview mirror instead of looking ahead. But it's not like we drive a car by looking like in the rearview mirror.
Yeah.
A high percentage of the time, you got to look ahead, and I just think his outlook looks very positive to me. So I'll throw another one out there. We'll keep this. This one may be a lightning round conversation, which is good. So. Okay, so we look among active running backs right now. I know we talked about some of these names. So we've got Melvin Gordon, has 6,144 career rushing yards, ranking number 4. You got Mark Ingram, Zeke Elliott, Derrick Henry are the only running backs of more. So you look at Gordon. I'm like, he's had 2 900-yard rushing seasons in his first 2 seasons with the Broncos. Like, even though he split carries like with Phillip Lindsay, back in 2020, he had rookie Javonte Williams last year. And so I just think with Gordon, I'm like, he's going to provide a really great value at his ADP with the Broncos. The hype train, I'd say, surrounding Javonte Williams is really getting out of control. I'm like, he's a great player, but they re-signed or brought Gordon back for a reason. This is going to be one of the top offenses. You got Russell Wilson that's under center, and it just wouldn't surprise me if you look at Gordon, he'll be like an upside flex option every week. And then let's say if this happens, the fantasy community will go nuts. Let's say if Russell Wilson's like, Melvin Gordon, you're going to be my preferred option in the red zone. That's just going to drive. It's just going to be madness. Madness will ensue. But anyway, I'll stop it. I'll stop there, gentlemen. What do you think about that one?
Moody, I was like. I just want you to say something that I can fight with you about. I feel like fighting you this morning, but you keep on saying all these things that I agree with. I'm all in on Gordon. I recorded a video with Jay earlier this year talking about how he's one of the biggest values in drafts this year because he's not going away. They brought him back for a reason. It works well in that offense, the 1-2 punch with both those players. And I got not roasted, but I got some people were unhappy with me whenever I listed Javonte Williams as my top bust candidate at the running back position. And that's not because I don't think he's good or I don't think he's going to have a role in this offense. It's because he's being drafted, I feel like, above his ceiling without a Melvin Gordon injury. I just see no way he can return value being drafted as a top 10 running back with Melvin Gordon in that offense as well. Like, I don't think it's a rare situation where we get a year like a Nick Chubb, Kareem Hunt, both top 12 running backs. That doesn't happen very often. And I don't think this Broncos offense is set up to create 2 top 12 running backs either. So I'll take the one going in the 10th, 11 rounds instead of in the 2nd, 3rd round.
Yeah.
I completely agree. I've been lower on Javonte Williams than most. And most of that is because, like, I guess you could call me a Michael Carter truther. But like they shared the same backfield in college for 2 or 3 years, if I remember correctly, and had very similar stats. And for some reason, it just felt like people like jumped on the Javonte Williams train and never got off. When if you went and looked back, like Michael Carter produced as much or even better on fewer touches, and I'd never really understood like why people were so in on Javonte Williams. I'm still not in on him because his price is too high, like you guys were just talking about. So like for me, like absolutely take Melvin Gordon, especially if you're a zero RB guy. I'm not, but if you're a zero RB guy, Melvin Gordon feels like a perfect target because I still think this backfield is going to be a 50-50 split, maybe 60-40, but that's still going to eat into Javonte's upside. I think it obviously limits Gordon, but he's been good when getting touches in a two-headed backfield. Look at, you guys didn't mention, I don't think, when he was in San Diego before they were the LA Chargers, when he was with Eckler. Like, he thrives being in that two-headed monster. So
don't get me wrong. I think given a full backfield, he'd kill it as well. Like Melvin Gordon could be a lead back, but he's more likely to stay healthy in this two-headed backfield. And he's going to like, there's no way if he is healthy all season, he doesn't outperform his ADP. Like it just seems impossible. It's one of my favorite picks. And you hit the nail on the head, Shane. If I haven't been doing as much zero RB this year, but I've been drafting a lot of hero RB teams. That seems to be how I enjoy drafting this year, like the way the board is falling. And Melvin Gordon's, there's teams where he's my second running back, and I'm totally cool with it. I'm loaded at wide receiver, got a great tight end, a stud running back, maybe Austin Eckler in that first round, and then followed up with a Melvin Gordon late. Grab a couple other guys. Like that's the team I love building right there. Melvin Gordon makes it perfect.
So Moody, I got a quick question for you because I'm not remembering exactly what your team looks like in Scott Fishbowl. I just remember you were picking from the 2 slot and I was in the 3 slot, and I swear there was like an 8-round run where you sniped me every single time.
I think you're right. Yeah, I remember you commenting on that in the chat.
It was more of a zero RB type roster. Did you get Gordon in that?
I think so. Let me grab my phone. I can pull that up.
I did not get Gordon. I was sniped one pick before me in the Scott Fishbowl. I was so excited. No. And so now my RB2 is Kenneth Walker.
That's not bad.
A couple rounds later, but I really wanted Melvin Gordon.
I kind of went I went robust RB in Scott Fishbowl and had I think Chubb and Aaron Jones were my first 2, and then I got Dobbins, Antonio Gibson, and I think I ended up with CEH, but I could be wrong. Okay, you can show them your wallet. You got to hold it a little higher.
Oh, there we go.
Wow, that is such a cool wallet.
It's cute. It's a cute wallet. All right, I got this pulled up, gents. All right, so quarterback, it was Josh Allen, Tua, Baker Mayfield, running back.
That Tua pick hurt, I'm not going to lie, Eric.
Yeah, just given how the quarterbacks, at least in our league, were falling, I was like, where I was selecting, I felt like I had to get one of my guys. The running back, Simon, you asked about Melvin Gordon. Did get Gordon.
Nice.
Gus Edwards, J.D. McKissick, Elijah Mitchell, and Jeff Wilson. I just went really heavy at wide receiver. So
yeah, you did.
Yeah, I've got Stephon Diggs, CeeDee Lamb, Randall Cobb, Gabriel Davis, Kenny Galladay, Van Jefferson, Terrence Marshall, Isaiah McKenzie, Terry McLaurin, DJ Moore. Got Tim Patrick, hated to see him go down. Then at tight end, I just went with Cole Kmet, Pat Freiermuth, and Tyler Conklin. I didn't get any kickers. Sorry for those that like kickers.
I actually took a kicker this year, and I don't know how I feel about it still. But I actually took a kicker, so
that's all right. We forgive you. But I know Simon wants the battle. I'm going to throw another one out there, gentlemen. We may disagree on this one.
Let's see it.
If we all agree, hey, I apologize in advance. So let's talk about the Kansas City Chiefs then. We'll talk about the Chiefs. And so, let me see how to start this. Okay, so
There's a couple things I could fight you on here, so I'm getting ready.
all right, so the Chiefs come into this year, they've got 340 vacated targets. They got 2,748 air yards heading into the season. They lost Tyreek Hill. They're looking to replace his explosiveness that they've provided them over the years. And so a lot of people on Twitter and just fantasy football community are talking a lot about Sky Moore. I swear I see a Sky Moore tweet on the timeline.
Every other day at
I know.
minimum.
Yeah, but you look at – and I understand why. Like at Western Michigan, he had a dominated rating of nearly 45%. For those that are unfamiliar with that metric, it measures, how many touchdowns and receiving yards a player commands within his own offense. And so a lot of people are on the Sky Moore train and very excited about him. But I actually prefer, prioritizing Juju Smith-Schuster. I'm like, he's the only wide receiver on the Chiefs roster with a 1,000-yard season on his resume. Now he's catching passes from Patrick Mahomes. But if you look at over the last two seasons, like the Chiefs rank 6th with 1,514 plays with at least 3 wide receivers on the field. But also, I'm like, Patrick Mahomes, like he heavily targets like his slot receiver. Now, I know it comes down to who's going to run those routes from the slot. I know a lot of people will say, well, Kelsey runs routes from the slot. Yes, he does. But you're not going to prioritize getting a receiver in the offseason who has had the most success in his career running routes from the slot and not have that individual run routes from the slot. And so I'll go ahead and put it out there. And then I'm seeing if Simon's ready to battle. If he disagrees, we'll see. And likewise with you, Shane. But it's I would say it's in the realm of possibility that Juju ends up leading this Chiefs team like in targets. So wide receiver, Kelsey may have a few more targets than than Juju.
Yeah.
But for the wide receiver group, I think Juju will be the lead. Okay, I'll stop.
Well, Moody, let me tell you, I'm much higher on Juju Smith-Schuster. You keep naming some of my favorite players to draft late. He's being drafted as like a wide receiver 3 in PPR leagues, and not even like a high-end wide receiver 3, like wide receiver 30 or 31, depending on the platform that you're playing. And I just don't understand a player that we've seen put together an incredible season. And I know it was a cross from another great receiving option, but hello, like there's another great receiving option on the Chiefs. Like he's not going to have all the attention on him in that offense. He's playing with Patrick Mahomes. I'm with you. Like, sure. Like, I feel like it could be a disappointing season. That ball just could get spread around amongst all the options. Maybe Sky Moore breaks out, but Juju's the one I want to draft. You can draft him late. He's, like I said, he's going like as a wide receiver 3 in drafts. You don't have to draft him early. And he's got how many wide receivers in that range can you say in the range of outcomes truly have a wide receiver 1 season in the range of outcomes? If Juju is that primary target, he's a top 12 wide receiver in that Chiefs offense, I feel like. And there's not many players where I feel like that, like, it's not that much that has to go right for him to really outperform his ADP. So I'm in with you, Moody. He's my preferred one. I was drafting a lot of Mecole Hardman early in the offseason, and then I was like, what am I – like, Juju's going fairly late as well. I'm not saving that much draft capital by going Mecole Hardman. And Juju's clearly the option I prefer there.
Yeah.
We're just not going to fight today, Moody. I guess it's not going to happen.
Apparently not.
It's nothing but love this morning.
So it looks like on ESPN's ADP, Juju's going about, I think 83.6 is his average.
It's like a round higher on Sleeper.
And they've got him at around 74 in rank. I don't know how that Moody, you may have to explain that one to us, but
for which one? For Juju?
Yeah. But like I don't disagree with either of like anything that you guys just said. I think the only other person that I want off the Chiefs that you can get late is CEH. And I know some people are like, oh, Ronald Jones is there. Ronald Jones to me is a jag, just a guy. I think if he were good enough to lead an NFL backfield, he would have led in Tampa, and they wouldn't have ever brought in Fournette. So I'm all in on CEH this year as well for that offense.
I'm a little concerned about CEH this year in this offense. Like I understand being all in, but what concerns me is last year we saw Darrell Williams get plugged in, who I don't think is a great running back. Like I think he's an average NFL running back. He's good by NFL standards, but he's not like a difference maker in that offense. But they plugged him in and he was good. He was fine. The production that CEH has doesn't seem irreplaceable to the Chiefs, and they have other options like Ronald Jones on that lineup now. So that, like seeing another running back that I don't consider like an elite option come in and produce similarly was concerning for me for CEH. It doesn't feel like they have the necessity to keep him on the field.
Yeah, I'll chime in. I know there's been a lot of buzz about the rookie. Hopefully, I'm pronouncing his name correctly. Isaiah Pacheco.
Yeah,
I know he's been having a pretty good training camp. I know he's been compared to Kareem Hunt. I'm like, you think back to his rookie season. I'm like, he averaged 20.3 touches and 18.4 fantasy points per game, with KC back in 2017. And so I think if that buzz continues and we kind of see this positive momentum continue through preseason games, I'm like, he's someone that could just kind of take a stranglehold of this backfield and really make some of these other names that we mentioned obsolete. It's just the buzz is very positive, not only with fans on Twitter, but also the coaching staff. So that's something I'm making note of. So what do you gentlemen think about him?
I think he's worth a dart throw at this point, especially because, like you said, you can probably end up capitalizing off of the camp hype by taking him a little earlier than what ADP would suggest, but then flipping him, thinking in terms of dynasty, but even in redraft, you could potentially flip him if your draft has been early enough. So I saw on Twitter somewhere where he went 12.01 in a best ball draft, and I was like, "Oh, that's a little
early. That's a little rich for me." But I put him in that same tier as like maybe a little bit lower. I would prioritize him probably third on this list, but between Dameon Pierce, Tyler Algier, and Isaiah Pacheco, these kind of rookie running backs where the path is there. We can see it. You know what I mean? The opportunity exists. Maybe they didn't have the highest draft capital, but in the later rounds, those are the guys I want to take. The one where I can envision the path to them getting those touches that are going to make them fantasy relevant. So I put them in a grouping with those guys. Those are three guys I'll look at the end of drafts for grabbing. And Shane, I gotta jump now that it's 9:30, but I really appreciate you putting this together. And thank you again for including me.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming on, Simon. And as Simon is leaving, we have another guest coming on.
It's no coincidence I'm leaving as Scott gets on.
That is Mr. Scott Simpson. Scott, how you doing today, buddy?
I'm doing good, Shane. Thanks for having me on. I'm excited to be able to talk fantasy football.
Yeah, absolutely.
What's going on, Scott? Good to see you, my man.
Good to see you, Mr. Moody. I'm excited to be chopping it up with you. Sorry that Simon had to leave. I love Simon, too.
I know. Me too.
I'll stick around. I'm like, if you'll have me for a few extra minutes. I don't know how the time slots work. So Scott's like, that Moody guy, we need to get him off of here.
No, but we are going to transition to Scott's topic that he had put on the show sheet, which is his wide receiver 2 theory. And Eric, both of you, feel free to stay on as long as you want.
Stay on for about 5 or 10 more minutes. Yeah.
Perfect. Mm-hmm. So, Scott, if I remember correctly, this was one of your first articles, maybe that you ever wrote, was the wide receiver 2 theory. Describe it for us, and then we'll talk about targets in your drafts that you can go for with this wide receiver 2 theory.
Oh, thank you. I do want to say, though, Shane, we're going to talk chest and backs waxing, too. So we can't, we're going to.
That's tonight.
It's tonight, right? So 12 hours from now, stay tuned. We're talking chest and backs waxing.
Late
Shane,
night Podathon.
late night stuff. So just stick around. Thank you for having me on here. And by the way, what a great cause. Shane loves his wife, loves his mother-in-law, loves people so much that he has dedicated his your fantasy focus of care around this issue of Alzheimer's. And I got to say, as soon as you shared, I jumped in and I was really excited. And sorry I didn't do it last year. Last year, my world was just getting rocked. So now I'm back. I'm able to love others more effectively and be more of an instrument of good. So I want to jump in and just say, man, I love what you're doing here.
Thank you.
But your whole pursuit is it's noble, and I appreciate it. So I'm glad to jump in. Wide receiver 2 theory is the general theory that the wide receiver 1s in offenses are overvalued and that the wide receiver 2s oftentimes are undervalued. And so if you look back over the different course of the last 5 or 6 years, the data that I've gathered is that there are opportunities for people who are being drafted or wide receivers who are being drafted in that second slot to outperform their ADP, be a real value for you. Last year, Cooper Kupp was being drafted after Robert Woods. So perfect type of candidate who, he has the offense, he has the potential. Is he going to break out? I mean, we don't know, but there's something there for him because of that offensive, system he's in, the scheme he's in. There's targets, there's pass opportunities, there's touchdowns, all these things. They're not all going to go to Robert Woods, but whoever kind of is that leading candidate, whether it's DK compared to Tyler Lockett, or even Jamar Chase to T. Higgins, there are values there for that second wide receiver. So it's a working formula. It's my third year going at it, and it's hit or miss on who is going to break out. But certain offenses have the capability and the capacity, and they are going to be able to have breakouts like Cedric Wilson and people like that. It's just picking the right ones, and you can't predict injuries, but you can see opportunity forming. You can see Mike Evans' ADP climbing, and then Chris Godwin's dropping, and you just go, okay, so I'm paying top price for this elite production, which I have to get at this price, or I'm paying a cheaper price down below for somebody who could be up in the elite tier. So I think that's kind of the basis for it, and it's not established as a real theory yet, though. Like JJ Zacharyson has not, double stamped and make it real. It's on the way. It's on the way for sure.
Awesome. I love it. Eric, I'm going to throw it to you with that premise.
Yeah.
Who do you think are some guys that fit this theory for this year?
Yeah, a couple of names that Scott was going through that came to mind. I know one is, T. Higgins, obviously. I know people look at Chase as the number one, but, I've got Higgins projected just for nearly as many targets as Jamar Chase. I know another one off the top of my head is like Jalen Waddle, given his situation with Tyreek Hill. Cortland Sutton and Jerry Jeudy kind of definitely fit the mold, just given how the targets are at least projected to be split there. And I'll kind of close the loop on that thought with one other name that has been recently getting a lot of buzz as his respective teams' number two receiver. I'm just thinking down there in Houston with Brandon Cooks and with Nico Collins.
Oh, I
getting
like
a lot
that
of
one.
buzz.
That's a deeper one.
Yeah, he's in a really good spot, to break out and should end up getting a ton of targets. And so, yeah, there's some opportunities there, especially with some of these pass-heavy offenses. So
Eric's reading my list. Like he list beforehand. But that's the cool part. It is obvious, like almost pretty obvious. Like when you see the teams, there's 3 or 4 or 5 teams every year are going to have 2 top 20 wide receivers. Like that's just kind of how it's been. You're going to have the Evans and Godwins. You're going to have the previously the Cooper Kupp, Robert Woods. You're going to have these guys who are on the team who are going to be there in substantial roles. And depending on injuries, like we said, it could shift from one to the other. So I really do like those candidates. I also have Mike Williams in there. We saw him bust out last year. I mean, his ADP is way too low. Wide receiver 18. Yeah. Oh, man. I mean, he has a great opportunity. I love Keenan Allen. I mean, he is incredible. But you're looking for upside. If you're looking at Mike Williams, you're trying to shoot for the moon in that 4th, 5th round. You're looking for that wide receiver who can get you the points of a 3rd round wide receiver when you went running back, right? That's kind of where you're trying. If you're going to go big RB the first 2 rounds, you got to get these wide receivers who are then going to vault you into that next tier of wide receiver that you missed out on, like the Tyreek Hills or the Evans. It doesn't happen every time where you get somebody shoot up there, but if you play your cards right, the last couple of years there's been wide receivers, like Cooper Kupp, who can win you your league. So it's a good theory. I like it.
Yeah, no, it's it's funny you're making it seem like, hey, I'm looking at your sheet, I got it back here, and just pull it. I'll close on this, and I'm gonna just pass the baton completely over to Scott, and just so he won't send me like a DM on Twitter saying, "Movie, what you doing? Taking my time." I know it's a side you don't see. I'm just kidding. It's jokes. We're having fun here. So I will say, like with this, like for Scott's theory, a couple of other names, some that are available at different ADPs, we'll say is. I know obviously Garrett Wilson, with the Jets fits the mold.
Oh, I love that one.
But here's another one. I'll close on this. That someone I think who's being overlooked in drafts, who's I would say essentially free, and if my memory serves me right, at least on ESPN's live draft trends, I feel like this receiver is out of the top 50, and that's like DJ Shark with the Lions.
I like that one. I like that one a lot.
A lot of really good buzz with Jared Goff. Part of an offense that's ascending. It's going in the right direction. With that continuity on the coaching staff. So I think those are some names that people should consider that fit Scott's criteria. But before I go, hey, Shane, hey, thanks for the invite.
Thanks for coming on.
Great cause, and yeah, just anytime that I can talk about fantasy football and help others in the community, hey, I'm here for it. And Scott,
Cool.
I'll give you your time back. Don't send me that DM, please. Don't send it to me, but anyway,
Eric, you didn't know this, Eric. You're now officially endorsing wide receiver 2 theory. In my article, I'm going to say, as said by movie on Shane's podcast.
there we go. But for those who don't know, I'm like, because Scott and I have a ton of fun, like on Twitter with some of the stuff that he tweets out. I always like comment on it. We have a similar sense of humor, with the late 1980s nostalgia, 90s nostalgia. So I just imagine whenever we meet in person for the first time, we'll probably have a very robust conversation. But hey, Scott, bring it on home for this segment, and hey, I'll be in touch. Take care, gentlemen.
Thanks, Moody. Take
Love
care.
Moody. Love that guy, man.
Me too.
Yeah. Hey, your hat looks the same color as my shirt. I like how we're color coordinating,
It is my newly acquired and newly autographed by DJ Moore and Baker Mayfield Carolina Panthers hat.
I was going to say, I saw that on Twitter, and I had to say something about it now being on the live stream. Congratulations. Baker is going to be the starting quarterback, folks, in case you're kind of unsure about that.
Sam Darnold is
terrible. Listen, Sam Darnold is as good as nobody wants him to be. So he's terrible.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we talked about that the last segment, and I brought up my tweet where I literally walked into training camp, and the first play I witnessed was Sam Darnold throwing an interception. So, like, that right there sums it up on how I feel about Darnold.
He glimpsed it right away.
Yeah. So, I want to throw it back to wide receiver 2 theory. I do appreciate the mention. That was a really fun time. And if you guys are close to a training camp, I recommend going because it was a ton of fun. But want to throw it back to wide receiver 2 theory. Shane Hallam brings up a nice player who I want to talk about, Chase Claypool. I think Claypool and Pickens really fit into this mold because Pickens ADP, I feel like, is moving up because people are jumping on rookie hype, and Claypool's is going down because of that. But I think the problem is I don't know who the quarterback is, and I don't know who I trust more to play quarterback out of those 2 or 3 if you consider Mason Rudolph. Who do you want in wide receiver 2 theory, Claypool or Pickens?
So right now I have Pickens down on my list of wide receiver 2 theory receivers. I will say this. I made this list about 2 weeks ago when the ADP had not swooned as much. Pickens, like you say, I don't know, George's camp highlights had not been there. He had not been doing those ball tap drills where he's diving and looking incredible, going over the top and stuff. So I think all of the training camp hype of wide receivers, once a clip gets out there, their ADP goes up a little bit. The issue we have with Claypool is his attitude, right? And maybe I'm an old guy, but hearing him say, I'm one of the top 5 or top 3 wide receivers in the league when he's not performing in that type of, vein or in that type of role, not able to run the routes, the full route tree, all these different things just give me concern for him. Last year, he was a wide receiver 2 theory candidate. I put him out there and he disappointed. So I'll say this. If the quarterback situation was more solid, I'm so old. I'm like 69 years old. If the quarterback theory was, if the quarterback situation was more solid, I think I would be more in tune with Chase Claypool because he's all the raw athletic skills. He's got the body, the hands. He's huge. He can make contested catches. I'm not sure though. Was it Ben and his noodle arm, falling down all the time, holding him back? Was it the offense? Or the offense just scheme towards Deontay,
So I think those 2 are tied together last year specifically. I think Ben's noodle arm limited. Why am I getting feedback? That's weird. Is that better?
You sound good. I'll turn down my mic between. Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah, so I think those 2 are tied together. I think Ben's noodle arm limited what offensive play calling was available. And for some reason they changed it to where, because one of the values of Claypool from his rookie year was they were using him on end arounds. They were running the ball with him and getting him the ball in multiple different ways. It wasn't just, hey, I'm going to throw the ball. to Claypool only. I'm going to get him involved in end around screens, different things like that. And they stopped doing that. And I don't really know why, other than Ben couldn't throw the ball farther. They got Najee Harris, and their offensive line was trash. So I don't know if they just didn't trust the offense to do that. And Jay brings up a good point that Claypool's stats were basically identical other than touchdowns. And I think that's also goes back to the play calling, though, because he got a couple of touchdowns rushing. So I don't know. Claypool's just a weird one. Pickens is a weird one. Pickens has attitude problems, too. I'm going to throw that out there.
Yeah. Well, no, and here's the thing: it's young people have attitude problems because they haven't actually done anything yet, and that's okay. I'm sorry, young people. Like Mike Tomlin doesn't give a shit about Chase Claypool or Pickens, either one of them. Like he doesn't give a shit about them, and so honestly, Deontay Johnson is being drafted at wide receiver 43 on ESPN. I'm kidding. Wide receiver 16 on ESPN. That is the guy that is going to get most of the targets, but you got to pay. You got to pay up for him, right? You got to put the price in if you're going to do it. I like Claypool. I'm a little hesitant to put him in writing as somebody who I'm going to back this year because of the quarterback situation. But at wide receiver 44, I mean, he's getting drafted at 112th pick, 9th round into the 9th round in ESPN. That's a value. I would definitely take Chase Claypool at the end of the 9th round. He's going around places where Traylon Burks, Kadarius Toney. So Alan Lazard, I like some of those guys, maybe opportunity a little bit better with the quarterback like Alan Lazard, but I mean, Dobbs in Green Bay. There's so many rookies and different situations that I want to know a little bit more about before I kind of stake my claim. I will say this though. I do think that Pittsburgh will be better offensively this year, and they'll be more balanced, and they'll be able to get the ball spread around. It will not be as limited. So there is opportunity. You're correct there.
Yeah. And I think the play calling is going to be huge. I think seeing how this offense is run is going to be very indicative of who rises to the top in that wide receiver room, and if they are able to get more creative. So, all right, that's enough about Claypool. Moody mentioned Jalen Waddle as a wide receiver 2 theory candidate, and I love it because I don't know if you caught this, but Moody and I are in the same division in Scott Fishbowl, and Jalen Waddle is my wide receiver 2.
Ooh.
So, I paid up at cost for not at cost. I actually got a great value on Jamar Chase at the 210, and then took Waddle in the 6th in Scott Fishbowl. So I love Waddle this year, and I'm all in on Tua. So Moody actually took Tua. I think the pick after I took Chase, but I couldn't pass up on Chase at that value. But I'm all in on Tua. I think Tua is going to explode this year with the new offense, better weapons, better offensive line. And I'm really excited for what it's going to lead to.
I like that because I have Jamar Chase and I have Tua in Scott Fish too. So I don't have Waddle. I didn't. Yeah. So I went Burrow, Chase. I got the stack, which I was excited. Yeah, it's Scott Fish. You got to do that. In regular leagues, I'm not going to do anything like that necessarily. I would do Higgins, as a wide receiver 2 theory and stack him with Burrow later. Whatever. But for Scott Fish, you have to do that. You got to do something crazy. I really like Jalen Waddle a lot this year. And in home league drafts, right, where you're drafting with your homies, with your boys, or your girls, whoever it is, right, or your boy girls, whoever you're drafting with, right? If you're drafting with kids, if you're in a kids league, right, whatever it is, Tyreek Hill is a monster, right? And people know he's been a top 5 wide receiver for the last 5 years. So that is just going to push Jalen Waddle down. And if you're smart, start talking a lot of hype about Tyreek Hill, right? Just be like, man, Tyreek Hill's going to go crazy. Jalen Waddle is going to slip. Like, you just know he's going to slip in those home league drafts where people are fearful. Like, you play online with sharps and people like, Shane. We're all pretty much dialed in. We've been doing this for a long time, and we're really set on our guys. And you can just shave the currents, just shift them a little bit with a little Jalen Waddle trash talk. Just like, man, he ain't shit this year. See what happens? All I'm saying. I like to talk lots of shit at my draft. I'm the guy who, when you pick somebody who I like, I go, terrible pick, terrible. What are you doing? I would never draft that guy. And then, when I get my guy, I talk a lot of shit. So, but it's fun. It's all for good fun.
I love it. All right, Scott, we've got a fun situation. I am actually on the clock in Pauly's playoff at the 102. And Josh Allen was the first pick in my league. Actually, hold on. I need to actually make my donation too. So let's do that real fast.
That's important. If you haven't donated, there is a link on the YouTube, right? You can go down,
Yes.
click the link, and just go right.
It's also, it should be in the comments as well. It's in the comments on Facebook. And if you can't find it, just DM me on Twitter. I'll try and get back to you today at some point, because obviously I'll be on here for most of the day. But yeah, there's a link on Twitter or on YouTube. There's a link in the comments. Just get that out or whenever you can.
My donation has been made, folks. I just want to be upfront with everybody. I like to donate before I join the league, so I don't forget to do it later, because then you're just kind of like, I just played for free in that league we were trying to help other
Well, that is the cool thing about now we're trying to get all of our donations in by the walk to end Alzheimer's, which is on October 1st for the Greenville, South Carolina walk, which is where I am located. And but we're trying to get all those in before then so we can be a top team at the walk. And so I'm going to go get my donation in real quick.
So donate, people. Get in there, right? It's for a good cause. You're helping Shane and his team. Come on.
We've had some really, really generous people donate recently, and I just wanted to thank them. We are only halfway to our goal. My wife is sitting over there listening to this because she's awesome. But there we go. Okay, I think that went through. Yep, there we go. All right, now let's make this pick. So, on the clock in Pauly's playoff at the 102. I picked this slot for basically one of two players, and that was Josh Allen and Jonathan Taylor. But we did start a little pick chat for the 102 pick. And we talked about these two guys right here, Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase, because of the scoring settings. So for those of you that don't know, Pauly's playoff is tiered PPR by distance. So the longer the reception that a player gets, the more points that they're going to get.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah. So one of the guys in the pick 2 chat mentioned Justin Jefferson. Because of that, I thought about taking Jamar Chase. Yeah. I'm going to get bold here, and I'm going to not intentionally slap the face of wide receiver 2 theory, but you got to be different in these tournaments. I'm going to go Jamar Chase with the 102.
You know what? You're not slapping wide receiver 2 theory. Jamar Chase is a freaking monster. So, his touchdowns are going to be there too, because you saw in that Chiefs game when they need to go and score and win, Joe Burrow doesn't even think. He's like, "That's my guy."
Yeah, I'm
going right to him 3 times, right over. Like all those catches too were contested. It wasn't like they were like those wide open Mike Evans touchdowns. And you're like, someone let Mike Evans run free like a gazelle. Holy shit! And he gets a touch. Like these were like the ball was coming, and you were like, "Is that going to be an interception?" And then Jamar Chase's hands went up and just said, "You," and grabbed him. So I love it. I mean, listen, wide receiver 2 theory is a value-based theory. The first 3 rounds, you don't use it, right? First 3 rounds, you go get your guys, right? Yeah. So now maybe you don't get T. Higgins, right? That's fine. Yeah, that's fine, right? But no, it's good. The first 3 rounds, by the way, you don't use it because there's not value in those. Like you can find value if Derrick Henry falls to like the 7th pick or something. That's value in that subset. But you're not going to get a first round wide receiver in the second and call that wide receiver 2 theory. That's just the next pick in the draft. So yeah. No, I like it. I need to figure out where I am actually. I'm going to pull up my sleeper on my computer here because I don't actually know what pick I am in the Pauly spot.
I can actually tell you because I got it on a spreadsheet.
Oh, I'm up here now. I'm in here now, and I'm 7. Oh, good. I'm drafting 5th. I drafted 6th in Scott Fish, 7th here, 5th in my home league. So I'm loving this middle round. I'm a middle round guy. Yeah. Last year, I was lampooned on the ends of the earth of the 12th, 11th, 10th pick. I hate it. Now, I didn't. I lost all my leagues. I didn't. I won some leagues. I won last year, right? But those leagues when I was 12th, 11th, you did not get the players that were going to win the championships in there. And it did not happen. It was terrible, So I'm really excited. The flex is what I need. I need to be able to move and shake. And I don't have a theory that I use. Like I don't come in going, I'm going to do late round quarterback, or I'm going to do heavy RB or zero RB or hero. I get in, I've got all those at my fingertips like a gamer does. And then when I see those other MFers doing whatever they're doing, then I have to adjust. So it's more value-based, but it's also it's value-based with upside. Like I'm looking for who in this value range is going to get the most upside, like the Jalen Waddle in that offense with Tua or whatever. Who's going to be that primary bump up? So I love what you're doing here. This is great.
Yeah. Here's a deep wide receiver 2 theory player that I have for you. And shout out to Andy Singleton, People's Pin on Twitter, because he did a thread in the middle of Scott Fishbowl on this player. And I have been trying to get this player wherever I can because it makes sense. Mm-hmm. His thread made sense. This person is basically free. I'm basically telling everyone in the draft right now, I'm probably taking this player. So you're going to have to take him early. Devin Duvernay.
Oh, I have Devin Duvernay and Scott Fish. I'm not going to lie. Yeah,
I do too.
Yeah, I love that pick. He's running with the ones, right? And in Baltimore, it is a run-based offense. You have your people just go limited, right? You're not going to have as much. No.
They're going to be a good offense.
They're going to be a good right. They're actually going to be more balanced than they've ever been because they have the weapons, right? And they have Rashad Bateman is a game changer. He's a route running expert. When he was coming out of Minnesota, they were comping him route running wise to Keenan Allen. That's who you want to be comped to, right? This guy knows how to run every route. He can be used all across the field. He will not line up in one position. That benefits Devin Duvernay. Then they can give him the ball, end arounds, jet sweeps, speed is the guy's MO. So I love that, and I think in the later rounds, I'm looking on 444's ADP, and I'm not even finding him right now. I mean, he's past,
I think he's like, he's ridiculously low. And
wide receiver 93 on 444's consensus, not even ranked in ESPN, not even drafted. In NFL, he's being drafted at the 320th position on the board. So free, totally free. I'll give you somebody else there too. And maybe he's been climbing up the boards. Paris Campbell. Paris Campbell's the second wide receiver. I got him too in Scott Fish. He's wide receiver 88 right now over there on 444's consensus. Whatever. Okay. Keep doing that shit, folks. Thanks. I appreciate it. So a couple of late round guys too. And he mentioned Nico Collins. He is on there. I love Nico Collins. 6'4", huge frame. What Brandon Cooks does in that offense, Nico Collins does not do in that offense. So you need different roles in different positions, goal line. You might do an end around to Brandon Cooks, whatever. You're not targeting Brandon Cooks in the end zone on fades or on corner or any of these things. You're just not doing it. This is the role that my guy Nico Collins is going to be in. I love him this year. He's going to be on all my teams that I have. And one more guy, though. I don't know how much time I have left. One more guy. I have to say this. He's on my list.
It's flexible, so you can stay on for the next 30 minutes with our next two guests, Mr. Mike Reedy.
Hey. I was just going to say, you had to listen to Scott talk for a full 30 minutes. Congratulations.
Nah, Scott and I were having back and forth.
Merit badge.
I love Scott, so I hope I can get away with saying that, Scott.
Absolutely.
I love that. I love that Mike can and will say that because no one else actually has the balls to do that kind of stuff to me. So I love it. Mike's my man.
And he's got a great name, too, so.
Yeah, the best.
So, Scott, who is your one more person for wide receiver 2 theory? And then we're going to jump into just some general redraft and DFS.
Okay. So I know he's mainstream more now and he's not secret, right? But Jalen Tolbert is just my guy. Okay. I love Jalen Tolbert. I saw Mike Wright come out on Instagram with a little thing about Jalen Tolbert and I went, I don't want anyone to understand how offenses work. And the Cowboys are one of those offenses that they have roles in their offense specifically for types of wide receivers. And you're going to see to start the season, Tolbert can do different roles, but he's going to be in the Michael Gallup role probably for 2 months, right? So that's what I love. I love that. And even if he only gets 4 or 5 targets a game, they're going to be longer receptions. They're going to be on the edge, 20 yards. He's going to have a chance after that he's got 10-inch hands, right? To grab those and go. So I think Tolbert is a sneaky play beginning of the summer. By the end, when you get to your redraft in 2 or 3 weeks, he's gonna be drafted in every team, I think. So I would just, if you're drafting soon, get him when you can, and hopefully nobody else snags him from you.
Yeah, love it. Okay, I'm actually going to transition with the wide receiver 2 theory question about a specific player that I think is relevant for both redraft and DFS. And he's very polarizing on the Twitterverse.
Oh, I already love him. I don't even know who it is.
Gabriel Davis.
Yeah, that's where I thought.
Okay, so Scott, I think, unfortunately, because I think the hype is out of control, I think Gabe Davis is a great wide receiver 2 theory target in a good offense that needs a second target to step up. So, Scott, I'm going to throw it to you first, and then Mike and Scott Simpson, I'm going to throw it to you first, and then Mike and Scott Kobe.
Okay.
Let's talk about what we expect from Gabe Davis in redraft and potentially DFS this year.
People are expecting the world. Let me just put it that way.
Yeah.
Right now, he's the most hyped wide receiver on Twitter, on fantasy football Twitter. If you talk about, who's the guy this year, everyone loves it. And I understand that offense was astronomical, and so there's a role there for him. And then the touchdowns against Kansas City in the playoff games, he's breaking people's ankles. It's just like the fruition of what we all knew he could be.
Yeah.
He is on my list. Now, I'm just going to temper it by saying that I think there's other opportunities for other wide receivers in that offense as well. So I don't think that Gabe Davis is just going to be that sole target hog. If you look at it last year, they passed the ball a lot, besides just to our boy Stephon Diggs, who I love. Shout out Maryland, Terps grad, yeah. But it's not just going to be a slam dunk. So he is there, but if he's so expensive, I have no share so far because I can't get him where people are reaching for him. And so he is going to be in my write-up, though, because I do think that the potential's there, but people are onto it and just the value is not. So you're not getting ahead of anybody if you're getting Gabe Davis. You're probably having to reach or you're getting him right at cost, which is fine. I like him, but I'm not going to be chasing Gabe Davis this year.
Okay, Scott, I need you to explain this. I know Jay is a Duke fan, but why?
Yeah, people who I don't know why there are any Duke fans. Honestly, I think it's a real hole in people's hearts. No, I'm kidding. As a Maryland Terp,
I agree.
Yeah, as a Maryland Terp graduate, during the year we won the national championship and we beat Duke at home. I slept outside. I had tickets already, but I slept outside so that the general admission I could be the first in and sit on the front row, and I did. And we stormed the court after we beat Duke. You know what I mean? Like we were yelling at Boozer. It was just a great time for the Empire, and I like to talk about that. And so Jay doesn't like it. You know what I mean? He didn't win that year, and that hurt his feelings. So shout out Jay, love you.
Probably. So.
I'm going to shut up now so the other guests can talk. By the way,
Sure you are.
So Mike, DFS, Gabe Davis. What are you expecting?
DFS, I'll be picky when I play him. I'll play him when the matchup's right. Redraft, I'm out. I'm not drafting him at his ADP. Everybody's reaching for him. I'm way out. Like, I don't want any part of him, and I don't care. People get mad at me, get mad. I'm drafting a lot of Isaiah McKenzie. I have him in spot fishbowl, like a lot. He's everybody's like Crowder. Who's running with the ones? McKenzie is. Who got paid double the amount of money? McKenzie did. Crowder's not a bad pick either because they're both free, right? So if you're gonna roll the dice, you're getting a guy in like the last round of your redraft team. McKenzie's a guy. I was a big Cole Beasley guy, by the way. I played. Scott can attest. I beat him in a head-to-head DFS by plugging in Cole Beasley. He told me I was nuts. I said he's going to have 12 targets, and he did. Uh,
I love it.
so like, I like Gabe Davis. I like the talent. I think he's going to be boom bust. I don't think he's a guy who's going to put your redraft team over the top. You will hear me calling out to play him. I guarantee multiple weeks in DFS though this year. Like guaranteed I will.
Awesome.
The hype train on him is way too high right now. I mean, it's just insane. I've never seen a guy get so much hype as this guy, just basically for that playoff run that he had. That's all the hype is coming from, is the huge playoff run he had, the 4 touchdowns against Kansas City. So he's 4th round right now. There's way too many other players. I've seen him go in the 4th round.
No.
He's going higher and higher every week.
People, if you take Gabe Davis in the 4th round or higher, I will smack you.
Yeah.
Like, I will find you and slap you in the face. That is stupid.
Yeah, he's going higher than Allen Robinson. He's going higher than Donnell Mooney. He's going higher than guys like that with long-term over the whole season. I want those guys more than Gabe Davis. And when I get to my drafts in Las Vegas, I'm sure there's going to be a 3rd round Gabe Davis pick. And that's just too much.
So I like the guts, especially when they're playing against me. Be gutsy. Keep drafting Gabe Davis in the 3rd round against me. I'll appreciate that.
Yeah. So Rick earlier mentioned Allen Robinson as a wide receiver 2 theory candidate. We're going to talk about him later in Pauly's playoff as a bounce back candidate. But yeah, if you take, oh my God, that's dumb. It's so dumb. Look, he's right there, right above Gabe Davis.
Above Gabe Davis, by the way. Right. Yeah. On my list. This was 2 weeks ago, before Gabe Davis's ADP went even higher, right?
Yeah.
So
I love Robinson this year. Great spot for him to be in.
Yep.
So I'm going to throw this one to Scott, Simpson, and Mike, because I know you guys are DFS sharks. Can you give us some beginner tips for DFS? What a specific, like, especially for me, because like I just go on DraftKings, find a contest that I want to play on, and then fill out my lineup. I don't understand the different types of contests. I don't understand how to find the different types of contests. Can you guys elaborate on that? And Mike, we'll start with you.
So if I was starting out in DFS, what I did when I started out was probably a mistake. I ended up joining a DFS league with friends, 12 teams, whatever. My first season, I got my ass kicked weekly, just weekly abused, right? And here I am, like thinking I'm this great redraft guy, and it didn't translate well. I would start with like 3-player, like $3 or $5 3-player events.
Okay.
You have a better chance of winning. I would say follow guys like Scott and myself as well, right? You're gonna, because you're gonna find guys that we're gonna say to play that are cheap, but the matchup's right, and that's the kind of thing that'll help you win if you're new. Everybody can tell you to play Jonathan Taylor, right? Everybody can tell you to play Patrick Mahomes. You need to hear once in a while, like, this tight end has this great matchup this week. And
like in I think it was 2019 or 2020, whoever the tight end that was playing the Arizona Cardinals was, that is who you played.
Yep.
Yes, and it was freaky. I mean, it had to do with they didn't defend the middle of the field well. And everybody was just abusing them with the tight end there because they threw a big body out there and their linebackers and safeties were helpless. It was great. I made a lot of money off of that play all season long. Freaking beautiful. But that's what I would say to start with, because you have a better chance of winning and not wanting to quit right away.
Yeah.
You throw yourself in a league like I did with like 5 sharks. Now I'm one of the sharks in that league, thank God. But at first I was not, and I was just donating weekly, and I was just like, wow, why do you guys think this is fun? You just take my money every week.
It's frustrating when we're in that position. I would say everything Mike said is spot on too. And understanding the contest you're in and the contest selection is probably the most important part of DFS. Like that's how you approach your build, your lineup, how you're going to pick which players you want to play. If I'm going to play Mike head-to-head, which he mentioned earlier, we had a DFS contest, just me and him, nobody else. I don't really care what the masses are doing. Like if I'm not trying to avoid trends, I'm just trying to pick the best 9 players at cost that are going to be solidly getting me that 130, 150 points. Yeah, I need that, right? At least. I'm not shooting for the moon with these big builds, right? So when I played Mike saw Cole Beasley at a value, and he said, this guy's going to get a bunch of targets, translating into fantasy points in this role in this game. And that got him 25 points, something like that. Yeah, that was
easily.
Yeah.
Everybody told me I was nuts that week, by the way, on Twitter and in my personal life. Like, what, you like Cole Beasley? What's wrong with you? And I was like, no, you
don't see it. You don't see it. Right. And so that's the fun part about it is when you figure out, okay, $3 game, $5 game, whatever it is. For me, I made $5K with 50 cents in a tournament that has 300,000 people in it. So that my build for that was ridiculously wild, right? I put 2 tight ends in my flexes, right? My tight end and my flex. They were at cost 2,600 for my flex, and that was Jordan Reed. He had 2 touchdowns. And then my other tight end for like 3,500 or 3,400 or something like that was Tyler Higbee. He had 3 touchdowns that day. So that those nobody had that, right? So in that tournament, I needed those players to get me 251 points, right? But if I'm playing Mike, I'm going Travis Kelce because I know he's going to get me 16 to 18 points solid. I can live with that, right? So I'll pay up whatever, or I'll pay up for Darren Waller. Whereas in the tournament, 50 cents, you're like, F it, I don't care. Like, let's just go. We'll pick a crazy build. Oh, and I had Kirk Cousins stacked with Justin Jefferson, and he went for 2 touchdowns, and Kirk went for like 4. So like it's just you're that week you wouldn't say Kirk Cousins is the best play, solid play. Make sure you have him in all your lineups. You go, I got 50 cents. Let's go. So it's a whole different way that you play. And when you figure that out, you put your money in the right spots, then you're more effective in winning because I'm going to go into Mike's league this year when he invites me in, and I'll take their money, right? And then they'll take mine, and then it'll go back and forth, right? But I'm not going to play the same lineup in that league that I'm going to go into the 50-cent tournament with when I'm shooting for the moon.
Not at all.
Whole other
PPPs, home runs, right? If you can't hit home runs with every player or have a chance at it,
touchdowns.
You're never going to win.
Yeah. So it's totally different. And here's the thing: talk to all your friends about it who like DFS, and ask them what they like to play. And then they'll tell you what they do. And then you'll go, oh, I don't like to do that. Right. Or you'll go, oh, that sounds like fun. I like to do that. Like Bo likes head-to-head because he can win more consistently. Like it feeds his ego, right? He wins most of the time. He goes, I'm good. Right. I hate myself. Right. So I just go for like the 50. I just put all my money into these like long shots. And then when they don't hit, I'm like, you're so stupid. You're so stupid. And then when you do hit, you're like, I'm the smartest person in the world. I told you so. Right. So it's a balance, like the egos and the thing. It all works out. So, talk to Mike. He'll tell you more stuff too.
I love it. So, Scott Cobe.
Yes.
Do you play a lot of DFS? If no, well, actually, if yes, what's your favorite type?
I do. I played a lot of cash games. I play some of the other games, but 50-50s, but mostly cash games.
Okay.
I've hit some for pretty good, couple thousand one tournament, 1,000 another tournament. So it just all depends. I'm looking, I scroll through the cash games and see what I could find that people are either slow to play or, overhyped on playing. And then I go into that one, and I always differentiate in those games. There's always that 1 or 2 players that is low owned that I differentiate. Like when Isaiah McKenzie played the Patriots late in the season, I had him in my lineup.
Yeah.
Just because I want to differentiate between everybody else, and he went off for 100-something yards and 2 touchdowns that game. So
I love it.
You have to differentiate in these tournaments. You have to put a low price guy in that is going to do well, and that's the defense's weakness. So that's what I do with DFS.
Cool, I love it.
The smart people play cash, and Scott, like he said, I play cash. Hey, he's a smart person.
One of the other things for a beginner, right? That's a lot of fun. It used to be separate. It was called Draft. Now both FanDuel, who bought Draft, and DraftKings do these drafts. You go and play a 3-player draft. You want to win money?
Yeah.
If you just want to win money, I win more money doing that than anything else. I go and I play in 3-player drafts, and I do a bunch of them a week. And sorry beginners. Yes, I'm like the guy picking on you in Vegas at the Texas Hold'em table. I'm taking your $10 here and $10 there relentlessly, and you are literally financing my DFS plays for the season. So thank you.
I love it.
But Mike is so smart, by the way. I gotta say, I just hit a milestone on Twitter, and it was a reflective time for me to go back and think of all the people who have blessed me. And you two gentlemen on my, underneath me, Mike, and then Shane, you were both in there. And I just want to say I'm so grateful for you guys. And listening to Mike talk, there's just nobody like you guys. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you guys are all originals, and that's what's so cool about Twitter is you get to actually meet original people, not copies of people on TV or whatever it is, or trying to be. You get to meet real people, and so Mike's just like one of the funniest people around there. Like he makes it out to, and he'll just say, like, he's so smart, he'll just say whatever it is. Like you said when you came in, it's like Scott not shutting up, he's so like dead on, like never misses. I love it, and when he beat me, I think he's beat me twice now. It was 2 years in a row. I'm just like, this guy, So I appreciate you, Mike, very much. You're one of my favorite people. And I called him my fantasy dad because
I'm not nearly old enough to be his dad. I just have the hair, but it's one of my favorite fantasy moments was I got invited to play in a group DFS like GPP tournament with a bunch of DFS writers, and I was really new to the scene, and I finished in second.
Nice.
And then the next time I did it, I finished in second. And then Paulie Sleepers is like, dude, is this you? And I'm like, yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
You're taking these guys. Do you know who these guys are? I'm like, yeah, I know who they all are. They're not inviting me back again, if you didn't notice. I'm like, they never invited me back again after that, Paulie. He's like, dude, you took their money more than once? Yes, and then they didn't invite me back.
I invite him back.
What do you want me to say?
I hate myself. I want him to take my money, I want to play with you, by the way, this year. Now that I know that you're a DFS guy, I'd love to play with you and Mike and Bo and do a little 3, little 4. We sometimes do 12-man or 10-man or little mini. Just I do the Fantasy Millionaires is my fantasy football podcast, and then Chalk Block is my DFS podcast. So we'll cross over with people, and we just say, hey, you want to jump in a tournament? So I'll on Twitter, I'll tag you, and it's like $5 or $10 or whatever. But it's about like Mike was saying, they're like, oh shit, look at this guy. Look at this guy. Who does he think he is? Oh my gosh, look what Mike's doing. And it's just, as the day goes by, you're in your fantasy leagues, but you're also in your DFS game that day on Sunday. And you're like, look at Mike Reedy, that mother effer. So I like that because it builds community. And then you can hype each other up. Because one of your boys is going to win, right? Then you get out on Twitter and it's like, look what Bo did, or look what Shane did, or whatever.
Yeah.
It just creates a great community atmosphere too. So please use it that way with your friends.
And it resonates the whole week with them. I lost to this guy. Oh, how did I lose to him? He had Isaiah McKenzie in his lineup. How did I lose to him?
Yeah.
I'll take screenshots of me finishing above Bo in the money and these things. Like it's supposed to be, bro. And then,
I don't like to say anything when I win because I like to get invited back.
Yeah.
So I don't say anything.
You're a good man. I like to make fun of Bo. That's what I like to do. That's my guy.
It's so easy. It's too easy to make fun of.
Well, this is the thing. He's. I said that on another show. He's never met an opinion he hasn't had. So like.
Ain't that the truth?
Like, that's the like Scott won't shut up. You got it, I'm a teacher, that's what I do. All right, I get it. But Bo, you're just like, Bo, did you hear what you just said? You just said some bull, come on, man.
Charlotte wanted to come back and show you guys her bag. Hold on. You got to hold it over here so they can actually see. There you go.
Oh, wow.
That's awesome.
I like the green. What is that? Like aqua?
Yeah, it's like a teal aqua.
Ooh, that's pretty.
So
That's really nice.
Winning is the best form of talk anyway. No need to rub it in if you ask me.
Well, yes.
Tom's got my back. Thanks, Tom.
I'll just say this: yes and no. Me and Bo have an actual series called "The Clash of the Beards and Bellies." That's content that we go after each other every week. To the point where one year I lost a matchup. It wasn't for money; it was for the writing duties that week. So I had to do my writer's job and write his articles that he did for me each week. It was Bo. That's what it was. And I wrote the articles called "Eating White Dog Shit." So it's a lot of fun. Like it is a picture of it's from Step Brothers. And there's a picture right there of him licking the dog shit in the head title. That was the picture, but because that's what we do, And so Mike's part of it, James part of it. Scott this year will jump in and be part of it, and it's a way to have so much fun and also be right. Like that's what we're trying to. The goal is like you play to win the game. Like you do this to be right. Yeah, like that's why you're doing it. Like it's validation just for what you think about things. And so I love it in a mental, like this is instead of shooting each other with pistols and like fighting with swords, or like I've got Allen Robinson in the flex, mother. So I think it's so fun to do.
Okay, I have an unpopular question. I feel like we're probably going to see our viewership just go after I ask this question, but it is DFS related. What do you guys do with the defense slot? Do you just pick whoever's cheapest? Do you ever go with, like, let's say it's the Rams playing the Jets? Are you going to go for that super expensive, or do you kind of hit in the middle? What do you guys typically do with the defensive special teams unit slot in DFS? Scott's giving me a thumbs down.
I'll look at the bottom 5 and pick out the best matchup and sacks and stuff like that, because that's the easy way to get points. I'm not looking at turnovers as much with the bottom 5 defenses as I'm looking with, can they get to the quarterback? Can they sack the quarterback 3 or 4 times? At least I'll get points that way, because I know they're going to give up 25, 30 points, whatever it may be. But that's the way I look at it. His defense is the lowest 5.
I have been known to pay up for defense on my show is called The Cheat Sheet. I'll plug it, right? I write for the Undroppables, but I have a separate podcast just for DFS. And I'll pay up if the best defense is playing a bottom 3 to 5 offense, I'll pay up. But I don't start there. I mean, usually my grabs me and I have this pile of money where I'm like, oh, wow, look at that. I have all this money left. You think I'll use it on defense then, right? Like rather than go back and shuffle through my process where I'm happy with everything else, I'll gladly pay up then, because if you're, if you look at it, when the top like one defense every year, there's some defense sets head and shoulders above everybody else in fantasy points for some reason. Luck's going their way based off of how they're playing the game, and they're getting turnovers, sacks, and sometimes touchdowns. If they were playing like, the Jets last year when Zach Wilson was hurt, I'm playing them. I'll pay up for that. And I will use that to differentiate my team from everybody else, because most people won't do it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. The thing about it too for me is I'm such a I'm chasing, man. I'm chasing every cent. I grew up poor. I'm not gonna lie. I had 5 brothers and sisters. My dad was a very blue collar truck driver, and so we were just scrimping and saving. And so I'm doing great now. I got like a neon light behind me. You know what I mean? So I went to Costco for like $14. Upgraded my house. So I'm crushing it. Not gonna lie. Shout out Costco. That's where Bo works. So, but it's so hard to pay up for me for defense. And so, when I got 251 points, I went bottom of the barrel defense too. Like if you can find a turnover prone quarterback, I think Ricky jumped in there in the YouTube. He's exactly right. Like if you're looking for a guy who likes to pick six, and a couple years ago, that was Phillip Rivers. So in a game, I called that he was gonna throw a pick 6 against the Ravens. I called it. I was like, he's gonna do this. This is what he does on the last possession. He pick 6s it. I did it on the show with Bo, and he was like, arr, arr, arr. And then last play of the game. It was, I think it was one when he's laying on the ground like this, and he's like, it's iconic now. Like, he doesn't get up after he throws. It's a downfield pick. He lays on the ground. He gets blocked. He lays on the ground and just puts his arms up like, I've been interfered with, right? How dare you? And so you got to look for those. Like, if you know.
God said, woo! Yeah. I got that call right on the last play of the game.
I was like, thank you, Jesus. Oh, yeah. I love Philip Rivers, by the way, but he is just, still having kids. So him and Sean Kemp are in a race to be Elon's best friend. Like, they want Elon Musk to know what they've been up to.
That's awesome.
God.
Scott clearly listened to my podcast over the last 2 years, where I just would make the joke, and every time I talked about Philip Rivers, I would just add a kid.
Yes. I love that about Shane. Yeah, I in. Yeah.
Oh, we're talking about Philip Rivers again. Yeah, he's probably had his 16th kid.
Yeah, he would drive that bus from like San Diego to wherever he was going, and then he'd get back, and his wife had another kid.
LA.
Yeah, exactly.
Just gonna be like, yeah, my wife just had a kid. You're like, what? You're in your bus?
He had to. He couldn't find an 18-bedroom house in the LA area.
Right. Like, that's his house.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious.
Indianapolis too. He couldn't find anything in Indianapolis either.
No. So my strategy with defenses sometimes is, if I'm trying to pick between two players for a flex position, if I can't pick, then I'll go pick my defense first and then pick whoever's cheaper, whoever can actually fit within the budget, based on matchups, obviously.
I would say, speaking of that, if you can pair a defense up with a running back, that's a strategy, right? You go, I know the Patriots are up against whoever, and they're going to run because they're, and then the defense on the other side is weak against the run. So Bill Belichick's just going to run the ball. Also, their defense is better than that other team's offense. So that those are kind of the matchups where you can kind of stack and build a game theory, right? And that's what you're kind of talking yourself into when you're shooting for the moon or going for cash. You're going, okay, this guy's going to do this. This is probably going to be the outcome. This is how it's going to work. He's probably going to go here. So same thing with defenses. If the running back is just going to go ham, that means that the defense is giving opportunities. They're turning the ball over. They're getting short fields. It all fits into that game. And we've seen games that happen like that. So be thinking in realistic terms of how real football works and apply that kind of step backwards, begin with the end in mind, and how you kind of plan out your team.
Yeah. What about quarterbacks for DFS? Because typically they're one QB, if I remember correctly. What are you guys doing with the position? Scott Simpson, we'll start with you.
Well, last year, I'm on DraftKings right now. Josh Allen, Justin Herbert, and Tom Brady. Between them, there was Josh Allen led with 441 points, and then Tom curbed that at 416 points. So it's a 20-point difference there between them. That's not a lot of points per game, though, right? We're talking 26, 25, 24.5 points per game. So I think there was a tier above that you wanted to have, and then you wanted to stack them. I mean, that's kind of how I would build my parts of my team. So if I'm going to put Tom Brady in, I'm going to have Godwin, or I'm going to have Evans in there, or maybe Gronk as a tight end, if I'm thinking of that kind of stack. And then you could pair it with a running back defense from a different team, totally different game, and you're kind of building your parts of your build. And so last year, if you had Herbert and Mike Williams, same thing. Patrick Mahomes is QB4, and then Matthew Stafford QB5. So a lot of these guys have got great weapons. That's why they're up there, right? I mean, you had Tyreek Hill, you've got Keenan Allen, you've got Diggs, you have Beasley last year, did really well for Josh Allen, and then for Josh Allen, he's running the football, right? So you look for these running quarterbacks too that are discounted. Jalen Hurts last year, great cash game play, just one of the best cash game plays. So consistent every week, get you 20 to 23 points, 25 points, and he was 16-9 or 16-7 the whole year. He was not in the 7,000s and the 8,000s like some of the other quarterbacks were. So I think it's a matter of kind of where you are going to target your game. That's where you make your biggest decision, right? Which game is going to shoot? That's the thing you ask yourself if you're trying to say you're playing cash. Which game's going to go through the moon, and which is the quarterback that's priced the cheapest, maybe out of that trio or that group that's going to be in that upper tier. And that's how I kind of did it. And then if you wanted to go down, people would advocate for playing like Daniel Jones at 5,200. I couldn't do that stuff. Like I want my quarterback to be one of the best players in the game and out there on Sunday, and them going to highlight him again and again. So that's kind of how I thought.
Cool. Mike, what about you?
I usually play it based off of matchups, right? Either it's something I think is going to be a shootout, and I look at the Vegas over-under on that, and I will talk about that a lot, actually, right? Using the Vegas over-under to help me pick people to play in shootouts. And I'll look at where the defense is ranked in fantasy points against, and I'll make my plays based off of that, right? So I'll pick a quarterback that if they fit those two things, I'm really in fast. I like to do a single or double stack quite often where, I'll either be playing that quarterback with 2 wide receivers on his team, 1 wide receiver, the running back, or maybe the tight end. I've even gone crazy and had a triple stack work out for me big time with Brady before, where I had Gronk and Fournette and I think Evans. Now I paid down everywhere else, right? But it was okay because it worked. It was one of those games where it just worked. And again, I did that to be daring, right? I also ran an experiment in that league I played in last year where 3 weeks in a row I paid down at quarterback. I wanted to see what would happen. If I bulked up everywhere else, guess what? Don't do that. Didn't work out well. Don't do that.
I gotcha.
Yeah, I'm with Mike. With the over-unders, those are huge for me. I look at those games. I looked at a Brady a lot last year and Fournette simply because Brady's history is dump it off to the running back. And that paid off dividends big time for me. So this year I'm looking at the AFC West quarterbacks. Derek Carr, Russell Wilson, Justin Herbert, Patrick Mahomes. I'm looking at all those guys because those games are going to just completely shoot out this year for sure.
Love that.
So Derek Carr is probably going to be the cheapest. So he's going to be my quarterback most weeks this year because of that. And he's got the weapons to back that up. So those are the guys that I look at.
I love that. I have Derek Carr ranked in the top 10 in redraft as well, by the way.
Whoa.
Yeah, I think Derek Carr is going to lead the NFL in passing yards this year. That's my take.
Wow, that's bold, Scott. I like that.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, it's time to transition to our injury specialist. Welcome in Dr. James Ferretti, the TFS Doc on Twitter. James, how you doing today, bud?
Hi, boys. Good morning. Wow, that was some deep knowledge you guys were dropping on DFS there. I was taking notes. I'm going to try to make some money this year.
Good.
I really appreciate that. But yeah, thanks for having me. A great cause. And little known fact about Shane, we were on a podcast many moons ago, and we were doing a personal league podcast for Going for Two, and Shane was the one who laughed the loudest at all my jokes. So not only is it a great cause, but that's really why I'm here. So I want to support you and support the cause. And yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. I appreciate you. And yeah, I'm easily entertained, so we'll leave that as it is, James.
and speaking of that, 9:30 tonight, we're going to talk about him waxing.
Yeah.
So come back.
We definitely got to tune in for that.
Unfortunately, I have to go. My children are abusing their iPad privileges. They're just like buying stuff, eating candy that they've stolen. Thank you so much, Shane. I hate to go now when a new guest comes in.
That's all right. I'll see you
Scott,
later.
You guys are great. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you all.
Scott, take care. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you guys.
I'm going to drop off too because I don't talk as much as Scott, but close enough to it so that you actually have time with your other guests.
I appreciate it, Mike. Thanks for coming on, man. I really appreciate it.
Oh, thanks so much for having me. It was great. I'm Scott. I'm going to have to bring you on my DFS show, by the way, to join us once this season.
Anytime you need me, Mike, let me know. I'm more than willing to come on.
And talk to you guys later.
Yep.
All right, Mike.
Shane, I'm going to let you have the floor with him.
All right.
Great thing that you're doing here.
Thanks,
I respect and admire everything that you're doing. So thank you for having me on.
I appreciate it. If you want to come back on later, just shoot a message in the group.
Absolutely.
All right, cool. Well, hello.
All right. Alone at last.
First and foremost, I want to thank you for your donation you made the other day. I really appreciate that. It will significantly impact our team. That's what he said. My wife is over there, and she said, "I feel like people just left and they're setting you up on a date." So, James, before we jump into player-specific kind of questions and scenarios, will you tell us about your medical background?
Yes, absolutely. So I'm a radiologist by trade.
Okay.
I'm a diagnostic radiologist. I've been doing that for about 10 years. So that's a doctor who reads all the types of imaging that players get when they get hurt. So x-rays, CAT scans, ultrasounds, MRIs, probably x-rays, CAT scans, and MRIs are the big ones. And that's really where my specialty is. And I still work as a full-time radiologist. So there have been times where I've done a podcast and then I jumped on, to work and, read studies all night. And it's exactly the type of stuff that you see, like this guy's x-rays were negative and now they're sending him for an MRI and it shows this. And therefore we think he's going to be out for this long. And that's what I do. Cool. That's my job. So that's cool. Where my area of expertise comes in. And that's what I think I really bring to the table as far as, trying to make it understandable for people that are, that watch sports and more germane to our topic that play fantasy sports, fantasy football.
Absolutely. I love that. We've done a couple of personal league podcasts and I've enjoyed those. So was really excited when you agreed to come on and be our injury specialist for the day. So thanks.
Yeah, it's my pleasure.
So I don't know if you saw it. I know I kind of gave you free reign on this, but I did actually put a tab on the spreadsheet. And I just want to kind of go through some of these players that are on there. First one being Christian McCaffrey.
Okay.
He's missed 16 games at least over the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Is the focal point of that offense. What have you heard? What have you studied? Anything like that that indicates like CMC is going to be back or CMC is going to miss another 7 to 10 games?
Well, so it's a really good question, and I'm glad we're starting, at the top with him because he's the guy that if he's healthy, he's the best in the league. Not even close. Like the year that Jonathan Taylor had that made him the RB1, but the last 3 years, Christian McCaffrey's averaged, depending on your format, 2 to 3 more points per game extra on top of that over him. So that just is, the kind of upside that he brings. The way that I can, kind of conceptualize it is, and you've heard me say this before, football is a dangerous sport. So to a certain extent, with a lot of players watching football and trying to decide who's going to get hurt would be the equivalent of watching a demolition derby and trying to figure out which car is going to get damaged. And I think the short answer is, well, they're all going to get damaged to a certain extent. And the question is when and how much, and is it going to be significant? So the thing to answer your question directly about Christian McCaffrey and his injuries is because football is a dangerous sport and because running back is one of the more dangerous positions because they just go out there and run into people and get hit by
run into traffic
people. Yeah, exactly. I don't think he's at any more risk of getting hurt than any other running back, than high percentage of other running backs in the NFL. Maybe there are a few that you could pick out that say, okay, these guys have had a more significant injury history, like a Dalvin Cook. If you ask me, who would I rather take this year in the first round, Christian McCaffrey or Dalvin Cook, it would be Christian McCaffrey hands down.
Okay.
But I don't think he has that much more significant chance of getting hurt than anybody else at the running back position.
Cool. That actually leads to a great next player, I think.
Okay.
Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
What do we do with Saquon this year?
What do we do with Saquon?
Do we trust him to stay healthy? And I'll throw this to you too. CMC or Barkley, Dalvin Cook or Barkley?
Okay. So I will say CMC over Barkley.
Okay.
And I will say Saquon over
Cook.
Over Cook, yeah.
Okay.
And
why
so,
over Cook?
Yeah, why? I think one of the things is they all have tremendous upside, and they all have the ability to kind of do it all. They can run, they can catch, they can score touchdowns. Their offenses are, they're the focal points of their offense when they're on the field for the most part. I mean, maybe you can make an argument with Justin Jefferson and Dalvin Cook, but whenever he plays, he's a beast. It's just getting him out there and keeping him healthy.
Yeah.
So with Saquon Barkley, I think the hate's gone a little too far with him. And I think he got really unlucky last year where he had his ACL and his timeline was kind of right around what the estimated timeline for an ACL is, where you could start to get your legs back under you, about 9 months. And he started slow, just like they said they would, first couple of weeks. And then he really started to pick it up. And then he started to look like the Saquon of old. And it's like, okay, and the Giants were not good, but he started to look like Saquon, the Saquon that we remember.
Yeah.
And then he had that freak injury where he stepped on the guy's foot. He twisted his ankle.
Right?
Yeah, he hurt his ankle, and that thing blew up to that big. And he was pretty much never the same after that. And so we never really got to see him. Like, we started to see him, and then we never got to see him. So now lather, rinse, repeat. But he's not rehabbing a major injury this year.
Okay.
And his price has actually gone down. So that's very interesting to me.
Okay. I like it. And I had forgotten that the injury that took him out in last year was the freak injury of stepping on someone's foot. I knew it was an ankle, but I couldn't remember how it happened. The question I have for you, or was going to ask you before you brought that up, was, is it true that sometimes with ACL tears, we can see lower extremity, like an ankle, twisted ankle, sprained ankle, because they end up compensating on that leg in some way, shape, or form, to where it will end up limiting them again?
Yeah, it definitely can happen. And I think one of the things that's kind of overlooked is there is this idea of the kinetic chain, or that all the body parts kind of work together. So whenever you injure one joint or one side of the body, then other areas are at risk, because of compensation for that. I don't know if that's specifically what happened with Saquon, because it was kind of a freak thing. He stepped on the guy's foot. But you see it in pitchers a lot. For those of you that play fantasy baseball, there's a whole slew of pitchers where you hear they strain their calf or they hurt their hip, and then kinetic chain wise, the stress gets moved to their shoulder or their elbow, and then they blow out their elbow, and it has nothing to do with anything other than their body mechanics have changed because of an injury somewhere else.
Lower else. Yeah. Man, that kinetic chain is hurting me personally right now. Got a bum shoulder, and now it's radiating down to my elbow.
No wonder. Well, sorry to hear that.
That's all right. We'll chalk it up. Just getting old. Okay. And falling downstairs, as my wife likes to point out.
Oh my God.
So next player I want to talk about is Chris Godwin. So everything is pointing to Godwin playing week 1. Can we expect peak Chris Godwin in week 1 based off of the injury that he had?
See, that's a really good question. I don't know if we can. And the thing that's interesting is he's off the pup and he's practicing again, but it comes back to the timeline. So when you look at some of the other guys who had their ACL repairs, he got hurt really late in the year last year. I think his surgery was early January. Yeah. So at an 8 to 9 month timeline, he's kind of on the same timeline that Saquon Barkley was on. So 9 months from when his surgery would put him in early October, which is about 4 weeks after the season starts. So even though he's out there and he's practicing, I think that if you're looking at Chris Godwin, you need to look at him with the assumption that he's going to be placed on the pup. And that's how you should draft him, and that's how you should price him, which doesn't mean you avoid him. But if somebody's taking him in the 3rd or 4th round in redraft, and there's other guys that are, just as viable, but aren't going to potentially miss the first 4 or 5 weeks of the season, you need to look at them a lot more closely.
Yeah.
And if he comes back early and you drafted him appropriately, then it's going to be a nice bonus for you. If he has a setback or he ends up missing the first 4 weeks, it's not going to hurt you as much. And then once he comes back, it's probably going to be the same thing. Going to take a few weeks to ramp up. But at the end of the year, when it really matters, I think he could be a difference maker. It's just going to be a question of how do you bridge to get that coverage for the first, say, 4 to 6 weeks when he's either going to be out or he's going to still be ramping up from his injury.
Yeah. I think the answer to that might be his teammate, his newly acquired teammate in Russell Gage.
Yeah, I think that's a great plan.
I think Russell Gage, Chris Godwin from a dynasty perspective is a huge buy for me. He's only 26, if I remember correctly. I think what you just said perfectly outlines what his injury path forward should be. But then going forward, his ceiling we know is wide receiver 2, and you can get him so much cheaper. So Godwin is a buy for me. Russell Gage as his replacement is like just a smash, I think, because we've seen him fill in for Julio Jones or Calvin Ridley and not meet their standards, but meet fantasy relevant standards before. So I love Russell Gage as kind of that bridge, or even someone who like Rondale Moore potentially, who's someone super cheap, but with DeAndre Hopkins being out because of suspension, gives you kind of that same gap for the delay that we expect in Godwin hitting.
Absolutely. And I mean, anytime you have somebody that's tied to Tom Brady, especially, depending on what you think of that offense, I think that offense could be one where it's like on any given week, Tom Brady could throw 5 or 6 touchdowns. Yeah. And he's going to spread them around. Some of them are going to go to Uncle Lenny. Some of them are going to go to Julio Jones. Some are going to go to Mike Evans. But I think Russell Gage is going to get more than his fair share.
Julio's a good bridge plan too. I forgot that they had signed him. I love that. So I want to talk about a rookie. Hope you're ready.
Okay.
Jameson Williams.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, he actually is on the NFI. But he's coming off of the ACL tear. Was that in the championship game?
It was late in the year.
It was late. Yeah.
You guys would I'm not a huge college football watcher. Yeah. I kind of get excited about these guys when like rookie drafts start happening and I start doing my prep, but I know it was late. I believe it was in the championship game, which would have put it around January or maybe even early February.
It would have been early January. So when can we expect him? And here's the caveat that we have to run into with Jameson is not only is he coming off a significant injury, he's also going to be in his rookie year in the NFL.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we've been spoiled by guys like Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson who have immediately come in and made an impact in the NFL. Do we see a delay in Jameson's development as just an NFL wide receiver because of the situation that he's coming into?
I think the short answer to the question is yes. But what I will say to that is that I think he's one of those guys. He's a tremendous talent. I mean, he's probably one of the guys that if he wasn't hurt, some people had him at the top of the wide receiver board. I think I probably would have too. And that's just indicative of the kind of amazing talent that he has. And it reminds me of Amon-Ra St. Brown from last year, who had kind of a slow start. The offense didn't really do much, but then you saw what he did at the end of the year where he was putting up these insane double-digit games and Jared Goff was looking like he was back in LA, like, going to the Super Bowl. Yeah. And I think Jameson Williams is one of those guys where it's like if you can stash him, if you can get him at it's all for injuries and guys coming back. For me, it's always about price for acquisition.
Yeah.
Like, what does it cost you to get this guy on your roster? And then the second thing is, do you have a place to put him? If you have short benches and you don't have IR spots, Jameson Williams is going to be tough to carry because he's probably going to be out for 4 to 6 weeks to start the year. And then everything you said, he's kind of starting from square one. He's a rookie in the NFL, even though he's super talented. There's just things that you got to figure out. Aside from the X's and O's, you got to figure out like, where's the conference room? Where's the bathroom? It's like when you go to, you start a new school, you got to figure out how do I get there? How do I get around town? Like, where's this classroom? Where's that room? Where's this?
Exactly.
Energy and time and takes you away from being able to prepare. And it just, anytime you're in a new environment, it takes you time to settle in. I think we forget that as like fantasy players, but as human beings, just think of a time when you've been in a new situation. You started a new school, you started a new job.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, okay, you got to be in conference room C at 11 o'clock. All right.
Where in the world is
that? Somebody show me where it is. Where's the cafeteria? All that stuff takes time and energy. It's going to take him a while to ramp up to that. But when it really counts at the end of the year, down the stretch, fantasy playoffs, he could be one of those guys who you either pick up cheap in the middle of the year, you pick up off waivers, or you stash him on IR, and then you bring him in, and maybe he does an Amon-Ra impression this year and helps lead you to a title.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that. All right. Next guy, I don't want to spend too much time on him because I just don't know what to do with him, is Michael Thomas. It seems like he's back from what I've seen from camp videos and whatnot. Can we expect any setbacks that you think will keep him off the field for the entire year again? Or do you think that's more of a mental or just playing games with contract situations, things like that?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, Michael Thomas is an interesting guy. The more I kind of read about him and the more I learn about him and follow him on Twitter, the more intrigued I get. Just as like, he's an interesting cat. And he's definitely, I think there are some mind games going on down there, kind of on both sides with New Orleans. But I think that he's been out for a year and a half plus at this point. And I think that they kind of underplayed his injury the first time around. And sometimes that happens, to be honest with you. It's like you have multiple treatment options oftentimes with different injuries, and they chose a treatment path that they thought was going to work, and it turns out that it didn't. And they had to go back in and they had to do a repair again. And they had to kind of do a little bit more work than they thought they were going to need to. And that's what they did. And that explains the extra missed time. And now it looks like he's back. So the question then becomes, what do we do with that? And I think, again, it goes, you're going to hear me say this over and over again. If you follow me and, you follow my material, it's going to be the same thing. It's dependent on your league, and it's dependent on the acquisition cost. Like,
for sure.
A few weeks ago, I think his redraft cost was like 7th, 8th round or lower.
I think it was lower.
It's starting to creep up because the camp reports are coming out. He's looking electric. And let's be honest, the last time we saw him on the field, he was the number 1 overall wide receiver in the NFL. So that is in his range of outcomes. And that's exciting to get somebody like that. And even in the 5th, 6th round, especially if you're, a running back robust drafter, to throw him in there, there you go. So, I mean, he's definitely somebody, the upside is there.
Cool. All right. Next one, I think we're going to do as a pair, if I remember right. Yes, we're going to do these two as a pair. I like one of them quite a bit, have been in on him for 3 years, even though he's only been in the league for 1, been following him in college, and it's Travis Etienne and James Robinson.
Okay.
So let's talk about J-Rob first, because I want to talk more about Etienne. Okay. So it's looking like he may avoid the pup from camp reports. If that happens, what do you see his ceiling as?
That is a really good question. I'll tell you what, if I had the answer to that, then I think I'd really be somewhere. But there's another guy that we can loop into that is Cam Akers.
Perfect. So, he's on the sheet for later. So we'll talk about that.
So because they're all Achilles injuries, and Cam Akers to a certain extent has kind of reset the bar, but I think that there's a little more to talk about there. So Cam Akers injured his Achilles in August of 2021, came back in January 2022. So about 6 months, didn't really do so great. Rams win the Super Bowl. Happy ending for everybody. Now we're looking at Cam Akers this year. What do we expect? James Robinson injured his Achilles late December last year, has about 8 or 9 months to kind of do his recovery. Now it looks like he's back. What do we expect? So what we've seen in the past is Achilles injuries were like a death knell. Like before Cam Akers and, to a lesser extent, Marlon Mack and Donta Foreman, the best that we had to hope for was Mikel LaSure way back in, I don't even remember when, many years ago. Yeah. And he had like 1,000-yard season. And then 2 years later, he was, out of the league essentially.
Yeah.
So now we have Marlon Mack and Donta Foreman who have come back and been productive, but they haven't been stars. So we've seen players come back and be able to play, which is a good first step. And we've seen them be able to produce, which is a good second step. What we haven't seen yet, and what I'm still waiting for, is somebody to come back from an Achilles injury and be a star. And James Robinson had some really productive seasons in Jacksonville on some really bad Jacksonville teams, by the way. Even though he's either a 7th round pick or an undrafted free agent or whatever he is, like, the guy can play.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's going to be able to get back there because we haven't seen it yet. I think he'll be able to get on the field. I think he'll be able to be productive, but I don't know if we're going to see the James Robinson seasons that we've seen in the past, not just because now Travis Etienne is back, who we'll get to in a second, but because we literally haven't seen anybody do it. And that brings me back to Cam Akers really quickly.
Yeah.
His price now, what, 3rd round, 4th round, something like that?
It's too high, right?
I can't get there. Like, and it's opportunity cost. It's not because I don't like Cam Akers. It's not because I don't think he's super talented. And it's not that I don't think he could be the one to do it, because coming back from an Achilles injury in 6 months is miraculous.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen him do anything yet. And the way that I kind of equate it is, if you think about this, let's say you're running a 10K, right?
Yeah.
And you're doing the walk, you decide to do the Alzheimer's walk.
Yeah.
And how long is that walk, Shane?
Typically very short, like maybe a mile or two.
Okay. So let's say it's 2 miles, right? And you're doing this Alzheimer's walk and you got a quarter mile left and you step on a rock and you sprain your ankle really bad.
Yeah.
Like, they got to come out and splint it. And they're like, look, I don't think you should do the rest of this walk. And you're like, I got a quarter of a mile left. I'm gutting this thing out.
Yeah.
You could gut that thing out, right? You can get a quarter of a mile down the road and finish what you started.
Yeah.
However, what if you sprain your ankle in the first 10 feet and now you got 2 miles of road?
No, thank you.
It's a lot harder to get over that mental hurdle, right?
Yeah, for
So
sure.
look at Cam Akers in that scenario. He comes back and they're like, all right, look, man, I know your Achilles is messed up. Just try to gut it out for us. We're trying to win a Super Bowl. Can you go out there, give us what you got? If it pops, it pops, but you gave us all you got. And they got to the finish line and they won the Super Bowl. But now he's got the rest of his career to look down the road at. And he's got, at least for now, he's got a whole season. He's got a whole preseason. He's got a whole regular season. They've got playoff aspirations. They want to try to repeat as Super Bowl champions. That's a really long road for somebody to get down. And what are we going to see from him? I don't know, but I don't want to pay a 3rd or 4th round price to find out that he's going to be a part-time back that either can't do it or isn't able to do it.
Yeah, absolutely not. I've been chronically lower on Akers. Just hadn't trusted the full talent and the full picture of the Rams backfield. Don't know why, because I feel like that part's been disproven to me, but just haven't seen it with Akers fully to really want to buy in. And then with him coming back, what seems like might have been too early. Like you said, it was miraculous that he came back, and maybe it was pushing to be in a part of the Super Bowl run, but it seems like he came back too early. And I feel like it's going to limit where his ceiling can ultimately end up.
Yeah, just to add on to that, because I've heard some other people say that. It's not to call anybody out. It's just, that's why I'm here, to give the medical perspective.
Yeah.
It's the idea, like, he came back too early and then more time is going to, like, somehow allow things to improve. The thing is, it's like, yes, he came back early, but there is a non-zero chance that what we saw at the end of last year is what he is now.
Yeah.
And until we see something different, that's in the range of outcomes too.
Yeah.
So it's not like, oh, he came back too early and he's had more time and he's going to improve. Yes, maybe, but also maybe not. And maybe this is who he is now, and this is what you're going to get. And you're paying a 3rd round price to get a part-time back or a guy that's only going to be able to produce that way. And Travis Etienne is a short story. Wheels up. Wheels up.
Oh, I love it.
The recovery for Liz Frank injuries is over 90%. And they return to their previous level of how they were. And over 90%, I like those odds. And just for comparison, ACL injuries, which we've been talking about and nobody really gives much credence to, the full recovery rate for that's in the 80s somewhere. It's 80 to 85% or something like that. And nobody cares about an ACL. It's just assumed you're going to come back.
Yeah, so let me ask you this, because I feel like, and this is probably just because, you talk about 5 years ago and you think it was 2010 and 5 years ago was 2017 now. It feels like 5 to 10 years ago, an ACL was almost a death sentence. And modern medicine has improved significantly in that time frame to allow that rate to go up, even for ACL tears. Is that an accurate statement?
Yeah, I feel like that is accurate. And I think medical science is always improving, but I think it's more incremental than,
Yeah.
and the Achilles may end up being something like that. It's just and Cam Akers may be the first one. We just haven't seen it yet. And because we haven't seen it yet, usually I'm all about taking those kind of chances, but at a third round price, I'm not really willing to make that chance. Now, James Robinson, on the other hand, wherever he's going, double-digit rounds, that's a decent investment to make because you could get a pretty good return on that investment.
Yeah, for sure. So with ETN, from an NFL perspective, again, if I remember correctly, we've never seen someone as young as ETN and as young in their career as ETN and as talented as ETN have this Liz Frank injury and come back. Typically, what we've seen from prior research is if they're getting this Liz Frank injury, it's in the latter half of their career, and they never get back to what we are used to, but that I assume has usually been due to age, not the injury. Can you expound upon that for ETN and what you see his career going as?
Sure. I'll give you a name. So the guy maybe you haven't heard of, Le'Veon Bell. Remember him?
Yeah.
So he had a Liz Frank injury.
Okay.
Missed about 8 weeks very early in his career. And you remember ever hearing about that again?
Oh, actually, I don't.
There you go. I mean, he had other injuries and things like that, but he ended up being more than just fine. Like he was the number one running back in the NFL, or, he's a solid RB1 league winner for years before, he had his whole thing where he went to the Jets, where it seems like fantasy careers go to die, unfortunately. In many cases.
That.
What's that?
I said, don't tell Brees Hall managers that.
No, that's a whole different story. I'm hopeful on that, but it's still the Jets at the end. And I live in the New York metro area, so it's still the Jets after all.
Yeah, for sure. Cool. All right, who is next on this list? We already covered Cam Akers. Oh, this one's fun for me. Not really. It's Odell Beckham Jr. So tore his ACL in the Super Bowl. Do you expect Odell back this year at all?
Yeah, I think he can come back this year.
Okay.
I think it's going to be one of those deals where he signs on with a team where they're either making a run or they're on their way to the playoffs, and he could be one of those guys who, end of the regular season, actual NFL playoffs. I don't know if he's going to be somebody that you're going to want to draft and stash because you're probably going to be doing it for months. And then there's the whole ramp up and things like that. I think his real value is going to be to a team that's going to the actual NFL playoffs, and we might miss the window on that. Kind of like Derrick Henry last year when he came back from his broken foot. He came back and we kind of missed the window for the fantasy season, but he was relevant for the Tennessee Titans in the playoffs.
Yep. I was literally about to ask you, do you think he can come back to be fantasy relevant? And you just stole the words right out of my mouth.
Who, Odell Beckham or Derrick Henry?
Odell. I was going to ask because I feel like it is based off of recovery times and what we've talked about through this part of the Podathon. It's going to be really hard for him to come back at a fantasy relevant time and be productive like we've seen.
It's looking like he would be back around, November. And then there's the ramp up, which puts you into December, but he still could be out there, weeks 14, 15, 16. So fantasy playoffs, so you're telling me there's a chance.
Yeah.
So there's definitely a chance. And again, it comes back down to acquisition costs, not somebody that I think you want to take, especially if you don't have an IR spot and you can't stash them. But if you do, that could be one of those things where that risk pays off. Or, if you're a win now team in Dynasty and you have an IR spot, I don't think it would take that much to get Odell Beckham, and you just kind of stick him in the incubator and you wait a few months. And as we know, the landscape from now in August until October, November looks very different because guys get hurt, things change, and coaches get fired. Other players get hurt, and things look very different. And guys that we've never heard of before are significant fantasy contributors. So he could certainly fit the bill for that. It's just all about what's it going to cost you to get him and hold him, and then low risk, low reward. Low risk, high reward. But that's basically how I see it.
Gotcha. I like it. All right. I put these on there. They may not have been. Don't tell me that Christian Kirk just got injured. I made up a word.
I'll jump on the comment section after I'm done here, and I'll look it up and see what happened. I'll give you guys an update.
Cool. So the next two that I have on here we'll do as a pair as well.
Okay.
Because I don't remember if one of them actually was hurt last year or not, but we know that he's dealt with injuries in the past. And it's Cortland Sutton and Jerry Jeudy. I think these two are just very intriguing players to talk about in general, as who could end up being the wide receiver one for that team. Do you see their injury history playing a factor in that?
Honestly,
Man,
I don't.
I've been on fire with these questions.
Dude, you're killing it. You're killing it. I mean, I think you missed your true calling. Like this, you should do this every week. And no, I'm kidding. What do you got to be up 36 hours straight or something like that?
I'm only doing 15, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Only 15.
Only 15, right. So, yeah, it's a really, really good question with Jeudy and Sutton. The short answer is I don't think injuries are going to play a factor at all. And I'm going to bottom line it because I want as many pieces of this Denver offense as I can get.
Okay.
And there's this whole argument that's going around Twitter, and I think it's great. It's super exciting. Like, Judy's the number one. No, Sutton's the number one. No, I'm team Jeudy. I'm team Sutton. Here's the thing. Like, there's this idea that it needs to be binary. They both could be amazing. I mean, there were these two wide receivers in Seattle last time Russell Wilson was throwing the football around, Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf, not comparing them talent-wise to Jeudy and Sutton, but I remember both of them being pretty productive players and being very fantasy relevant. So I'll take as many shares of any of them as I can get because I think that offense is going to be explosive. And as your previous guests were talking about, those games every week are going to shoot out, and most likely. And it's going to be really exciting there. There's going to be a lot of points scored, and NFL points equals fantasy points. And I think both of them are going to be scoring a lot of them, especially now that Tim Patrick is out with an ACL.
Yeah. Well, and that kind of brings up I won't bring up Tim Patrick, but that also brings up the point, like, who ends up being the third target in this offense? Is it Albert O? Is it KJ Hamler? Is it Javon? Is it a combo of Javonte and Melgo? What do you think?
I think the answer is yes. Like, I think they're all going to eat. That's it. I think maybe you won't be able to predict what weeks it's going to happen.
Yeah.
But over time, other guys are going to get hurt and the field is going to get narrowed. But even in the beginning, I think any of those guys are more than worthwhile to have. And you could even look at it as like, hey, I'm throwing him out there. And, if the Broncos go out and score 48 points this week, I'm probably going to have a piece of it. And then as the field kind of thins out, I think the cream's going to rise to the top and we'll see who's kind of left standing. And whoever is, I think they're going to be very viable. Just think about what it would look like if everybody that's, either against Cortland Sutton or against Jerry Jeudy, what if one of those other guys gets hurt? Then all of a sudden, I think you can make an argument that the other guy becomes a wide receiver one on the weeks that the other guy is out, or at least borderline wide receiver one. That's tremendous upside. And I think you're dealing with that with a lot of pieces of this offense. If Melvin Gordon gets hurt, what does Javonte Williams become? If Javonte Williams gets hurt, does Melvin Gordon become a plug and play RB1? I think you can make that argument.
Yeah, for sure. All right. We already talked about next guy, which is Cam Akers. I want to talk about his quarterback, though, who has popped up on the Twitter sphere and whatnot over the last couple of days. Matt Stafford. It seems like he has, I think they called it thrower's elbow.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what that is? And then obviously with Stafford being a quarterback, that it kind of makes sense why it's affecting him.
Yeah.
But could you talk about the long-term effects that may have as well?
Yeah. So just really quickly, what it sounds like he's dealing with is tendonitis in his elbow. So inflammation in his elbow. And it's probably brought about because of repetitive motion, throwing the ball, things like that. For the most part, that wouldn't really give me that much trepidation because he's a quarterback. He's been in the league for God knows how long. What is it, 14, 15 years at this point? He's 34 years old. And they're managing his practice reps. I don't think he needs to be out there throwing the ball 150 times. He's not a rookie trying to learn the offense. They won the Super Bowl last year. It's not like they changed coaches. Like, he knows what to do. Like, he's a veteran. So that part didn't really scare me. It's like his elbow is sore. It's inflamed. They're managing his reps. They're not making him go out there and throw 150 times a day plus or whatever. That all seems fine. Unfortunately, because there's not a whole lot else going on, when they see him not practicing, they ask the coach a million questions about it. And now he's got to answer them. And then you take some of those sound bites out of context and it sounds really bad. Okay, so put a pin in that thought. And here's the thing that gave me a little bit of concern. The fact that they said that it's related to a similar injury that pitchers get, like baseball pitchers.
Yeah, that's concerning.
That's concerning because usually, and for those of us that play fantasy baseball, if you hear tendonitis in the elbow, then you have to worry about injury to the ligaments, like the ulnar collateral ligament, which means Tommy John surgery and stuff like that. And it wasn't too dissimilar. If you remember Dak Prescott from last year, he had a shoulder thing, came into camp, started throwing and hurt his shoulder, strained his shoulder, and they shut him down. And that was fine. It's like, okay, that makes sense. You know, he's out there, he's throwing the ball. He pushed it a little too hard. We've all done it, you know, at going out there and lifting too hard, or, you know, you go out and run around for a while after you've been dormant all winter and you're like, oh, I overdid it. The next day I'm sore. I need to rest for a few days.
Yeah.
Fine. Then they got the Texas Rangers involved because they said that the injury to his shoulder was similar to what they see with pitchers. And then I got nervous. But that story had a happy ending. It was something where Dak Prescott talked about a lot. Dak Prescott's stock dropped a little bit in the beginning of the season. And then once the game started, nobody cared about it.
Yeah, threw for 450 yards in week one.
Yeah. I mean, and then it was like, what? His shoulder, who cares? Like, he's fine.
Yeah.
I'm hopeful that with Matthew Stafford, that's the same thing. And he comes out and he is amazing. And he's a tough guy. Like, he's played through injuries before. I hope that's what it is. But the thing that is still gnawing in the back of my mind that this could be something is the fact that they said this is what pitchers get. And when pitchers get tendonitis, it could be bad. But the other thing is treatment for tendonitis is rest. You know, it's like the stuff you learn about in first aid, you know, rest, ice, compression, elevation, all that stuff. It's just, he just needs to rest it. Tendonitis and inflammation in the elbow, it just needs rest. So if they rest him, I'm actually kind of happy about that. I drafted him in the Scott Fishbowl in the second round. Don't let him play the preseason. I don't want him to get hurt. I don't want somebody to go Trent Green on him, you know, like, let him rest. Let him rest for a month, put him on ice, and then bring him out for week one. And hopefully he throws 5 touchdowns.
Yeah. Okay. So that so far wraps up the players that I had on the list. If there's anybody else that I forgot about, we can talk about them later. But now I've got a general question for you.
Okay.
About the preseason. Does skipping the preseason help increase the longevity of players for football in general, but for fantasy football as well?
I think if you're not a rookie, the preseason is almost completely useless.
Okay.
Like, it's just going to get you hurt, basically. It's just more opportunities for you to get into low speed car crashes that don't count, basically.
Yeah.
If you're a rookie, I think the preseason is valuable because you get game experience, and that might actually decrease your chances of getting hurt because you know where you're supposed to be, you know where guys are coming from, you know where you're not supposed to be, and you get a sense for, you know, the speed of the NFL, which is different from the college game. And what all the rookies say when they get to the NFL, it's like the game moves so fast.
So fast, yeah.
Yeah. So getting that experience and being like, oh, okay, like these guys are bigger, stronger, and they're moving faster, and I don't want to be here. I know when to go away from contact. I know what the difference is between being open and being not open in college versus open in the NFL is very different. So that experience, I think, is really helpful. If you're a veteran and you miss the preseason, I don't care. I'm actually happy. Unless you have a new coach and you're incorporating a new offense or you're on a new team. If it's a guy who's a holdover and everything else is the same, please sit out the preseason. Do me a favor. I don't want to have to worry about you. I don't want to worry about you getting hurt. I don't want you to go J.K. Dobbins on me last year. I don't want you to go Gus Edwards, blow out your knee, like,
and then the third string running back,
right? So,
and then the rest of the team.
Preseason is important to real football to know how depth shakes out. Yeah, absolutely. To real football, it's really important. But for fantasy football players, put my guys on ice. I don't want them to play.
I love it. So that's actually, I thought of two more players. Lamar Jackson dealt with the litany of smaller injuries. Are we concerned at all for his outcomes for 2022, or is it wheels up for Lamar?
Lamar to the moon, baby.
All right. I like it. And then the other one was Derrick Henry. He's at or approaching the age cliff for running backs. I think he's an alien and not going to be affected by that as much as other players have been. But we did see him take a couple more injuries than he normally does last year. Where do you see Henry finishing this year? And do we see him maybe getting rest and having a backup play more? Or is it Derrick Henry running through people and just stiff-arming their faces off?
I think you said it. I mean, he's kind of an alien. So it's like if anybody can do it, he can do it.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the way that I look at it is, and again, it comes down to acquisition costs and redraft at the end of the first round. I'm probably going in a different direction, especially if one of those elite wide receivers is still available.
Mm-hmm.
But I have no hesitation in taking him there if everybody else is gone, because we've seen what his upside is, because we see how tremendous he can be. And honestly, if he gets hurt, he gets hurt. But I'm not shying away from him to go with somebody else who, quote unquote, isn't hurt yet, who could just as easily get hurt and not pay off like Derrick Henry could. And he's a freak. The guy's a freak. So it's like when it comes to physical talents, if you're going to bet on physical talents, he'd be really close to the top of the list of guys that I would bet on their physical talent.
Yeah. Ooh, Scott Cobe just jumped in with a great question. And I want to throw it to you. What is one injured player that you are most concerned about coming back this year?
I think we talked about him already. I think it's Cam Akers.
Okay.
I think it's because we've never seen him, any player, come back and be elite or near it after an Achilles injury, and he hasn't done that yet. And the price of acquisition is still really high from a fantasy football perspective. So that's my guy. There's a lot of factors that are going against it, and it's like, what's the saying? It's like, I'm rooting for you, but I'm not counting on you. And that's kind of the way that I see it. I hope I'm wrong. I hope he, is an RB1 and he wins the MVP award.
For sure.
But I'm not going to bet on it, at least when it comes to my fantasy teams.
Okay. Derek brings up a good point. King Henry didn't see the early NFL mileage early on in his NFL career. And I do think that plays a lot into why he's been able to survive so long compared to others. I'm going to throw it back on you, though. Someone who lasted, I think, until last year, even, Adrian Peterson. Why is someone like Adrian Peterson or even Frank Gore able to last so long in the NFL, where now we see guys at their position falling off after a certain number of years?
It's a really good question. I think one of the things that's interesting about Adrian Peterson towards the end of his career is, I always said he's a cyborg. Like I'm not, until I see the studies, I'm not convinced that he wasn't manufactured in a lab somewhere. He is absolutely amazing. Like what he was able to come back from.
He's not a player, but I feel like Nick Saban is going to continue coaching, and as he gets older, he's just going to be replaced with metal parts.
Yeah.
So it's basically just his brain continuing to coach, but he's just going to be a robot by the time he's done, because he just wants to keep coaching and just keeps getting replaced.
He's going to be like a robotic body, and 20 years from now, it'll be Nick Saban's head in a jar. Like he's still coaching. I could totally see that. Like Adrian Peterson, like he is a freak. Like, and Derrick Henry, kind of the same thing. Like he's a freak. Frank Gore is amazing. I mean, the guy is just, his longevity as far as like being in the league and being able to hang out. And now I think he's boxing now. Like he's just, You know, he reminds me of like Herschel Walker from back in the day, like, or Bo Jackson, like these guys that are just like tremendous athletes, and whatever they try, they just are, you know, they have
Good at
amazing genetics and they have amazing physical talents, and it just is transcendent of anything that we've seen. So some of those guys are out there, and Derrick Henry might be another one. So if he is, then I think he's going to have a really good year.
Yeah. All right. Guest that I believe is coming on later, if I remember right, based off of the handle. Lots of RBs people are hoping will bounce back this year. CMC, Barkley, Swift, Henry, Dobbins, Akers. What are the odds 2 to 3 of them have an RB1 season? I would say off of that list, what is that? 6 people? I'd say 50%.
Yeah, maybe even higher than that. I like all those guys on that list, with the exception of Akers for the reasons that I just talked about. I really like all those guys on that list. I think they could all end up having RB1 seasons, to be honest.
Yeah, I really do too. And ETN isn't in that list, but I think he could too.
Absolutely.
I think we've talked about it. I'm all in on ETN. It sounds like you are too, especially with like we've talked about, his draft acquisition cost is cheap enough that it's totally worth drafting him.
Without question.
So, we haven't talked about Dobbins or Gus Edwards for that matter.
We kind of alluded to them, but we can definitely talk about them.
Now that they're here in the chat, like let's perfect. Scott asked, how worried are you about J.K. Dobbins? We'll go with that, and then we'll talk about Gus Edwards too.
Okay. J.K. Dobbins, I know he's going for testing today, so it'll be really interesting to see what that looks like. I love what he's been putting out on Twitter as far as, he's like, I'm ready, I'm hungry, like I'm out there. From a medical perspective.
Was it Ian Rappaport? I think it was Ian Rappaport tweeted something that he was like, that Dobbins might not be ready for week 1.
And he lost his mind.
He just quote tweeted and said, I'm ready, shut up, or something like that. And I was like,
exactly.
Yes, give me more.
Inject that directly into my veins. That was amazing. So that's the stuff that I like to hear just from the player himself. Speaking of his injury time, he got hurt in the preseason. His surgery was in September. He's going to be about a year out by the time the season rolls around. I think that's more than enough time for him to ramp up and be ready to go. I think there's a decent chance we actually could see him week 1. Everything is pointing in that direction. So if I was going to gamble, he'd be a decent gamble. I don't know exactly where he's going at this point, but I feel like all the things that we loved about him last year are still in play. And I'm still looking for that season again from Lamar Jackson. Like he's one of those guys that has the potential where he could break football any year that he decides to, and have that ridiculous MVP season, like the Cam Newton from a few years ago. What was it, 2015, where he broke football? It's like Lamar Jackson, that's always in his range of outcomes. And if J.K. Dobbins is going to be a part of that, while that offense is in the middle of just running and Lamar Jackson's doing his thing, he's really exciting to me. The thing with Gus Edwards, even though he hurt his ACL a couple of weeks later, it sounds like his recovery hasn't been as uneventful. So I'm a little more concerned about him, making it back and not ending up on the PUP. But the thing with Gus Edwards is he's going to have standalone value whenever he makes it back on the field. And same deal. If J.K. Dobbins gets hurt at some point during the year, where do you put Gus Edwards? I'll ask you that. Where does Gus Edwards, assuming he's healthy and he's back out there, what would you rank him on a weekly basis if he's the leader of that backfield?
That's a great question. I don't know where I have him in my dynasty rankings, and I haven't actually done redraft, but give me just a second. I've got an idea in my head, but I don't want to. So for dynasty, I've got him down at RB 54, but let's look up Dobbins.
So while you're thinking about that, I'll give you a couple of other guys on the same vein, because this is what I do. It's like when you look at rankings, it's like, rankings are great for a year, for multiple years, but when you start the season, it's week to week. So who are the guys that are behind guys that if they get hurt for 2 weeks, 4 weeks, which is not uncommon in the NFL, right? Guys go out for a couple of weeks and we don't even think about it. But for that pocket of time, these guys could be really valuable. They got standalone value. So Darrell Henderson, we mentioned Cam Akers. Let's say Cam Akers can't do it or he gets hurt. Darrell Henderson essentially becomes an RB1 or a high RB2. Khalil Herbert, same thing with David Montgomery. He's going to be involved. He's going to have what the heck flex appeal every week.
Yeah.
Monty's out. We've already seen what Khalil Herbert can do. Both of those guys are going in the double-digit rounds in redraft. They're, not really highly regarded in Dynasty. And then at wide receiver, we talked about KJ Hamler. Two other guys on really high-powered offenses who are now the number 3s who have flex value on any given week, and they can pop on any given week. But if the two studs above them get hurt, they could be really valuable. Tyler Boyd on Cincinnati, another double-digit wide receiver, and Josh Palmer, same deal.
Yeah.
Something happens to Mike Williams, something happens to Keenan Allen. Both of those guys have got hurt before, and he becomes the number 2. Oh man, could that get good or what?
Yeah, absolutely. So I've got Dobbins around 25 in Dynasty because I factor in points per game, and obviously his were 0 last year. If we bumped that up, I feel like it'd probably be in that 13 to 16 range, and I feel like from a week-to-week basis, I could see Gus Edwards being there if Dobbins were to go down.
Yeah, so
because
like a high RB2.
Yeah, well, and I the thing with Edwards is every year that he's been healthy in the league, he's gotten about 140 carries. Ooh, Scott brings up KJ Osborne as well.
That's a great call. Same deal. I think he could same deal. Like he could be valuable, and it's like we want the best for Justin Jefferson. We know Adam Thielen can score touchdowns. Adam Thielen never gets hurt, right? Right. I think KJ Osborne is a great call. Like he could really be, transcendent in that offense.
Yeah. So, hi Kelly. That's one of my new coworkers. She's hopping on with us. So hopefully she's gotten some value out of this since she is new to fantasy football.
All right.
But yeah, I like to your point. If it was 2019 that Lamar won MVP, right?
2018, 2019, something like that.
So, and then I think in Dobbins' rookie year, that was 2020. They ran the ball 550 times.
Yeah, just a ridiculous amount.
So I think what we can see with whoever the leading running back in that is, as long as they're not someone off the street, is 200 carries is the lead back.
Yeah.
If not more. And so that right there is plenty of volume from a fantasy perspective to succeed. So if it's Dobbins, I can't wait for it to be Dobbins. But if Dobbins goes down again and Edwards is getting that plus, let's say another 40 carries for what his role normally would have been, he's going to be great for fantasy. So
I love it.
All right. Our next guest, one of the other top 3 Shanes on Twitter is here, Mr. Shane P. Hallam. Shane, how you doing?
I'm good, man. Thanks for having me. Thanks for doing this. Just excited. Just got to make my first pick, so it's been fun.
Nice. Who'd you take?
I took Jamar Chase at the 108. So
okay,
I'm with you and
took him at the 102.
Yeah. So hey, look, I'll take that point bonus as everyone takes quarterbacks, and I'll look back and regret it later when I have no quarterbacks.
Yeah, you and me both. So James, to kind of give you context on why, I don't know if you had seen it, but I took Jamar Chase at the 102 because the scoring settings for Poly's playoff is tiered PPR by distance. And so someone like Jamar Chase, who has the ability to blow up whenever with a long bomb and is as talented as Chase, I wanted to do something a little different and decided to go Chase this year. So
I love it. Well, what do they always say? Like, we talk about it a lot, but it's like, go with your gut, get your guy. Sometimes you can't quantify it, but it's just like, this is what I want to do.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes it's tough when you're looking at those rank sheets and you're like, all right, where is this guy? It's like, oh, is this other guy's ahead of him? But I really want this other guy. So I commend you for that, sir. And I wish you luck with it. And I mean, obviously, if you're going to go with a guy, Jamar Chase is a great guy to go with. So you gotta feel good about that.
For sure. James, I've taken up more of your time than you had signed up for. So if you would like to go feel free to. If you would like to stay, also feel free to, because me and Shane are going to talk Devy players and rookies for this year, and maybe some college football too.
Okay. Well, I don't know anything about college football, and I certainly don't know anything about Devy. So I'm gonna go, but I'm gonna watch and maybe learn something.
Awesome.
But
Appreciate it.
I will take the opportunity to say thank you for having me on. This
Thanks
is
for coming on.
a great cause, and I want to give another gift to you. I have a book out. There's a link on my Twitter page at TFSDoc. It's about injury analysis for fantasy football, baseball, basketball, whatever you play. The name of the book is Injuries Suck, but Your Fantasy Team Doesn't Have to.
Yes.
Again, there's a link on my Twitter page. It's available on Amazon for purchase. I think it's something that really will help you out, not just this year, but every year that you play fantasy sports. And this month, 25% of all of the proceeds I'm going to donate to the Alzheimer's cause. So I already made a donation, but I will make another donation with all the proceeds from that. 25% of the proceeds will go to you guys to help support this cause. It's a great cause, and I'm just really happy to be able to do that for you.
Awesome. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you guys have a good one. Enjoy the Devy talk. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
Be well, guys.
See you. What? Oh my gosh, you're so pretty. Do you want to show people?
Yeah, look, we got to see it.
Look, she's so pretty with her headband.
Look at that. Got the headband going. I that's usually what I wear too. So it's it looks good.
Hey, do you know what his name is? What? It's Shane.
Yeah. Look, there's more shades out there. We're filling it up.
That's awesome.
How's that happen?
I don't know. I have to ask, do you always get the Shane, don't go, Shane?
Oh, yeah. Especially when I was younger, I had older teachers and stuff. That is half the namesake of me. My dad loved that movie, so that's why I'm named Shane.
Nice.
So
very cool. All right, man. You ready to jump in?
Yeah. Let's do it, man.
Cool.
You've been killing it so far. So
thank you. You've been active in the comments. I really appreciate that.
Yeah. It's been good. It's been good so far. So I've enjoyed it.
So you focus a lot on Devy. If I remember correctly, you are one of the co-hosts of the Devy Marketplace with my good buddy Kane. I do love me some Kane. And so I kind of wanted to dive into your extensive knowledge of Devy and rookies, and we're going to have Kevin Coleman on the boys_22 as well on later to talk Devy. So really want to dive into the rookies with you. What happened this year in the NFL draft with the quarterbacks specifically?
Look, it was a bad year for quarterbacks. It's something that I kind of preached for a while. I didn't expect it to be as disastrous as it was, perhaps. Yeah. But we all of us, especially in the fantasy community, we were trying to hype up these quarterbacks, right? And I think draft community did too. You expect quarterbacks to go high. We knew a lot of teams needed them, but guess what? If the quarterbacks aren't good, like if players not good, teams aren't going to draft the player. That's as simple as what it is. And I don't think any of these quarterbacks were good. Like that, none of them were great. None of them they all had glaring flaws. And I think, even had Pittsburgh not taken Kenny Pickett, like I think it would have went in the first round, but I think it may have been a bigger fall toward the end of the first. So I think that's the thing is, we, myself included, like fantasy definitely colors how I look at things. But I looked at Malik Willis and said, wow, here's a guy that can run. He could put up a ton of yards on the ground. Like he'd be great for fantasy. And rookie drafts before the NFL draft, I was taking him pretty early. And but he wasn't a good passer. Like he played for Liberty. There are things that like, hey, that's what happened. So I think it's something to learn from about the NFL draft and about rookies. Like if players not good, the NFL is not going to draft them just because the position's scarce in the draft.
Yeah, for sure. Following up to that, do you see any of these guys after Pickett being starters this year and then long term? And I don't even know if Pickett I would consider long-term, but I think he has to start this year.
Oh, I don't think any of the rookies start this year.
Okay.
Even Pickett. I think actually Pickett might have less of a chance than
Really?
Desmond Ridder. Yeah, I mean, I'm here in Pittsburgh,
Okay.
and they are stingy. You know, they're like
Yeah.
they don't care what the fans think. The fans are gonna be yelling. You know, Mitch Trubisky's first pass in camp, a fan yelled, "Put in Pickett." You know, like
I saw that.
it doesn't matter. You know, it doesn't matter. Like they're not gonna do it. I think Pickett's gonna be third on the depth chart for a while. As well. But outside of that, no, I really don't see it. I mean, Malik Willis isn't going to start, right? Like we know that. You know, Carolina Matt Corral's not. You know, you being there, like he's going to be third at this point. And you know, I think Desmond Ridder is the one guy with a shot, but I think Marcus Mariota is better than people give him credit for and think.
I agree.
And they're going to throw a lot. He'll probably be fine. I don't think they plan on being that good, to be honest with you. So
No.
like, why do it? So I don't think we're going to see these rookies this year. What I think that sets up for is next year they could become values, especially in Dynasty, when you're like, oh, well, they didn't get in, or you know, they didn't have this rookie breakout or whatever. But if they get a chance, Ridder, Pickett, maybe even Willis gets a chance year 2 or year 3, then I think there could end up being some value there.
Yeah. My concern with Ridder specifically is what you just said. Atlanta is not going to be good this year. So I think I agree with you outside of Pickett, and I'm hoping you're right on Pickett because I'm lower on Pickett than most. I think Ritter's got, and I'm sorry if you're a Steelers fan too.
I am, but that's fine. That's fine. I wouldn't have taken him, so
yeah. So, but my thing with Ridder is they're going to be bad. And I think at some point they have to start Ridder to see what he's like in game versus just seeing what he's been like in practice. And the reason I think they have to do that is they've got to know going into the 2023 draft what their quarterback situation is. Because if it's not good enough, then if they're not one of the top 2 picks, I'm assuming, then they're going to have to move up to try and get Bryce Young or CJ Stroud. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think it's a good point that they're going to want to know if he's the guy. And my thing is, too, back to your first question, the fact that they took, you know, Willis and Ridder fell to the 3rd round, 4th round, I think that's important because that says we're not tied to this guy, right? If the Falcons traded back into the 1st and took Desmond Ridder, we have a different conversation. They're stuck with him. And so I think what you said is correct. If they have 3-4 wins heading into, week 15, like why not put him in and see what he's going to do? And I think both ways, if they are one of the worst teams and you feel good with Ridder, you're going to get a haul for the number 1 pick or the number 2 pick. Because I think, there are 4 teams with 2 first-round picks in 2023, and all of them could be looking for a quarterback. Houston, Seattle, Detroit, Philadelphia. They're all going to want to move up. So that would be an ideal situation. Or if you figure out, okay, we're picking at 2 and we want Bryce Young, then I think, you have to pull that trigger, and Ritter's not going to stop you from doing that. So yeah, that's why I kind of think he's the one where the other teams are going to be good, or at least good enough so they don't have to play the rookie.
Yeah, no, I agree there. We've got a question in the chat from good old Scott Cobe. Who do you think is the best rookie quarterback drafted this year? And then I'll throw it to you for 2023 as well.
Yeah, so it's your boy in Carolina. I had Matt Corral as my number 1 quarterback in this class. I'll still maintain that I think he has the potential to be the best quarterback. I think he has that nice blend of upside with a good floor, the quick release, the movement ability in the pocket. I think there's a lot to like. Is he consistent? Is there maybe some off the field concerns? Like, absolutely. But I'd take that over. Like, I think Kenny Pickett is going to be fine. I think he's going to be fine. He's going to be good. He's not going to be awful. He's not going to be great. And
let me ask you this.
Yeah.
This has been my thought on Pickett. I feel like he's already at his ceiling. I don't think there's much room for improvement over where he's at now.
Right. I think that's the issue is what you're getting with him. Like you said, like he's not going to become Justin Herbert, where we didn't really know what Justin Herbert was because they didn't use him that much. Like Kenny Pickett was that offense.
Yeah.
We know he's going to throw it on the run. We know he can win games in tough situations, but is he ever going to be Joe Burrow? Like, he's never going to take over a game for you. And I don't think it's what the Steelers wanted. So, that's the case. But that's why I would not say he's the best rookie quarterback, despite being drafted, the only one drafted in the first round. I want someone that has that ability to grow, where I think all these other quarterbacks do. And I like Corral. And honestly, 2023 isn't that close for me of who the number one quarterback is. I think it's CJ Stroud from Ohio State pretty easily. Like Bryce Young's really good for Alabama. And at this point, they are 1-2, but I can't remember the exact year, but I looked up the last time that we've had the top 2 quarterbacks going into the season, the college season, end up being the top 2 drafted. And it's been about 20 years.
Wow.
Since that's happened. So there's a good chance one of these 2 guys are not going to be a top 2 quarterback drafted. And I mean,
look at last year, for example. Howell and what's his name?
Spencer Rattler.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. And that's actually who I wanted to talk about next from a rookie standpoint this year is Sam Howell. Before I do that, do want to remind people the point of today is to raise money for the Alzheimer's Association. I'll throw the link here in the comments in just a second. Our goal is to raise, I don't even remember. I'll just tell you my goal. My goal is to get to $1,000 from me personally on our team. Our team goal is $10,000. But then we can also get to $5,000 raised if we raise another $700 today. So that's our goal for today, people. $700 more dollars. Link is there. It's in the comments on YouTube. If you need it, just DM me and I'll shoot that over to you. So Shane, I want to talk about Sam Howell now.
Yeah.
I've seen some bad reports about Carson Wentz from football team camp. I had Howell as QB1 pre-draft and kept him there pretty much for a while, and then draft capital just shot that in the face. What do you think about Howell, and do you think he's got any chance at starting this year?
I would be surprised, like you said, just from a draft capital perspective, but we've seen it happen where a player's been that good. Now, I think Wentz has been bad. I don't think Howell's necessarily stepped in there and been like, whoa, this guy's legitimate. His big issue is he got worse every year in college, and that's like the opposite of what you want, right? And I think a lot of us hung on to that freshman year, myself included, like, okay, I saw something as an 18-year-old doing what he did in the ACC. Like, that has to translate. Yeah. So I think it's a shot when you have a player who's tough, who, this past season, right, he lost Javonte Williams, he lost Michael Carter, he lost his top 2 receivers, he lost everything.
Yep.
And he was running, he was toughing it out, he was taking shots, like he was trying to win games. I think that mentality will translate to NFL coaches. I think they'll like that. So I don't think it's a 0% chance that he starts or plays a game. If Washington's awful, like we talked about with Atlanta, then, why not throw him in and see what you have? And if he flashes enough, I think that leadership and toughness can go for. I think he probably sticks around a while in the NFL as a backup. And that's probably the upside that we see. But I still like him.
Yeah, cool. All right, let's talk rookie running backs. How do you feel about Breece Hall?
I'm fine. Like, I think he's fine. Like, he's my number one running back. I didn't think this running back class was great at the top. Like I did not think that any of these guys kind of matched Najee Harris or Travis Etienne in terms of my grade. And so I think Breece Hall can, be a good player. Like, I think he's going to score touchdowns. He has good vision. I think the line in New York's pretty good. But he is on the Jets. They do have a lot of offensive options now. Like, there's a lot of ways the ball can go. Michael Carter's not going away. He's not disappearing. So especially for redraft, I think he's going a little high for me.
Yes.
I think the upside's there, sure, if he's phenomenal, but it's going a little bit high for me. And then even in Dynasty, I mean, there's just the insane, you got to spend a premium pick to take a guy that's never taken a snap. And like I said, I'd rather take Travis Etienne 2 rounds later in a Dynasty startup and that's fine with me. So I think Breece Hall's fine, but I almost would rather spend on cheaper rookie running backs that I think have similar upside ultimately.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Who are some values at the running back position from a rookie standpoint this year for you?
Look, I'll tell you the guy that I think is the biggest value, because he's barely being drafted in some instances, but I think Brian Robinson, running back from Alabama, going to Washington, is really interesting. I think since Nick Saban took over at Alabama, every running back that's been drafted from there in the top 100 has had 1,000-yard season at some point in their NFL career. So Brian Robinson's not special. He's not great, but like he's that David Montgomery, like just somehow keeps getting 100 yards and a touchdown every week. I like Antonio Gibson. I think he's still good, but if he gets hurt, I think Brian Robinson, more than almost any other rookie, value goes through the roof. I think that's like a handcuff that you take that is cheaper than even a lot of the better handcuffs. So I really like him. And who else I've been drafting? I mean, I've still been drafting Rachaad White in Tampa. Okay. I know it's become his ADP's rising in redraft leagues because of, I don't know, Fournette being fat, I guess, whatever that was. But White was he was on an awful team, one of the worst offensive lines in the Power 5 in Arizona State, and made things on the outside happen, caught the football. I think as a blocker, he's not awful. He's not a terrible blocker. So, I'm still, if it gets more expensive, maybe not, but at cost right now, I think Rachaad White's a guy I've been taking a bit. Okay.
What do you see his dynasty outlook as being? Do you see him taking over after this year or not at all?
So I think he has a shot to do so. I think Rachaad White could become kind of Austin Eckler-ish. Now that's high. That's high praise, right? That's like ceiling there. But I think that kind of so it's a smaller running back, can catch the football, but has shown he's tough enough to handle a decent sized carry load in college, and his vision improved throughout the couple years in college that he was at Arizona State. So I think he could have some of that inside outside ability. So that's why I do like taking that shot in Dynasty over, say, James Cook, who I think's never going to be a lead back, right? So I'd rather Rachaad White cheaper than James Cook, and Buffalo more expensive.
Yep. I completely agree with that. So, shout out to Rick Butts over at Roto Heat. I did a quick video with him, and my hot take for the year is that, and we'll see what you think about this. You're probably going to laugh at me, so I'm going to wait for you to finish drinking your coffee. Kyron Williams will outscore James Cook this year. Is my hot take. Yeah.
Wow. I will. I don't know if Kyron Williams sees the field, so that might be a little tough. But he's still hurt, so I don't know if Kyron Williams is going to get out there. But you know what? Like, if there's a team that'll play like every running back on the roster, it's the Rams. So I think we've seen that before. So I get like I was there with Kyron Williams too, until the abysmal workouts were just so bad at his size. You couldn't.
For me, and maybe you can help me with my whole evaluation process here. For me, and we got a special guest, Mr. Adam Murfitt.
Hi, team. Sorry, mate.
That's all right. God, your beautiful British accent. So, we were talking rookie running backs, Murph, and so my point with Kyron are kind of talking about the awful workouts is that it just lowered the ceiling for me. I still think the talent is there, and I think ultimately what will get him on the field is he excels at pass blocking, and that to me is a skill that you can teach, but if someone's already good at it, like coaches don't have to worry about them. They don't have to worry about them being on the field. Don't have to worry about them making the wrong move and whatnot. And so I'm hoping that is a way for Kyron Williams to have a path forward to playing time, which equals fantasy relevance.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that's a possibility.
It's one of those really interesting points.
No, go for it.
I was going to say, sorry, I'm on a bit of a lag. It's one of those really interesting points with pass protection, right? I remember a couple of years ago, Keyshawn Vaughn came out, was drafted for the Bucs. It was all about excellent pass blockers, exactly what the Buccaneers need with that offensive line. It's what Brady wants. It's not, people hang on to this whole pass blocking aspect as like a thin thread of, well, this is what NFL teams really value in players. And every time I've ever heard anybody say to me, this guy's a good run pass blocker, it doesn't correlate to fantasy opportunity or touches in their rookie year. It just doesn't. The only thing it does is when they do get an opportunity, it keeps them on the field, because you have people like Ronald Jones, for example, and I use Tampa a lot because they're the team I know inside out, who can't pass block, and then that gets him booted off the field. So you end up like people saying, oh, well, he's a good pass blocker, therefore he's going to get opportunity. That's not necessarily the case. And then if it does come on, he's going on to fill a specific role, which is to pass block, which is he's not going to get the ball. So for fantasy football, I think we evaluate talent, especially rookie talent, because we've got all this off season. I think we really obsess with this, what I call sort of like 4th, 5th tier talent of, well, these are guys we're taking in 3rd to 5th round of dynasty drafts, and these are guys we're just trying to pick something out and hope they go somewhere. But we've got to remember that 90% of these guys will not be fantasy relevant. Kyron Williams has a great opportunity because, let's be honest, Austin Eckler has been hurt, and they do use that role, and there isn't a clear-cut number 2. That's the reason why Kyron Williams has a shot. And workouts are workouts. At the end of the day, they are what they are. If they're not performing great now, it's not great, but it's about what he does in preseason. Really, we can only start to get a picture for what these players are going to do in a week or so's time when we see that first week of preseason. And if Kyron Williams goes on the field and he breaks an 80-yard run, that's going to be more significant than anything he does in workouts, and all that workout stuff will be forgotten. We over-evaluate everything at this stage. Go look at what Jamar Chase, this time last year, he was struggling to catch a ball because he didn't have stripes on him, and he went and set all sorts of receiving rookie records. It's all noise at this stage. The time to evaluate these rookies, especially these lower tier ones, is preseason game 1. That's the one that really, really matters, because that's the one where these guys are going to be playing for their roster spots and their roles. And if you don't see Kyron Williams do anything significant in preseason game 1, that's when I'm worried. That's when I'm like,
well, he's not going to play. He's on the PUP list, so he's not playing for another week or 2. So I think that's going to be a problem.
That's also a really good point. I forgot he was on the PUP. There's so many players on the PUP now. I feel like the PUP team can really sort of challenge for a Super Bowl this year.
Yeah, right.
There's outstanding talent on PUP this year. I feel like they really recruited well this offseason.
Yeah. Recruited everybody, it feels like.
It's like sleeper every day. It's like, oh, this person's on the PUP. I feel like the running back position's really strong on PUP this year.
So, all right, Shane and Adam, question for you about the rookies this year. Wide receiver seemed to be the strongest fantasy relevant position. Who's your wide receiver 1? And what round are you taking them in redraft?
So I think for this year, to me, it's got to be Drake London. Like he's been a monster. He was the first receiver drafted. We talked about Mariota not being as bad as I think a lot of people think he is, and their defense is not good. They're gonna have to throw the football, and they really have two targets. Like they have two guys that they're gonna throw the football to, and that's Kyle Pitts and Drake London. So I think Treylon Burks is close for me, but I think Drake London just has that upside, with the size, with the separation ability. I think there's a lot more there for redraft purposes. I've definitely been taking him over these other guys, but they're all kind of bunched to me. Like, I don't worry if I could get him or Burks or probably Chris Olave, probably the three that I'm comfortable taking decently early.
Okay. What about you, Murph?
Exactly the same. I think Drake London, just for the opportunity factor alone, is going to be worth a really good punt there at ADP. And I think Treylon Burks, for the price you're getting him at ADP, you got to remember that effectively they're all their targets, with the exception of Nick Westbrook-Ikhine, or pretty much all their targets are vacated from last season. So yes, you've got Robert Woods that's come in, and I'm a massive Robert Woods fan, and I think Robert Woods is going to garner a fair amount of targets. But I think, it's all set up for Burks to really have a go. And I'm not saying, he's absolutely nailed on for 150 targets, but he absolutely can go out there and earn that workload. And Drake London, again, there's just no one else to throw the ball to. I mean, who else is going to get the ball? Kyle Pitts, Cordell
pretty
Patterson,
much.
So it's not good. I tell you who I really like at ADP though is Garrett Wilson. I really feel that Zach Wilson, they played with him with training wheels on last year. They really restricted what he can do. They weren't playing to his strengths. I think they just said, look, don't get hurt, get a feel for it. We don't care about the results. It's all about just building a bit of momentum. And we saw minute little flashes of his game. But if you looked at all the major elements of his game, his ADOT, his where he was making those throws, if you look at his next gen stats, if you look at his time to throw, you look at all of those elements, they were all severely hampered in a way that's just not what Zach Wilson's game is. And I feel like we haven't even seen Zach Wilson at the pro level, because I think it was just make your throws, safety first, don't turn the ball over. And I think they really schemed almost like an idiot's guide to playing quarterback for him last year. And who knows if that's smart, if it's not smart, I don't know. I kind of like to feel like that's fine for half a season, but I think at some point you've just got to let him go and go, let's see what we've got here. And what I'd want to see is Zach Wilson at BYU. Can we see him really do those things? We know he's got a good arm. We know he's an accurate player when he's got time on the ball, but we know he's mobile. Are they going to allow him? Are they going to scheme to his strengths? Or are we going to continue to see the square peg round hole aspect? I think we're going to see him unleash. And I think the fact they've given him weapons, I think Garrett Wilson at his ADP compared to the rest of the rookies, because you're talking about Chris Olave, we don't know what that Saints offense iteration looks like. We're looking at Jameson Williams. Jameson Williams is still going above Garrett Wilson at ADP. And he's on the pup. Yeah, it's still, if you look at some of the ADP sites, it's not all of them. Sleeper does have Garrett Wilson over Jameson Williams, but MFL, their ADP from a few weeks ago still had Garrett Wilson going after Jameson Williams, which I find boggling, considering Jameson Williams is going to miss half a season, maybe more. We don't really know what we're going to see from Jameson Williams. So I just think, for me, Garrett Wilson's ADP is so much lower, and I think because people have been burned by Jets receivers so frequently, I can kind of see the logic. But I just think for me, Garrett Wilson is so cheap at ADP. I look at players that you can get around that range and think there isn't anyone else I'd want at ADP over someone like him, because he has his range of outcomes is the largest of anyone in the double-digit rounds in redraft, because he could be a top 24 wide receiver and it wouldn't shock anyone. It wouldn't shock anyone, really. Like, we're talking about a player who was drafted in the top 10, top 12 of the NFL draft. Like, we're not talking about a mediocre talent who was drafted in round 4 and he's just sort of come out of nowhere. So
So I missed this earlier. Dan Aiello is in Paulie's playoff and said not a rookie, but with the amount of time missed last year, he could be. What do you guys think about Tony's ceiling in Dayball's offense? Murph, we'll go to you first.
I'm really concerned because of all the. Now, listen, I try and drown out off-season chatter to a degree, but all the off-season chatter is that this regime is not happy with Kadarius Toney. And you got to remember that everybody associated with drafting Kadarius Toney has left the building. They're all gone.
Yeah.
So there isn't anybody here that's invested in Kadarius Toney's future, really. I mean, obviously they want the team to win and be successful, but clearly they're not happy with his attitude. They're not happy with his work ethic.
And
they're not
they drafted his replacement almost too.
Wan'Dale Robinson, who is looking, and if you believe the beat reporters, looking really good in camp. Yeah. So I think Kadarius Toney is one of these players that was probably overdrafted, and I'm a huge Florida Gator fan. And I think there's a freak set of skills that he has. But unfortunately for Toney, he's going to have to do something. He's going to have to do all the things as a professional football player. He's going to have to go above and beyond. Yeah. So he's going to have to go to every practice early. He's going to know that, have to know that playbook inside out. His attitude, his off the field behavior has to be. It can't just be exemplary. It has to be perfect. He literally has zero room for error. You know, when you get people saying, "Oh, we'll field trade offers for him after his rookie year," because
that's never a good sign.
Well, it's one of two things. It's either they're trying to kick him and say, "Get your act together and get yourself sorted," because we do want you to play here, but you've got to improve. But you've got to show us. But he's behind the 8 ball. He's behind Robinson. You've still got Sterling Shepard there, who they're behind. You've still got Kenny Golladay there, who they're paying an obscene amount of money to. You've still got Darius Slayton there, Darius Slayton is one of the most underrated receiving talents in the NFL. In terms of,
Murph, I'm just going to stop you right there because that's the best thing you've said all day.
I love Darius Slayton. I think Darius Slayton is he's a very competent, very decent receiver. You know, that Giants core is not bad. Now, Toney will find some usage in gadget plays if he gets the field, but getting to the field for him is not a given. And it wouldn't shock me if we see something similar to what happened to Jalen Reagor. It'd just be a forgotten guy. He's on a roster. He'll suit up. He'll play 20-odd% of snaps and some gadget plays, and then he'll make a few highlight plays, and then everyone will ask where he is, and then realize he's not playing and he's holding a clipboard.
Yeah. So, Shane, I want to get your thoughts on Toney and then transition into who we talked about, his replacement potentially, Wan'Dale Robinson. I'm not particularly in on Wan'Dale Robinson because he's my height. But what are your thoughts on Toney and then Robinson going forward?
Look, I think the concerns with Toney are fair. Honestly, my biggest concern with Toney is health. I mean, he couldn't stay healthy in college. That's why he didn't do anything before his senior year, because he just never could get on the field. But he's listed as a starter on the depth chart. So if they don't like him, then they certainly aren't showing it formally. So it looks like he should start outside. He is talented. So I think Toney is right around, I'm not sure if I would take him in redraft this year, just because I don't think the Giants offense is going to be that great. So for the value, I'm not there. But like in Dynasty, I'm still kind of in on Toney because people are kind of tossing him away, and I kind of hope he gets traded. Like, send him to a better team. Like, let's just send him somewhere better. It might be better. But I'm all in on Wan'Dale. Shane, you got to get on board on Wan'Dale Robinson. He's already the starting slot receiver for the Giants. It's a former 5-star recruit, running back, converted to a receiver, kind of did everything. And it sounds like they want to use him creatively. He's so good after the catch because he was a running back. I mean, he can run through guys. He's stout despite the height. BMI Twitter loved him. So you got to love him, Shane. That's usually how it works, right? But I mean, I think we saw with the Bills that slot role. Yeah, a lot of targets for Cole Beasley. Cole Beasley stinks. He's not that good. He just caught a lot of passes. So like if Wan'Dale Robinson is actually, good and can catch a lot of passes, like I'm in.
Absolutely. I mean, you got to look at I love Wandale Robinson. I think for me, I scooped him up, and I think in every single rookie draft, I thought his ADP was so attractive. Saw that back end of the second round. We're talking about a team that do utilize the slot role. I mean, people forget about Sterling Shepard last year. You know, Sterling Shepard had 19 targets in the first 2 games of last season, and 19 targets, and that's all going to go to Wandale Robinson this year because, Wandale Robinson's going to play that role. If you look at catches last year, Wandale Robinson had 94 receptions in college last year. It was above Sky Moore, above Drake London, above a lot of the Clark Garrett Wilson. He is going to get a lot of work in there. And I think we're seeing it in camp. There is a relationship building between him and Daniel Jones. And Daniel Jones needs, and the way that Brian DeMol will play this offense, they will make sure that there is some balls there where Daniel Jones, because Daniel Jones' biggest issue is turning over the football. A lot of fumbles, a lot of interceptions, doesn't look after the football. Brian DeMol's not going to stand for it. He just won't. He will make sure that they will protect the football, and that will mean getting Wandale Robinson open for a lot of screens, a lot of quick passes. He's going to get a lot of work, especially in the early parts of the season, whilst everyone's just finding their feet. So I really like Wandale Robinson, especially as an early play in redraft. I think as the season goes on and as we start to see what this Giants offense will go, I can see him sort of maybe tailing off in his rookie year, but I think he can come out of the gate really strong in those opening weeks whilst they're just trying to keep things simple.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay. You guys are convincing me somewhat to lean more towards Wandale Robinson and his, 5'9" frame. And that's being generous.
Very generous, probably. But
well, I love Shane, you've probably seen it being in Devy Twitter, but I love the picture that circulates of Wandale Robinson standing next to Nick Saban in the and then under it, within the meme is Nick Saban's height listed at 5'6", and it's like, and you guys want to tell me he's 5'9"? Okay. So, all right, I'm going to throw you guys for a little bit of a curveball. My hat just made me think of it. What are we doing with Terrence Marshall this year? Does he have a chance to come back to the camp hype that he had last year and actually produce on that this year?
Like, I was a huge Terrace Marshall fan before the draft. I mean, I had him rated as a first-round pick. The production, the early production, competing at LSU with Jamar Chase, with these guys, I thought he's going to be something. I was very disappointed, as I'm sure you were, Shane, last year.
Yeah.
But, so it's interesting because I think redraft, I'm drafting him a lot because, no one's touching him. They're just staying away. And honestly, if Baker Mayfield is there and is an upgraded quarterback and DJ Moore, is going to do his thing, like there's got to be someone else. I mean, Christian McCaffrey obviously will get a ton of catches, but there's got to be someone else. I think Terrace Marshall over Robbie Anderson, I think still has a better shot, more upside. Ultimately, to me, in Dynasty, I have been selling him because there are some people that still believed more so a couple months ago than now. But, to me, it's about like in dynasties, re-rolling those rookies, right? If a guy doesn't hit, let me trade Terrace Marshall for a late second rookie pick and draft Wandale Robinson, right? And if Wandale Robinson does nothing this year, I'll trade him for a second round rookie pick and I'll draft someone else. At some point, I'm going to get someone that breaks out as a rookie and is much better than he should be. That's generally been my approach. And that was my approach early with Terrace Marshall. But I have him on a ton of teams. I still have him on some teams. So I'm still hopeful that he'll finally put it together here.
I'm so far out on Terrence Marshall Jr. at this stage. It's not even funny.
I love it.
Like Terrence Marshall Jr. for me, if you can get anything for him, absolutely anything. Let's be honest. Terrence Marshall Jr. was drafted after it was what Brady, the old offensive coordinator, wanted. It's the type of player he wanted. It's the type of player he coached. He's not there anymore, so he's gone. And unfortunately for Terrence Marshall Jr., there's a guy that is who absolutely no one except for me is drafting right now, which is Rashard Higgins. Now, Rashard Higgins has a relationship.
I love
with Baker
it.
Mayfield. And Rashard Higgins, I mean, when you look at the big-time plays that Baker Mayfield was going to, it's not so much last year, but especially in that playoff run year, Higgins caught a lot of balls. You know, he caught 37 passes, 600 yards, and a lot of those were the really big time plays. Baker Mayfield already has a relationship with Rashard Higgins. He trusts him. He knows him. He's used him in a lot of big time plays, even in that big playoff game against Pittsburgh. So for me, you know, Terrence Marshall is not a thing. He's not going to be a thing because, unfortunately for him, a lot of it's money related as well. You know, DJ Moore is going to be on the field. They've paid him. You know, and the same goes for Robbie Anderson. Robbie Anderson's on a big contract. They're going to use it because that's what the owner's going to tell them to do. Because at the end of the day, David Tepper's invested 14-15 million this year. Robbie Anderson, I don't know why, but he has. So he's gonna say, right, you got to use him because we're paying him this money. But Rashard Higgins is going to be that third receiver. You know, it's not going to be Terrence Marshall Jr. You could literally, I really hope. I almost hope that Terrence Marshall Jr. gets cut. I really do. I don't. They're not because of cap reasons, but I almost hope they cut him for similar reasons to, as Shane was saying, like you can go and find a better team. And because I think there's a great player in Terrence Marshall Jr. So this is no slight on the talent or his ability. It's just the opportunity for him now absolutely stinks. So for me, give me Rashard Higgins in the last round of every single redraft, every single format. I mean, I took him in the EFFC. I took him in the 23rd round. You can get him in Scottish Bowl. You can get him in the 22nd round. We're probably still on your waivers come week 1. So if you're in the Scottish Bowl, you can add him. You can buy him anywhere for nothing. And if you can, in Dynasty, if you can get rid of Terrence Marshall Jr. for a second, hell, even a third, just take whatever you can get because he is done he's done in Carolina. There's no path to him now to go and do anything. And it's not talent, it's just opportunity.
Yeah. To solidify your point on Rashard Higgins, I clearly went to training camp on Saturday, and as you guys have probably heard now on Twitter, Baker threw a long bomb. It was beautiful to Rashard Higgins for a touchdown. And then after Rule made the team run because Higgins reached the ball out over the line and then did his celebration. I don't know about y'all, but that part feels ridiculous. But I feel like that just solidifies the point that Baker trusts Higgins and will continue to throw to him pretty much no matter what. So I like Higgins as a late dart throw too. And I kind of agree with you. I hope Marshall gets cut so he can go somewhere else and show the talent that he has.
I don't think it'll be this year because I think the cap penalty is too much. But maybe next year, he can get cut. I just don't see, unless another coach comes in and another offensive coordinator and they do a whole reevaluation maybe. But I think if you can sell Terrence Marshall Jr. for absolutely anything right now, even some magic beans, I think I'd be taking them.
Cool. All right. I've lost my train of thought.
So we get to talk about the Carolina Panthers.
Ouch.
Dang.
No, so let's briefly talk about these rookie tight ends just because I don't feel like there's much to talk about. Obviously, from a dynasty perspective, I feel like you've got Trey McBride, and that's pretty much clear cut. But then after that, it feels like the rest of these guys are dart throws. Murph, what do you think quickly on McBride, and then anybody else that just a name that you're kind of peeking at for rookie tight ends this year?
Yeah. So for me, look, McBride is McBride. He clearly is the talent of the class. I don't think let's get it right. In redraft, you shouldn't be touching any of these tight ends, right? We know that rookie tight ends, with the exception of Kyle Pitts, are just not worth. They're not worth any investment whatsoever. They don't pay off for you. So you can in redraft, in this competition, in all major competitions, you can get rid of these guys, right? Doesn't matter. Yeah. But long term, I think Trey McBride, we need Zach Ertz to get out of Arizona. I think this will probably be his last year. I think he'll elevate from there and be fine. I'm in on Greg Dulcich. I think Greg Dulcich is a very talented tight end. I think he's going to be a very slow burn. I don't think we're going to see anything from Greg Dulcich in the first year, maybe even year 2. But I think Greg Dulcich is a very talented receiver, and he's a very talented blocker, and he's got that all-round tight end game that's going to make him relevant for. He's going to have a long career. I think Greg Dulcich is going to have that long career in the NFL. He's the sort of guy that it's going to take a while. It's not going to happen overnight. I think he's well worth those late round pickups in rookie drafts. I think he's even if he's gone undrafted, which wouldn't shock me in rookie drafts, he's well worth just sticking onto a taxi squad. You're not going to see a lot out of it this year. I think people are going to drop him as well because they're not going to see a lot out of him this year. But I think if you want to have a long term, if you're on like this 3-year plan, I think Greg Dulcich is a guy who I'd be starring somewhere and just keeping an eye on and trying to acquire for a very late pick or next to nothing when he's not done anything, because I think he's going to be this slow burn. And the other one is Katie Otten. I think he's another one as well who. You look at what the Buccaneers have done. They transitioned from Gronkowski. I still think Gronk will probably come back this year. Kyle Rudolph is not a thing. Don't worry about Kyle Rudolph. Whatever. Cameron Brate is in the last year of his sort of big contract that he's on. I think Katie Otten is a guy again this year. Not a thing. Not going to do much. He's just going to be a guy on a roster. But I do think Katie Otten is someone who next year I'd be looking at and thinking as they transition because the whole Bucs offense is going to be different next year. It's not going to be a Brady. It's going to be not as good an offense.
I hope they're not going to have Brady.
They're not going to have Brady next year. Listen, I'm a Buccaneers fan. They're not going to have Brady next year. It's not going to happen. But I do think this whole offense is going to change. And I think Katie Otten he's that transition player that's going to come through in that position because there's going to be a lot of change at that position. Rudolph's not going to be there next year. Gronk won't be there next year if he does come back. Brate's not going to be there next year because he's going to be too much against the cap and they won't invest the money. So Katie Otten is going to elevate himself to be the incumbent number one on that depth chart. Now, they could draft a guy, they could get someone in free agency, but Katie Otten's going to have a year in the building with the playbook over anybody else. So I really like Katie Otten as someone, again, he's free. I guarantee he's probably available in 90% of your leagues right now. So he's someone I'd be just stashing, putting away, keeping an eye on, and picking up, because I think next year he could be that incumbent starting tight end.
Okay.
I'm with you on Greg Dulcich. I think he's a good pass catcher for the future. I think there is a fantasy relevant rookie tight end this year though.
Who?
And it is Daniel Bellinger, the tight end one.
I didn't even mean to do that.
Yeah, look at that. Like Daniel Bellinger, here's the thing. Daniel Bellinger at San Diego State. San Diego State is a team that does not throw the football. They run. Daniel Bellinger's an excellent blocker. That's what he did most of the time. But he's like super athletic. When he did catch the football, I mean, he was open all the time. They never threw him the ball. So with the fact that he could step in day one on the Giants, obviously the tight end depth chart's not good, but just beat out Ricky Seals-Jones by the end of a rookie camp, essentially, I think it's big. And I think he has the athletic profile, the analytic profile to be, really good NFL tight end. And, I don't know if I want to go hyperbolic, but he has, but I mean, he has the size, the athleticism, like a George Kittle. Like he has that kind of ability to do everything and do it well. I've been drafting Daniel Bellinger last round of tight end premium drafts all around. And I think, he's going to be a rookie tight end this year. Is he going to, be a top 5 tight end this year? No. But I think in a year or two, like Murph's been saying, I think he's another guy that could really emerge and be a good, solid tight end. We know how Dawson Knox was used in this offense. I think Daniel Bellinger could be that too.
Nice. All right. And Murph, we got a question specifically for you. If the offense is going to be completely changed with no Brady, how valuable is a year with this playbook for Otten if it's changed?
Well, so when I say the offense is changed in terms of the personnel is going to be different, but the style of offense, unless there's a change at offensive coordinator, we're still expecting Byron Leftwich to still be the offensive coordinator in a year's time. So the playbook isn't going to change all that much. There will be some change when you change quarterback, especially when you go from someone like Tom Brady to, it could be a Kyle Trask, it could be a free agent quarterback, it could be a traded quarterback. We don't know what it's going to look like. There is obviously going to be a change to that playbook when it happens, because Byron Leftwich was an NFL quarterback. He was someone who will give his trust to the quarterback and will work to the strengths of that. Having said that, I always am a firm believer that if you are the person in the room who is the most senior, i.e. you're the person who is on the team, who has had the year, who has had the reps in practice, who's been there with the coaching staff, you're always going to have an advantage over somebody new coming in. Now, talent will always prevail, and the Buccaneers could sign talent that is better than Katie Otten. Having said that, there isn't going to be anyone ahead of Katie Otten going into March next year, unless something magical happens. Carl Rudolph has a career year and catches 20 touchdowns, and they sign him to a mega deal, which I can't see happening. Or
I'd be shocked if that happens, just because I think Rudolph is 32 even. So
exactly that, and he's not, and he doesn't always stay healthy. So this is where I look at situations, and they don't always pan out. I can think of many situations where an incumbent player who sees himself at the top of the depth chart doesn't end up keeping the job. We see this all the time in the NFL. I'm not sitting here saying Katie Otten is going to be a tight end sensation here, but I look at the opportunity he's going to have in 2023 and think there isn't going to be anybody in March 2023 that is going to be in a better situation than he is, given the fact that he's going to have that seniority, that experience in the offense, having done a year with the coaching staff that isn't likely to change. Todd Bowles isn't going to get fired this year. He's just not going to get fired. It's not going to happen. Tampa don't fire coaches after 1 year, and the Buccaneers have got a good roster. They're not going to fire him after this year. So unless Byron Leftwich ends up getting a head coaching job, which could happen, he got interviews this year, and that could throw everything in the flux. But let's assume he doesn't. He's going to be that lead incumbent next year going into free agency period. And I like guys who are going to be at tops of depth charts that are free right now, that are basically no one is talking about. Yeah. And there's a few of those guys. Bellinger, you mentioned, is another one of those guys who could see himself at the top of the depth chart in 12 months' time that absolutely no one is talking about. So you want to pick these guys up because they're free. They're free guys. If it doesn't work, it's cost you nothing to acquire these guys, or it's cost you a very late round pick, or it's cost you $5 bucks.
Exactly.
You only need one of these guys to hit. If you acquire 4 or 5 of them, you need one of them to hit, and it pays off any investment you put into it. So that's what you're looking for.
Absolutely. All right, Shane, this next question is specifically for you because it is Devy oriented. And we're going to focus on the tight end position again.
All right.
Is Michael Mayer going to be a top 10 NFL draft pick next year?
I think so. I think that he will be. I feel comfortable top 15. I think top 10 is likely. I think the one worry with Michael Mayer from Notre Dame is the athleticism. Is that going to translate to workouts? I think it's really possible he just doesn't work out. One of those things like, it'll be fine. It'll be good enough, but I don't need to do it. His production and blocking and strength, he has that kind of two-way tight end set. I think he's very safe to be a top end of the first round pick. And that generally translates into, starting year one, being somewhat productive as a rookie, like Kyle Pitts was last year. It's you'll have some games. I think Michael Mayer can do as a rookie what Pat Freiermuth did, get 60 catches and get a couple touchdowns, be that red zone threat, be kind of that soft stick, kind of Jason Witten-like tight end in the NFL, where he just gets open and uses that footwork and route running ability to get open. I think Michael Mayer's that good. Probably the second best tight end in college football to me. Top 10 draft pick. I think I'd say 70%, and I feel good 90%. It'll be a top 15 pick.
Gotcha.
So let me ask. Do you mind if I ask a follow-up question on this? Because it's a general curiosity of mine. Given what we know about the teams that are likely to pick in that sort of range next year, and obviously it's a bit of a crapshoot. We don't know the draft order, etc. What's the best landing spot for him if situations stayed as they are right now?
That's a good question. So in terms of I guess, teams that I feel like really need a tight end and are going to be bad. I think Washington is intriguing. I think that could be an intriguing spot, especially if they kind of redo that staff and see what happens with that. I think I actually think Carolina could be intriguing depending on how Tommy Tremble does. If he doesn't emerge this year, I think that's where I have him going in the mock that I'm working on now, is going to the Carolina Panthers. So I like that. I think those would be two solid spots where you could get some early playing time, be kind of a check down guy, and that feels back into top 10-ish area.
Nice. I was curious.
Yeah.
Is Brock Bowers your tight end one in college football right now?
Yeah, I think Brock Bowers is just so athletic, at Georgia that he is. And I mean, Georgia has 3 tight ends that are probably all going to be top 100 picks in the NFL draft. So the fact that he can emerge as a true freshman to do what he did, I think is pretty special. So I like him. He's not as well built, but for fantasy, that's good. We'll take the receiver playing tight end.
Yeah. I'm biased. I'm biased because I'm a Notre Dame fan, but
my Buckeyes will be happy to win by 40 week 1. Don't worry, it'll settle in there for you.
All right, sounds good.
I like Tyler Buckner. I'm excited this year. So.
Oh,
we're not. Can we just stop the puppy talk? We can't talk about puppies. It's not fun. I don't want to talk about the Georgia puppies anymore. It's no fun.
I knew I liked you, Murph. All right. Cool. We'll just do a quick update. Every draft now has made a pick. So we are.
Does that mean my pick's gone through? Because I was on queue.
Yeah.
I don't even know who I picked. I picked. Oh, I got Herbert. Okay, fine.
Herbert. Yep. So you got good old Herbert. Lord. Hold on, I gotta go and
look. The stream's getting popular when you start getting the spam bots coming in. That's how you know it's doing well.
I don't know why it's coming through again because I already blocked that person.
They probably have.
I think because you blocked the bottom one, there were 3 others. They got
slightly different names.
I'm just gonna go report them all to YouTube real quick. So yeah, we've gotten all drafts have been kicked off now, as far as I know. We even had one draft that ended up starting late because they didn't fill until this morning, and they have gotten moving. So everybody is moving. I think we have one draft, maybe 2 that are on to the second round. I think one is actually about to make the 2-3 turn. There is no third round reversal in Pauly's playoff, so getting some movement on that. And then as far as donations, which again, that is the point of today, is we are at we've raised $155 for my page, which goes to our team page, and our team is now, give me just a second to refresh, about, if my math is right, $645 away from our goal of $700 for today, and $1,000 for me personally for our team. So
that's awesome.
Yeah,
we're doing really well so far, being just a few hours in, and we're getting there. So, and Ricky, I'm with you. Go Irish. So, Tucker got paid. Which Tucker? Justin Tucker?
Didn't he already get paid?
I don't know.
Yeah, just Tucker, a 4-year contract extension. So,
Justin
now? Tucker getting paid. Yeah.
Wow.
There you go. Kickers are people too. I'm excited to draft a couple kickers from Pauly's playoff this year.
I cannot wait to see how much they paid him.
It'll be interesting. You've got to stop touching that.
Yeah, I'm sad. I'm sad there's no kickers in Pauly's playoff. I'm sad.
4-year extension.
4-year.
That's a 4-year extension.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that's through 2027. It'll be.
Well, Shane, you may be able to talk me into it next year. Depends on. I don't like kickers. I will just be completely honest. I am # kickers ruin everything. But Yeah, kickers are real people after all. They are real people. But I really like what in Scott Fishbowl my fantasy league allows you to do, which is flex a kicker.
Yeah.
If Sleeper were to get that functionality, then I would probably end up adding kickers as a flex position,
Nice.
but I won't add them just as a true position because I don't want to draft one if I don't have to. Now, I did take one in Scott Fishbowl just because shout out to Linda. They're valuable in their own.
They're very valuable in Scott Fishbowl.
Very valuable, yeah.
I'm with you. I'm gonna rally Sleeper. We're gonna get them to flex kickers, and we'll get them in there. All right,
Cool.
we'll do that.
Hey, let's just get them to fix the notifications piece first. You know, that's before we get them to do some complicated stuff. Let's just get the basics right. Let's get them to fix notifications and get it to where we start rookie drafts so they can actually start on time instead of like the whole app like not working and catching fire and whatever was going on with Sleeper this offseason.
Well, and like with I think it was with your league, Murph. I just like my notifications just randomly got turned off with the FFCC. I was like, what? Like, I was literally logged in 2 days ago. I'm still logged in, and I'm not getting any notifications for any league.
No, it happened to a few people. It's just so crap because you have to, try and move things on, and it's just like, oh, this is just awful. That you got to. I don't understand how. Yeah, I don't understand what was going on with notifications with Twitter, and they're still going on. I have to delete the app every single day and reinstall it every day just to ensure it works. Like before we get Sleeper to do complicated stuff like flexing kickers, just get the app to work. Just work. If anyone Sleeper's watching this, I was a really big fan. I've done a lot. I've had a video on my show. Just get the app to work. Please, just have it so it works every single day. If we can do that, then we can do other stuff.
Yeah,
that's my call to arms for Sleeper for the day. Someone can clip that and put it on Twitter and tag Sleeper. I don't care. Just get it working every day.
Yeah, I can agree with that. So we have another guest in the background, but he keeps dipping in and out of his camera. There he is.
Yeah, I'll head out. I'll let you keep rolling.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out as well.
Cool. Thanks, guys, for coming on. I appreciate you.
Good stuff.
Murph, thanks for being flexible and coming on. Hope you're feeling better.
No, thank you for being flexible because I was supposed to be on a little bit before, and then I got stuck in an appointment. But appreciate you. Let's raise some money. I'm going to share the link out. Let's get some money raised. Let's hit that target today. So keep donating, everyone, and thanks for having me.
Cool. I appreciate you, Murph.
All right. See you, Shane.
That's weird. All right. We have Mr. Nate Polvote, who will be with us for the next hour or two, and then is actually hosting during my dinner time break. And we've got friend of the Nightcap and friend of me and fellow charity tournament hoster, Mr. Eric Romoff. Our third guest is on his way. He said he was running a few minutes behind. But guys, how you doing?
Doing great, man. It's we're like 4 or 5 days away from the expo, which I'm sad you're not going to be at, Shane. But Mr. Eric there down below me is going to be there, and I'm excited.
Yeah, Eric just booked his stuff yesterday. He was texting
me yesterday, yeah. I'm very good at procrastinating.
So I think we just did it, but just again to update you guys, we are trying to raise money for the Alzheimer's Association. Link I will post again in the comments here in just a second. Goal for me personally is to raise $700 more to get to my personal goal of 1,000. Our team goal total is 10,000, but if we hit that 700 mark today, we'll hit 5,000, which is about halfway there. So, and we've got hopefully till October 1st. So just threw that in the comments and just wanted to give you guys a quick update. So let's jump into some Pauly's playoff talk and just general charity tournament talk while we wait for Jay to show up.
Freaking Jay.
Eric, I'm going to give you the room and tell us about your charity tournament real quick.
Sure. It's weird being up here without anyone else.
You're welcome. Here, I can fix that.
Pros with Joes is heading into our third season. Both of these fine gentlemen above me again will be participating this year. Jay, who is late right now, is also participating. I guess the sort of confine that's a little bit different about ours is that essentially an expert league, but every single team has a pair of co-managers, a fantasy pro, an expert, and an everyday player who donated to their charity in order to win their way into this league. So it's kind of a cool dynamic in that it's all co-managers. A lot of people kind of avoid that setup, generally speaking, but it does create for a lot of fun, a really interesting sort of learning experience for the everyday player that's playing, and also it allows our pros to raise money for the causes that they care about. So really interesting experience, trying to do things a little bit differently. Registration is open right now. You can go to Pros with Joes on Twitter. You can go to proswithjoes.com, get yourself registered. And actually, we are doing something kind of special for college playoffs. So if you are watching the Podathon, if you have donated today, either DM me or email me your donation receipt to Poly's Playoffs to Shane's fundraiser, and we'll get you a free entry into any of the drawings for any pro that you like. So Shane has been an awesome supporter of this entity since we started a few years ago. He's raised a ton of money for Alzheimer's, not only through Polly's, but also through Pros with Joe's. So seemed like a really good way to kind of bring those two worlds together. So if you're out there watching, if you haven't donated today already, now's your time. Not only will you be helping find a cure for Alzheimer's, which is an absolutely brutal disease, but also you'll get an extra foot in the door for a second super fun charity tournament.
Yeah, thanks, Eric, for doing that and for promoting Polly's through Pros with Joe's. I know Scott Coe mentioned how can he get signed up, and that link is live on your Twitter, if I remember correctly, and on the Pros with Joe's Twitter account. You can essentially donate or bid to be a Joe with me or with Nate. So obviously you guys know I will be supporting the Alzheimer's Association, and we're going to bring on two special guests at the same time. First, Charlotte is back.
Hey, Charlotte.
Hi, Charlotte.
Fifth time. And then second, Jay Felicio.
Hey, Charlotte's a much better special guest than I am. Let's be
I
honest.
agree. Super lame compared to Charlotte.
Yeah,
I agree too, but you're up there for me too.
Well, sorry for running a little late. I came from work on my lunch break and just ran into a few snags. So, but I'm here now. So with a couple of my favorite people and Shane, and you know I love you, Shane.
Alone.
Let me see that. Let me see the signature on the hat. By the way,
yeah,
two of them. That's awesome.
That's so cool.
Yep, DJ Moore and Baker Mayfield. It was awesome.
That ball right there, I got signed at a Carolina Panthers training camp.
Nice.
Both Steve Smith and Cam Newton is on that ball.
That's awesome.
Yep.
That's
and
really cool.
that was actually Greg Olson. Like literally got traded to the Panthers like 3 days before that. And he was just there like sitting on the sideline. So yeah, that was a while ago.
Nice.
Yeah, hey Jay, I like that hat up on your mantle, man.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I feel only.
I like your hat too, Nate. Is that short and short?
It is. Right? Yep.
Cool. Yeah. Yep, that's a sick hat. So, all right, let's talk some fantasy football.
Oh, is that what we're doing?
I guess.
No, we're trying to raise money, but I got to find the right spreadsheet. I have too many open. Okay, we are going to ADP values. So I put these on the show sheet, and I'm basically just going to kind of play a name game with you guys. And if there's anybody that we particularly want to dive in on, we can. And so we're going to start with someone who I'm all in on. I think Jay is all in on. I think Eric is all in on from previous conversations. Nate, you're the only one I don't know if you're all in on this person.
Well, we're going to find out. I'm not.
You son of a nutcracker. Okay, so we're going to start with you first. Tua or Derek Carr based on ADP?
Probably Derek Carr. Getting him later. Better value. You can load up with the players earlier on.
I did. Hold on.
I should have that.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. That's very important.
Yes, they are, according to FantasyPros. Where did you go? Derek Carr is going as QB 15, and Tua is going as QB 16.
So there's neck and neck.
Yeah.
Looks like it's about
That's actually
50
okay.
apart.
Overall, there's about a round between them, though,
Yeah.
according to that. It looks like Tua is going at 121 and Carr is going at 107. So,
You know, I would say with that, I'm probably going to take Tua. There's the higher upside. I mean,
Okay.
his ceiling's also going to be a lot lower than, or his floor's going to be a lot lower than Derek Carr, but his ceiling's higher. So if you're trying to get risky with that second quarterback in Superflex, yeah, I'll take Tua.
okay. Cool. Eric, Tua or Derek Carr?
It's Tua by a good margin for me. I'm just happy that we've converted Nate over to the Church of Tua.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
It didn't take a whole lot of effort. Just a
Well,
quick peruse
see,
through
the
the
thing is,
ADP.
seeing the ADP, like, I get it.
Yeah. So, spoiler alert, I basically just copied and pasted like the guys that were close to these guys.
Okay,
on
so we don't have to
Facebook.
go over ADP then. So
Yeah,
they're all the
they're
guys
all
are just
within a list and
Okay.
pretty close.
Well, I know, Shane, you said I was a Tua guy, and I am a Tua guy, but I'm going
Are
to
you
go
taking
Derek
Carr?
Carr here.
Hey,
I love both
Tell me
of them.
why.
I feel like while I love Nate, I think very highly of his opinion, but I think Derek Carr has just as much upside as Tua. I'm high on Derek Carr this year because of the addition of Derek Carr. Plus, he's got Darren Waller,
You mean
Hunter
Devontae
Renfro,
Adams?
that too. Yeah, I'm still in a brain fog from traveling this weekend, so you'll have to bear with me. But like Nate said, that floor for Tua, while I am very high on Tua, I like Tua a lot this season, is, I mean, rock bottom, where I don't really feel like you have to worry about that with Derek Carr. And a lot of it, too, depends on roster construction. One QB leagues, give me Tua because Tua has the higher upside, but I think it's closer than Nate was saying earlier. You know, if it's a super flex league and you're looking at your QB2, if you've got a safe guy like a Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, you know, shoot for the upside. If you've got, you know, I could see a situation where you have both of these guys. You know, if you wait a little bit and you double up. So it's very close. You could ask me this in an hour and I might change my mind, but I really like Derek Carr this season. Similar upside for me, and a much higher floor.
Cool.
I mean, that's yeah.
I'm this is Tua for me.
Well, you traded from Tua for me in our home league, so I figured that.
And funny enough, I think I still have Derek Carr or had Derek Carr because our keepers finalized yesterday, but I had Carr too. So, but yeah, give me Tua at cost, above cost. I'm all in on Tua. I think this is the year that he has to put it all together, and I think he's going to. Okay, this one is redraft only. I want to make that very clear because I feel like I know everyone's answer, probably but my own. Tua or Trey Lance?
Who we start with? I'll go first.
We'll start with you. Yeah.
Trey Lance. I'm all in on Trey Lance. I think he's going to be, if he is the starter all year, which it looks that way, I think he's going to be a top 10 fantasy quarterback. While, you know, it's definitely going to be ugly when it comes to real NFL, I think he's going to have some growing pains. As we saw with Jalen Hurts last year, to be a successful fantasy quarterback, you don't have to be that great of an NFL quarterback as long as you're able to rush the ball. So, especially in Kyle Shanahan's system, you know, he's one of the best in the entire NFL at the ability to scheme around players' skills. I mean, we saw that last year with Deebo Samuel. I mean, we've seen it time and time again with Kyle Shanahan. So, I love the prospects of Trey Lance in this system from a fantasy perspective.
Okay. Eric.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I really keyed in on the Jalen Hurts comp, right? I mean, if you think about it from a skill set standpoint, he's basically a stronger, faster, bigger armed Jalen Hurts. And to boot, he's in a better offense, right? So there's a lot of things to like about Trey Lance. I was actually talking with Hutchinson Brown a few days ago about Trey Lance in particular, and he's a guy, you know, if you look at ADP over on FantasyPros, he's still kind of in that back end QB1 range. If you look at him over on NFFC, where it changes literally every single day, his ADP is skyrocketing. So If you're in a charity league, if you're in an experts league, if you're in a high stakes league, you're going to have to draft him around QB6, QB7. But if you're still in a home league, you can probably get him pretty late. He's probably still around the 10th or 11th QB off the board. So, for those of you that are not participating in a charity league or that are still running roughshod over your home leagues, he's a guy that I think you should try to make a huge priority because I don't think he's quite on the sort of everyday player's radar.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm laughing at my wife is sitting over there and our children are being just absolutely Tasmanian devil level crazy. Like can hear them screaming and laughing and mostly having a good time upstairs. And my wife just said she's going to shank them. So my wife is at least trying to respect the fact that I'm, potting all day. They're not, but that's to be expected with children.
Right. Yeah.
All right, Nate. Trey Lance or Tua?
Trey Lance. I think his upside is just what I like about him is in this offense particularly is that Shanahan doesn't really hang his hat on one running back. So we're probably going to see a lot of Trey Lance running the ball. We're going to get a lot of frustrated Elijah Mitchell managers, probably more than likely. But I think that rushing upside for him is so high. You kind of can't pass it up, especially if you're getting him as a back end QB1.
Yeah.
Like 11th, 12th QB off the board. And with Deebo Samuel coming back, so that's kind of locked up. So that concern's gone. And we know he's the starter, which has always been my concern with Trey Lance.
Mine too.
But
I actually still need to adjust my dynasty rankings because that was kind of what was holding me back
on him.
On Lance was I don't know if he's going to be the starter at least for the full year, and think now that we know a little bit better that we'll really see what Lance can do this year. So,
well, I mean, Shanahan flat out said it. Trey Lance is the starting quarterback.
Yeah.
So,
and I saw a report that by was it like the 30th? I think they said that he'll be traded or released. Jimmy G will be traded or released. So
yeah. Well, I just like how both the Niners and the Browns basically played themselves when it came to trading away their quarterbacks because the Niners had offers of a second for Jimmy G at one point, and the Browns, if they knew they were going to go after Deshaun Watson, could have traded Baker before and probably gotten a haul. Instead, they gave away, I think, a 2024 fifth, and that's probably going to be about the same that I think Jimmy G will go.
I think he's going to be released. I think
he'll be released.
Wow.
There's 31 other teams in the NFL that know that they're that they have no interest in keeping him. Why would anybody outside of like a 7th round pick in 2020? I mean, then that's about it.
2020.
That's like I can't even do the math on that. Okay. I'm going to give you guys 3 names. We're going to start with you, Eric. Rapid fire. Tua versus Justin Fields, Mac Jones, Trevor Lawrence this year. Actually, do this year and Dynasty.
I'm not sure if they'd be they'd definitely be different in Dynasty. This year, I will go Tua, Lawrence, Fields, Mac Jones. In Dynasty, that's up. It's definitely T-Law first.
Yep.
And then it's right there between Tua and Fields.
Yep.
I'd probably give the edge to Fields because I feel like his risk of holding the position is sort of comparable to Tua's, but he's far more active as a runner. But they're
I would say he's from a risk standpoint, he's lower risk just because it's only year 2. I feel like he's got at least a year, if not 2, to show that he can be an NFL quarterback before
he has a year or 2.
Hey, did I not change my team name in our home league?
You did.
And I'm going. I know.
I thought about reversing the trade when you did that, though, just based on the team name. But.
Well, I was gonna make it worse because I'm gonna try and find whoever has Darnell Mooney and go get Darnell Mooney. So then it's 2 of the Mooney.
It's a time-tested strategy. You should.
I'm this close to leaving. I'm this close to leaving.
Jay's out. I mean, it is a trade strategy, right? Just acquire players where you can make funny pun team names out of, right?
Absolutely.
That's one strategy.
Look, my goal in our home league with Jay is to just not come in last. Like, I don't even want to win. I just don't want to come in last because the punishment is ridiculous.
I won the league last year. Thank you, Mr. Joe Burrow and Mr. Cooper Kupp. So those guys led me to a championship last year.
That'll do it.
So, all right, Nate, redraft. Well, I'm just gonna stick to redraft. Tua versus Fields, Lawrence, Mac.
So, I'm probably gonna have to go here, Tua, but then I'm saying Mac Jones, man. I don't know why he's getting so disrespected. And then we'll go Fields and then Lawrence last because I really don't know that Lawrence is going to pan out to be this great NFL quarterback everyone thought he was going to be. I know.
I think the only reason I slightly agree with you is because of Jacksonville being Jacksonville.
Yeah. And he's got Doug Peterson. Maybe Doug Peterson will turn that around. We'll see. I don't know. Doug Peterson won a Super Bowl with Nick Foles and Carson Wentz. So I just think I don't see it, at least this season. I mean, I think there's still a lot of growing pains for Lawrence. Last year, forget about it. He might as well have not played with Urban Meyer.
Best kicking coach in the league.
All
right, Jay, hit me.
This is actually tougher for me than you would anticipate. I am very high on Justin Fields the more I look into him. I have Fields and Tua very close. I would still, if I was thinking, if I'm on the clock, I would probably still go Tua over Fields. So I'm going to go Tua, Fields, and I am with Nate on Mac Jones. I think he gets too much disrespect. I think he's definitely, got the lowest ceiling out of this group, but by far the highest floor. I will say, Shane, I know you'll remember this in our home league. I was one game out of the playoffs that Monday night where the New England Patriots played the Buffalo Bills. I was up by 4. The guy I played had both Jacoby Myers and Mac Jones, and I won by like 2.7 points because he threw 3 passes. And I made the playoffs by 1 game, and my team got super hot, and I was able to bring the belt home. But I am for redraft only. I still believe in Trevor Lawrence, but I could see it also being a tough season for him as well. I think it's like Nate said, you said it perfectly. You might as well just throw last year at the window. Same thing for Justin Fields. Their situations are just awful.
Yes.
But if I'm on the clock, I need somebody. I would go Mac Jones. Again, similar like what I was talking about earlier, it really just depends on your roster construction.
Mm-hmm.
If you need that upside, Trevor Lawrence, and it's no question. Mac Jones, I feel like, is the safer play. I feel like he's going to become this generation's Kirk Cousins. I feel like Kirk Cousins get crapped on a lot because of how he plays in primetime games. But year after year in fantasy, he puts up really solid above average numbers. And I feel like that's the type of career that Mac Jones could wind up having.
I mean, I don't love the comparison, Jay, but Mac Jones, this is Mac Jones' upside. Tom Brady's career. Dude, go back and look at Tom Brady's first couple seasons and watch what kind of quarterback he was.
Are you drinking already, Nate? Are you drinking this morning?
I am drinking vitamin water.
Okay, all right.
And I'm not saying I think.
No, I know what you're saying.
The kid he's a very talented quarterback in that Belichick system. Why can't he do what Tom Brady did? He's got the same skill set.
I mean, Tom Brady is 1 of 1, right?
Yeah, no, exactly. But still, why couldn't he get close to that level where at the end of Mac Jones' career, we're talking about, is he one of the 5 or 10 best quarterbacks who ever played in the NFL?
No.
Maybe not. And I'm not saying that I think this is a definite thing.
If he loses 2 Super Bowls to the Giants, I'm good with that. So
that's the marker of greatness.
Oh boy,
Nate, I agree with what you're saying from a football perspective, but I don't know how much that translates to fantasy, and I don't know if his production level ever gets to the level of Brady. Like, I think he's going to be good enough to win games for a long period of time, but I don't see him blowing up to Tom Brady, 5,000 yards, 50 touchdowns.
Dude, he threw his senior season at Alabama. He threw for like around 4,500 yards and 40 touchdowns in 13 games. But dude, what? Sure, yeah, he was
Jamarcus Russell had a pretty good senior year too. So
yeah, but
I'm not
come
saying
on,
I'm just messing with you.
I know.
For me, I think
Jamarcus Russell likes coding a lot more than Mac Jones.
We don't know that for sure
yet.
Allegedly. I guess I'm a bit more bearish on Mac than everyone else here. I've got him more on like a Ryan Tannehill without as much sneaky goal line work kind of trajectory. I think he can certainly string together some super highly efficient seasons where he's on that kind of back end QB1 radar, but I'm not quite ready to put him into potential greatest of all time territory.
I'm just saying, don't count out that could happen in the New England system.
Yeah.
I
love going after Mac Jones and Superflex, right? Because he's got that job for several years, presumably, right? So if you're looking for safety, a guy who's going to distribute the ball relatively effectively, he's one of my favorite foreplays. I kind of quite haven't seen him pop at the NFL level to where I'm going to be pursuing him in single quarterback or in redraft.
Eric's kind of like contemplating how he can tell me that I'm no longer in pros with Joe's.
You're in. There's no escaping.
That's hilarious. Okay, guys, let's jump over to the running back position. And how are we going to do this? We're going to do this old guys versus young guys first. And I'm using the old guys term loosely for these first three. So Zeke Elliott, David Montgomery, and James Conner. Which one of those three are you guys drafting first?
James Conner, and it's not even remotely close. I know you were talking about it earlier with Eric Moody and Simon about how I'm fade Zeke, and it's not necessarily that I'm fade Zeke, but everybody was, he had, a top 10 season last year. Yeah, in total points, but he was I think it was running back 17 in a points per game basis. He was, even though he did the battle injuries last year, he played every game or close to it. He was more of a compiler last year versus having those big games. And with the touches he's had over his career, Tony Pollard, a very capable running back, I'm not interested in now. I'm starting to because he is falling in drafts, but 9 times out of 10, I'm not having Zeke on my team.
Yeah, I just feel like Dallas is an offense that's going to throw the ball more this year. I mean, they're loaded at wide receiver. Why wouldn't they? They want to get CeeDee Lamb the ball. They want to get Dalton Schultz the ball.
Jalen
Tolbert. They want to get him the ball. Zeke, I don't have him rostered anywhere. I don't plan on having him rostered once I start doing my redraft drafts. It's James Conner for me. David Montgomery worries me too. They're really bullish on Khalil Herbert in Chicago. I think he might lose enough work that it dings his fantasy value. So, I mean, this is for me, it's James Conner all day as Seth shakes his head at me. Like always.
Well, welcome, Seth, to the Polly's Playoff Podathon. Seth Wilcock from IBT Media. Seth, what are your thoughts on this? And then Eric will throw it to you.
Yeah, I jump into a little bit of a shitstorm here, fellas. I got Nate saying that the Cowboys have a loaded wide receiver core when James Washington just went down to a broken foot.
That's true.
Michael Gallup's not going to start this season. I think the Cowboys are going to be a lot more run heavier than they were in the past, guys. Micah Parsons is this team's #1 player. I think they're going to lean on him. I think they're going to lean on their defense. And the offensive line improved once again. They added some depth. They got their two best linemen back as well, healthy. So I don't know the exact context of the question if it was Zeke versus James Conner, but
we're basically playing a name game out of
like put in order Zeke, James Conner, and David Montgomery.
Yeah, I'm probably taking Zeke, honestly. I mean, I've been a David Montgomery stan for a couple years now. I just don't want anything to do with the Bears offense, though, realistically. I mean, they're interested in Jalen Reagor. That tells you everything you need to know about the state of the Bears offense. Defensive head coach coming in, rookie offensive coordinator. I don't want anything to do with Chicago. James Conner's a dog. I just don't know if I can trust that injury history, at that ADP right now.
That's why I agree with you, Seth.
Appreciate it. Appreciate coming in and being right off the rip.
All right, Eric, be the tiebreaker, Eric, and watch him pick.
I mean, I guess technically it's going to stick at 2-2. I'm right there with Seth. I'm so happy that you joined right when you did. For me, there's really kind of two competing factors. James Conner just absolutely screams regression, right? He was so reliant on touchdown scoring in order to finish where he did. I mean, he could still regress a fair amount and score a number of touchdowns, but I don't think it's fair to expect him to finish in a similar fashion to his 2021 performance. The injury concern is certainly there. And Zeke actually put forward a pretty reasonable effort last year, right? Like I kind of look at 2021 as sort of the worst version of Zeke that we're going to see. He was hobbled all year. He was losing some work to Tony Pollard. His offensive line was really a mash unit, and they were missing many of the big names. And he still finished as RB7, right? He was one of 7 backs with over 240 carries. He was one of 8 backs to clear 1,000 yards. He was 9th in targets among running backs, even though Tony Pollard kind of gets the credit for being the receiving back. He outnumbered almost 3-2 Tony Pollard in red zone targets, right? Like, this offense is very much so centered around Ezekiel Elliott's role, and specifically with those injuries, they're going to lean on this ground game. So I don't think he has the, RB1, even RB5 upside that he had in years before, but in terms of steady contribution relative to where he's being drafted, I'll go Zeke all day.
Cool. I love it. All right. Quickly, we're going to move through these young guys on running backs, and I just want you guys to give me one name out of this list each on who you're taking. Antonio Gibson, Josh Jacobs, Breece Hall, Travis Etienne, Elijah Mitchell, AJ Dillon. I'll start. I'm going Etienne.
Fair enough.
Nate.
Breece Hall.
Ew.
I love that call.
Ew. Eric.
It is Breece Hall.
For redraft?
Mm-hmm.
Ew, y'all are. Ew.
I do like Breece Hall as well, but I'm going ETN. I think ETN finishes the season as a running back 1 in PPR leagues.
Love it. Thank you.
Number 1?
No, a RB1.
Okay.
Top. No.
Bringing the heat.
I did not say Travis Etienne will finish as the RB1. An RB1.
I'm going to clip it and I'm going to clip that and just frame you as saying Travis Etienne, the RB1. All right, Seth, wrap us up.
Man, this is tough. I love AJ Dillon. I've been pounding the table for AJ Dillon the last couple of weeks over in the IBT channel. I think he, realistically has high-end RB2 upside with Aaron Jones still there. However, out of this group right now, I'm definitely drafting Breece Hall. You look back at what's happened in the last couple of years. We go back every year since 2016. There's been at least one rookie RB to finish as an RB1, except for 2019. That was Miles Sanders, David Montgomery, kind of a junkie class a little bit. But I think Breece, even with Michael Carter there, he has the upside. I've been saying it all offseason as well. The Jets are going to be a frisky team, and I'm excited to see what can happen there. The other ones just have too much downside to me. Josh Jacobs playing in the Hall of Fame game. Are you kidding me? And Antonio Gibson are already battling injury. Brian Robinson Jr. there as well. So I think it's a pretty slam dunk for Breece Hall for me.
Man, did you just describe a team as frisky?
Yes, sir. Frisky New York Jets. And that was before
look who their quarterback is. He is a little frisky. So.
That's I love it. All right, let's move on to some wide receivers, and I'm going to call this upside versus overvalued, I guess, maybe. I don't know. Brandon Cooks or Marquise Brown. I'm going to do it in pairs and how I have it. So Brandon Cooks, Marquise Brown, Jason, start.
Brandon Cooks. I like Marquise Brown, but Brandon Cooks every single year. I mean, I know it's annoying because we hear it how much, hear it all over the Twitterverse, but Brandon Cooks is just undervalued every single year. He's going to be that guy. Davis Mills played relatively well down the stretch. I don't think this offense is going to be as bad as people think from a fantasy perspective. Everybody's, I don't want any players from the Jets or the Bears or the Lions or, and this is the example I always use. Remember how bad the Blake Bortles, Allen Robinson Jaguars were?
Yes.
And you remember the fantasy seasons those guys had?
Look at the sorry to interrupt you, but the Matt Stafford, Calvin Johnson.
Well, I'm not saying Calvin Johnson and Brandon Cooks are on the same level, but
Me either.
I
but
follow what you're saying.
But yeah, I get what bad teams.
Right. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, there's definitely plenty of fantasy viable options on bad teams. Even if the Texans stink like we all expect them to, that just means garbage time points, and garbage time points count the same for fantasy. So give me Brandon Cooks, and I do like Marquise Brown a lot, but that speaking of injury history, quarterback, wide receivers changing teams. While I don't think that'll necessarily affect him like it does others because of the rapport he already has with Kyler Murray. I like the safety and the upside of Brandon Cooks. I still think he could finish as a high-end wide receiver too.
Okay, quick follow-up, and I'm changing how I'm going to do this whole segment. Quick follow-up for you, Jay. In Polly's playoff with the scoring settings that we have, would you draft both of these guys? With the tiered PPR by distance.
Yeah, I think it makes sense, especially with Marquise Brown. Because Brandon Cooks, yes, he's a deep threat, but he also, he's going to be the focal point of this passing game. I do like Nico Collins. I like Brevin Jordan, but I expect Brandon Cooks to get some volume as well.
Awesome. Okay, next pairing. This is going to Seth, Cortland Sutton, and Amari Cooper.
Man, I mean, right now, outside of Nick Chubb, I don't think you can touch any Browns players at their current ADP. If we see Amari Cooper drop a little bit further, maybe I'll be intrigued. But Jacoby Brissett's a very low-volume passing quarterback. Kevin Stefanski's a low-volume passing coach. So, those two combined scare me away from Cooper. I personally prefer Jerry Jeudy over Cortland Sutton. I know I'm definitely in the minority of that camp. But Tim Patrick just went down, too, and Tim Patrick is a dog out there. So they're going to have to replace his production. I expect a little more Alberto, a little more KJ Hamler, but those 50-50 balls down the sideline, that's Cortland Sutton's money. And I just want the better offense at the end of the day. And that's the Denver Broncos. Nate, for one time in my life, I could say that. For one time in your life, I can say that. But yeah, man, give me all the Broncos I can get this year.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I would like to say Rick Butts, my good friend, he brings up a great point, and stop making me look dumb, Rick.
Yeah, I did want to clarify. I pulled that up and literally Seth was talking about Amari Cooper. I was like, this was for Jay, not Seth.
Good point. My point still stands, but Rick is also makes a very good point.
Okay, this one's going to be a fun one, and I'm going to give it to Nate. Actually, we'll all do this one. Gabe Davis or Elijah Moore? Nate, you start, though.
I'm probably going to say Gabe Davis just because they brought in Garrett Wilson. I think Zach Wilson is not good. I think the Jets are not frisky at all. I'm staying away from pretty much everyone but Breece Hall. So I'll take Gabe Davis. I mean, he's been seeing decent volume in camp, I guess. So,
Eric, we haven't heard from you in a bit. Hit me.
I'm back in the Jets are a little frisky camp, and specifically Elijah Moore, I think, will be their primary wide receiver, at least for the 2022 season. The jury is still a little bit out on Zach Wilson, but ultimately I think this offense is going to want to push the ball. I think they're going to be trailing a fair amount, so they're going to have to do so in order to either stay competitive or catch up in games. And I think that the learning curve for Garrett Wilson is going to be a little bit bigger than most people are anticipating. I'm more of an Olave guy. I actually think that he was the better of the Buckeye prospects coming into the league this year. So Elijah Moore, sitting all the way down, I think he's wide receiver 35 right now. Is someone that I've been targeting all offseason.
Cool. Jay?
Yeah, I'm with Eric and Seth. I think that the Jets are frisky. There's some young bucks that are, I think, going to put up some fantasy points this season. I really like Elijah Moore. Our good friend Marco Enriquez, formerly of 14P, but now a member of the FYF team, has been pounding the table for him.
It's an accurate statement, I will say.
I have a lot of good friends. I said our good friend. Marco is our good friend. I would say that
he is.
Marco is one of those people that is everybody's good friend. Joey is my goodest of friends. Does that make you feel better, Joey?
I think that'll help.
Right. I like the Jets offense from a fantasy perspective. I do love Breece Hall. And I like Garrett Wilson as well, but I think Elijah Moore could wind up being one of those guys to have that second year breakout. So for me, I'm not interested in Gabe Davis at all. I think you are drafting Gabe Davis at his ceiling or above his ceiling right now. Where you're able to get Elijah Moore is absolutely ridiculous for the upside that he has. And you know what? If he doesn't pan out, you really didn't have to invest that much in him.
So, Jay, I don't know if you were able to listen earlier, but Scott Cobe was on with me and Mike Reedy. And
I had to step away when those guys hopped on. I had some work.
And he said that in a draft he was in recently, Gabe Davis went in the 4th round. And I will say this again. If you draft Gabe Davis in the 4th round, I will find you and slap you in the face because it's stupid.
That's insane.
Drafting him that high, could he finish in that area? Absolutely.
Yes.
But you are buying all the risk. That is the absolute wrong way to draft.
Yeah. That is a person whose last bit of NFL game tape they watched was the AFC Championship game.
Yeah, 100%.
So, they turned it off right after the Super Bowl, and it's like,
it paid no attention.
Davis guy is going to have a year.
All right, Seth, who are you taking?
Man, I don't know if it's an option, but I'm going to pick C, none of the above, honestly.
I was actually going to take that one too.
Just at current ADP, guys. I mean, Eric, you kind of hit it at the head there. It's a lot of recency bias on Gabe Davis.
Yes.
I will say I've been in a couple drafts where he's fallen towards wide receiver 40 lately. Just like I think it's just because it's been with a lot of fantasy community members. So I think the hype is kind of dying a little bit. And July, you could tweet Gabe Davis and it was going viral, just the name Gabe Davis. So I think people it's a little bit of a smokescreen. I love the Jets this year, but I don't know. I'm more of a Garrett Wilson type of guy at the end of it. I think Garrett Wilson's the more polished prospect. Elijah Moore is dynamic, I think for sure, but his catch radius has always kind of scared me coming out of his college day. So I think I'm going to pass on both of them. But if I had, gun to the head, have to pick one, it's probably Gabe Davis just for the upside.
As long as you don't take him in the 4th round, I don't care.
Yeah, no, I will know. I promise you that, Shane. If I'm taking him, it's probably somewhere 7th, 8th round. And still, I think there's so many more wide receivers in that 24 to 38 range that I'd prefer.
Well, we're only about halfway through this list of wide receivers that I've got.
Before we go on, I would like to what Scott Cobe said. I did not step away, Scott, because you were on. I'm working today. I probably got to head back here shortly. And I had a work situation come up. So, Scott, I love you. I wanted to watch when you were on there. So,
he's a good friend. He's a good friend, Jay.
He's a great guy. I love Scott. Yeah, he's a great friend. Great friend of mine.
What in the hell is Mr. Scampers talking about?
Like the classic 90s setup. Just like
Jerry,
oh, yes. Okay.
You hang up.
I'm on the phone.
Right. Now it makes sense. Okay, thank you. I needed thank you. Oh my God. Okay. I'm going to cut this segment short and just do 2 more pairs. Allen Robinson and Michael Thomas. Eric, this one's for you, buddy.
I'll go with Michael Thomas. I think Allen Robinson's draft stock has been creeping up over the last few weeks. Partially because I bought in with Allen Robinson near a wide receiver 1 range last year, and that still hurts a lot. Partially because the biggest question marks that I had around Michael Thomas were whether or not he was healthy enough to play and whether or not he was happy enough in New Orleans to take the field. And per some pretty flashy training camp videos, it seems like both of those questions are yeses. So I'll go with Michael Thomas, presuming that he's going to be out on the field.
Cool. All right, this last pair we're going to all do. Jay, I'm going to start with you because I know you got to get rolling, and you can roll out if you want to after this.
Oh, well, I have time if you want to hit everybody with that last one too. That's up to you.
Perfect. We're going to go Jerry Jeudy and Devontae Smith. Jay, we'll still start with you.
Okay, so do you want me to do the last one too, or just this?
Do the last one too.
Okay. Good, because I wanted to trash Eric's take. So I am super high on Allen Robinson. I love you, Eric. A good friend of mine, Eric. I love Allen Robinson this season. I could see both Cooper Kupp and Allen Robinson finishing as wide receiver 1s. I think just like we talked about the dumpster fire that the Jaguars were last year, fall into the same conversation when you talk about the Bears last year. I think Allen Robinson was unmotivated, not saying that it was right or wrong for doing that, but Matt Nagy is an idiot and couldn't call his way out of a wet paper bag. I think that going to this offense, he's already showing, like you talked about, Michael Thomas has looked great so far, in the limited camp videos that we've seen of him. Same thing for Allen Robinson. I mean, I feel like it's every day you see, him just making camp catch after camp catch that just look phenomenal. Granted, it's practice, it's training camp, so it'll be different to see him on the field. But I'm just real excited to see him in this offense, in Sean McVay's offense, alongside Cooper Kupp. Michael Thomas, I like, but is he able to stay healthy? He's another one too that we don't know if he's just gonna just the season doesn't start off good. Jameis Winston isn't feeding him targets because there are other options with Chris Olave, Jarvis Landry. So when Michael Thomas had his big seasons with Drew Brees, he was pretty much the only guy. So I'm interested to see. I do think he's still a value where he's going, but I'm a little concerned about Michael Thomas's upside. When it comes to Jerry Jeudy and Devonta Smith, I would probably lean Devonta Smith. I'm on the Cortland Sutton bandwagon when it comes to Denver. I like Jerry Jeudy. Don't get me wrong, but I think that quietly Devonta Smith had a really good rookie season last year, and he was overshadowed by the season that Jamar Chase had. Having A.J. Brown on the other side, I do think the Eagles are going to pass the ball more, and I think Devonta Smith set up for a very nice sophomore season.
I would go the other way. I don't think, especially now, Hamler's a little bit dinged up still, and Tim Patrick's out. So while I was kind of low on Jeudy last week before the Patrick injury, with how everything's shaking out, I think he's going to see a lot more opportunity. I do think that A.J. Brown helps Devonta Smith, but Jalen Hurts hasn't gotten any more accurate from what we're hearing in camp. He's still having issues. I mean, I think it's Jeudy for me.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Nate. I love both these players. These are both players I'm heavily targeting. But Devonta Smith to me is more like a wide receiver 3 with some upside. Jerry Jeudy's a wide receiver 2 with wide receiver 1 upside, I think, there. And, I know everyone looks at DK Metcalf and they profile more Cortland Sutton and say Cortland Sutton might be the one here. But Jerry Jeudy's a player that perhaps Russell Wilson's never played with in his entire career. Number 1 in target separation per route ran in 2021. So he's going to get open consistently, and Russ is going to have a lot of easy completions to him. And,
he's never played with Jerry Jeudy because Jerry Jeudy can't stay on the field.
That was I would beg to argue. Broken foot.
I'm just messing with it. I like Jerry Jeudy too. I really do. I'm not poo-pooing on him that much. I just wanted to throw that shot in there because I love you. You're one of my good friends.
I appreciate that.
Shocker.
Oh, Jay.
Well, I love you guys. Right. You know that. Every single one of you. All my good friends.
Eric, have you answered Devonta Smith versus Jerry Jeudy? I don't even remember.
No,
Eric is not.
I'm still recovering from Seth getting caught flat-footed with the availability dart from Jay. For me, I think the point that I'd want to highlight is Nate's, right. If we talk about Tim Patrick going down, that injury doesn't really change the outlook for Cortland Sutton much, right? His role in this offense is pretty well cemented. Whereas I think for Jerry Jeudy, we're going to see him come out of the slot much more often. He was in the slot nearly 40% or close to 40% of his snaps last year. So now I think we're going to see him lining up outside where that target separation that Seth mentioned can really result in some big chunk plays down the field. So I think that his needle is pointing up more based on the Patrick injury than Sutton. So I'll go that way. Smith to me is much more of a best ball play. Someone that I think will benefit from A.J. Brown being in town, but I don't think he's going to get the target volume that you need to feel comfortable starting week in and week out.
Cool. Sorry, I've been eating lunch because, I'm going to be on for 15 hours. I agree with you guys that picked Jeudy. It's Jeudy for me. Seth, you brought up one of my favorite stats, which is that target separation per route. I use it in my dynasty rankings model. Eric can attest to that. We did a whole episode on it for the nightcap, but he was number one. I'll give you guys a dart throw for later in your drafts. Byron Pringle was number 2 in that stat. So I know we're not touching the Bears offense, but Byron Pringle was number 2 in that stat. So if you want somebody who can get open, it's Byron Pringle.
So if you're using a stat to talk somebody up and then the next one is Byron Pringle, is that really a stat that you want to be?
Yes, because there's other players that succeed in it. Hold on. Now I'm going to go.
I actually do like Byron Pringle as a dart throw, but I'm also higher on Justin Fields than most. So.
All right. Robert Woods is also a 5 in that. If that makes you feel any better, I think you're a Woods fan. Deontay Johnson.
Who doesn't like Bobby Trees? It's a good friend.
Darnell Mooney is a 4, like out of 5 on my rankings. So
I love me some Darnell Mooney.
Almost 2 yards per separation if they're that high. God dang it, the sex bot is back.
It saw potato soup and got really excited. Speaking of which, funny, Mr. Scape brought that up. I have a killer potato soup recipe. So if anybody needs a good potato soup recipe, hit me up. I got you.
Everybody needs a good potato soup recipe.
Ridiculous.
I mean,
with that being said, I gotta head out of here. Shane, thank you for having me.
Thanks, man, for coming on.
All of you guys, Seth, Nate, Eric, I love you all. Great friends. Eric, you coming to the expo? I know the rest of you guys are, right? Or other than
I am now. I literally just got all my stuff lined up like yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah,
I will see you guys this weekend, and then I'll see Shane coming to my house in a few weekends for our home league draft. So I will see you all. I have to head back to work. Appreciate you having me on as always, and enjoy that potato soup.
All right.
Bye, Jay.
We're all good friends. All right. So that wraps up the name game for wide receivers. I don't want to go into tight ends because so I know Nate and Eric both have a hard out at 1:30, and Seth, I really appreciate you coming on kind of short notice. So we'll respect your time if you need to hop off then too. But want to talk some redraft draft strategies. And Nate, I believe you put this on the show sheet, so I'm going to let you kind of lead this between yourself and Seth and figure out how to respond from there while I eat my lunch.
Well, all right then. I'm practicing my hosting duties for later. Woo! So I think there's so many different draft strategies out there. I think the casual player can get kind of confused and like flustered in drafts because you're being told to do all of these different things. 0 RB, hero RB, 0 wide receiver, 0 QB. Go in with no plan at all. And it's confusing. It's really confusing. It's like, Seth, what's your favorite? When you go into a draft, what's your mindset when you're going in?
You know, I think this really depends on the league settings, roster construction. And you got to think who you're playing against too. I know going into my home league in a couple of weeks, at least 10 RBs are going off the board in the first 12 picks. If I had to imagine, we've always overvalued running backs because normally whoever has the RB1 on the season normally happens to win the league or get close to it at least. But I think now we're in a very fun time of fantasy football in the NFL in general, where running backs are becoming less valuable. You're seeing players like Justin Jefferson, Cooper Kupp, Jamar Chase, who they have a higher chance of staying on the field throughout the season, higher consistency scores as far as PPR scoring is concerned. So, I think it kind of depends on all those factors a little bit, Nate. But right now, I've always been a traditional RB heavy, hammer RB, to at least 2 of my first 3 picks. But now I'm shying away from that a little bit. Now I'm willing to take Justin Jefferson as high as 3 in a lot of redrafts. And with that said, I don't mind coming back if a Devontae Adams or, one of these Stephon Diggs, one of these alpha wide receivers falls to me in the second. So we talk about it a lot. And, I think you need to have some semblance of a strategy, but you need to stay in between. That's what we always say. You got to stay in between. If you see, some type of crazy wide receiver run going in the second round, you should pivot. But, sometimes you got to zig at when people zag. So it's a difficult thing to predict right off the rip. Kind of depends what kind of draft you're going into. Eric, I know you kind of talk a little bit about draft strategy on your platform as well. Going into this season, what do you see as, specifically a redraft format? Do you have one strategy you're leaning towards?
Actually, Eric, I'm going to steal this question from Seth and say, what's your draft strategy for Polly's playoff?
I actually just found out that I'm on the clock in Polly's playoff, and I'm having to refamiliarize myself with the scoring system. I feel like in Polly specifically, it's almost like a mega PPR kind of format, where you're getting those point bonuses based on the depth of the reception, essentially. So that moves guys like Cooper Kupp, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, all of the premium wide receivers up the board. So that's what I'm heading in with. My intent. It is also essentially a super flex league, so QE carries a pretty big premium there. Actually, at 4 overall, I just drafted Cooper Kupp. I think that he's going to continue to see a ton of volume, so that premium was just a little bit too good for me to pass up. In terms of kind of my general position, first off, shout out Seth with the on-brand tagline there.
Yeah, right. I love that.
Right? I heard that and I was like, my guy. And that's very much so kind of in practice how I approach drafts, right? More than anything, my advice around draft strategies is mock, best ball, whatever you can, try them all and figure out which one you like your team the most walking away with. For me, it's a bit more of the hero RB approach lately. I think that you can generally find pretty decent running back value in those mid rounds, kind of rounds 5 to 8. So, trying my best to kind of anchor with one running back and then go in and really attack wide receiver. But just like Seth said, you really have to keep your head on a swivel. So the thing about draft strategies for me that's most helpful is just being familiar with them, so that when you want to pivot because of how your draft is unfolding, you're not winging it, right? You head in intending to do hero RB, but then all of a sudden you're at the turn and some combination of Diggs and Jamar Chase are waiting there. Now you know that you're going to pivot into a zero RB strategy and how that plays out. So it's really more about kind of giving a name to the different approaches so that when you have to go to plan B or plan C, you're not just shooting from the hip.
And Eric, I think you touched on it. Like hero RB, I think might be my favorite strategy this season. Specifically, load up on one of those stud running backs, and then we just ran through a whole list of really good RB2 candidates: Breece Hall, Travis Etienne, AJ Dillon. Those are the lower cost players that I want at their ADP. Sure, I would love Zeke. Sure, I would love Saquon. Some of these other higher end RB2s, but at that price, I'm more comfortable getting a wide receiver who might play 16, 17 games and then scooping out one of these other guys who, one thing happens to Aaron Jones, AJ Dillon's a perhaps league winner. James Robinson doesn't come back on the right foot. Maybe Etienne's a league winner. So Eric, I 100% agree with what you just said there. Hero RB is a really interesting strategy here in 2022.
Yeah. I took Jonathan Taylor with the first pick in a draft. I was like, I've never done it before. I went for it. It's 1 QB. So
Nate, I almost did that with Polly's playoff. That's actually why I picked the 2 slot for myself. But then I went crazy. I went Jamar Chase at 102.
Well, so in my division for Polly's playoff, Justin Jefferson went 2.
Okay. Love that.
Yeah, we talked about, so we have a pick 2 group chat, and one guy had mentioned taking Justin Jefferson, and I was like, why not Jamar Chase? Because I feel like, and I feel like Jamar Chase is more known for being a deep threat than Justin Jefferson specifically. I'm not saying Justin Jefferson isn't, but I just feel like that's what people know Chase as and where his best routes are. And so that was kind of my argument for why maybe we should consider taking Chase at the second pick. And that's ultimately why I ended up taking him.
The only thing with Chase, and he's going to be phenomenal. I have no doubt. I just think Justin Jefferson's might see more volume. This Vikings offense is going to be different than anything we've seen. Mike Zimmer's gone. I might not hate Kirk Cousins as much this year. I mean, I'm open to the possibility that maybe he doesn't, maybe I just don't hate him anymore. Maybe it was a Mike Zimmer thing the whole time. But I think Jefferson's going to have more opportunity than Chase. Simply because he doesn't have a T. Higgins. He's got Adam Thielen and Irv Smith. And KJ Osborne, I guess, has been on the field quite a bit in camp as well. But that's not T. Higgins, Tyler Boyd competition.
Yeah, For sure.
Yeah, that's exactly my thinking in taking Cup. In my division, Jefferson went 103. I took Cup at 104. But your point, Nate, about the target volume, right? Like, yes, these high ADOT guys have a higher likelihood of getting the maximum bonus, but those passes are harder to catch, right? So I look at volume as just saying this is increasing my likelihood of getting any bonus as opposed to getting 1.75 versus 1.25. So I think that Jefferson takes the edge there over Chase, specifically in the Polys format.
And especially Eric, Shane, you did point out like Jefferson may be not known as a sincere deep threat. However, you look at his yards per reception in the last 2 years, they're top the league, right up there. And I think the one part of his game that has not been developed yet is that technician side of it. We saw it with Devontae Adams. It took him a couple of years to kind of develop that. And like, I want medium ADOT receivers. That's kind of my thing. I think those are the most valuable receivers. Sure, I want a little bit higher of an ADOT, but I'd rather have someone who can do it at all levels of the field. And that's what we haven't seen of Justin Jefferson. I think Kevin O'Connell is going to unlock that, or at least I hope so. Coming from being a former quarterback himself, I think he knows what Kirk Cousins needs. So I would ride the volume there, but I'm not gonna discredit you at all, Shane, for taking Jamar Chase at the 102. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of combinations as good as Burrow and Jamar Chase in this league, really since I've been watching it. So it's been great to see. And I don't discredit you at all, but I think Justin Jefferson has a chance to be the number 1 overall player in fantasy. Cooper Kupp, I think, has that too. I think it's one of those for me, but I do worry about the Matthew Stafford elbow injury a little bit. I mean, Big Ben, closet fan, also Steelers fan, so I've seen what that elbow injury can do. But yeah.
So I'll steal the hosting duties for a second, and I'll ask you a question, Shane. Was part of your decision to draft Chase maybe a far off but still alive hope that Burrow might be there on the way back around? I'm not sure with the format how quickly quarterbacks are going to come off the board. So that's kind of my thinking in the question.
No, so far, like in my specific division, they haven't been going off. It's been really diverse, actually, with how players have been drafted. Excuse me, my lunch is coming back up. But I not necessarily. It was more trying to have a different roster construction because I know that's what's going to ultimately win a tournament like this is having a different roster construction. And I knew someone like Chase was a position outside of quarterback that would score a lot of points in this format.
Makes sense.
So, all right. Well, we've hit 1:30 Eastern time, and I know, Nate, you got to run, so thank you for coming on, and I will see you later, hopefully.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. Seth, it's always a pleasure. We do this quite frequently.
Hey, you've been on vacation, man. You put in that PTO last couple weeks. I don't think we've been live in about a month. So
no, that's true. We haven't. Wow. Well, hey, Wednesday.
There you go. 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. You guys know the deal.
Yes, sir. All right, guys. Thanks for having me. Adios.
See ya.
See you, Nate.
And then Eric, I know you also have to go, so we'll I'll hopefully see you later, maybe if you want to.
Yeah, I do. I'll do one more plug as we head out the door. Shane, if you want to flash the donation link, anyone that donates to Poly's playoff today to the Alzheimer's Foundation will get a free entry into Pros with Joe's 3. So either tweet at me at FantasyNav or at Pros with Joe's. Email that screenshot over to team@proswithjoes.com. If you've contributed to Poly's playoff today, you will get your foot in the door for a chance to win in Pros with Joe's. So a lot of really good work that the Alzheimer's Foundation is doing. Again, it is an absolutely despicable disease and one that seems like we're making some pretty good progress on with all the research out there. So every dollar that you give really does go a long way in helping make this a thing of the past. Shane, thank you for having me on. Thank you for putting this together. It is absolutely a labor of love. We text a lot back and forth about
we do.
all of the logistical nightmares that go into running a charity league. So just want to say that I do appreciate you putting this together. It does some really good work.
Yeah, thanks, man. And as Eric kind of dips out again, thanks for coming on, man. Like you said, we text back and forth about the the charity tournaments that we run, and really appreciated our friendship. But to your point about like every dollar counts, when we started this, Alzheimer's was a top 10 killer disease in the United States, and it was the only one in the top 10 that did not have a cure or any kind of drug to slow it down. Since we've started this, and I'm not going to say it's because of us, obviously other people have donated, but we've been a part of that. We've been a part of that factor. We've got multiple emails over the last year or two where the FDA is now working on a process to approve a drug to help slow down the disease. So I, as someone who's lost a family member, it was my wife's grandmother to Alzheimer's. I sincerely thank all of you from the bottom of my heart for donating today and any day that you can to the Alzheimer's Association.
Yeah, that's actually a really good shout, right? If you're not comfortable with donating, if you're not in a financial position to donate, to Shane's point, a lot of what the needful work here is about awareness, right? So share this link with anyone that might be interested. Hit all the retweet and like buttons on socials. Even if you can't contribute monetarily, just helping spread the word goes a long way.
Yep, 100%.
Thank you for your work, Eric. Both of you guys. I mean, seeing this community rally around so many different charities has been awesome. Pros and Joes, Scott Fishbowl, Polly's Playoff. It all really does go a long way, and it shows that this community is so much more than just X's and O's and ADP. So I greatly appreciate both of your gentlemen at doing that in the community.
Yeah, awesome.
It's our pleasure.
All right, I'll see you later.
See y'all in Canton. Shane, I'll probably text you 10 times later today. My good friends.
Good friends.
All right. So we will bring it on our next guest. And Seth, you just let me know if you want to stay on or not.
Yeah, I have about 5 more minutes. I do have a meeting with a client here at 4:40, but I got about 5 more minutes. Looks like we have Kevin up, so that's great to see him again.
Perfect. Yeah, and we can. Yeah, we can hear you. How are you, Kevin?
I'm at work. I'm playing hooky, so don't tell my boss. I'm jumping on here in between periods.
Nice. I love it. Well, thanks for coming on. I don't know if you had a chance to look at the spreadsheet, but kind of wanted to do just a college football Devy conversation. We talked earlier with Shane Hallam about rookies for this class. Really, since Seth is here, I want to talk about week 3 of college football, Auburn versus Penn State at Auburn. Because I know, Seth, if I remember correctly, you're a PSU alum, right?
Not a PSU alum. I worked at the university for a couple years here. I'm still a season ticket holder though, so I did see the Tigers come up to Happy Valley last year, and that was a hell of a game.
It was a great game, and honestly, kind of to the point of like rookies and Devy. The reason I know Jahan Dotson will succeed in this league is because he carved up Auburn's defense last year, and Auburn had a great secondary last year. So I have faith in Jahan Dotson, but we'll let the college football expert tell. What are you expecting from this game, Kevin?
This is a tough game. I mean, it's big for Auburn. Auburn's got to figure their life out, right, Shane? Like this year.
Yes.
I mean, Harson's on probably one of the hottest teams already. And so when you're looking at how that looks. Penn State, though, I mean, it really comes down to what Clifford is. Like, can Clifford actually, be the guy? Franklin notoriously chokes in games, and but he just got that big contract, so he doesn't really have any heat on him. Really, it's going to come down to the quarterbacks. Who's going to be the quarterback of Auburn? It looks like Calzada, maybe, yep. which is not the most. If you're an Auburn fan, you're probably not looking forward to that. But Clifford, can he kind of be that guy? Where's Singleton come in? So Nicholas Singleton's coming in. Will he get to play that early? I think it could be like a Travion Henderson, like week 3, they give Singleton the ball more. We could see a coming out party against an SEC opponent, and then you're going to see him kind of blow up. So I expect Penn State to win. I know you don't want to hear that, but I don't know. It really, if Clifford throws 2 interceptions, though, Auburn's got a shot. I think it really comes down to if Clifford can game manage and win that game.
No, I agree with you. I think Penn State will win. If Auburn somehow pulls that off, it could be a turning point in the season for Auburn. Seth, as the Penn State fan, what do you think that game does for Penn State going for the rest of the year. Do you think that gives them a shot at the CFP? And I'm actually going to run and go to the
I thought last year, whiteout game, Auburn comes to Happy Valley for perhaps maybe the first time ever. And, you know, I think, again, it kind of comes back to what Kevin's saying, though. How far can Sean Clifford take this team? Never really been a huge Sean Clifford believer. In my opinion, I would hope they would start a LAR. You know, I know it's not going to happen, but they got a lot of talent there in the QB room that I would like to see over Clifford, the fifth-year starter. But at the end of the day, this is still a team. The road's going to go through Ohio State. We're going to have to play them tough here in Happy Valley later in the season. So if they can't, I mean, Auburn winning or Penn State beating Auburn would be a great stepping stone towards that. But we still have a lot bigger mountains to climb, specifically Ohio State coming here, I believe Halloween weekend.
What is your opinion of Franklin?
See, I never had a strong opinion on Franklin. Like, I think he's sometimes I don't like the way he talks to the media. I think he dismisses the press a little bit sometimes. But in general, I mean, he's a great coach. I think he's one of the top coaches in the league or in college football. However, was he worth the contract we paid him? I don't know about that. That's, I guess, where I struggle. And I think it comes back to Kevin. I mean, he chokes in the big games, and that's what we've consistently seen. I mean, the Iowa game was absolutely disgraceful last year. I get it. You lose your starting quarterback, but your number 2 has to be ready to go. So maybe we can see a little bit more of an improvement. I think Franklin was kind of looking at his options last year. Maybe his head wasn't really in the game, but perhaps we can see it more in the game this season. What about yourself, Kevin? Are you a James Franklin supporter?
I mean, I think what else is Penn State going to go get? I mean, I think that's the question. I mean, he came in there and turned that place around after all of like kind of the O'Brien stuff and all the paternal stuff. And I think he's done a fine job. I just think he's very limited. I think he limits your ceiling, but you're going to have the best team next year, not this year. But when Aller and Singleton and those guys come in, Caden Sanders is a stud freshman wide receiver coming there. Like, he's killing on the recruiting.
Is Parker Washington a 2023 class wide receiver? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
he's a dog.
Yeah, I mean, him and Tinsley there. I mean, I love Keandre Lambert-Smith as well. Like, I think he's a sleeper if he could get some run there. He's a junior, though, so you'd like to see a little bit more production from a Debbie perspective. But, I mean, I think Penn State's going to have their best team next year. The problem is Clifford going to – or excuse me, not Clifford. Is their head coach going to screw that up? I think is Franklin going to ruin that? He's got to beat Michigan, Ohio State. They've got to go compete, and he never can beat Ohio State. He's had plenty of opportunities to beat Ohio State, and he just doesn't do it. And I think that's the big kicker.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Allure will stay put here for at least one more year. We can see him get the ropes there at Penn State because, I mean, we've already seen some generational talent walk away from Penn State for not getting playing time behind Sean Clifford. So hopefully it's not a repeat of that.
Who would you be referencing there?
Do you really?
I'm genuinely curious. I want to make sure we're on the same page.
Kentucky. That's all I'll say.
Yes. Okay. Thought so. Just wanted to make sure. If it makes you feel any better, I completely agree with you. I have no idea. Like, Will Levis transferring should never have happened.
Exactly. Comes down to a systematic error in the coaching staff, in the quarterback room.
So, Kev, as the Devi expert, what's Will Levis's ceiling this year? And how high does that propel him in the NFL draft?
Hey, I'm not a Will Levis fan, Shane. So you're probably the last person to talk to. I think he's fine. I think that they took a big hit from their offensive perspective. Losing Rondale hurt. Like last year, you saw him he leaned on Wan'Dale Robinson really a lot in that offense. You know, Chris Rodriguez, he got a DUI, so their rushing attack, what's that going to look like? So if he can come back, I think he's got a lot to prove in the SEC. Levis did very good against bad opponents last year. So when you look at his even his home and away and his strength of schedule, he crushed it against Lafayette, Louisville, and shit like that. But when he went into the games against big SEC opponents, I think he did struggle. I think he could take that next step. The thing with Levis that's going to help him is that the QB3 of this class is unknown. Like, we don't know who that QB3 is going to be. You got Van Dyke, you got Anthony Richardson, you got some other guys that maybe could pop up there. Not Bo Nix.
I knew he was going to say Bo Nix.
But, that's the thing with Levis. Like, I would take Levis over Van Dyke from Miami. Like, I'm not big on Van Dyke either. I just worry about like what's their upside. Like, is he Kenny Pickett? Maybe, but Kenny Pickett's not that good either. So I think where are you going to be in that upside there?
Man, you were just stomping all over Seth today.
Oh, I'm sorry. So are you a Kenny Pickett guy? I didn't know.
I mean, I'm a Western PA born and raised, live in State College now, so I got roots, Kevin. But that's all right, man. That is.
He had a good year. I mean, hey, he had a great year last year. I just worry about his pro potential. Like that's my biggest concern.
I agree with you there, Kevin. Actually, sorry, Seth. I think we were talking about it. I think 2 segments ago on the Podathon. I think Pickett's ceiling has already been realized. Yeah. And I think he'll just be fine as an NFL quarterback. I don't see him being a top-tier guy really ever, in my opinion. Now, obviously, could I be wrong? Obviously. If there's one team that I think could develop a quarterback out of Kenny Pickett, it's the Steelers.
I mean, you got Mike Tomlin there. Matt Canada, I think, is a better offensive coordinator than he's been given credit for. All the weapons in the world you could want.
Yeah.
Great reports from camp. George Pickens, Pat Freiermuth back. He's dinged up a little bit, but I mean, this is the offense to get it done. And, I don't know. I feel like a little bit, maybe it's just, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just the late bloomer, fifth year starter thing. But, I think a lot of people kind of talk similar, not in the same vein, but similar to Joe Burrow, kind of saw it his last season of his career. Was it real? Was it not real? Obviously, Burrow took it to the national championship, did it against the highest level of competition in the SEC. But yeah, I think Kenny Pickett's going to be sneaky good, man. I don't think a lot of people were talking about Justin Herbert that highly when he was coming out too. So I think he has range to be a top 10 quarterback in this league. But I do understand the concerns, guys. I mean, late blossomer there, so I get it.
Yeah. Okay. Let's get a little more Debbie centric here. Kevin, I think I know this answer. And I'm not trying to hurt Seth's feelings, I promise, by bringing up an Ohio State player. But who is your RB1 for Debbie? Is it Bijan Robinson or no. Travion? It's Travion Henderson?
Travion. It's been Travion for the last 2 years. I think he's a better athlete than Bijan Robinson.
Okay,
I think there's a case to be made. Zach Evans is a better pure runner than Bijan Robinson.
Wow.
So if I think that, Travion's got to be my number 1 just based on talent alone. Now, will you draft Bijan and Debbie earlier because you get a year of production before? Yeah, probably. I don't blame guys for doing that, like grabbing Bijan at the 101 in a Debbie league. And if they built their team to where they're ready to compete next year and they have Bijan coming in, that's fine strategy. But to me, based on purely talent, I'm going to take Travion every time.
Okay.
And I love Zach Evans as well, but he's got to get his head together. There's nothing wrong with Zach Evans except for off the field. If he could just get his off the field stuff together, we could be talking about one of the best runners in college football. But the problem is his off the field stuff has held him back.
Yeah. Okay, so here's a fun one, and you should have expected this coming. Zach Evans or Tank?
Oh, Zach Evans, easily.
Really?
Yeah. Zach Evans is Waldman called him the best pure runner in college football. Waldman's really high on Zach Evans, and just in terms
I can't argue with Matt Waldman.
Just in talent wise, Tank. So the thing with Tank, I know you like Tank. The thing with Tank, and I like Tank more than most. I actually defend Tank a lot for some reason. I don't know why people are down on Tank. The thing with Tank is athletically, what is he? So I think the question is, what is his numbers going to be? So that when I look at his film and we look at where he profiles, is he a 4.45 or is he a 4.5? And I think that is the question mark, because if he's a 4.5 at his size, I'm a little concerned based on kind of his rushing style. If he can get in that 4.45 runs, then he's going to be a day 2 guy, and I'm fine with him. I think that's the question. Evans is a 4.4 receiving back, has it all, has the tools. I think that's the difference between both of them. And there's more question marks with Tank than there is for Evans, at least on the field. Off the field, though, it's vice versa.
Yeah. Seth, do you have an opinion on Zach Evans versus Tank?
I'm no Devi expert, so honestly, I lean on Kevin, the guys over the Devi Royale for a lot of my Devi analysis. I love college football, and it's become a lot bigger part of my life in the last couple of years. But when it comes to Devi analysis, the guys over the Devi Royale, they are really who I lean on. So if Kevin is saying that Zach Evans is a guy then I think Zach Evans could be a guy.
Yeah, that's a fair analysis, and I also lean on them. Patreon supporter, need to fix my payment method, but we'll talk about that later. But yeah, so want to throw it one more position, and Seth, I know you got to run, so if you need to, feel free to drop out. But Kevin, I think, God dang it, I didn't mean to do this again. Wide receiver one for Devi. Is it Butte? Is it JSN? Is there, this may be bold, and I'm not trying to be, it's just truly a question. Is there a case made for Xavier Worthy? Who's
So for me, Jackson Smith and Najigba is my wide receiver one.
And yeah, I thought I knew that.
But it's close. Him and Butte are close because, Butte was the wide receiver one until he got hurt. So, now that he's healthy, he's coming back. I think there's two things that will hold Butte back this year, though. It's Brian Kelly is not a very good offensive coach. And he's already in camp talking about, he's healthy, but, he needs to learn how to practice. Because Brian Kelly's an ass. And Brian Kelly –
yes, he is.
I don't know if anybody knows Brian Kelly killed a graduate student. And,
right.
No one
talks about that at all.
They just threw it under the bus. Brian Kelly is not a very good coach in terms of getting the most out of his players. So I think something could happen mid-year where Butte's like, I'm out. Maybe they have a bad year. The quarterback battle doesn't go well, and they're losing some games. And he's like, I'm just going to go ready for the NFL, which I think is going to hurt his stock a little bit, whereas JSN's going to put up numbers. Ohio State, the only thing holding JSN back from putting up 2,000 yards receiving, in my opinion, is that Ohio State's going to be blowing out so many teams in the first half that they're not even going to be in the second half, him and Stroud and those guys. Yeah. JSN's going to put up the production numbers. He could play on the inside and outside. I do think that Kayshawn's probably more athletically gifted just in terms of pure athleticism, but JSN's right there too. Those guys are right there. I lean JSN based on production, based on kind of plays it inside out. He can kind of do it all. He's versatile. And when you look at Ohio State LSU wide receivers, if you scout the helmet, I know I do, because if you look at the profiles and how they get drafted, they're going to be right there. There's just more question marks for Kayshawn. I think when you look at Devi and risk, evaluate, I don't think JSN has any risk. I think he's going to get drafted in the first round, so I'm going to make sure I get that. Kayshawn can go a lot of different ways. Maybe that injury comes up. Maybe he leaves the team. There's a lot of question marks about Kayshawn. That's why I have JSN a little bit ahead. It is close. Xavier is small. Xavier, I love Xavier. He's 165 listed?
I don't know.
I think last time I looked at Texas depth chart, he was 165 listed. And that worries the hell out of me, because 165 listed is what I tell people I am still, and I'm really not there, right?
Yeah.
That's not where I'm at.
That's we had the conversation earlier, Kevin, where Wan'Dale Robinson is listed at 5'9", and then there's the picture where he's standing next to Nick Saban, and they're the same height, and Nick Saban's 5'6".
So, and that's the hard part about college is where they listed. And I love Xavier. He had one of the best freshman receiver, seasons that we've seen. He's going to be paired with Quinn Ewers. Xavier is my wide receiver 3 overall in the entire thing. So I do like Xavier. That size, man, he is fast and quick. I don't know Xavier can put on any more size. If you look at his frame, he's one of those guys when you're looking at it, you're like, I wonder how much muscle and how much weight you could really put on. So that's going to be the outlier. Analytics are going to hate his ass. They're going to love the early breakout, but they're going to hate the size. So now you're looking at where does analytics profile him? He could just be a gamer. He fits NFL schemes and those type of things. But I think it's JSN and then Butte. And then, the wide receivers in the 23 class have some question marks. There's not I would say that's probably the most question marks in the class, because after those two, you're starting to get down okay, who do I trust? Who's going to be there? But they're talented. It's a very solid class. It's top heavy though.
Yeah, I've heard that a lot, that it's top heavy. I'm intrigued that you say that about the wide receiver position, because it feels like there's potential for a lot of them to at least be drafted. I don't know about drafted early, but be drafted with significant draft capital. So we do have a couple questions I want to throw to in the chat. Do you guys see any of these 2023 QBs being drafted as top 12 QBs in Superflex startups this time next year?
Yeah, CJ and Bryce are going to go in the top 4 more than likely. I'd be hard pressed. So hard with quarterbacks. I'm so snake bitten with quarterbacks though. I'm kind of trying to be cool about it. I was never a Malik guy. I just always said if you got drafted in the first, you have to take him in the first. I never said he was going to get drafted in the first. I just said, hey, if he does. I think this quarterback is there, but I mean, they all have question marks. I don't know if you guys know who Daniel Jeremiah is. He's the move the sticks guy. He compared Stroud to Mac Jones, which pissed a lot of people off because people think Stroud is going to be this next year. And he's like, no, he reminds me of Mac Jones. So Daniel Jeremiah knows what he's talking about. And so when I'm looking at quarterbacks, I'm like, man, if he's comparing him to Mac Jones, and he even said that Bryce, there's question marks about Bryce's size. Like he's 5'11-ish, maybe listed. And so you're looking at that size, that area. I think both those guys are locks though still, because I do think they're going to get first round draft capital. But after that, I don't know. I have two guys locked in that first round, and then you're looking at maybe Anthony Richardson if he takes that step, Levis, Tyler, Van Dyke. But other than that, I think it's just two guys right now.
Bo Nix. I had to say it. Awesome. All right. Just traded away Deontay Johnson and a 23 first for CeeDee Lamb and a 23 second and a 12-team Superflex. Thoughts? Seth, let's throw it to you first.
I mean, it depends where that 23 first is going to be to me. I'm a little bit lower on CeeDee Lamb than a lot of people coming into this year. I just don't know if he has the pure profile to produce as a number one wide receiver in this Dallas offense at this point. I've always been a little bit lower on Lamb though, so that could be my personal bias coming out.
Yeah.
I kind of like. I would probably take Deontay Johnson unless I absolutely think I have the best team. Then I think you're trading pairs, but I would probably take Deontay Johnson and the first. I just want anything I can do with this first round of this 2023 class. I mean, Kevin has done a great job already kind of profiling some of these incoming rookies next year. And I think from the wide receiver standpoint, from the running back standpoint, it's the best we've seen in a few years. So I want that first more than I think I want CeeDee Lamb. But put a different wide receiver in there over CeeDee, and I would consider it.
Yeah. I honestly think this is a pretty fair trade and could lean either way.
Yeah, it's not a sizable gap. It's not a sizable gap, I think, between Deontay and CeeDee. The Steelers just somehow paid Deontay Johnson. I was very surprised that got done. So a little more faith in Deontay Johnson than I had in the past. But now maybe Claypool's the one to exit there. So it's going to be fun to see how it plays out in Pittsburgh here over the next year.
Yeah, I agree.
This is one of those buy high deals. Sam Wallace talks about it all the time, one of my good friends, and he says, hey, go buy high on a player if you believe in him. And if CD has, I mean, there's no more excuses for CD after this season. You're going to get the target share. He should get the target share. He's the only option besides Schultz in that team. I know people are talking about Tolbert, and as a Cowboy fan, Tolbert and those guys will be fine, but you know who the targets? He's going to target Schultz and CD. That's who the targets are going to be until those guys come back healthy. If you're going to buy high and you believe in CD can be a top 3 guy, then this is appropriate value. Okay, go get him, and then you hope that he does it. I love Deontay. Deontay's one of my favorite receivers in the league. I love everything he has. The quarterback situation, I know I talked about Kenny and me, and we have different opinions on that, me and Seth, but I think that he could still be a low-end wide receiver 1, mid wide receiver 2, and then you get a first. So, I don't hate the deal either way, but I love that you're buying high on a player because I think sometimes we're afraid to do that because we're afraid to be there's dynasty managers out there afraid to lose trades, which that's the worst thing you could do because then you're just going to have a shitty team. Because if you're not afraid to lose trades or go after and be competitive, then you struggle and you get in that stagnant area there. So I like it for both sides. This is a great deal. Go buy high for a team that you like.
Yeah, Kevin, to your point about kind of buying high and whatnot, I actually do a segment in season on the nightcap where we give you buy high and buy low.
Yeah.
If someone has a good week, go buy them if you want them. And to your other point about you kind of get in that middle zone of where the hell am I? Am I contending? Am I rebuilding?
Worst place to be.
Exactly. And so go buy high. Go get your guy. Get someone who's succeeding. And if you have to pay up, okay, the person's good. And then on the other end of that, if you are someone who has one of those guys and the rest of your team is dog shit, rebuild, flip them and go get the draft capital to rebuild.
Yep.
Can we also stop rebuilding with picks? Can I go on a rant? Like, stop just trading picks. Like, it's like that's the worst thing I think dynasty managers do. We talk about it all the time. Like, you can go get second level assets plus a pick. Like, there's nothing stopping you from going and buying, like, I don't know. Think of some guy, like, I don't know. Let me think of a wide receiver right now off the top of my head. I mean, DJ Moore, he's too highly priced. Everybody loves DJ Moore, even though DJ Moore really hasn't done anything. Yeah, I know you love DJ Moore, Shane. Like, just think of a second level guy like Ayuk right now. Like, if you're rebuilding, if you trust what's going on in San Francisco right now, Ayuk could be a good guy. Maybe not now, but like 2 weeks ago, you could have traded like a top Devontae Adams for Ayuk in a first. That would have definitely helped. And you get a first plus Ayuk. Like, I think sometimes we overthink our ability to hit on these draft picks. And then you're left when you miss on, let's say you trade all these assets for 4 draft picks and you miss them. Like you drafted these guys and now you're sitting there with no assets to trade and you have picks, but nobody wants your picks anyway because you can't trade them because you have no talent left on your roster. Then that's where orphans happen. So I think we got to stop you're not that smart, people out there. Like, you can't just always hit on these picks because the majority of us can anyway. NFL gets them wrong. So I think always trying to add assets to draft picks is super important because then you at least have some capital back and then you can maneuver it a little bit too.
Yeah.
Love that.
All right. Well, I know you both have to go because you're in between periods, Kevin. Thank you. I won't tell your boss.
I can throw it up on the board. You want to teach a little history in about 10 minutes?
I mean, if you want me and our next guest, Joe Dolan, to teach history class, you can.
Dolan could do it. Dolan's a smart guy. He can figure it out.
So, hey, Joe.
Hi, guys. What's up going on?
But, yeah, so Kevin, y'all follow Kevin on Twitter at DuBois_22. Host of the Debbie Royale, writer for Footballguys.
Yep.
Cool. Yeah. So check him out. Obviously, I respect his work and his Debbie content. So go check him out. And then Seth, ironically, good friend. One of the only people I think on Twitter who I can say is younger than me. And I respect you and your grind, and I appreciate you coming on, especially kind of short notice since Nate just asked you, I think, yesterday.
Yeah, I appreciate the appearance, Shane. Thank you for everything you guys are doing over at Paulie's Playoff. Good luck to you guys in the league this year. Good luck managing that. Pleasure sharing the screen with some absolute legends today. Hope everyone has a great rest of your day.
Absolutely. You too.
See you guys.
See you guys. Hello, Joe.
Hi, man. What's going on?
Not much.
You're really you're really wearing this thing, man. This is impressive.
Yeah,
like I do the game day show on Sundays for 6 hours, and people are like, you do that, man, but you're really getting after it today.
Yeah, we're on hour 5, and I still have probably about 10 hours left. Now I'll take about a 2-hour break for dinner and putting the kids to bed so I can actually spend some time with them. But yeah, it's a long day today, but it's fun. It's totally worth it. So thanks for coming on. Owner of FantasyPoints. Co-owner, but yeah. Creator.
It was a collaborative process.
Okay.
Cool. FantasyPoints was so. I'm a co-creator, co-owner.
Cool.
All that good stuff at FantasyPoints, indeed.
Nice. Yeah, so for those of you that don't follow me on Twitter or just getting to know me on Twitter, it was a really funny story. I was walking through the grocery store with my family. I think we were just buying dinner for the night or something like that. And I see this big guy walking down the aisle wearing a Scott Fishbowl shirt. And I'm like, what in the hell? So I go over and talk to him, and he's wearing a Scott Fishbowl 10 shirt, and it's Joe, wherever you are. Joe.
That was me. That was a Scott Fishbowl 11 shirt, by the way.
Yeah. So, I don't know. It was Scott Fishbowl 10.
No, it was 10. You're right. Excuse me.
It was 10.
Yeah. 10 was toys.
Yep.
11 was... What was last year's shirt?
Oh, what was last year's theme?
I'm in so many of them. I know the shirt was really cool.
Yeah.
That I have. What was Scott Fishbowl 11's theme? Once I go to because I have them all bookmarked.
Nice.
Let's see. I was in last year. Oh, it was music.
That's right. Yeah.
So I have the AC/DC one.
Nice. Very cool.
Yeah.
I was in Green Day.
Yeah, I was in Genesis, which I don't really listen to Genesis, but I mean that's where they put me. So yeah.
Thanks,
Anyway.
Rick. So yeah, well, Joe, before we kind of hop into the fantasy talk, I don't think you and I have actually talked about Polly's Playoff, so I was gonna do a refresher for anyone that's watching now. Polly's Playoff is a charity tournament I started actually in the Scott Fish Bowl 10 year. That was my first Scott Fish Bowl, and I was in Scott's division. So really got to know him on a personal level, and he was kind of like, look, if you've got a platform, go do something with it, do good with it, connect to the community. And so I did. And started Polly's Playoff. It's a tournament to end Alzheimer's. My wife's grandmother died from Alzheimer's about 3 years ago. And so we are just trying to raise money and connect the fantasy football community. So point of today is the raising money part. And we are currently, I got to refresh because I've timed out. Hold on. All right. So we're about 500. I can't do math. Yeah, 575. No. Is that right?
You wanted $1,000. How much do you have?
Yes, I have 425.
You're 575 away.
Okay, 575
there you
away.
Go. There you go.
For our target for the day. That will also get us really close to the 5,000 as a total team mark, which it would put us about halfway for our goal for the year. So just wanted to throw that out there. I'll throw the link to donate in here in just a second.
Donate, everybody. Please.
Joe, you donated earlier, and I really appreciate that. We've had tons of guests have donated. Obviously, all the participants in the tournament have, so really appreciate that.
I mean, it's a good cause. My Aunt Connie had Alzheimer's, dementia, similar family. I don't know what her exact diagnosis was, but it was always so sad. And, sometimes you smile at some of the things to keep you from crying, right? Like,
yeah, absolutely.
Just like my Aunt Connie always would wish me a happy birthday because I don't know, whatever, like something triggered that it was like my birthday party or something. But so but it's sad. It's so sad. And it's how you cope with the ones you love, right? Like like they're still there. So you got to smile, but as sad as it is, it's very heartbreaking when you think about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and like the story that I remember, and why am I getting feedback? Do you hear that, Joe?
I don't hear anything, no.
Okay, then it's definitely just on my end. We'll figure it out in a minute. Okay, this is gonna bother me. Hold on, we're gonna try it.
Okay, yeah, that's fine, man. Look, dude, you're doing a 39-hour marathon here, so if you get through this without any sort of any sort of problems, you're a lucky guy. So if this is as bad as it gets, then
all right. Now, yes, I'm not hearing the feedback.
I'm not hearing anything either.
Perfect. Okay. Cool. So totally lost my train of thought. What were we talking about right before that?
Well, we were talking about my Aunt Connie and her mention her Alzheimer's and just like how people cope with things, just like laughing at some of the things just only to keep you from being so upset about them. It's really a heartbreaking thing.
Well, and like for me, like with Nana is Andrea's grandmother that passed away. Like I would grab a beer at a Mexican restaurant when we were eating dinner or something, and she would always talk about that. She would always tell the same stories. And now that like she's gone, it's like, dang, I miss her. Like, even though it was annoying at the time, like I miss her telling that story over and over again because it was a way for her to just relate to me based off what she could remember. So hug the ones that you love, do what you can to be around them ultimately. So all right, I had you on the show sheet for bounce back candidates. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
Cool. So the first one that I actually want to talk about is last on the show sheet, and that's Allen Robinson. I put him in all caps. Obviously, we all know what the Bears' dumpster fire of an offense was last year.
Horrible.
Now he's going to the Rams, who are likely going to be one of the top 3 to 5 offenses as long as Stafford remains healthy.
Big question right now, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked about that earlier, but like where do you like? Let's just assume Stafford's healthy and plays the whole year. How high do you think Robinson can finish coming back from last year?
It's funny. It's our staff is like we were going through. So what we do at Fantasy Points, we release like all of our almost all of our pre-draft articles we released last week. Just like we call it our draft cram, right? Like the stuff you cram for your draft for. And we really debated in our staff Discord about like, hey, who's going on the targets list? Who's going on the overvalues list? Who's going on the avoids list? Like stuff like that. And John Hansen reached out and he's like, are you guys in on A-Rob? And it was funny because a couple of our full-time guys were like, no, I'm not in on him. While me and Tom Brawley were like, yeah, I've been drafting A-Rob. And he's just kind of one of those guys where I wonder if last year just soured so many people on him. They're like, oh, he might be cooked. He's dealt with injuries. And, I think this is his 9th season in the league. I mean, he was in that. I was actually at that draft for SiriusXM. It was the 2014 draft, which was that great receiver draft. Of course, my Eagles took Jordan Matthews over so many guys who were better than him, and also after some guys who were worse than him. But they didn't take Kelvin Benjamin at least. But but A-Rob is kind of a guy who like everybody's like, oh, let's free A-Rob. And now that he's freed, it seems like everybody's like, oh, well, it's his 9th year and Stafford's dinged up and blah, 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 blah. And I kind of get it. And honestly, I consider his ADP, just looking at, I've been doing most of my drafts on Underdog right now. Looking at his ADP, I think it's just fair, right? Like wide receiver 21, late 4th round. But I mean, I wouldn't be stunned if he outproduces that ADP and finishes as like wide receiver 14, wide receiver 15. Last year, I made the cardinal error. I had a good fantasy year last year, but it could have been better if every time I was taking Robert Woods, I took Cooper Kupp instead.
Yeah. I feel that.
That was just like one of my worst calls. And just like, Woods is the better deep threat and Stafford's going to air it out. And then Cooper Kupp catches 37 passes a game. But I feel like, Robert Woods was producing, right? Like, he wasn't producing to the level that Cooper Kupp was producing, which made him disappointing. But where did Robert Woods fit? I'm pulling up our leaderboards now. But where Robert Woods was finishing on a per game basis, I feel like that's a relatively good number for Allen Robinson. Van Jefferson's dinged up. Even if they re-sign Odell Beckham's not going to be ready at the start of the season.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think like wide receiver 15 is a completely like reasonable thing to predict. By the way, Robert Woods was wide receiver 18 in fantasy points per game, and he was considered a disappointment last year because he was often going ahead of Cooper Kupp in drafts.
Yeah.
By the way, my sister has pointed out nobody ever calls him Kupp. It's always Cooper Kupp.
Yeah.
Nobody they don't say throw to Kupp. No, it's throw to Cooper Kupp. He's just one of those guys like Colin Robinson on What We Do in the Shadows. But no, Robert Woods, 15.2 fantasy points per game in his healthy games last year. That would have been good enough for wide receiver 18 on the season. Ahead of CeeDee Lamb, by the way, ahead of Brandon Cooks. And I know we're high on CeeDee Lamb for other reasons. Ahead of DK Metcalf, ahead of Hollywood Brown. So, like, he was actually scoring more than a lot of guys who were valuable for the full season or were perceived as valuable for the full season. I don't see why Allen Robinson can't do that, especially since the target competition is Cooper Kupp. And I don't know, Tyler Higbee's a Lucy with the football guy, but I think that's entirely possible. I think Allen Robinson's going in a very fair spot via ADP because it weighs in the fact, what if he is cooked? What if he is older? And then the other part of that is, does it matter? Because who else is catching balls outside of Kupp?
Yeah.
So, I think Allen Robinson's a totally viable. He's not like a sexy pick, like everybody wants Gabe Davis over Allen Robinson. And so do I. But
really,
I'm a Gabe Davis guy this year.
Okay.
But I think Allen Robinson is a reasonable bet to outscore him. And I just think people want the new shiny toy as opposed to old reliable.
So I don't know if you had heard the part last segment, but earlier today, just tell me you're not Gabe Davis in the 4th round high on Gabe Davis.
I mean, it's kind of where you have to take him, right? I'm not. There was a point this offseason I remember watching just like highlights from last year, and I remember texting our ownership group, and I was just sitting on the couch with a glass of whiskey and watching like football YouTube, which I am wont to do. When I'm so lazy, I don't feel like picking up a video game controller. That's always a good sign. But I was just like,
I've been there. If it makes you feel better.
I was just watching Gabe Davis, and I'm like, dude, guys, I do not want to miss on this.
Yeah.
But at the time, he was like a 6th-round pick.
Yeah.
And then I think everybody had the same exact story. They were just sitting down watching Gabe Davis. And I think it's more of a situational thing than anything else. But no, I'll admit it. I'm a 4th-round Gabe Davis guy. If not universally. That's always the thing when you're doing an underdog draft or doing it like they call it the portfolio that you have, right?
Yeah.
There are situations where, like, for instance, if you're giving me the choice between CeeDee Lamb and Gabriel Davis, I'm taking CeeDee Lamb 10 times out of 10. There's situations like that, right? But Gabriel Davis vis-a-vis Allen Robinson, all right, is it 7'3"? Is it 6'4"? Is it 5'5"? And they're much more closer together because, like, when there's always a reason where you have guys ranked where they are. But one of the things that I always like to tell people when you're drafting is, especially if you're doing multiple drafts, is you're not smart enough and I'm not smart enough to tell you that your wide receiver 10 is for sure going to outscore your wide receiver 11.
Yeah.
Now, you have to do the rankings because that's what people want. That's what people want to see. But there's always going to be a tier where you can argue, oh, your wide receiver 15 is going to outscore your wide receiver 9. And that's possible. And that's why, if I'm doing auction/salary cap drafts, which is for sure my favorite way to draft, I'm sitting there thinking, look, I need to get one of these 7 or 8 guys. And that's how I kind of work through things. And I think Allen Robinson and Gabe Davis, to me, are in a similar tier. You've got a guy who theoretically is ascending in a incredible pass-happy offense, and you've got a guy who's in an incredible pass-happy offense who's on a new team and is approaching 30. I just think it's a fascinating thing, the way to compare them. Allen Robinson certainly has more of the pedigree than Gabriel Davis, but I mean, I think you can make the argument that they're in similar situations, very similar situations.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's funny, that's kind of shaped up to be the theme of the Podathon. It's kind of like wide receiver 2 theory by Scott Simpson. We've talked about both of these guys as like potential guys that you want. And it's funny that you brought up, like, you explained it like CeeDee Lamb versus Gabe Davis. You're taking CeeDee Lamb, but like Gabe Davis versus Allen Robinson, depending on round, like which one are you taking? Like it depends.
Gabe Davis versus Jerry Jeudy, guys who are in that similar tier. It's just, and I think if you put Davis in the situation, I mean, it's very similar to Robinson's situation.
Yeah, for sure. So want to move on to the next bounce back candidate for us, and that is going to be, we'll go backwards. I put Terry McLaurin because I feel like last year, relative to where you were getting him, McLaurin did have a disappointing year and can do better and finish as a wide receiver 1. What are your thoughts on McLaurin this year?
I always love going back and looking at the numbers because some of the stuff that just blows your mind, that McLaurin and Elijah Moore had the same fantasy points per game. And
it was it was low then, right? It was like
12.6 because Moore got off 12.6 in PPR because Moore ended up, having a few really big spike games. And then what's funny is the guy who finished right behind Terry McLaurin in fantasy points per game last year is another wide receiver who got a new contract this offseason, and it's one everybody lambasted. It was Christian Kirk who finished right behind him in fantasy points per game. So I think Terry McLaurin, I have definitely bought into McLaurin at his, I think it's like wide receiver 19 on Underdog. He's essentially going similarly to Gabe Davis, Allen Robinson. I think people are tiering them similarly when, of course, comparing Allen Robinson to Robert Woods last year, scored far better than Terry McLaurin did. I'm a little skeptical now. Jahan Dotson, they bring him in. Now, I think Carson Wentz's style meshes well with Terry McLaurin, but the reports out of camp haven't been great. Inaccuracies. And look, I mean, I understand teams that are in quarterback hell get desperate, but what makes you think, Philadelphia, who had Doug Peterson, who coached Wentz to what would have been, had he even played maybe one or two more games, would have won the MVP in 2017. It was an MVP season. You can't take that away from him. And he couldn't fix Wentz, and they fired him, and they got rid of Wentz. Then Wentz gets to handpick his successor, or his new mentor, Frank Reich. He can't fix. They get rid of him after 1 year. What makes you think the Commanders organization, that bastion of stability, is going to fix Carson Wentz? And look, you look at Wentz's numbers last year: 27 touchdowns, 7 picks, and that's where you have to start. I know Wentz had the failings in the biggest spots, and you look at the numbers, and that makes you think, man, Terry McLaurin can be better. And if I had to pick a quarterback to win a game on a Sunday, or to at least put yards on the field between Wentz and Terry McLaurin, I would probably Wentz and Taylor Heineke, rather. I would probably pick Wentz. But the fact that I'm not saying absolutely would is probably a sign. I don't know. I just think Terry McLaurin is yet another guy. We talked about with Robinson. Not everybody's got to be a value pick. Not everybody's got to be overvalued at ADP. I think Terry McLaurin is probably that guy. The fact that they paid him is good to me. The fact that they got a receiver I love in Jahan Dotson alongside him isn't really the best thing, because
until Carson Wentz gets out of town.
Yeah, and which will be after this year, I think.
I think so too.
I don't think Wentz is. I don't think Wentz is going to be like, we'll give him another year. I don't feel like that's the kind of guy he is at this point. It's either he's going to be like, oh, yep, that's the guy, or all right, he's gone. we'll get rid of him, and we'll see what else we're doing next.
If Wentz doesn't perform well, I don't think from what I've heard, his personality meshes well with anybody. I feel like he just rubs people the wrong way with the way that he acts in the locker room, from what I've heard in Philadelphia, to where if he doesn't have a good year, the team's not going to want him back, because the rest of the team's going to be like, screw that dude.
Yeah. I feel, and look, I think that was part of the problem in Indianapolis. I think it was very clearly locker room related, and they can say all they want. He was a locker room problem in Philadelphia, which see, that was the thing to me that surprised me the most about Wentz. When you come out and you see his rookie season, when, there were some struggles, as rookie quarterbacks are wont to do, and, somebody who came from 1AA, but he had a solid rookie season, and then he had that amazing 2017, and there was never any indication, I think at least publicly, that Wentz was anything but a fiery leader who was beloved by his teammates. And I obviously there were some cracks in that armor and behind the scenes, and then of course the whole Foles thing. I think even the strongest willed of us would be like, what did I do to deserve this? Yeah. I was going to be the MVP, and now on some level, get over it. They gave you $100+ million, dude. How it would feel for something you worked your entire life to do and put your team in the position to do, and then your backup comes in and gets to be the glory guy, and I think you could put yourself in his shoes there, and how much that would, as happy as you are for the team, how much that would kind of suck.
100%.
But I just never really, that was the thing that surprised me the most about Wentz. Don't think any of us ever thought he was going to be a precision passer, but he was a playmaker. But now, it feels like the playmaking mentality has gotten so out of control with him that it's impossible, it's almost impossible to put that toothpaste back in the tube. I just think Wentz is what he is at this point, and I think for McLaurin, that's going to result in some big plays, and it's going to result in some, what are you doing? Stuff like that, and I just think that's what Wentz is at this point.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. Oh, I froze there for a minute. Okay, so I quickly want to touch on this one because we've just spent the last 5 minutes talking about the Washington football team. Antonio Gibson is someone else I have on this list. He played through an injury last year, as we all know, and I don't feel like produced again at where everyone was drafting him at last year, and feel like his ADP has probably come back down to earth somewhat. What are your thoughts on Gibson going forward?
I'm out. And like, I understand the narrative that like, look at the numbers he produced with like a crack shin, but like just some of the stuff that we're hearing, right?
Yeah.
Just from people like our guy, Adam Kaplan, has talked to the Commanders, and he's like, that remember, he's not a natural running back.
No, he's a wide receiver
in college. And our guy, Greg Cosell, actually thought he would be best as a slot receiver in the NFL. Now, obviously, he's done more than adequate job as a running back, and he should be commended for that. But I think there's a lack of like vision leaving runs on the field as tough as he is. And I really like sometimes teams tell you how they feel. They made an effort. J.D. McKissick had already agreed to a contract with Buffalo, and they were like, no, come back. We need you. And then they spend third round picks are not Washington is maybe not the best run organization, to put it fair, but I would think even they know that third round picks are not throwaway picks at any position, let alone running back. And they spend another one on a running back this year in Brian Robinson, somebody who probably succeeds in the areas that Gibson does not. Between the tackles, not fumbling, things like that. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like you twist yourself into a pretzel to analyze things when the team itself is telling you how it feels.
Yeah.
And I mean, look, the entire community is down on Antonio Gibson, and I think you can make a cogent argument for Gibson at price. Like, this was a guy who finished as a top 12 overall running back last year, and he's going in the 6th round. But I think there's reasons he's fallen. And by the way, their offensive line got worse too.
Yeah, that's if you're a Washington football team or Washington Commanders fan, I pray for you.
I will say I'm warming up to the name. It's like it's fine.
Yeah.
I still think they should have gone with Red Tails, but the name's fine. But there's another thing that bothers me about them. Why don't they have gold pants? What's with this old burgundy look? Come on, man. They blew that too. Like, come on.
Oh, well, that's I just feel like that's the Commanders for you.
Yeah. And I think they're probably going to add some of that stuff down the line. Oh boy. I don't have great vibes on that team. Like, whereas I actually have pretty good vibes on like the Giants, for instance. Like, it feels like the Giants are heading in the right direction, while I just think the Commanders are directionless.
Yeah. So we're gonna jump around a bit on the show sheet then. Barkley twisted his ankle, stepping on a foot. We talked about this earlier in the show. But does he bounce back to being top 2 Saquon Barkley?
I don't think he needs to be considered a success this year. I think Saquon Barkley is kind of a victim of himself, but also a victim of his old staff. It's like, we drafted this running back number 2 overall, so let's give him the ball and have him grind it out behind our our crappy guards and centers. And that is not Saquon Barkley. As somebody who's watched Saquon Barkley dating back to his high school days, that's never been Saquon Barkley, okay? Like, he is not a between the tackles grinder. And he probably isn't somebody who should get 20 carries a game. It feels like this new staff understands that. It feels like, what we need is a guy who's going to absolutely slaughter linebackers in the passing game. That's what we need. And given that a target is worth 2.5 times as much as a carry for running backs, that's all I want to see from Saquon Barkley. Who's to say like Saquon Barkley
blew my mind?
What's that?
You just blew my mind. A target is worth 2.5 more times than a carry.
In PPR, our guy Scott Barrett has done this research. Not a reception. A target is worth 2.5 as much in fantasy as a carry for running backs in PPR.
Cool.
So who's to say we can't get even an Austin Eckler style role for Saquon Barkley?
Yeah.
Give me that over 290 carries any day, because I don't think Barkley's that kind of guy anyway. He's not, certainly not Derrick Henry, but I don't even think he's Najee Harris.
Zeke's been a guy that's gotten 300 carries multiple times.
He's not that guy. And honestly, I feel like the team that drafted, the regime that drafted Barkley number 2 overall is gone. But if you're going to draft a guy like that, it feels like you want to put him in the situations that are going to be most valuable to your team, which is throwing him the football. And he was that guy in his first year. Okay. He was that guy. And he also was was a true bell cow. But I don't even need where he's getting priced. I don't need 220 carries. Give me 190 and give me 90 targets, and I'll take that. I think he'll get more than 190 carries if he's healthy, by the way. But give me that all day, and he'll pay off that ADP. I guarantee it. And their offensive line is better. They're going to have 4 new starters this year.
Yeah. Thank God.
New coach, new offensive line. You read Saquon's quotes. You watch what's coming out of Giants. He seems like he's a new guy. He was defeated. He's getting criticized because the Giants drafted him so high overall. But he seems like he's got a new lease on life now, which I like for him.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. You've spoken a lot about Pennsylvania.
Yes.
Is that where you?
I'm from Pennsylvania. Yes.
You're from Pennsylvania. Okay, that was going to be my question. So are you an Eagles fan?
Yeah, I am indeed.
Okay, then I think you're going to hopefully like this next player that I have on here. AJ Brown.
Okay. All right, so AJ Brown. First and foremost, just if you want to talk recency bias and if camp reports mean anything, apparently Jalen Hurts has been throwing it to him nearly exclusively. I know Devontae Smith tweaked the groin, so he hasn't been practicing a whole lot. But all right, we got the shower narrative. AJ Brown and Jalen Hurts are best friends.
Sweet.
Legitimate best friends. So we got that going. Now, here's the other thing. Well, how can you draft A.J. Brown in the 3rd round when he's going to be on a run-heavy offense? And as much as the Eagles want to throw the ball more this year, and they do, and if Jalen Hurts can't succeed doing that, then they'll replace him next year. But when Jalen Hurts is your quarterback, the run game is always going to be a foundational part of what you do. It would be foolish if it was not, because he's really good at that. Outside of maybe Lamar Jackson, maybe Kyler Murray, he might be the best running quarterback in the entire league. So you need to have that run game. But I do want to throw this out there when it comes to A.J. Brown. The Eagles were the run heaviest team in the NFL last year. I don't expect that to be the case this year. But let's just say
I think the Titans were number 2, so he literally went from 2 to 1, and he was still able to produce it at 2. Sorry.
Right. So let's go to 2020, right? When Brown was in Tennessee, Derrick Henry ran for over 2,000 yards. And the Titans were the 3rd run heaviest team in 2020. Believe it or not, they had a 2,000-yard back and were the 3rd run heaviest team. But they ran the ball more than 50% of the time. In that environment, Brown posted over 1,000 yards and 11 touchdowns in 14 games, despite Henry running for all the yards he did. And, by the way, Corey Davis was also the wide receiver 30 for fantasy that year. So they had 2 really good receivers for fantasy. They had a 2,000-yard runner, and he still produced. And by the way, their tight ends combined for 118 targets in 2020. So Anthony Ferkser and Jonnu Smith got 118 targets between the two of them. You would think Dallas Goedert is probably going to be in that range as well. So in a similar offensive environment, a 2,000-yard running back, which the Eagles don't have, but obviously they have a good stable of backs, but they replace it with Jalen Hurts, who's going to be a running quarterback.
Exactly.
Tannehill can do, but is not a foundational part of his game. You had another receiver who commanded the football. You had tight ends who commanded the football. He still had 1,000 yards and 11 touchdowns in that environment. And we know
how many targets and catches did he have that year?
Let me look it up specifically because I only made those quick notes. But I always have I actually have a Pro Football Reference search built into my Google Chrome, so I can do it easily. He had 70 catches on 106 targets. So, and that's doable, by the way, because, what is he great at? Get him the ball in the short area, let him run. The guy's built like a linebacker. You think of the way A.J. Brown plays, and, I was looking at him a little bit more closely this offseason for obvious reasons. And, even guys who we study all the time, some things surprise you. He's like barely 6 feet tall.
Yeah, I think he's 6 feet, 6'1".
Yeah, and he's like 220. Like, you think of him as like the TO build, like 6'4", like he's this big alpha X receiver. No, he's built more like a Sterling Sharp. Who, if you go back and watch, by the way, you go back and watch Sterling Sharp highlights. Number one, tell me that guy shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame. Number two, tell me he doesn't play exactly like AJ Brown. It's like it is staggering to me how similar those two players are. Like, I'm telling you, go watch, go turn on some Sterling Sharp and turn on some AJ Brown, and you'll be blown away.
All right, I'll put them side by side.
But he's another one, Sterling Sharp, you think of as like this big alpha X. No, he too was built like a running back.
Wow. Okay, so here's my question, because I know that with that Titans offense, Tannehill was incredibly efficient.
Mm-hmm.
As a fan, do you think Hurts can be, I won't say as efficient, because I think that it was incredibly efficient for anybody. Do you think Hurts can be efficient enough to support that kind of fantasy production for his weapons? That was a really long question. I apologize.
No, I get what you're saying, though. My answer is yes. And the thing here is, like, I don't think any of the Eagles' weapons are overly expensive, though, right? So, like, how sometimes there's a team and you're like, well, how could this possibly be the case where, and I think it was the Steelers last year. It was, how can Deontay Johnson be a 3rd-round pick? And how can Najee Harris be a borderline 1st-round pick? And how can Chase Claypool be a 5th-round pick and Ben Roethlisberger's QB 26, right? Like, turns out Claypool kind of busted, and that's what happened, right? So Deontay was fine, but Claypool busted for whatever reason. And there's obviously examples like that every year. How is Amon-Ra St. Brown a 5th-round pick? How is TJ Hawkinson a 7th-round pick? How is Jameson Williams a 10th-round pick and Jared Goff is quarterback 26? Like, I get all that. But I don't think the Eagles are like that, because Devontae Smith's available in the 6th and 7th round. Goddard's available in the 7th, 8th round, which is, I think, very fair. Brown's a 3rd-round pick. I don't know. I feel like he's efficient enough to support those kind of finishes for fantasy for these guys.
Yeah,
so
that makes perfect sense.
Can be. I think, our Greg Cosell, I'm actually going to post an article this week. He went back and watched all of Hurts's 3rd down and 1st down dropbacks to pass, and he came away more impressed than he thought he would be. Not to say, this guy's a top 10 quarterback in the NFL, but like, he was like, he essentially, I think he reiterated that, like, I think he thought the Tampa Bay, and it was a poor performance by Jalen Hurts. There's no two ways about it. He was awful in that game. But he think that kind of colored his vision a little bit, right? Like, he was like, I left with a sour taste, but in actuality, this was a player who was better than I thought he was. And he was a young quarterback. He just turned 24. So there's room for growth for Hurts. And if he doesn't grow, they're going to replace him next year because they have 2 first-round picks.
100%. Shout out to Craig, good friend of the show. Always felt like mistaking them for WTF was appropriate, and I would say that's accurate.
Very fair.
So, this isn't on the show sheet, but do you think there's any opportunity for Claypool to bounce back to?
Yeah,
he finished his wide receiver 37, I think, last year. Do you think he can get up into high 20s, early 30s?
I wouldn't draft him like that, but where he's getting drafted is fine. I think when they drafted Calvin Austin and George Pickens this offseason, I think everybody was like, well, Deontay's going into a contract year and they're just going to let him walk because that's what the Steelers do. They churn through wide receivers and then they draft them and then they let them go. They did it with Emmanuel Sanders. They did it with Mike Wallace, Santonio Holmes, all the way dating back. Now, Antonio Brown was an exception because he might have been the best receiver, one of the 5 best receivers we've ever seen until Antonio Brown went off the deep end. But then they re-signed Deontay Johnson. And I was mildly surprised they did that. And now I'm beginning to wonder if the Pickens selection was more
Claypool's
of
replacement
indictment of Claypool.
Yeah.
Just like Claypool did not give us that big body, that X that we thought he was going to be after his rookie year. We need George Pickens to do that. And so after they re-signed Deontay, ironically, I got more down on Claypool because I think Pickens
I'm with you there, honestly, and I'm a giant Claypool fan. As a Notre Dame fan, I think the talent and the physical attributes are there for Claypool. I think the attitude is and the kind of boneheaded plays that he'll make are what's gonna limit his upside with the Steelers and eventually lead into him not being on the Steelers.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the case. And like Claypool, I think you can make the argument even at Notre Dame, the physical skills were there. Like I'm not saying this is Dorial Green Beckham, but like the physical talent never aligned perfectly with the production. And it looked like that was going to be the case with Pittsburgh. And then last year was a disappointment. And then, the mental issue stuff that it's going to drive Mike Tomlin nuts. Signaling first down when you're losing and have no timeouts left. Like that, right or wrong, whether that's right or wrong, Mike Tomlin's earned a lot of rope in this league. He's earned a long leash, and he's not going to tolerate that from Chase Claypool. And you can argue with it all you want, but I feel like the Pickens selection now, knowing what happened with Deontay, that's much more of an indictment of Claypool than it is just Steelers business as usual.
Yeah, 100% agree.
And they drafted Austin as well, who obviously is not Claypool and won't be used that way. But he's been making plays in camp, and it feels like they're going to try to get him on the field. So I think that's noteworthy as well.
Cool. All right, last one for bounce back candidates is CMC, Christian McCaffrey.
First and foremost, Matt Rule comes out and says, like, we're going to play him. Like, what was the quote he used?
It was he's in a high touch.
He plays a high contact, high percent of injury position. We're going to put him out there and play him. I think we're all thinking about Christian one way only, and that's attack. That's a badass quote, by the way.
Yes, it is. It's as a new Carolina Panthers fan.
Oh, why are you a Carolina Panthers fan now?
Right there.
Is that a Baker Mayfield autograph?
It is a Baker Mayfield autograph.
Yeah. So, were you a Browns fan?
I was a Browns fan. I've jumped ship. Yeah.
All right. That's an entire other discussion. I love that quote. I think Baker's good for the offense first and foremost, and the notion that it was an open competition was hilarious to me because if Sam Darnold won that job, it would have been a disaster.
Oh, 100%. So I pulled it up earlier in the stream. I got this signed at training camp on Saturday.
Which is right up the road from us, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah. It's only 45 minutes. And so the first play that I pull up to is Sam Darnold throwing an interception. And I'm like, that right there just sums it all up. Like, this should not be an open quarterback competition. If it is at all, it should be between Baker and Corral. Darnold just needs to go retire at this point.
And I'll respect Darnold for saying, like, look, I'm not in a position to ask for a trade, which, it's self-aware. I haven't played well, and they're paying me $19 million this year. Who's going to trade for me? But no, it's Baker. Baker makes the offense better. But here's the thing about McCaffrey, and honestly, and I'm not blaming you. I'm not blaming you one bit. It's just like when I get asked about McCaffrey, it's like there's really only one thing I can say. If he plays 15 games, you're definitely going to make the playoffs in your league, and you're probably going to win it. If he doesn't, then you're not. And I can't tell you if he's going to get hurt or not. And
no one
if you're comfortable taking him, then take him. If you're not comfortable taking him, then don't. And that's like if you're picking first overall and you're not listening and you're like these people who want to draft McCaffrey first overall are nuts, then take Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah.
If you're drafting second overall,
that's
and people are like, and people are like, well, you're nuts if you don't take McCaffrey, but you don't want to take him, then take Justin Jefferson or Cooper Kupp. Like, there's good players you can take. It's just, it's up to you to assess the risk. And
Yeah.
if you think I get lucky if I draft McCaffrey and he plays 15 games, fine. If you think I'm unlucky if he plays 6, then fine. But that's really what it comes down to, McCaffrey, right?
Yeah, 100%. And I think ultimately what determines the Panthers' success this year is McCaffrey's health. If McCaffrey's healthy, that team can, I don't want to say go far, but they can probably surprise a couple people.
Right. And I mean, you've got 2 games in division against Atlanta, who's going to be one of the 3 or 4 worst teams in the NFL.
Yep.
I think the Saints can go either way.
Yep.
They have a good defense, but let me look at the Panthers' schedule. And look, by the way, the Baker Mayfield trade was a save my job Matt Rule deal. Like, I don't know if Scott Fitterer is in danger of losing his job, but he is the one who traded for Darnold. You got the Browns, Giants, Saints, Cardinals, 49ers. They do play the NFC West, which isn't great.
Yeah, they've got kind of a murderer's row after like week 3 of like 4 or 5 games, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it's not a great schedule for the Panthers. No. They have the extra game is the NFC West crossover this year. Of course, that's with Denver, who was bad last year and won't be this year. So that's unfortunate for them. And they do get the NFC North, which, I mean, aside from Cleveland,
I feel like that could go either way as well. Yeah. Like Pittsburgh could be playoff team. They could be
right. They could be good. They could be bad. Cleveland has talent. Not. I mean, obviously, I don't think Watson's going to play this year at all. But if he does play this year, he certainly is not going to play week 1.
Yeah.
So they're going to get Brissett in that. Baltimore, I think. I mean, I think you can even be the biggest Panthers optimist and realize they're probably not going to be in Baltimore's league. Not that, I mean, Lamar Jackson's been hurt a lot in the last couple of years, so maybe you catch him on an off week. And then, of course, Cincinnati's one of the best teams in football. So, Carolina, not a great schedule because what they really got to do is they have got to take 3 from the Saints and the Falcons. They've got to take 3 of those games.
Yeah.
If they're going to have a shot at the playoffs. And I think Baker gives them the best shot to do that. And, of course, Baker and McCaffrey give them the best shot to do that.
100% agree. And that's not that's not just me being a Baker guy, but like watching it, like knowing CMC, knowing what Darnold has been, like Baker gives them the best shot. McCaffrey gives them the best shot. If they don't have those guys healthy and playing well, then it's going to be another disappointing season.
It's going to be that opening month stretch is so critical because you got the Browns at home. Okay. Baker's going to be fired up for that game. The Browns have absolute meltdown potential this year because of obvious reasons. Then they go to the Giants, who I think are going to be better. And I would think the Giants are going to be favored in that game, but that's a winnable game.
Yeah.
Then you got 2 at home. The Panthers do against the Saints and the Cardinals at home. Both of those are winnable games. The Cardinals are another team that has nuclear vibe. I know they signed Kyler, but their vibes are nuclearly bad right now. Like they are meltdown bad.
Well, and I was listening to a podcast on the way home from training camp, and the Panthers beat the Cardinals last year. It was one that they pulled out of their butt randomly. So maybe they have the Cardinals number.
Yeah. Which Panthers podcast were you listening to, by the way?
It was actually it was IDP guys.
Okay.
The fantasy ladder had who was it?
The reason I say that is a new buddy of mine is John Ellis, who covers the Panthers for the Roar podcast.
Okay,
he's a new buddy of mine. And he does a great job with the Panthers. He came on my Franchise Focus podcast series to talk Panthers, and he's right up the road. So he was like, obviously, he's in Spartanburg. And he hosts the afternoon show here in Greenville. So
nice.
He was like, let's go get a beer. And I was like, all right. And then he's a big Panthers guy. But like, look, man, I mean, those first 4 games for Carolina, you can make the argument all of them are winnable. And if Baker comes out and he's 3-1 and he's got that swag back, then maybe you can see the Panthers going somewhere. But they've got to keep McCaffrey on the field and keep the team's juices flowing for that. Yeah. And like, this is different, boys. Come on. Like,
Yeah,
we got a new
100%.
quarterback. We got McCaffrey. This is different. And then, if the Saints are worse than anticipated, with Sean Payton down, then you got the Panthers then have a shot to make some noise. But then you got a 3-game stretch after that opening month. 49ers, Rams, Buccaneers. That is a nasty stretch. You win one of those, you're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a nasty for them, yeah.
Oh, that was a good stretch. I needed that.
needed the stretch. It's like whenever did you have a dog?
Yeah, he's where is he? He's somewhere around here.
Yeah, like when a dog stretch, ooh, big stretch. Like they're just like, eh. No, mine are usually on the couch back here, but they're with their mom right now.
Nice, very nice. All right, I listed some players for bounce back candidates. Is there anyone that you feel like I glaringly missed
as a bounce back candidate? Ooh,
yeah.
Think about. Let me go through my best ball rankings and see if there's one who I think's got. I mean, Saquon Barkley is one I'm in on. I am fascinated. By the way, would Clyde Edwards-Helaire bouncing back be considered a bounce back or just a bounce?
I personally would call it a bounce back.
Yeah. He's fascinating to me, and I'm not sure where I'm landing because their 7th round pick, Pacheco is making noise. First and foremost, let me just say this. Are you a Rojo truther?
No, I'm a CEH truther.
Okay. Oh, okay. Well, first and foremost, I am a Rojo falser. Like that is the opposite of a truther. And I think him being drafted as around RB40 is one of the most egregiously bad picks in fantasy. He might get cut. Like he's consistently running behind CEH and Pacheco.
Wow.
And Jerick McKinnon, by the way. I don't know if they will cut him. If they keep 4 running backs, they'll probably keep him over Derek Gore. But I don't think it's a guarantee he makes that team. So I think that's an egregiously bad pick. And I understand why people were doing it. That offense.
But it's the same reason that CEH got drafted 101 in rookie drafts.
That's fair. Yeah. And CEH, I think, is one I drafted him a little bit early. I've backed off recently just because I'm not sure how the vibes are. Here's one that I know is starting to get hype from basically every corner, and the ADP is going to rise, is Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah,
and he was just getting underdrafted. He was in the doghouse last year. Now I think he was getting drafted in the 40s on Underdog. I don't think that's happening anymore, which I totally understand. But I'm wondering exactly what kind of upside that offense has. And going back to the whole Jalen Hurts thing that we talked about earlier, Trey Lance has started 2 games in the NFL, and they were a mixed bag at best. The guys being drafted, Debo, Kittle, Ayuk, are being drafted as if Lance is good, right?
Yeah.
Debo's a 2nd-round pick. Kittle's a 4th, 5th-round pick. Ayuk is now going to be probably a 7th-round pick. Similar to Jalen Hurts, but Jalen Hurts has shown more as a passer in the NFL than Trey Lance. Now, that doesn't mean Trey Lance isn't more talented than Jalen Hurts, because he is. But, we have a better sample size of Hurts being able to do things like that. But can Trey Lance, essentially he's being drafted after all those guys, can all those guys produce where they're being drafted and Lance not blow away his ADP? And if you think of it that way, it makes Lance kind of appealing, or does it scare you off of the guys who are being drafted highly? But I do think Ayuk, based on camp reports, this is a guy who could possibly explode.
Yeah. I mean, to answer your question specifically, 49ers thing, looking at, and I hope this isn't slanderous since, your fantasy points and I'm looking at FantasyPros, but they have Trey Lance at QB 13 on ADP. And
how does that jibe with all those guys going higher? And on top of that, Lance doesn't even need to be a good passer to beat QB 13.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts was mediocre at best as a passer last year, and before his high ankle sprain was the overall number 2 player in all of fantasy behind Josh Allen before that high ankle sprain.
So I guess here's my maybe counterpoint to the or answer to your question. I'll get there eventually. Is maybe because of the offensive style that Shanahan runs, combined with the talent of Lance, outside of, like just being better than Jimmy G shouldn't be hard, but like that with the talent of who they've got, maybe this offense is just uber efficient. And so maybe the volume isn't necessarily high enough for Lance to necessarily blow that out of the water.
Yeah.
But all these other guys are so efficient that that's where they get to their ADPs. That's the only thing that I think could work.
Yeah, I mean, like, you got guys who are consistently averaging 15 or more yards a catch, and I think that'll be the case with the 49ers. So, yeah, you don't need Ayuk to catch 80 passes to blow away his ADP, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
And I can agree with that.
Cool. All right, our next guest is here, and it is Mr. Jorge Martin.
Hey, my friend.
Hola. How we doing?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I'm doing okay.
Oh, man. Greetings from SoCal. I'm actually helping out at a golf tournament for Jaime Jarrin, the Spanish voice of the Dodgers. And so I'm in a little clubhouse locker room. And it's awesome. But I had to help out. And Joe, I'm glad I was able to come in and relieve you a little bit, kind of tag team partner. Looking forward to seeing you on Friday.
Oh, yeah, I'll see you there, man. I'm flying in Friday morning, and then my old lady's coming with me, by the way. She's
nicely done.
She drags me to her academic conferences, so I'm dragging her to this one. Oh boy.
So this will be for those not someone who's not in the industry. I'm sure it's gonna feel like an academic conference. It's like, oh yeah, the ADP on. I love the ADP.
Oh yeah, ADP. Oh, that was a great paper you wrote. Yeah, like.
And instead of everybody having pretentious wine, we'll have we'll have whiskey and beer and all that kind of good stuff. Good times, good old times. And I love that you guys connected at of all places, the grocery store.
Yeah,
because I had a Scott Fishbowl shirt on.
It was so funny. And yeah, to Rick's point, so excited to meet everyone this weekend. I'm not making it, not this year. But I got friends close enough and Joe and Jay, so I'll at least get to see some people from fantasy every now and again. But yeah, I'm happy to have you guys on. And we actually have an early bird, so we're gonna let him in.
Outstanding. Wow. Party of 4.
Mr. Brandon, hey, we got a party of 4 going on. So Brandon, you have one of those cool mics that changes color, don't you?
Yes.
I love it. I love it. So, what did I? You know what, Jorge? We talked a lot about running. Well, I want to talk about 1 or 2 running backs that we haven't really talked a lot about on the pod. One of those being DeAndre Swift. And Joe, you kind of mentioned this with like Hawkinson and Amon-Ra St. Brown, but having Goff being QB 26. How do you think Swift factors into that into the offense in general? Joe, we'll start with you.
I think he's going to be their version of Eckler and Kamara. And I think that's what they should do with him. Again, I talked about this with Barkley. Like, why give a guy who's that talented a receiver a beating by pounding him between the tackles 400 times when he's going to give way more to your team if you use him half as much as a runner and increase his usage as a receiver? And I feel like the Lions might have that figured out about DeAndre Swift, because look what they did. They go out, they obviously signed Jamal Williams last year, but then, they drafted Jamar Jefferson, and then they signed Justin Jackson, and they have Ikwe Bike, and they've got Craig Reynolds. So I think they know that, like, this needs to be, and look, we hate tandem backfields for fantasy, but like, it can work if there's 2 guys, and they have different skill sets. And I think that's what will happen here.
No, absolutely. And like you mentioned Eckler, you mentioned Kamara. Like, I feel like the seasons that they've had their best seasons, they had a Melvin Gordon, they had a Mark Ingram. Is Kamara old enough? Was Kamara old enough to play with Deuce? Or was that before?
No.
That was before his time.
No.
Deuce
There
was Deuce was Reggie Bush.
Yeah.
I don't
feel
know
like there
if
was someone with Kamara his rookie year that wasn't Ingram, and I can't remember who it was now.
Was it Chris Ivory?
Was it Pierre Thomas?
It might have been Thomas.
That sounds very familiar.
No, it was Ingram. It was Ingram.
It was Ingram. Okay.
Yep.
But yeah, the seasons that those guys have had their best seasons is when they've had a Thunder to their Lightning, or someone to pound it between the tackles and let them go be the PPR monster that we all believe in them. I think the outlier in that group, and maybe another top running back we can talk about, is Aaron Jones. So,
Aaron Jones.
Hey guys, I'm gonna get running here. I've got another commitment, but dude, it was great spending an hour with you.
Joe, I appreciate you. Anytime.
Hey,
please.
Jorge, I'll see you this weekend, brother.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it.
All right.
Salud, brother.
See y'all.
See you.
Bye-bye.
You know, Shane, one of the things that you mentioned, just kind of close the book on Swift. I mean, 78 targets in 12 games.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to be pushing 100 targets. I mean, it really is going to be a Kamara type of workload. And he's going to end up, you get him 150 to 200 touches and, end up with about 70, 75 catches. Man, that's just that's a high end RB1 season waiting to happen for you. I mean, I just and the thing that I was pointing this out to someone the other day on Twitter. When Jared Goff was good, what did he have? He had a dynamic running back. He had wide receivers who could play on the outside, decent tight end play, and he had a great line.
Yep.
And it's just like, and I think things are set up. I don't know if we're going to have Austin. I mean, I don't know if we're going to have Todd Gurley 2017, 2018, but we might not have that much of a rushing workload. But I mean, he could have enough carries to be like 800, 900, but like 800, maybe 1,700, 1,800 total yards on the season.
That's definitely in his
and maybe
outcomes.
Dozen to 15 touchdowns. Oh, I think it's gonna be great. So he just needs to be healthy. Please stay healthy, DeAndre Swift. Por favor.
100% agree.
Yeah, it's that whole offense that they stay healthy because they've added a lot of nice pieces in the offseason. So that's what I'm kind of interested too, is with more talented wide receivers, will they throw the ball to Swift just as much? Whereas like last year, they didn't really have, going into the season, they didn't really have wide receivers that they necessarily trusted.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, that's a good point. I think, I don't know. I don't see Goff being someone who, even with a litany of weapons, can support enough fantasy relevant weapons. Wide receivers specifically, to where I think we see DJ Chark have a game or two. We see Jamison Williams, once he comes back, probably have more than a few games. And then we see Amon-Ra St. Brown kind of have some games. And then Hawk really be kind of the focal point of that offense as long as he's healthy. And Swift being the second focal point, or even the actual focal point of the offense behind him, is how I would – because I don't see Goff being one to push the ball down the field. And I feel like that's where someone like Jamison Williams and even DJ Chark are going to benefit more from it, where it seems like the guys who are better route runners, more short distance, medium distance guys are going to come into play. And to me, that screams Hawkinson, Swift, and St. Brown.
Yeah, those guys are going to eat. They are going to eat. It's going to be great. They're going to have a good season. I mean, this sneaky play. Ooh, Albert with the question.
Yeah,
Swift or
I like
Aaron
this
Jones.
I like this one a lot. Brandon, I'm going to throw it to you first, though.
Yeah.
Swift or Aaron Jones?
I'm guessing we're talking redraft, so I would say Aaron Jones this year, just because I want the player attached to the much better quarterback, with Aaron Rodgers, and with the receivers. I know Dubs has been getting a lot of hype, in the training camp, but you don't know what's going to happen with those wide receivers. And I just see them throwing the ball to Aaron Jones a lot. And even though he's going to split time running the ball with A.J. Dillon, he's always put up big numbers, even when he had to split time with Jamal Williams also.
Mm-hmm. And it's funny that you bring up Jamal Williams, because that's who Swift's kind of 1A or 1B is. And as a Packers fan, an Aaron Jones fan, Jamal Williams can be a nuisance. for the lead back in his backfield's fantasy managers. And so I could see some games where Williams is a bother to Swift, but I still think Swift is ultimately the guy in that backfield. Jorge, before you answer, I think I'm gonna go Jones also. I think Jones goes nuclear this year.
So I'm leaning Swift, just from the simple fact I think he's going to get more volume on the season. I think he's going to get more carries, and I think he's going to get definitely going to get more receptions. I think Jones has a nose for the end zone. I think AJ Dillon is going to steal some carries. I mean, he definitely is going to be that is very much a thunder and lightning. Both of those guys are worth drafting. I'm grabbing AJ Dillon all over the place because I think he's a sneaky value where he's going, and I think he's going in like the 6th round right now. I just think Swift, both playing 17 games, I'm going to give the slight edge to Swift just because I think he's going to end up around 180, 200 carries, whereas I think Jones is going to be a little bit further back, and definitely I think Swift is going to get him on the targets. He's going to eat out of the passing game. But I could totally see. I mean, everything else is in Jones's favor. The quarterback, everything. Just the better offensive environment. It's going to be so much better with Swift.
Well,
with Jones.
With Jones, I think it's hard to determine who he could even be the number one target in that offense from a passing standpoint. Like, it's hard to determine, is it going to be Lazard? Is it going to be Jones? If it's Lazard, then is it Jones at number 2? Is it Christian Watson? Is it Romeo Dubes? Is it Robert Tonyan? Like, where is that offense going to go because they lost Devontae Adams? And I think because of that and Jones' familiarity with Rodgers, I just see Jones having a humongous year to capitalize on the ADP that you can get him at right now. So that's my thoughts, at least.
And Jones has had some monstrous games with Adams out.
Mm-hmm.
So his numbers are just amazing. Just huge. So yeah, just look at that, and the whole offensive environment, everything, the play caller, everything is all the same.
Hold on, y'all, just a second. All right. I'll be right back. Jorge, I'm gonna throw this question to you. We're gonna go kind of over my guys for this year. So I want to start positionally, and we're gonna go quarterback first. So Jorge, you first, and then Brandon, and hopefully I'll be back.
Quarterback, well, wow, several, but I think one guy that I'm grabbing a lot right now is Derek Carr. I look at him. I'm definitely waiting on quarterback in single quarterback formats. On best ball, I'm getting a lot of Derek Carr, a lot of Aaron Rodgers. I just think I look at what he got this year. He had a huge season. I think he was around 4,800 yards last year, and he had a limited Darren Waller. He did not have Henry Ruggs. Now all of a sudden, you get healthy seasons from Devontae Adams, you get a healthy season from Waller, and you got Hunter Renfrow, who was a revelation last year. I think you're pushing 5,000 yards and 30 to 35. I know he didn't throw a lot of touchdowns last year, but everybody who's seen Devontae Adams with some of the work he's done in the red zone, I think, and the connection that Devontae and Derek Carr have, I think he's a big call. I got two other ones real quick that I'm going to throw out there. Hey, you may feel free. Do you have Trey Lance or Justin Fields as your guy? Either your guys?
I have Fields. Actually, I had Derek Carr in Fields. So if you can talk,
I'll let you go.
I'll talk about Fields.
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree with everything you said on Derek Carr. Just to piggyback off of that, and I think with McDaniels, they're going to have a more open offense. I think under Gruden in last year, it was more traditional offense, and they're going to get, they have all those running backs they have. I think they're going to get the ball out of his hands faster, and he's going to get more touchdowns. Obviously, with Waller and Adams, those are going to be huge red zone monsters. So I think he'll throw more touchdowns there too. So Justin Fields, I I love Justin Fields coming out, even though he went to Ohio State, which I hate. But I think he's very talented, and I think him. I've been saying ever since he got drafted by the Bears, I thought him and Darnell Mooney could have some of the same, poor man's Russell Wilson and Tyler Lockett, same kind of skill set with Mooney. I know the weapons aren't the greatest on the Bears. So that worries me a little bit. But Fields had over 400 rushing yards last year. Some games he just was a magician getting out of there. I think he's going to do a lot of the same. I wouldn't feel comfortable having him as my QB1, but in Superflex him as my quarterback 2. I like the upside with his rushing ability. And I just think him, just working around the pocket and just trying to – the Bears probably going to be losing, so they're going to be passing the ball a lot. And I think just another year he'll be a lot better. And we've seen, with what Jalen Hurts did last year, the quarterbacks to be good in fantasy, you don't have to be, a great passer in games. That rushing upside just, kind of hides any of the inaccuracies throwing the ball.
Yeah, I love Fields this year. I mean, I'm a big year 2 quarterback breakout, and you mentioned the rushing upside is huge, and he came up, and I think he's got just enough talent to be just enough playmaking talent around him to have what he needs. Darnell Mooney is a very good wide receiver, and you look at, and I think Cole Kmet is going to take a big step forward as the focal point, the move tight end for them. And there's enough other guys, Byron Pringle, Equanimeous St. Brown, maybe Velus Jones, enough, and the running backs are both good enough in the getting good enough receivers and to help him out in the passing game. I think he's ready to take. He's the quarterback I want to take as my backup in a single quarterback league. Him and Trevor Lawrence. I want to have them just because of the fact that there's the possibility they could explode, and I think it's a very real possibility. Just I still have so much that you talked about not liking Ohio State. I'm sorry if this is an unpleasant memory because I know Shane is in the Carolinas, but the game he had against Clemson in the Final Four again, it's still one of the best games I've ever seen a guy, and he was hurt for part of that game. So that talent is there, and I think he's ready. They just need to put enough of a wall in front of him and let him take some shots. Oh, Cal, ¿cómo estás? Oh, quick question. I am bullish on Stafford. I know the elbow. There's a lot of freaking out locally, and I think it's I'm me being in LA. One of the things that I've always known Stafford to be, and this is going back to his rookie season at Detroit. He is a baller. He is a gamer. He's going to play through pain. I looked at some of his throws that they took on video, and he did not look limited at all. I mean, I know I think it's going to be a pain management thing. Maybe he doesn't throw during the week, but I think they're just going to build him up to play every week. I think Stafford is still going to be good. I'm not dropping Cooper Kupp any. I'm still bullish on Allen Robinson. So I think until we hear that he's not missing any, that he's missing actual games, I'm wheels up on him.
Love it.
Salud, Cal.
All right, so I'm going to pick a guy that I think is between the two of y'all's my guys with Carr and Fields, and that is Tua Tagovailoa. I'm all in. Absolutely love Tua this year. I talked about it earlier on the podcast, but for me, like, since he's been in the league, this is his best offensive line, the best weapons he's had. And that's saying, like, they've got an interesting running back where I feel it running back backfield where it's going to be an RBBC. But I think what that ends up doing is limiting like injuries, but also using guys where they excel. And I think that's going to give Tua the best chance to succeed. He's also got an offensive coach that actually believes in him for the first time. He's had, what's his name? Who was the Dolphins?
Last year he had an. Are you talking about the head coach? Was
Brian Flores? Yeah, head coach
Brian Flores.
Thank you. So for the past 2 years. He said Brian Flores, defensive-minded head coach, and it seems like from different reports, Flores wanted Watson at one point. So I don't know if Flores was fully sold on Tua and kind of gave him like the training wheels of version of the offense. And so I think this year he's got Mike McDaniel. McDaniel believes in him and is going to let him loose. And everything that I've seen and heard from camp is that Tua is just absolutely lighting it up with the deep ball, which everyone said that he couldn't throw, which is absolutely stupid. But I'm ready for Tua to light the world on fire, and I think it's going to happen this year.
I've always been a big Tua fan, and just the fact that he's going to have Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle to throw to and Mike Gesicki underneath, I think he's going to take a big step forward. It's the thing that I'm going to really keep an eye on is when he gets in the weather, because Alabama didn't really play in the weather. Obviously, he's a Hawaiian guy. I believe week 17, I believe they're playing in New England that game.
Yeah.
So around New Year's Day in New England, it's going to be cold. So he's going to be dreaming of beaches in Hawaii at that point.
Yeah, he is.
But yeah, that one, gosh, I mean he's gonna have enough arm to do whatever he needs to do, and this one, it's put up or shut up, and when guys are truly talented, which I think he is, I think he's going to come up. I think he's going to be flirting with 4,000 yards. He's not going to make anybody forget Dan Marino, but he's definitely going to take a big step forward. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I completely agree. All right, let's move on to our running backs. Who is your my guy for running back this year? And Brandon, let's start with you this time.
Yeah, I have a couple, but I'm actually going to go with one of those running backs in the Dolphins backfield, Chase Edmonds. I've always loved Chase Edmonds in Arizona. They always say that, he can't take up the full workload. Maybe he can't, but he can take up a bigger workload than Arizona ever gave him. And
I agree.
I think last year James Conner got all the hype because he got all the touchdowns. But if you look, Edmonds was top 10 in true yards per carry by a player profile. And, Connor was under 4 yards a carry, but, he fell in the end zone because he got all those goal line carries. And I think Chase Edmonds' skill set with what they want to do in Miami, at least what the 49ers did, I'm guessing they're going to do something similar.
Yeah.
Because you got Edmonds, you got Waddle, you got Tyreek. All of them can do the end around, all the different ways to get them the ball. So I think he's going to be really good, especially in the passing game. I don't know how much rushing they'll get. I think you're right. They're going to utilize all the skill sets of all those running backs. So, I'm not sure how they're going to break that up. I think Edmonds is definitely going to be very involved in the passing game, and just another weapon for Tua in that offense. And I really am excited for him. I don't think he could be a running back 1, but I think running back 2, it's definitely in the possibility, end as a top 20 running back.
Love it. Jorge, hit me.
I kind of teased him a little bit. AJ Dillon. This is a guy who got 1,100 yards, kind of like in part-time duty, and he's going off ADP. He's going in the 5th round right now. I'll take an 1,100 yard. It's total yards, 800 on the ground, over 300 in the air. But I look at him as a possibility. I mean, you could get 1,100 yards and 10 total touchdowns out of the guy, and one of the things that they really watched that I was warned about last year when I did my beat writer series is that they were going to start really using him as the weather got colder. And that was a big thing with him last year, and I think it's going to be the same thing this year. There, as it gets colder, and one of the games that I'm looking at is week 17 with him.
Mm-hmm.
The Minnesota Vikings, dome team going into frigid Green Bay. It's gonna be cold, and they're not going to be used to hitting guys. They weren't very good against the run last year. I think he's going to come up and he's just going to bang them. He actually won me a championship with a big game against Minnesota in week 17 last year. So I'm looking at AJ Dillon as another 1,000+ yard total guy, getting him in the 5th round all day long, all day.
Absolutely love it.
Yeah.
That's not who I meant to put up. That was who I meant to put up.
Oh, gracias.
Oh, I was trying to look for a tweet where I actually put in my guys, and I can't seem to find it. But let me jump over to Fantasy Pros ADP. I could probably find one real quick. Someone that I've been banging the drum for. I mean, Aaron Jones is one. Zeke is one. No, Travis Etienne. I feel like I've talked a ton about Travis Etienne today. But Etienne is definitely a my guy.
Ooh, yes.
I think his ADP is decent to where he's got RB1 upside, but you're not getting him at that price. And as long as he stays healthy, I think him and his connection with Trevor Lawrence from college and how Doug Peterson can use him will be very, very good. I actually just had a brilliant idea, and that is going to look up Miles Sanders' stats back when Mr. Good Lord, where is he? There you are. When Peterson was the coach for them, because I feel like Etienne's been comped to Sanders a fair amount, and so it looks like Sanders' best season was honestly his rookie year. Yeah, definitely his rookie year, where he had 818 yards rushing on 179 carries, 50 catches, 509 yards, and then 6 total touchdowns. If Etienne has that, like, I'll be ecstatic. And I think he can be better than that. Like, I think Etienne is a better player than Sanders, if you ask me personally.
I think the receiving wise, he'll have way more than that.
Yeah.
Because I saw someone tweeters on TikTok or something about how Trevor Lawrence led the league in checkdowns last year. Most of that was because the offense was horrible and everything. Yep. But even with improvement offense, they're going to want to get the ball out of Trevor's hands fast, get him some rhythm. And, Etienne's been split out a lot in training camp, they've been saying. And they say he doesn't show any signs of that injury. So, I definitely agree with that. I think he's going to have a great season.
Yeah. So James Ferretti, the TFS doc, came on earlier, and he said that the recovery rate to normal was 90% for that injury. And like I hadn't thought of anybody off the top of my head that had that injury as early in their career as Etienne did. He brought up Le'Veon Bell, and it's like, okay, yeah, like, so that has me a lot less worried about the injury for Etienne. And I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I feel like from an athletic standpoint, he could very easily be the best weapon on that offense.
Yeah,
as an overall weapon.
I don't think it's close. I don't think it's close.
Yeah, so I'm really excited for Etienne this year.
Yeah, because I don't think James Robinson's going to start the season 100%. I think he's going to start the season on PUP list, and the only other competition for carries is Snoop Conner, who looked good in the Hall of Fame game. But really, I mean, Travis Etienne's a first-round draft pick. With that kind of, they held him out of the game because they want him ready for the season.
Exactly.
I love that call. I love that call. I'm going to throw out one. We don't need to go into it, but Ramondre Stevenson at pick going off at ADP pick 98 is a steal. I'm grabbing him all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Rick. But in that season where Sanders had the 800 yards rushing and 500 yards receiving, he only had 179 carries. Are you trying to figure out your direction?
I'm trying to point to you.
Yeah. So I think if you give Etienne anywhere from 150 to 200 carries, and I think he should get easily 80 targets. I think he could easily replicate Sanders' rookie year. So, and that 1,300 yards and 6 touchdowns, that feels really good for a running back. So that's my thought, at least.
Love it.
All right, we're going to pause in between positions and remind people we're here for Polly's Playoff, a tournament to end Alzheimer's. And so I am throwing the comment up. Put it in the comments on YouTube and on Facebook if you guys are watching there. Thanks. But basically, we are here to raise money for the Alzheimer's Association. That is what the point of Polly's Playoff is. And so if you guys will please donate, I don't care if it's $1, $5, $10, it all helps. And as I was talking about with Eric Romoff before he hopped off earlier, in the last 2 years, we've actually seen progress made towards a cure for Alzheimer's, whereas the 2 years prior to this tournament, or 3 years prior to this tournament existing, Alzheimer's was one of the top 10 killers in the United States and the only one without a cure or a drug to slow it down. And so we've made significant progress towards that. And everyone that's participated in Pauly's playoff has been a huge help for that. And so just trying to hit our goal today. I think we need now about $575 more to do so, to get me to 1,000 for my personal goal. And that would also put us at around 5,000 for the team total. So like I said, comment. The link is in the comments if you need it, because you can't get it there. DM me on Twitter. Obviously, I'll probably get to you after today. I've been trying to answer in between guests, but we'll see.
I'm gonna throw it out on Twitter right now.
Appreciate it. Oh, and I totally forgot to mention this. If you buy James Ferretti's book, Injuries Suck, but your fantasy team doesn't have to, this month on Amazon, he is actually going to donate 25% of the proceeds to the Alzheimer's Association for us. So you can help 2 people in the fantasy community at the same time by buying the book and then the donation that he'll make once that happens. And you get a really good book on how to win your fantasy league and manage injuries through those. So wanted to shout James out for that again. And his handle is @TFSDoc on Twitter. So check that out. Check it out on Amazon. Injuries suck, but your fantasy team doesn't have to. All right, guys, let's jump into our my guys for the wide receiver position. I'll start, and it feels like cheating, but it's T. Higgins. I love T. Higgins. I always have. Well, I won't say always have. I have since his senior year, the year before he came out for the NFL draft. He's just my type of receiver, big, athletic guy that can go up and make any catch. And I think he gets overlooked now because of Jamar Chase, but the dude is so talented and is one of the reasons that I think the Bengals are going to continue to be a contender, is because if Chase were to ever go down, Higgins can step into the role of a wide receiver 1. So I absolutely love T. Higgins. He's a value compared to Chase, but still expensive when it comes to drafting him. But they're both worth it. Burrow's worth it. Chase is worth it. Higgins is worth it. Mixon is worth it. But that's not, and Jorge, you probably know, last year I didn't want to touch Mixon just because of his injury history and whatnot. I've come around on him more, but now it feels like almost like his ADP is a little too high for me personally. But that's more of a price standpoint. I think the production is actually going to be there.
Are you worried at all about Higgins' shoulder? Coming back off of shoulder surgery?
Nah.
Okay. I'm worried a little bit early, but
a little early.
That's gonna be a huge offense. That's gonna be an incredible offense.
Yeah, it really is. It's one of those offenses where you want whatever piece of it you can get, and I will allude to that more with our next position. But before I do that, I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 10. What number is it?
7.
6.
Oh, Jorge got it at 6. He probably just guessed Baker Mayfield's number. So Jorge, who's your my guy at wide receiver?
Oh man, a lot that I love. I'm going back to Brandon Cooks.
I like that a lot.
Death taxes and Brandon Cooks gets 1,000 yards in a healthy season. There's not a lot of competition for him. I mean, John Mechie, get yourself healthy, please. We want to see your talent on the field. But really, it's Brandon Cooks, and Nico Collins has to prove it to me. But really, it's him, and it's a team that's that's rebuilding. So they're going to be in a lot of passing situations. I really like Davis Mills this year. yeah, I mean, this is a guy that's going to get 1,100 yards and 6 to 8 touchdowns and help your team really regularly. It's yeah, go get Brandon Cooks, and he's going late. I mean, where do I have where he's going? He's the wide receiver 23 going off at pick number 60 right now. So you're getting him in the 5th round, late at the end of the 5th round, early 6th. I'll take that all day long.
Okay, you've intrigued me, Jorge. Not because of Brandon Cooks. I love that call. But you were the first person that has said that you need Nico Collins to prove it to you. Can you elaborate on why for me?
I think he showed some flashes last year, but just to do it on a consistent basis, to be a true number 2 receiver, he's got incredible talent. He's got great size. I mean, and he's got the pedigree. Coming from the Big Ten, but I just think it's being able to show, like you use T. Higgins. T. Higgins really showed a lot in his rookie season. Pushed 1,000 yards with Joe Burrow barely playing half the season that year. And so, and doing that in his rookie year, I think I think Nico Collins needs to take a big step forward. And this is the year to take that big step forward in year 2, because I think the targets are going to be there for him. But he's definitely going to be the second fiddle behind Brandon Cooks.
I like it. It makes sense. And I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you. You're just the first person to actually put it out there. Like, I think people are just kind of chalking up Nico Collins as the wide receiver 2 in this offense, but not necessarily talking about what does that actually mean, or how does he actually perform in that role is kind of what I think is maybe being overlooked. Brandon, who is your wide receiver that is your guy?
Before I do that, I just want to chime in on the Cooks and Collins. I think Brandon Cooks is good, and he's been consistent. But I think one thing is last year the target discrepancy between him and actually Nico was like 70 targets. I think that's going to be much closer than that. And, I think Nico showed some things, not huge games, but I think he had over like 7 or 8 fantasy points 3 out of the last 5 games of the year. So he showed a little bit. And I just think that whole Texans team was kind of a little bit of a mess last year. We'll see if they're a mess this year. But, I think, Davis Mills getting the whole offseason, as the supposed starter, I think will help them. But my guy is a guy that I said last year that I thought he was going to be a top 5 receiver. It did not work out. But it's Terry McLaurin with the Commanders. I've always just loved him because he does all this with horrible quarterback play. And last year, I thought it was going to be better with Fitzmagic. He gets hurt early on, and Heineke was up and down. Last year, he was 79th in target accuracy. And for all the bad things that Carson Wentz does, he is going to be the best quarterback that McLaurin's ever played with. And the thing is, we saw with last year with the Colts, Michael Pittman had a very good year with Wentz, even though Wentz had some horrible games. It's going to be a little bit probably of a roller coaster. There's going to be games where, it's going to be really good and a couple games where it might be really bad. But I just think McLaurin is so talented, and they finally got, Jahan Dotson on the other side. And then if Curtis Samuel can stay healthy, there's some pieces around them so it's not just Terry. He's not getting like double teamed all the time and still catching it over, defenders. So I firmly have him as a wide receiver 1 this year. Maybe I was just a year early, but I think I'm really excited to see what he can do. And hopefully they, kind of get to unleash him even more because he hasn't really gotten into that wide receiver 1 category yet. But I think this year will be the year.
Hey Brandon, they're going to take away your "I hate Ohio State" card if you keep bringing up.
I know, right?
All you had to do was talk up J.K. Dobbins as on the running backs, and
he was actually one of the other running backs I had on my list too. Yeah. Hey, once they hit the NFL, all the affiliations are out the window.
I agree. I love McLaurin. And Wentz is going to go big game hunting, and McLaurin's going to have a big season. He's going to catch some touchdowns, 8 to 10 touchdowns. Fantastic call.
I love it too. I completely agree with you, Brandon. I think McLaurin's ceiling is easily a wide receiver one. It's just can Wentz get him there? And if not, my rookie guy, Sam Howell.
Ooh.
I love Sam Howell, and from what I've been seeing in camp, like he's still doing everything that I thought he could. I still don't understand the 5th round draft capital. Like, don't get it.
Trust me, I don't get it either because Bailey Zappi went to the Patriots before him. And I think like when I saw that, I like threw something up in the air. I was like,
Yeah.
why is Sam Howell not going? I think that's actually a good spot for him because they have Wentz, but I mean they probably don't have that long of a leash with Wentz.
No, they shouldn't.
And then, Howell can come in there, and if he performs well, they might stick with him. So, yeah, I really like Sam Howell.
Me too. All right, our next guest is actually here, so we're going to add him into the stream as well and have him join for our tight end, my guys, and this is Mr. Bradley Stalder. Did I
You
say
got
that right?
it.
Perfect.
Excellent.
Follow him at FF Stalder. And so we're going to start off with you. Who is your my guy for the tight end position this year?
That's an easy one. It's Gerald Everett.
Okay,
Steps into a 15% target share. Jared Cook, 35 years old last year, still had a 15% target share in this offense. Everett, more athletic, younger version. This is an up-and-coming offense. You want to be pairing with Justin Herbert. Gerald Everett is my projected tight end. Let me pull it up. He's in the top 10 of my projected tight ends.
I like it.
And you're getting him in the, I don't know the exact ADPs, but the back end of tight end 2. So,
hold on. Let me see if I can get it up on FantasyPros real quick.
I'm looking at it right now. He's tight end 19, pick 162. So
yeah. You can push tight end with him, or I also like Brevin Jordan a lot. Those two are.
God. You took 2 of mine, but that's okay because you didn't take the other one.
All right, I won't take anyone else's. Sorry, guys.
You took both of mine. You took both of mine, though. So I'll have to go back to the drawing board.
Okay, well then we'll throw it to Jorge. Jorge, who's your my guy at tight end this year?
There are a few. I'm going Cole Kmet.
I love it.
I think he's going to be the number 2 option in that offense.
Yeah.
And there's no Jimmy Graham there, and I think they're going to draw some plays up for him. He's I think when Justin Fields starts, sees some pressure and he has to go underneath, he's going to be going to Kmet all the time. So I'm taking Kmet all over the place. When I'm waiting on tight end, him and Freiermuth are the guys that I'm just targeting. Dawson Knox too.
I love both of those. Dawson Knox, it depends if he falls enough, if I'll take him or not. So, all right, Brandon, have I given you enough time?
Yeah. I've kind of readjusted and everything because I've been on the Gerald Everett train like ever since he landed with the Chargers. I think it's going to be great because everything you said. So, mine is Zach Ertz. I think once he went to Arizona last year, he started to become really involved, and I think. Especially when DeAndre Hopkins is out the first 6 games, they'll use him a lot in the red zone. So, because sometimes that Kingsbury offense in the red zone is so simple and like they bog down. If James Conner isn't just falling in the end zone a lot of times, or if they're not just throwing it up to DeAndre. So I think they're going to have to use the middle of the field more with Ertz.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Rick is in the comments and he's saying Logan Thomas plus Wentz equals bounce back. I don't hate that actually. Even though I don't like Wentz, like the theory behind it makes sense because we've seen Wentz support Ertz and Dallas Goedert before. That's a good, if Wentz plays the whole year and is talented enough to play the whole year, then yeah, I could see that a lot actually. All right. None of you took my guy, which is what I was hoping for. I mean, technically, Bradley, you did, but like I had 3 of them, so it was okay. My guy is Hayden Hurst. I absolutely love Hayden Hurst, and like the 3 of us were talking about before you hopped on, Bradley, was Hayden Hurst is in one of those offenses that you just want pieces of it. Like, you don't care how you get it. You just want to grab it and hold on to it because they're going to explode on probably a weekly basis. And so for me, this is Hayden Hurst, and it's a bounce back year for him. And unfortunately for Drew Sample, I think, just went down with an injury in camp, and that was the only competition Hurst had at the position. So I think with an improved offensive line, which is what they've needed for 3 years now, Burrow being in year 3 and being healthy, Chase getting a ton of attention, Higgins getting a ton of attention, Boyd mainly operating out of the slot, this is Hayden Hurst's year to bounce back to where we've seen him produce as a top 10 tight end, because this offense is going to be so explosive. So Hayden Hurst is my guy at tight end this year. I'm drafting him and trying to acquire him wherever I can.
That's a cheap way to get a Joe Burrow stack too. I mean,
exactly.
It's fantastic. The cheap way. And I want to put a plug out for week 7, another week 17 plug. You guys know the Monday Night Football game, week 17? Bills at Bengals. You think some championships are going to be decided with that with that game?
Yes.
You think some? Yeah, and I mean, you get that. You get a player from that game. Oh yeah, all day long.
I hope they're not sending players then, because that would be the worst to have all those weapons and not playing.
Yeah,
I doubt the AFC North is going to be settled by then. Hopefully not. Hopefully the Bills haven't run away and hidden. So fingers crossed on that one.
Yeah.
Well, and you mentioned Hayden Hurst earlier. Last year, CJ Uzama had not 1 but 2 weeks where he was the number 1 tight end for that week. We're talking league-winning, week-winning tight end performances. So, and Hayden Hurst, better draft capital, better athleticism.
Well, and the thing with with Uzoma is he's always been inconsistent.
Yeah.
And I don't see that with Hurst when he's actually used. So Hurst is my guy.
Love it.
Shane, I've got another commitment to get to. I got to get back on the golf course and
I appreciate you.
Help get some interviews done. Can't thank you enough for the invite. I'm playing for my friends John and Sylvia, who are battling this horrible disease. Please, everybody, please donate. Please, I put it out on my Twitter out there. Listen, I love that you're doing this. Love you like a brother. Thank you so much to my guests. Thank you so much for everybody. And as I always finish the show, salud, salud, salud. Everybody, take care of yourselves.
Salud, mi amigo.
Adios.
Awesome. All right, Bradley, you put on the show sheet. Do you want me to call you Bradley? Brad?
Yeah, Bradley's good.
What do you prefer?
Bradley will work.
Okay. So you put on the show sheet more accurate weekly rankings.
Yes.
And I'm very intrigued by this. I've got my dynasty ranking spreadsheet pulled up. I haven't actually done redraft rankings yet, but I've got my dynasty rankings kind of pulled up just so we can kind of go off of something if you want to. But I'd love to kind of know what the premise behind this topic was for you.
So I've been doing some research on, because it's one thing to be researching players, it's another thing to be researching analysts and how those analysts are interpreting players. So it's almost taking a step back and saying, okay, we have data from last year based on FantasyPros accuracy ranking contests, which analysts are the most accurate. And so I've gone through and identified some of the most accurate rankers. And it's interesting that, so there are about 170 to 200 analysts on a given week that will rank.
Yeah.
There were only 95 analysts to have a top 10 finish.
Wow. Once?
For at least once, week for 17 weeks, which means that while 10, you'd expect 10 out of 170 is like 6-7%.
Yeah.
All of that is condensed to about 3.2% of the rankers get a top 10.
Wow.
Which is wild to me that it's one thing to get, because for those who aren't familiar with it, FantasyPros every week puts out expert consensus rankings.
Yep.
And you get to look and see, okay, not only what is the consensus of these 200 self-proclaimed analysts say about a particular player. Where do they have them ranked? But also, where do the individual rankers have this particular player? And so what I've learned is that it actually matters who you look at for your consensus. And you can use the tools on FantasyPros to select which analysts you want to listen or watch. But it's very, very specific. Very rarely are you going to get a top 10 finish from a ranker, much less there was one ranker, Mike McGregor, draftbuddy.com. He had 6 top 10 finishes last year, which was the most out of anybody. And then you have consensus across the board. Every single top 10 ranker on the season had at least 1 week where they were a top 10 ranker.
Nice.
So in doing all of that research, like how do you make better or more consistent rankings? Like the ECR is your friend. The expert consensus rankings is your friend, not like, because sometimes we get caught up with, like, I don't know, when you're drafting like ADP, like, oh, I need to take this player above ADP or below ADP. And you have a certain price point. But what FantasyPros has done is they've compared the consensus ranking to where the consensus ranking, if that was a player itself, would have finished. And over the last few years, it would have finished 6th overall out of those 200. Like the elite level. But if you pick out people who have been more accurate, that's going to change how you view a particular player. And you may have to ask yourself and check your biases on a player, because we are throwing out stats like this player has certain target share and this player played well without this player. But there are analysts who do a lot of really good work in our industry who watch like the ranges of outcomes of these players and do an excellent job of it. So they're not just going in and saying, I like this player, so I'm going to throw them 20 spots, 30 spots ahead of, the expert consensus rankings because I really like this player. But it's checking your own biases, and when you're going into the rankings and saying, you know what, like the I don't want to be the highest ranker for a particular player, because if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong, and there's a lot of humble pie being eaten. So what I want to get into just really briefly is saying that, like, you want to be conservative when you're ranking, like, in general, and just pick out a couple players that you're really aggressive on. Like last year, there was 1 week where I finished number 1 overall, and it was one of the reasons why is because I was really high in Justin Jackson. That 1 week where he just exploded. So
here's my question for you. Did you, like, in your research of rankers, did you notice any trends or specific stats that people relied upon to help them get to be a more accurate ranker?
So I've talked with a few of the most accurate rankers. In fact, Jeff Ratcliffe, I talked with him a few weeks ago. He came to Detroit, the FSGA, and he said the biggest influence of these rankings that is pace of play.
Okay, interesting.
That if you don't have a lot of plays run, then that's going to influence your volume, and volume drives everything.
Yep.
So you're thinking to yourself, well, of course it's target share. Target share is volume. Well, no, it's actually on a macro level. It's the team's pace of play. Compare that to the team that they're facing's pace of play, because one team might be fast, the other team might be slow, and that'll slow down the fast team.
Yep.
And so that will limit the amount of opportunities, and therefore limit the amount of scoring opportunities, and the domino effect. So, in talking with Jeff Ratcliffe, he finished number 1, but funny enough, he only had 1 top 10 finish the entire year.
Okay.
So,
Cool.
So just a couple things. If you're thinking about doing rankings this year for FantasyPros, just a couple things that I'd throw out is watching the range of outcomes for particular players, watching the range of rankers. You don't want to be too high or too low on players.
Yeah.
And then monitoring game day, like of Because late game inactives, I remember week 1, Trey Sermon, right?
Yep.
So,
I was just about to say that.
Yeah.
So I know you're talking about from like a weekly perspective,
right?
But from I focus a lot on Dynasty with my podcast specifically. Sure. What would you say would be a factor that you would want to evaluate a ranker on for their Dynasty rankings?
I mean, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
Because you need a large sample of data, number one, and number two is they need to have been doing it for a while. To be able to say, look, here's my portfolio of players, and these are my hits, these are my misses. And if you're hitting, let's say 60, 70% of the time, like that's pretty darn good.
Yeah.
But if you're just all in on, like, if your Twitter feed is full of long shots, like my boy Robert Tunyon in the back, if your timeline is full of those, like, I'm sorry, like it's hard to get. It's hard to prove your worth, I guess.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. So, Brandon, do you have any questions for Brad?
No, but that's like a really interesting way to look at that and everything. Because I know some people don't really go, say like want to say they're wrong or anything. I know one thing for me last year was when Stafford went to the Rams, I thought Robert Woods would be the leading receiver, not Cooper Kupp. But obviously, very early, I saw that wasn't the case, and I came on Twitter and I was like, I'm wrong. I was wrong. It wasn't that Cooper Kupp was a limited receiver. It was Jared Goff limited him. It was and I just thought Robert Woods would be the guy, and he wasn't even before the injury. So I think that's transparency is always big too, because everything we can see, look at all the stats and watch the games and everything.
Right.
But a lot of times it's just us making assumptions or opinions, and you just have to always be able to alter your opinions or just admit when you were wrong about a take. I think the people that consume what we're putting out there, I think they like that, to see that someone will say, I was wrong on this, but there's these other parts that where I hit it on it.
Yeah. Oh, so you missed the breakfast narrative too?
What was that?
You missed the breakfast narrative too there, Brandon. Stafford and Kupp having breakfast.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I didn't realize breakfast was that important.
I'm a big believer in the Cortland Sutton, Russell Wilson Bible narrative. If you're into those types of narratives.
Yeah, that's a good one. There was something. Oh, who the heck were we talking about earlier? Oh, it was Jalen Hurts and AJ Brown.
Yes. Oh. The shower narratives are strong this year. ETN and Lawrence.
That one doesn't surprise me though.
Yeah, that's going to be a really good one. I popped on earlier, was listening to you guys talk about ETN as one of my guys, and he's also one of my guys. So
yeah, I love ETN.
I see him there absolutely. If I were to throw in a couple others, Breece Hall at running back, I can't stop drafting him.
Okay.
Cortland Sutton, yep. Yeah.
So I'm not as big on Drake London in Dynasty, but I think in redraft, I think Drake London is just going to have a huge season, because it's Pitts and him. Probably it's just going to be Mariota throwing it up to both of them. So
yeah.
You don't think that they're going to be that the Falcons are going to be able to improve quarterback in the next 3 years?
They probably will. I wasn't as high on Drake London coming out as a lot of people.
Okay.
I like some other receivers better. I mean, he could turn into that. I just, kind of like people say, I was just concerned about his ceiling would be limited based on how his separation down the field. I think the short to intermediate routes he's very good at. He gets separation, everything like that. Just down the field, I just don't know how often you can just like box out defenders consistently. But but at least from camp, it looks like he's getting some separation. He's really good route running. So that might be another one where I have to, eat some humble pie. So I'm getting ready for that.
We all have those moments for sure.
We do. I went the complete opposite way on Justin Herbert. I was out on Justin Herbert when he was a rookie, and then like 3 games in, I was like, shit. I'm wrong. He's good. Let me in. Let me in the club.
Oh, well, I'm kicking myself for 2 reasons. That was the year that I drafted Keyshawn Vaughn. Over over some others in that class, and then traded away the pick that would be Justin Herbert in my dynasty. So it's a double whammy. Look, so I'm stupid enough, keep coming to the well. I drafted Rachaad White again this year. So, keep on doing stupid things, but no, I like Rachaad White better than Vaughn, but
yeah.
Oh, well.
So, I had a question for you, Bradley, and now I don't remember what it was. Oh, you do rankings, correct? Like weekly rankings?
Mm-hmm.
Do you... I'm trying to figure out how to word this. Basically, like for my dynasty rankings, I'll share my screen real fast.
Yeah, go for it.
I've got like a spreadsheet, and it's got a formula to kind of weight the rankings and whatnot. And so we're looking at the wide receiver page right now. And so like you see all these different scores here and whatnot. So basically, I guess what my question is for like weekly rankings, do you do something similar to this when making them where you kind of like plug them into a model? Or is it kind of just looking at, because like I did some ECR pro ranking for FantasyPros.
Yeah.
I think it might have been last year. And then I just got too busy. I apologize, Jeff Lambert, if you're out there listening, because I was doing it technically through Going for Two. But so I know like with that, you can kind of just move players up and down.
Yeah.
How you need to. How do you do it? And like, is it based off of a model? Is it based off of just the format that FantasyPros have and just moving players around? Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, I keep it simple. I move the players around, and typically I make a few changes throughout the week. The first round is about Thursday at 6:30 p.m.
Okay.
I take a look and check, of course, the outs. I make sure I go through the outs after I've imported from the ECR. So that way I at least have some gauge of where everyone is. And then I check, I cross-check and make sure none of the players are missing from the Thursday games, and then try to, I don't know, it's eyeballing it in a sense, but identifying like players that this player should be around this area, like this range of outcomes, and I'm comfortable having them somewhere in there. And if they're not a Thursday game, like I'm not going to worry about them too much. But the Thursday ones, you just don't want to take an L on Thursday. So I'm usually pretty conservative on the Thursday game slates. And then when it goes to Sunday, that's when I do like the big look through of where have players changed since Thursday? Have they trended up or down? If a player's trended up, I usually want to be even higher than where they've trended at the point that I'm at, because I'm anticipating that trend continue.
Yeah.
There's a reason why. Usually everything is within the context of that week, because maybe a player is out, or maybe the weather has turned really bad, and so it makes sense that they're good. The AJ Dillon game, for instance, a couple of years ago against the Tennessee Titans, where they just handed him the ball off in the middle of the snow in Lambeau. You want to be higher on players when those types of things, those types of news come out, and monitoring not just the expert consensus rankings, but also there are particular players as well that if a ranker moves someone much higher, I'm paying attention and probably asking myself, like, why?
Yeah.
And I may not move them because of it, but at least it's an eyebrow raise of maybe there's a reason why. Can I dig deeper into this matchup? And so instead of viewing it as like a copy and paste of, oh, this player is this, and thinking brainlessly about it, it's actually forcing me to try to get into the minds of the other rankers. And I like to joke with people when they ask me about this, like, you don't have to outrun the bear, you just have to outrun your friends.
Yeah. That's a good point.
And so I view all of us as friends, and supporting each other in the industry, but I also want to beat everyone in this contest. So it's, it's one of those things that you do have to be monitoring, because late game outs can really mess you over. Especially if there are people who do catch it and you don't. So,
yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
All right, we'll tie this back into Polly's playoff then.
For sure.
When it comes to, I guess, ranking and even drafting, how important to you are the scoring settings? Because like with Polly's playoff, like we've talked about throughout the Podathon, it's super flex, it's tiered PPR by distance, no tight end premium.
Yes.
How do you factor those in when maybe creating a set of rankings for a draft?
Yeah, so I looked at the scoring settings and I thought to myself, oh, good, this is going to work in my favor, because with the super flex, people will try to like balance out the super flex power with all of the others and say, oh, it's also tight end premium. Oh, also it's like plus half premium for running backs and whatever it is. And I really like that it's super flex, it's straightforward. And the way I'm attacking this is I'm guaranteeing myself, unless like something crazy happens and they're just all the quarterbacks. If you look at my draft, I took Kyler Murray at the 107.
Yep.
And I felt like there was a teardrop at that point. I didn't want to go after Jefferson or any of the others. And then coming back around, I'm probably going to want to get another quarterback. I want to leave the first 2 rounds with a Jalen Hurts and Dak Prescott, something like that, maybe if they come back to me. But in playing within enough super flex leagues, I know that type of quarterback's going to come back. And I don't want to wait till the 3rd round, the 4th round, et cetera, because then you're left with the Tua Tagovailoas of the world.
Wow, I am about to fight you.
as your quarterback too. So
wow. All right, I'm just bye. All right, I think we've had enough.
No, I deserve that. That's fine. I knew it was coming up, heated up perfectly. I knew it was happening. I was watching before. I knew you loved Tua, and I just wanted to give you a little grief. Shane. But nevertheless, that's my strategies. I want the most powerful players in this type of format are the quarterbacks, and I want 2 of them. And I don't want to depend upon other players to make up for that loss from the highest possible scoring position. So when it comes to that, quarterback for the first 2 rounds, no matter what, unless there's something really wonky happening, there's just too much variance that happens with the injuries from running back, and I can push wide receiver. And if we're having to, if it's tiered PPR, I mean,
so it is tiered by distance. I don't know if that changes it for you, but
nope.
I love tiered PPR by distance. It was implemented by my home league commissioner at DomFFL on Twitter. I love it. And so I instituted it in Polly's playoff because it was a different style than what I feel like most people are used to. And it just another fun way to add value to a different style tournament.
And the way I see it is it's essentially a bonus for the average depth of target type of players. And so those like the Marquez Valdez-Scantlings of the world, I'm a little bit more willing to take in redraft. He's a 0 for me in regular redraft, but I want him in best ball. And that's
100% agree with that statement.
So I've drafted a lot of MVS and best ball and not like almost nothing in redraft. Same with Tyler Lockett. Those are the types of players that you don't know when they're going to go off for 25, 30 points, but it's going to happen. I just don't want to be left with a 0.
Yep.
Well, it's been great being on here. I'm honored that you would open it up to me, Shane. And, this is an absolutely worthy cause. I don't have anyone that's been affected by Alzheimer's, but, many of us do. And the reality is that, it's great that we're pushing for research and making strides, and this is an absolutely worthy cause. So I'm really honored to be able to support you and come on, and thankful for you inviting me on.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming on.
Yeah.
And sharing some knowledge on weekly rankings. It was a fun little segment. And yeah, it's people like you that end up making the difference, because you might not have someone now or ever that's been affected by it, but you're willing to help support the cause for people like me who have had it, or
yeah,
literally hundreds of people that registered for it that do have someone. So really appreciate that and that sentiment. And so thanks for coming on.
Absolutely. Well, till next time, this is how I leave everyone. Good luck in the best ball streets, everyone.
See you, man. All right, and that actually brings us to our next guest, and that is Mr. Jesse Moeller. Jesse, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Good. Did I pronounce your last name correctly?
You did. Some people get it wrong, but it's no big deal. It's close enough, so I'm happy with it. So thank you.
Look, man, my name is Shane. I've been called Sean my entire life, even by people that have known me since I was like 3 years old. So like getting people's names right is very important to me. So it does matter.
Yeah, it's funny. Like we'll get calls from people all the time, like that I haven't talked to, and they're like, "Is it Mueller?" Or they'll see like the German pronunciation with the umlauts up top, and they'll try and do it. And I'm like, just don't. It's okay. I'll give it to you this time, and don't worry about it.
Yep. So how are you today?
I'm doing good. We have my family in. We're like getting, like, my wife's putting some stuff together for like a family plan we're doing. So we're getting that all situation. So that's why I'm kind of in the living room right now, because we're organizing everything and
from the kitchen table.
Exactly right. I was like, there's no room in this room. We're gonna mix it all together, sort it out, and just make it work. So it's going pretty good today. How's your day going?
Good. I'm getting tired going on hour 7, but we'll make it work. I got a 2-hour break coming up here in a couple hours. So Nate Polvo's taking over for me as host. So I will relish in that for a little while.
Hey Shane, I've got to step out. So thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, man. I really enjoyed it, and usually do. So we need to connect more.
Yeah, definitely.
Awesome. Have a good one. Thanks for coming on.
Bye.
All right. So you put on the show sheet kind of upside, or I had too many spreadsheets open still.
You're totally
upside versus floor and redraft. And so I definitely want to touch on this because I think it's relevant to Pauly's playoff with that the tiered PPR by distance that we were just talking about.
Yes.
What were you like when you put that on the show sheet? What was the premise behind it of what you wanted to discuss?
So it's more kind of people having an idea of the players they're taking in the ADP ranges and what those players offer. Because a lot of times you hear someone say, oh, that person has the RB1 upside, or they could be the wide receiver 1, when it's just not really the case. So you'll get people like, who I'll talk about later, like Nick Chubb. Like, he doesn't have that immense upside that, say, someone like Alvin Kamara does, or like a Saquon Barkley and stuff like that. So it's about kind of knowing the players you're targeting and helping your team build, because I'm the type of person who will just chase after upside all the time, but I don't recommend that for everyone because it can absolutely crash and burn your team.
Yeah, sure.
So it's kind of about finding that nice balance with a lot of teams, where if you go safe early, you take the upside later, or say if you take a couple of those gamble swings early, you lock in kind of those floor guys that aren't going to kill you later on in the draft. So it's, a nice
so like,
balance.
for example, I took Jamar Chase at 102, technically a safe pick, a little bit early. And because it was early, it's more of a gamble. So I do need someone with more of a floor potentially for my draft in Pauly's playoff. Have you made any pick? How far along are you guys in Pauly's?
We are let me check. It's open right now. I think we're 108. I'm 112, so I got a ways to go. Yeah, we're still on 108. So cool. I don't think I'm going to pick anytime soon. But yeah, like in Pauly's playoff, I'm going to chase upside more because it's not a standard 12 team, right? So I'm treating it more like a tournament almost, because if I lose, it's no big deal. Like, you're going to lose, like one person wins. So it's like, why not swing big in that format where like 12 teams, you only have to beat 12. So you could be a little more safe. You don't have to constantly chase upside.
Yep. And that was honestly kind of my thinking behind the Jamar Chase pick, was like, I know I'm going to need to be different enough if I want to truly win. And I feel like
Mhm.
taking Chase at the 102 is going to help differentiate that.
Yeah, because like you'll have all those teams at 102 that are probably going to go like either Mahomes,
JT or
Herbert,
Mahomes,
yeah, JT. I saw McCaffrey went 104 in our draft, and I was like, "Ooh, somebody's chasing it." So I was like,
Wow.
"That's like right after my heartstrings right there." I'm like,
Yeah.
"Oh yeah, that's where I would go." But yeah, not everyone's going to do that because they're like, he hasn't produced in 3 years. But yeah,
well,
that's
and it's funny that you say that, and we talked about it earlier with Joe Dolan. Like, he hasn't produced in 3 years because he hadn't been healthy.
Mhm.
If when he's been healthy and on the field, he's produced.
Yeah, he's somebody put together a spreadsheet. I can't remember who it was. It might have been Kluge or someone, but they put together the last 2 years of stats for him when he played over 50% of snaps, and he's averaging 27 points a game. And I'm like, yeah, he's not. It's not Saquon Barkley where he's actually been terrible when he's been facing injuries. He's actually been very good. So it's like, and then if you just listen to Dwayne McFarland talk about it, his like yards per route run and everything is still off the charts. So when he's playing, it's just like the guy's still a cheat code. And
exactly.
I always love that.
Exactly. So, give me an example of someone, let's say in rounds 3 and 4, that you would chase upside for versus a high floor.
Yeah. So like in rounds 3 and 4, on that spreadsheet I put together each round, it's one QB, so it's a little different from like Paulie's playoff per se. But like I just went off ADP. Like in rounds 4, on FantasyPros and half PPR, Elijah Mitchell and Travis Etienne are back to back.
Oh, I'm taking Etienne every time.
Yeah, that's like that's a massive discrepancy in the two players because like what's the actual upside of Mitchell as opposed to Etienne? And I know Etienne's coming off the injury, but like the Jaguars are still not going to be good, so they're going to pass a lot. They're going to have to by necessity, and Etienne is going to pass catch, and like their wide receivers are okay. There's no way that's going to dominate the ball. Like maybe Kirk gets 20%, and then you got like Ingram in that range too. But then outside of that, it's just a complete mystery. So you're chasing talent, and then Mitchell's basically just like ground and pound. And if Trey Lance takes his TDs away at the goal line, like I like his talent, but he terrifies me this year. Like I have a hard time. Yeah, Mitchell terrifies me, and like
got it. Yeah.
Like I like Lance is like my upside swing, like everyone else's. Like everybody talks about Trey Lance. They're like, oh, he's the like. So I heard a podcast say like, oh yeah, you could fall back on Trey Lance around 9. I'm like, no, you can't, because everybody knows Trey Lance is that like the last guy that has that magical upside. So you can't really count on that. So you have to have a backup plan for him. But yeah. So like even in if you go to round 5, it's like these two quarterbacks are back to back, and it's Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow, and it's the same thing. It's like one has that massive rushing upside, and I think last year, like Lamar still averaged like 12 to 22 points a game, and he was like hurt and didn't play much, and Burrow was around like 17 and change, I think. So it's just like if you take away those two monster games Burrow had, like he was not that good. And I know we love him, and it's like how he was in the playoffs. Like he's a fantastic real life quarterback. I still very much have my question marks. Like I'd rather just if I'm going after that multiplayer, just give me Tom Brady like 2 rounds later, and I'll be happy with that. And go there.
Kind of to your point about Burrow, though, do you think because if I remember correctly, they actually drafted offensive line and they made offensive lineman signings. Do you think that is going to benefit Burrow as a fantasy player even?
Yeah, like it's going to help just because they don't have to worry about their line. So, they can dial different plays. It basically opens up the whole playbook if you can protect your quarterback, especially someone who's dealt with injuries and he does have some mobility, but he's not super loose or anything like that. So yeah, I think it's going to help him, and I do think it increases like his upside and makes him like a QB1 still, just more closer to like back end most times. I would say. I just don't know how much they're going to pass. Like that's my biggest question mark about that offense. Like he has the weapons, the offense is stacked with talent. It's just basically how they're going to crank up the pass volume or not. And I know we saw a little bit of like there were signals close to the end of the year of them like cranking it up, but I still want to see it before I fully invest and like round 5. Like I can't trust it. Like, so that's what worries me with him.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then like if you look later on, you have like guys like Michael Thomas and Amon-Ra St. Brown who are back to back, or you have like the tight ends, you have Hawkinson, Dalton Schultz.
And who is kind of in that St. Brown versus Thomas debate?
Thomas. It's the whole injury narrative thing with me, where I will, if the players playing on the team right now. He's in practice. He's got the go-ahead. Like, he's healthy. I'm going to treat that okay. And the injury is so far removed where it's not an ACL where it's this year, where it is with, like, Dobbins, where they're still a year removed from it. Thomas is, like, multiple years removed from it. So if he's healthy, he is going to be the wide receiver one on that offense. Like, I know we love Olave. And Landry is solid, but Thomas has done everything in his career to prove that he's on a Hall of Fame track.
Yeah.
And he's still in his peak age. So it's not like he's 33 or 34 like Julio Jones, He's like 28 going to 29. So I'm a sucker for Michael Thomas. So I get it if people are going to stay away and just like not touch him. But like, I'm the type of player that's just going to dive into that type of uncertainty and try to strike gold with players like him.
Oh, I like it. Oh, crap. And then you mentioned Schultz and Hawkinson.
Yes.
I'm very intrigued.
Yeah, that's a tough one, right?
Who are you taking in that situation? Because I like both. Like, if I gun to my head, if I had to pick one, I don't know who I would take.
Yeah, so this one I'm taking Schultz because he is going to be the second option. Like, Tolbert's he's been nice. Like, there's stories about him, but he's still a late round rookie pick, and you don't expect those guys to produce monster numbers straight from the jump. Gallup's, who knows when Gallup's coming back this year, because he's still he's behind. So I'm going to take the second option in a passing attack. Like, whenever I decide on tight ends, it's minimum they have to be the second option of a passing attack, or I'm just basically just going to like fade them, because the stats show if you're not the second option, it's incredibly hard to be a top 5 tight end. It's basically, I think it was Robert Tunyon's like the only guy who's done it without being like second in targets on the team. So it's like, even I know Evan Ingram is like red flag of don't draft, but at least he's the second option on his team, right? So like, I'll always go after that. And if it burns me when you get late, like, you can always just pick up another tight end, because in start one tight end, those guys are always available. So you can cycle through to like Komet or anybody like that. I just don't know how the targets are going to shake out with all the talent that Detroit has. And you have Amon-Ra.
Which is not something you can say normally.
Yeah, right. It's like you have Detroit and the Jets this year, and both teams are like have this immense amount of talent where like over the years you're like, oh God, he's a Jet. Like, I don't want to touch him. Or he's like, oh, he plays for the Lions. Like, why would I do that? So it's weird, like tricking your mind into thinking like, no, it's gonna be okay this year. Like, don't worry about it.
No, and the Jets are another example of that.
Right.
Where it's like they've got a talented core of weapons, and Zach Wilson has that dog in him, apparently.
yeah, I know that's still going around.
But like,
I was like, oh my gosh,
what do we do with that?
Yeah, like, so there was an unofficial report released today by someone associated with the Jets. He said, "Oh, Breece Hall is the RB3 in the offense," and I'm like, "Oh, this is perfect. This is the panic that sets in," and then he drops, and I'm like, "Yeah, I'll just take him every time," because he's a rookie. Like, they have to earn it, which I think is incredibly stupid from coaches, but they continue to show us like, hey, you have to earn it. So it's like, give him a few weeks, and then he'll have the job, and he'll be going from there. So it's always fun to see situations like that. Like, every year it cracks me up seeing it.
Yeah. A friend of mine on Facebook said replace Goodell with Shane. Shane for president.
Yes, there you go.
I think I would be a very fair NFL commissioner. Now, Deshaun Watson wouldn't like me because he'd be banned, but
so it'd be a different story.
But I don't know. I feel like I'd be pretty fair.
Yeah, I think Goodell is one that like nobody likes. So I think you would very much get like the boost in ratings just by taking over the job immediately.
Right? When you're this is a great question, actually. Transitioning from just like those two specific tight ends, but tight end in general.
Yeah.
What are you aiming for? Are you aiming for a floor play, or are you just like typically, or are you punting it and hoping for upside with a later value pick?
Yeah, I'm either like this is the old the line that everyone uses, but I'm early or late. I really don't like drafting those middle round tight ends because I think JJ Zachary recently released a study saying like they just don't hit in those middle rounds. Like the odds are just awful, which makes sense because every time you take like a Mike Gesicki or like Dallas Goedert last couple of years, like you just get this guy that's very much meh. He's like a back end tight end one, and that gives you nothing because you could literally stream that each week if you do it correctly.
Yeah.
So it's like I always try and hit. Like last year I was pound table. I was like Adam Troutman, it's gonna be this year, or like guys like that, and of course it'll like bust on you, but you can get Hunter Henry in like the
15th round last year, and then you have a middling tight end one, and you're set. Or same thing with like Dawson Knox last year
and Schultz.
Yeah, they were all like Schultz was in the thing with what's his name? The guy that they cut, I can't remember. Last year for the Cowboys.
Jarwin.
Yes, Blake Jarwin. Yeah, he was the guy going ahead of him in drafts last year. Like everyone was like, "Oh yeah, Jarwin," and I was like, "Yeah, I'll take Jarwin." And then of course it was not Jarwin. It was Schultz.
Jarwin got hurt too.
Yeah,
which I think that I still think Schultz probably would have ended up rising to the top just with how he's played.
Mm-hmm.
But man, that one hurt. But yeah, I got super lucky in a dynasty draft actually where I took Schultz and Knox back to back in like the last 2 rounds. It was like a 20-something round draft. And I took both of them because I completely punted tight end and got both of them. And then I am also an earlier late guy. Really, I've been leaning more late tight end this year. Because I feel like, and I would kind of throw Freiermuth and Komet into that late tight end there, I think right after the dead zone of tight end. But I love the late options that you can get with Brevin Jordan, Hayden Hurst, Gerald Everett.
You can even get like Njoku or Alberto, like those guys, in case they do hit. Like there's So we do this every year. We're like, oh, it looks so good, and like only 1 or 2 of those guys are going to hit, but you're just hoping that you get right with it and it hits.
Yeah,
and then you're just like, this is perfect. I have a startable tight end.
Yep, exactly. So, all right, you mentioned JJ Zachariason, and we talked a little bit about quarterback earlier, but trying to think how to word the question. All right, we're going to do an update because I'm tired and can't think right now. So we are still sitting at, gosh darn it, I keep having to log back in. I'm good, thank you. We're still sitting at $425, people, so we still need $575, which means you people haven't donated in a while. Which I don't like. Yes, the goal is to donate. There's the link. I'll throw it in the comments again. But yeah, so ultimately we are trying to raise money for the Alzheimer's Association. That is the point of Paulie's Playoff and the Podathon. So we are at 425. We're trying to get to 1,000 by the end of the day, so need 575. If you've already donated, share it with your friends. Share it with your family, especially if you've been affected by the disease. Like, it's a terrible disease, and we're just trying to help push along the cure. So that is my spiel for now. And if you are in the Greenville, South Carolina area, the Walk to End Alzheimer's is October 1st. So you can actually join our team and come walk with us around Floor Field if you want to. If you're not in Greenville, you can actually still join our team and either just say hey or even find your own walk and participate that way. So there are walks all across the country for the Walk to End Alzheimer's. So I'm going to go check on my draft because I know I'm coming up soon.
Yeah, I'd say it's a very noble cause, and it's like if you don't have money, just at least share it. Like that's all we're asking, right? Like, just do your best to help because it's very much worth it.
Yep, exactly. Okay, quarterback.
Ooh, so I got a good question for you. Who are you taking between someone like Derek Carr or Trey Lance, or like Kirk Cousins, Derek Carr, or someone like Trey Lance if you're drafting quarterbacks?
Oh,
and this would be QB1, obviously, not Superflex.
Yeah, if it's one QB. So my home league, or my family league, is always one QB, and I have not even made the playoffs in it. Like it's just been horrible luck, and I've like shared my drafts on Twitter and been like, man, look at this. Like I did awesome. And then not even made the playoffs. So what I've typically done with that is go late QB and go someone like these guys. I think to ultimately answer your question, I'm going to go Trey Lance because of the rushing upside that's there. And I'm not a Trey Lance guy, but that's going to be my answer for your question specifically. But like for one QB this year, and like even with my home league dynasty, it's one QB, and I've got Justin Herbert. I think
he's so good.
I think you need the league winning, not even league winning upside, but just the consistency of a good elite quarterback to even have a shot in one QB leagues at this point. And maybe that's because everyone's getting sharper at drafting, and that's why it's harder to win and differentiate yourself just by drafting good position players and then taking a late QB. So I am definitely going to go with Lance for your question, and then go early QB for one QB in general.
Yeah, like it's weird the positional difference in values between Superflex and one QB. Like one QB, it is drastically undervalued, and Superflex, I feel like it's actually overvalued, the quarterback position. Like the way we treat him, they're like, oh, it's the throwaway position, one QB. I'm like, no, it's still a startable position. Like that guy makes a difference. So say if you have Lamar Jackson or you have like Tom Brady last year, like those guys help you win the league. So like it really bugs me when people say like it doesn't matter. You can just punt it and pick whoever. I'm like, no, it's a startable position. Like it actually matters.
Yeah. No. Well, and like for example, and this is probably me being too smart for my own britches. I took Trevor Lawrence in my family league draft, and it ended up biting me in the ass. Which there's no way I could have predicted that.
No.
But if I had taken one of the earlier QBs, I wouldn't have had to rely on Lawrence and kind of figure out who to stream, because I ended up streaming quarterback, I think, because Lawrence was just doing poorly. And I don't think that happens this year, at least not nearly as badly.
Yeah.
But if you do something like that, you're kind of stuck.
Yeah, that's the thing with rookie quarterbacks. Like they could kill you. And we saw it with basically all of that class. Even Mac Jones, like he was the best, but he was not good for fantasy at all. Like he didn't do anything to give you upside. So it was just disaster
Davis
after
Mills
disaster.
was probably the best for fantasy.
Yeah, he was. Like he had those big games and he was actually somewhat okay. And everyone else just completely was a disaster.
Yeah.
So for being as good as the class was perceived to be, it basically like it hurt so many people last year. We had in our rookie draft last year in my home league, we had Trevor Lawrence. It's a one QB. So we had Lawrence going like pick 10, and we were like, what's happening? Like, why would you take him at pick 10? Because like he had Russell Wilson and the other guys, and we were just like, what are you doing? He's like, I just love the upside, right? And then he was like 6 months later, he's like, I severely regret that pick. And I was like, yeah, that'll happen.
Wait, you said he had Russell Wilson too?
Yeah, so he had Russell Wilson, and he took him ahead of all those good wide receivers. And I was like, whoa. So we were talking it over, and then he saw the light like 6 months later. I'm like, look, I get he's generational talent, but man, that is really early. I was like, dude, I hope it works out for you.
I think he went 108 in a similar situation in my home league. And it's like, you didn't need a quarterback. Why did you take him? And I think it was before all of the Javonte Williams hype had really set in. And Javonte Williams went at 109.
Yeah, in one of my leagues last year, I was on the 108, and ETN was available at 107, and I loved ETN. I was like, all right, let me get the 107. And, of course, Williams is the pick after me. I traded away. And I'm just like watching this happen, and I'm like, no. I was like, I shot myself in the foot so bad last year. I was like, oh, gosh. But, you chase those guys you like, and sometimes it just bites you right in the butt. And that's why we love this game, because it's very unpredictable. No matter how much stats or like information we throw out there, it's still a game. So you're going to miss on occasion.
Yep, absolutely. I'm about to throw you under the bus and maybe drive back over you too. What rookie QB are you taking to get upside, if any?
This year? Oh, yeah. I don't even want any of the rookie quarterbacks this year. Like no chance. So we're in all of our rookie drafts, they're going like mid-second or Pickett's going 108, 106, and I'm like, no, I don't like these guys at all. Like I'm like, absolutely not. So I trade, like anybody would come up and trade. I'm like, just take the pick. I'll move back and I'll take a wide receiver or I'll move out. Like I have like almost no shares of rookie quarterbacks. I think I had a couple of like Howell and like other guys, but I traded them away. I was like
just give me players that it's so ugly this year. Like I really didn't want any. So my answer is none. Like I don't trust any. Like who's gonna play? Like maybe one of them plays, but I just don't know. And
I
it's
think
like
Ritter and Pickett have the best shots to play.
Yeah, and like Ritter will probably, because the Falcons are gonna be terrible. So like Ritter's gonna get a shot at some point.
Yeah.
And you just hope he can produce. Like he's the one maybe. And like you see hype for Howell, and I'm like, what are we doing here? Like just
don't slander Howell in front of me too.
I liked him, but the draft capital, I was like, dude, I was like, oh,
sucks.
I know that's the
So
thing.
bad.
I hate it.
I don't get it.
I was like, why? Like, yeah, it's weird. So like the NFL just hated this quarterback class, right? And I was like, I was pounding the table in the second round. I was like, why are the Seahawks not taking quarterback? Like, we need a quarterback, right? And they take Walker, and I throw my hands in the air. I'm like, we don't have a quarterback. Why are we drafting a running back? This makes zero.
Yeah.
And I was so mad. But I was like, I just watched the draft unfold, and I'm like, wow, the NFL just hates these guys. Like, I don't.
Yeah.
And like, I think Willis his over-under was pick 9, like when you're looking at prop bets. And I was like, why does he keep sliding? I was like, something's up here. Like, we got thrown under a bus by the NFL. They were like, yeah, we actually don't like any of these guys. I was like, oh man.
100% that happened. And like, I don't understand it because like even the couple of clips I've seen of Howell, it's exactly what I thought he could be the entire time.
Yeah.
Why did he go in the 5th round? I just don't get it.
Yeah, it's weird. Like you look at like their passing metrics and stuff, and it's like his stuff's pretty good. So like he did have one really bad year, but I mean he wasn't terrible. He held on, like he turned down his interceptions, like decreased turnover stuff, and it seemed like he was fine. But
and for me, like if people talk about like his passing efficiency dropping for this past year, well, yeah, if you lost Javonte Williams, Michael Carter, Daz Newsome, and De'Ami Brown,
yeah,
like hell yeah, you're gonna lose some efficiency and some production. And he made up for it in rushing, which we hadn't necessarily seen as much from him. So, like, to me, like, Howell just seemed like a slam dunk and then went in the 5th round. And I'm like, okay, I need to reevaluate my life.
Yeah, it's so hard. Like, I don't try to be a QB evaluator because I know it's so difficult. And, like, the NFL screws it up enough as it is. I'm like, if they can't get it right, like, I'm just a dude over here on Twitter. Like, how am I supposed to be able to do it?
Yeah.
So I'm like, that's the one I'll just, like, defer to other people. I'm like, all right, you tell me he's really good? Like, I'll watch the tape and I'll like look at the metrics. I'm like, I don't know, it looks pretty good to me. And then you see it and you're like, oh, that's what they were talking about. Or like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's just so hard to evaluate. So like, that's the one I just like.
It is.
I don't trust myself at all with that.
I mean, clearly you probably don't need to trust me because that's my dude.
But hey, it's not bad. I mean, it could work out. You never know. It's
I think so.
We'll see. I'm rooting for it at least. It's like, yeah, Cleveland disaster was a disaster last year. I was like, nice.
Yeah. Well, and like with Cleveland specifically, I feel like people are they're like Baker had a horrible year and he was still like a QB2. And B, he was hurt all year. And it's like, I just don't get it.
That's the thing. Like, if you're going to like play with an injury, you have to produce. So if you play and you're worse, like they just tank you, like with Baker. Like everybody hates him now. It's just like, oh my gosh, you can't.
Yep, exactly.
Can't stand it.
All right, well, our next guest is here, and Jesse, feel free to stay on if you've got time. But we have Mr. Dave Barkowski. I believe that's how you pronounce your last name.
You nailed it.
Guys, how you doing, man?
Good. How are you, sir?
I'm good. Jesse, do you play any IDP?
I have one IDP league. That's my home league. It took us 5 years to transition from just standard defense to IDP. So it's like a very depressed IDP league, but yeah, we do one.
Cool. Well, Dave and I actually are we in 1 or 2 IDP leagues together?
One. You were actually, props to you. My wife blames you for turning me on to Sleeper. I've been putting it straight to the vein ever since.
Yep.
So yeah, actually, that was the first league I ever got in on. Sleeper was just an all IDP league, so appreciate that.
Yeah, and that was actually one that I commish. It's a free all IDP league, kind of modified IDP 1, 2, 3 scoring, and yeah. So basically, it's a huge roster too. Like 4, if I remember correctly, Dave, you can correct me. It's 4 DL, 4 linebacker, 4 DB, and then either 2 or 4 IDP flexes.
Yeah, I think it's 4 flexes. I think
it is It's huge rosters. It's dynasty. It's free, all IDP, no offensive players. It's a ton of fun, honestly, and that's kind of why I wanted Dave to come on, was just to kind of get some IDP perspective on here. I almost put in IDP for Polly's playoff this year, but I didn't want to turn too many people away. I may force it in in year 4 or 5. Need to, I think, change up some things every now and again, kind of like Scott Fish does with Scott Fishbowl. But I know IDP can be a little polarizing. So, but yeah, Sleeper is the best app if you ask me, especially because it's free and it does a lot. It's fairly customizable, but there are some things that could improve. I won't sugarcoat it, but I still love it, and it's so easy to use. So yeah, sorry to your wife, Dave, but it's worth it, I think.
She's here for it, so it's all good now.
Sweet. So, Dave, how did you have you always played IDP?
Yeah, actually, I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but Reality Sports Online, that's where I first started playing Dynasty and IDP.
Okay.
And I was hooked on that because I went back and forth between contract and salary leagues, and then finally I was like, no, let's just do IDP with you today since you know what's up. And that's where I first got into Dynasty, and that's a whole. If you have either of you guys ever done auction or salary cap leagues?
Yep. I'm in one auction league. It's an auction keeper league, actually.
Gotcha. Okay. And that's a whole different aspect, because you've got contract lengths on RSO, great format. It's a little aged. The app's a little aged, and then when I came to Sleeper, I was like, this is so much easier than dealing with contracts and salaries and staying under the cap. But yeah, Sleeper, you were the first Sleeper, and it's just kind of gone off the rails ever since, of course.
Yeah,
and
that happens.
Yeah, it didn't help that, we all went through the pandemic of being locked inside, and one led to another, and now there's people that I'll probably never meet, but we're just constantly texting all day. And why? Because we met on Sleeper. So
exactly.
It's awesome.
Yeah, no, I love that. I have not heard of the Reality Sports, and you said RSO?
Yeah, it's RSO, Reality Sports Online.
Okay.
They do charge a fee for a team.
Okay.
And they mirror the NFL salary cap. So during COVID, the cap dropped. So you had a lot of real type NFL moves where people were dumping salary of Tyreek Hill in this $30 million and saying, here, take my next year's first just to get under the cap.
Wow.
So yeah, it does add a whole nother element to the dynasty space, and thinking not just one or two, but you can sign up to 4 years, and every league is different. It's very customizable, but I have 10 leagues over there. And that's $14 a team just to get into the site. So, yeah, I'm paying for someone's.
I hope your wife's not watching.
She went off to get the kids. That's why I told I told someone, I was like, that's why you got to keep your paycheck going to one other bank account just for fantasy football purposes. Whether it's underdog, whether it's DFS once the season starts. And then you can flex at the end of the year and be like, look, my league safe is at $4,000 I won, but you probably sunk $6,000 to play. So
yeah, that's the part you don't tell her.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, it's definitely a fun site, and it adds a whole nother level to thinking ahead, and the contracts balloon like actual NFL contracts, and
that's cool.
So it's definitely a great site. I really enjoy it.
Nice. You mentioned something earlier. Now I completely forgot.
You've been talking for almost 8 hours, so that's understandable.
I don't blame you.
You doing all right?
Yeah, I'm good. I got a good night's sleep last night, and the only caffeine I've actually had today so far has been this Diet Coke from McDonald's. I'll probably crack an energy drink after, either during dinner or after dinner. But yeah, I'm good other than that.
The important question is, what's for dinner?
I don't know yet. I don't know yet. It's so dumb. Our next guests, which isn't until 5:30, is Steve. This one I'm not sure how to pronounce. Utes is what we're going to go with. Is that right?
Yeah.
You're
on fire.
I'm just going to throw this up here again. At Fantasy Ladder on Twitter, he's actually coming on to talk redraft auction. So, Dave, if you can stick around, I'd love to have you both on for that segment.
Sure.
But contract leagues is something I haven't ventured into yet. It and Campus to Canton are kind of the two things that I haven't ventured into yet. Campus to Canton is really intriguing to me because it gives you that college football actual fantasy aspect of it versus Devy, where you're kind of just building your taxi squad from college players. What would you say is the most, and Jesse, if you've played in any contract leagues too, feel free to chime in here. But Dave, what would you say is the most intriguing part to you, or the biggest draw to you about a contract league?
Is that no one's out of reach. That's my favorite part. Is if you want a player, you can go get him. If you want Chris Olave, you can go get him and pay him $30 million a year, even though he's not, technically not worth it just yet.
Yeah.
But you can go out and get whoever you want, and that's the best part to me is that, as long as you're willing to put up, you're going to have that guy. So nothing's out of reach. I mean, I just got done with a startup, and one of the guys has Justin Herbert and Patrick Mahomes as his quarterbacks in a super flex.
Oh my God.
He's paying $70 million out of his $200 million a year for him. So he's going to be weak at other positions, but that alone is fun to just be able to say that you have both those guys. So
it's funny that you mentioned that. In year one of Polly's playoff, I think I was picking from the 6th spot, maybe the 5 spot, and I got Mahomes and Kyler Murray. I don't know how it happened, but I got both of them, and I was like, "Oh my God, this is awesome!"
That is great. That is awesome.
So, it is awesome when you get stacks like that, and yes, you paid for them. You paid a premium for them, most likely, and no matter the format. But it's totally worth it. So I guess here's my question for you about your contract leagues that you're playing in on RSO specifically. Is there a max at 30 to 35 million that you can pay him, or is that just typically the max that is paid?
No, that's just typically where you cap out, unless I'm in a 16-team league where I didn't have any money to spend, so I just didn't show up. And I looked back, and someone paid Kendricks from the Minnesota Vikings, the linebacker.
Yeah.
4 years for $144 million. Turns out it was a typo because you can manually enter your bid, but they didn't take it back. So it's like, come on, that's just bonehead. Someone's paid Zeke $200 million for 3 years. You're in that many. You see plenty of mistakes, and the guy fully wanted to pay Zeke that. He really thought he was going to be worth every penny.
Yeah,
but there's no cap except your own spending cap, and obviously you have to have a minimum bid to fill out your roster. So you could spend up to $195 million on a player.
Yeah,
which would just be nonsense.
Okay, so Jesse, do you have are you in any contract leagues?
So I was in a salary league last year. I'm not in it this year because it was just I'm in too many leagues and I couldn't keep up with it. So that is I wanted to fully dive into it, but I was we saw, so there was bidding wars back and forth on players because the way they set it up was you put a bid in, someone they all meet together and then they'll give you a chance to outbid the next player. So you saw I think somebody spent $50 million on Mahomes and it was around 200 million. People were going for their guys, and you saw and it creates this weird vacuum effect where certain players are really devalued because people just don't have money at the point. So TJ Watt was $10 million and stuff like that. So it's it's really weird how it has this ebb and flow to it, and I found it pretty intriguing. I was oh yeah, I'll take that guy. I'll take that guy. And then I was I'm getting Kyle Pitts. I don't care. So I was I would pay $25-30 million. So it's pretty fun in general, I think.
There you go.
Cool.
There you go. That's awesome.
Okay, so updates on drafts in Polly's playoff real quick. I think our fastest draft is Division 2, which is currently at the 606.
What?
Yeah.
The heck?
Yeah. We're at the 208 in Division 1. And we've been moving steadily, but we're at the 208.
Wow.
Everybody at least has moved past pick 1. Okay, I am going.
What's the slowest division?
That's what I'm trying to find
Probably
out.
mine. I'm at the, I think we're at the 6th in the 15.
Okay, in League 15.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So wait, are you in League 15?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think I'm on it right now. It's on 108.
Oh, are you? Okay, you're in that league? Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, I'm pick 12. Oh yeah, you're pick 11. I didn't even realize.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Nice to meet you, man.
Well, there you
Love
go.
it.
Nice to meet you.
I love it.
Cool.
It's like I see the name, but I don't make the connection, and then I'm like, oh, there you go. Duh.
I literally said, I was like, guys, we need to hurry this up. I'm on in 15 minutes. I want to make the pick live.
Yeah. I'm hoping to make my second pick live. I obviously got to make my first pick live too, but hoping to get to the second pick and probably third pick. All right, let's spin this toward. No, I had another question. Did I ask you? No, I didn't ask you this. What is the most egregious outside of like the Zeke for 200 million and the Eric Kendricks 144 million? Because that was a typo. What's the most egregious contract mistake you've seen? And Jesse, if you've got a good one, please feel free to share it too.
Honestly, it's probably still going to be Pat Mahomes. 2 years ago, and we had a really childish situation where some guy got mad at the commissioner, dumped his entire roster, and so all of those players went. Which that's the other thing about RSO. The rookies come in on rookie-friendly contracts.
Mm-hmm. So that's cool.
Yeah, so you have Mahomes on a $7 million whatever contract, and he gets a 5th-year option. Well, he was on like a $7 million rookie contract. Well, he went up for auction, and I think they ended up spending just under $200 million on him, and that was on purpose. And that was when the salary cap was like 188, something like that.
Oh, no.
So, and that was on purpose, and they were all gung ho about it. So, more power to them. I've become. My wife thinks I'm cheap in real life. I'm even cheaper in auction drafts.
What in the?
Oh, that's funny.
It becomes tough to build a roster, and that's the other fun thing is that you add IDP in the mix, so all those values come down a little bit to 30 million, or you take out IDP and all defense and just have your basic cookie cutter roster. Then you're going to be spending. I think last year I spent $17 million a year on DJ Moore. Is he worth it? Maybe.
Yeah, that's the thing. You want to get that guy right before he blows up.
He's worth it.
Yeah,
There
right.
Sorry,
So that's
definitely worth it. Definitely worth it.
I'm gonna point to this hat so many times. People are gonna start unsubscribing to me. Okay, so far I'm still scrolling through. Slowest draft is looking like 107. But I know he's at work. No, it's actually 104 now. Wow, I need to go find him on Twitter because I know who it is, and it's weird that it's stalled out at him. Hi, do you want to come on? No. Okay, what's up? I have a guest. You've probably seen her if you've been watching. It's good old Charlotte. Hi. What are you doing? I love you. You need a diaper change? Okay. Well, I will throw a question to Jesse and Dave. I just got to think of one. We'll go IDP here. Yeah. Actually, this is a good question because Dave, I know you wanted to talk specifically about Dynasty and IDP. This rookie draft class was pretty heavy on the IDP side as one of its strengths. Who are the top 3 IDP guys for you? And Jesse, I'm actually going to throw it to you first and then go to Dave while I go change this diaper.
Yeah, so that depends on scoring for me, like every IDP format. But like if we're focusing on like 1, 2, 3 IDP where you can get big plays and stuff, like I'm going to target those ends in this draft class because those guys very much have the elite abilities. And then if I can get big plays from my corners, like I would happily grab Sauce Gardner. Like
those guys would be the ones I would target. And then you can get a little bit better values later on in the draft, I would assume. So then I would kind of look at the linebackers and things like that. But I would go for the big names initially, like Gardner, Hutchinson, and Thibodeau. Like, I've loved Thibodeau ever since he was at Oregon. So, like, he would be somebody I would heavily target.
Which I'm surprised that he was around so long in the NFL draft. I thought for sure he should have been, one of the first 3. But are you an Oregon fan?
No, I live in the Northwest, though. I live, like, right out of Seattle. So, like, I see a lot of him play. So it's, like, very much in my face all the time.
Gotcha. I do like him. I probably would take him first. And then Kyle Hamilton, he was such an attractive profile prior to being drafted by the Ravens. And then being put there, it's like that's a match made in heaven for me.
Right.
And I would love to see if everything cleared with Nakobe Dean, and he really did just become a steal in the draft, which hopefully no one ever wishes anything negative about, on anyone. Hopefully all the health concerns clear up and he has a good career because he was so talented.
Yeah, he was a force on the field. Like, are you worried about him at all because of those health concerns?
I'm not. It's just so weird that the NFL was for, I don't know. What did he go in this? Was it the middle second round? Is that when he went or something like that?
I think I can check real quick. I'm not sure, but let's see.
I would check, but I live in Florida and I live in an area of Florida that isn't really developed. And when there's a storm, I lose Wi-Fi. So I'm like barely getting by right now on LTE. So if you want to take the Google search,
he was the 83rd pick in the 3rd round to the Eagles.
See, that's
right.
That's such a crazy steal. That's just
yeah, and like it was like this nonstop talk on Twitter, like as he just kept falling. People are like, "What is happening with him?" And I was like, "Dude, I honestly have no idea, but it's something severe if he's falling from the first rounder,
Dean, right?
Yeah, to the 3rd." And it's just like
steal of the draft was Dean.
Like what's going on? Like I still don't fully understand why he fell. Like obviously it's a pretty severe concern, I'm assuming, but if he's healthy and he plays, he's gonna ball out. So
right.
The Eagles had a great draft, especially defensively, and I hate saying that. My grandfather was a Cowboys fan. My dad's a Cowboys fan, so I got a soft spot for them. I am fully committing, though. The Panthers are my favorite team. I only have one now. Dave is probably
that's the first time I seen you point to that hat today.
But they had the Eagles had a great draft, and I think the Giants had a pretty good draft too. Getting they didn't giant it up.
No, not till later on, but early on, they did really well.
But the early on, getting the offensive lineman, I can't remember who they ended up getting, and Kayvon Thibodeau, great draft, great first round draft. Way to not screw it up and prioritize what matters for football, which I think is going to help you in the long run.
Yeah, you pair Neal as a bookend tackle.
Yes,
and then you got Thibodeau on the other side, who's he's a stud. He's a little undersized, but he's an absolute stud. So I was like, that's nailing your draft. The first 2 picks fall right into your lap. I was like, wow, that's really impressive. Yeah.
So how'd you become a Carolina fan?
I don't know if you can see who that is. It's Baker Mayfield.
Baker.
Oh shoot! Okay.
Yeah, so I've loved Baker since his senior year of college. I identify with the way he plays on the field with the chip on his shoulder. It's kind of how I play basketball because I'm 5'9". I'm not supposed to be good at basketball, so I play with a lot of passion and chip on my shoulder. So I relate to Baker in that way. I always have, and so I've just kind of always cheered for him and rooted for him. He's my favorite player, and felt like he kind of got screwed with the way things were handled in Cleveland. And so followed him to Carolina. It's also training camp was only 45 minutes from my house. So I live in South Carolina now. Charlotte's only about 2 hours away. So I'm going all in. Panthers are my team now and sticking with it.
There you go.
Nice.
There you go.
Who's your favorite team, Dave?
I'm an authentic Patriots fan. Authentic.
Okay.
That was
so you were there before Belichick and Brady.
Before Brady, yeah.
How I'm
No,
interpreting that.
I'm a Red Sox. I'm a Celtics. I'm a Boston fan.
Okay,
through and
that
through.
makes sense.
So, yeah. I did not move to Florida to follow Brady. Let's just clear that up. he just happened to win the Super Bowl, and then I came down. That's all. But I'm also a Buckeyes fan, and I really hated Baker when he planted the flag. Hated it.
Yep,
but you know
I can see that.
He sort of has a way to earn his way into your heart, and you're just like, okay, yeah.
Okay, so funny story about that. I was actually in. This was, I guess it was Bosa's rookie year, which is what, 3 years ago.
Yeah,
I was in Raleigh for an interview, and I was watching that game on my iPad. Nick Bosa did that celebration of when he sacked Baker absolutely perfectly, and it's one of the many reasons I love Nick Bosa. From an IDP standpoint, I try to have 100% rostership of Nick Bosa because he's obviously a dominant player. But like anyone that's gonna come at you with your own celebration that you did like that, that earns clever points for me, and I'm all in on it. Like I'm cool with that.
So true.
That's the good stuff right there.
It is good times.
Yeah. So, Dave, is an Ohio State fan. I'm gonna test you a bit, I guess.
Okay.
With the 2023 class and just Ohio State in general, you guys are looking strong.
Yes.
How does that look on the defensive side? Because I'm not as familiar there.
To be honest, I don't think it's going to be as good of a defense as they have put out there in the past.
Okay.
But with that offense, I hope that they can outscore everybody without trying to put together a solid defensive plan. But it's weird because they always find a way to have the one stud, whether it was Bosa, Chase Young, Joey Bosa, and then they sort of formulated the defense around those guys. They don't have one of those this year. So It could be interesting. It could be interesting to see who comes out as the leader.
Okay, interesting. Jesse, I haven't asked you this yet. Who is your favorite team in college football or even pro football?
So I've lived most of my life in the Northwest, so there's family background. But it's always been the Seahawks. I was born in '87, and my parents dressed me up as Brian Bosworth with a little mohawk and everything. So I've been Sonics, Seahawks, man, all the Northwest teams. And I've kind of I used to be really big into UW and stuff like that, but I've kind of moved away, and I went to Missouri and a couple other places, so I don't have the allegiance to college as much anymore. But it's very much Pacific Northwest, so I'm not so much looking forward to this year. But I still got to rep the team, so I'm going to be here forever with it.
Okay. Well, I mean, from a Pacific Northwest standpoint, you can always go Oregon for college football. They're usually decent.
Yeah, my friends and family would shoot me. They're all Washington fans. So, the Washington-Oregon rivalry is pretty serious. It's more hatred than the Washington State rivalry. That's more respect.
Wow.
Washington and Oregon absolutely despise each other. So, I would get ran out of town if I started repping Oregon and stuff.
I didn't say that as your family was walking in.
I like the theory and thought, but there's no way it would work out. My family would be like, what is wrong with you? I have multiple of my family members went to UW and stuff like that. So it's
cool.
Yeah, they would not be pleased with that, to say the least.
Understood. That makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. So,
He's been talking for 8 hours. Don't take all of his advice. We don't want you being shot. Poor guy.
Exactly.
They report it on the news. This guy was shot because of what he said. It's I'm sorry.
I was just doing a charity event. That's all.
Yeah, for real. Speaking of, donate. Link is in the comments multiple times.
Double up.
It's if you're in Pauly's playoff, it's in your league. Share it. If not, it's on Twitter. Also share it. That's the big thing now is just sharing it. We're trying to get to $700, I think, for the total raised today. We're still sitting at about $425, so need 575 more. And really kind of just, again, I started this tournament 3 years ago because I was in Scott Fish's division in Scott Fish Bowl for my very first Scott Fish Bowl, and finally had kind of grown a Twitter platform to really be able to make an impact, and was able to do so. First year was 120 people. Last year was 240. I think I missed out on analysts this year and waited too long to recruit them. So that's why we're a little bit lower at 180 this year. But yeah, it's just like, the whole point is to connect it like we did earlier with you two. That was awesome. And raise money for the Alzheimer's Association because, as I've stated a few times on the pod, like, it's a top 10 killer in the United States for diseases, and it's the only one in the top 10 that doesn't officially have a drug to slow it or cure it. And again, as I've mentioned before, because of this tournament, though, and the donations that everyone across the world has made, we are actually making a dent in that because there is now steam rolling for an FDA-approved drug to help slow it. So there's tons of research going into this disease and dementia, and that is ultimately what we are trying to help cure. So I appreciate you guys for coming on and letting me, be sleep deprived. Not really, but just, tired for talking for 8 straight hours. So you guys were, while I was changing a poopy diaper, we're talking about Kyle Hamilton. That's another one where, like, what are we doing? Like, Taylor Twellman style, what are we doing? Letting the Ravens get a defensive player that is so good, like, best defensive player in the class. Like, I'm comfortable stating that still, even with the draft capital he got, like, it's still first round draft capital, like, best defensive player in the class, and we let him fall to the Ravens. Why?
That was painful.
I don't have an answer. I don't know.
And some people even said the best athlete in the class too.
Yeah.
Which is wild. Just wild.
If you go watch his tape and look at his closing speed, that's why. Like, his closing speed is absolutely phenomenal, and he's just got incredible instincts. And yes, I am a Notre Dame fan, so take my bias with a grain of salt. But like, I heard other people say this, so like, dude can play, and like, the Ravens are going to be trouble this year.
Yeah.
Yes. They just have to stay healthy.
Yeah.
That's all they need.
Well, the thing with that, Jesse, is like, I don't feel like you can go 2 years in a row and have that many injuries. Like, I don't feel like people talk about enough. Like, I've seen some people talk about it, but how injured the Ravens were last year, top to bottom, every position, all year long. Like, it was insane.
Was that how San Francisco was last year, or was that the year before that they just lost?
That was the year before, I think. That's how they ended up with Lance. Well, no, they traded up for Lance, right?
They traded up, but they were like pick
But
13.
they weren't far behind.
Yeah, they were like middle to kind of bad that year.
Gotcha. And then
But
that brings the question, who's going to be the team this year that's just going to get riddled? You had San Fran, now you've got Baltimore, and then who now? That's just...
Watch everybody. I can't even say it. Never mind. I'm not going to say it. I'm going to leave it in my head. I'm not going to say it. But it would wreck people across the fantasy landscape, the team that I just thought of.
Bills.
Yeah, I mean,
no.
Yeah. You're talking about the Buccaneers?
No. Stop. Okay, you got your one guess each.
We will not wish that bad juju on anyone.
No, because it ruins fantasy, if you ask me, unfortunately. So, okay. Ooh, I'm gonna mesh y'all's topics together. And Jesse, this is probably gonna test you. Who, if you can give me a specific name, great. Hold on. Sorry, we're having some issues on our Facebook broadcast, which is fine. All right, let's remove it.
Oh, we lost it.
Oh, we did lose Dave.
Oh, he's back.
I was checking to make sure that I still wasn't on the clock. And breaking news, I'm still not on the clock.
No, it's still the Wild Needle, who I have no idea who that is, but that's still who's on the clock.
So, all right, I fixed Facebook. So here's going to be our question. What IDP players? Actually, we're going to go this route first. What IDP positions typically give you the most upside versus floor in redraft?
It's a good question.
So I will default to scoring settings on that.
Okay.
Because like if it's depressed scoring for like the DNs or like your corners and safeties, then it just like there really is no upside, which like that's my biggest beef with IDP in general is the lack of like a standardized like which Jordan Rains made, the 1-2-3 IDP. That like I love that scoring format or similar formats to that. But it's like for instance last year like TJ Watt basically broke fantasy. So like if anybody has that type of season on the defensive end, like you're getting a true difference maker like Cooper Kupp was on the offense side of the ball.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. Dave, do you have an answer for me?
Whoops, sorry, I'm cutting in and out here. I think it's fun if you, again, a scoring situation where you can give points to deflected passes, something where you can actually make those defensive backs worth something. Obviously, other than that, the linebackers are the safest floor, which I am in a couple leagues where they do have deflected passes, and that makes it, talk about a wild card, that makes it really fun because, you know, you're projected for 8 and you can end up with 12 points from Sauce Gardner. So,
yeah. Well, and it's like one player that's a corner that I love to take, and it's not just because we went to high school together, but it's because he's solid, even though he's a corner when it comes to fantasy production, is Marlon Humphrey. Like we kind of mentioned, if you know IDP, like you want to avoid corners for the most part. Hello, we have another special guest.
Hello.
What's your name?
This is Callie. Say hello.
Hi, Callie.
You're all nosy and now you're all quiet.
That's how my Charlotte's been. How old are you?
You'll be 2 in December.
Cool.
Awesome.
What day?
2 days before Christmas, the 23rd.
Okay.
Ooh, that's fun.
Charlotte will be 3 on December 9th. And then our third is due January 11th, but we're hoping that she'll come sometime in December.
Congrats, the tax break.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
And insurance. Like we're really like, oh, please get in on 2022's insurance and not 2023.
True.
Right.
So okay, so now I want to frame it more player specific. And then Jesse, I know you got to run. Who's 1 or 2 players that you think and let's go like maybe middle rounds from an IDP perspective that you would be like, yes, I'm willing to take them just solely based on upside. Is there any specific player that you guys can think of from that standpoint? Someone who, like, I'm thinking like maybe someone who was injured and is usually a sack master, or maybe is a DB and just had a rough year, like anything like that you guys can think of.
I'll go first if you want, because my guy that I try to get everywhere is Jerome Baker.
Okay.
Linebacker out of Miami.
Okay, I was gonna say, did he play for the Cardinals, or am I making that up?
No, I believe he was drafted with Miami.
Okay.
He had a heck of a season in 2020. Last year, a little bit of a down season, but just enough to where he's under the radar. And that's my kind of player. It also helps that he's went to Ohio State, but that's minor detail, so we don't talk about that. We are not a homer when it comes to IDP.
That's all right if you are.
But yeah, I like to try to get him everywhere just because he had a great year in 2020, had a little bit of a dip in 2021, and hopefully we'll return to 2020 form here soon.
I like that. Jesse, I'm going to give you a little more time to formulate an answer. I think my guy, I don't even know if this really fits as high upside, but he was someone that I liked before I was a Panthers fan. is Jeremy Chin. I really like Jeremy Chin as an IDP guy, especially because it seems like this year, or I'm hoping this year, that they're kind of going to move him around the field to where he can kind of be that positionless defensive player that we've seen have tons of success in fantasy and in the NFL.
I like that answer. Yeah, he's really good. Like
yeah.
I've always enjoyed watching him play. Like the stuff he does on the field, you're just like blown away by what he can actually do.
Ooh, Jesse, I actually just thought of another one. Throwing it back to my former favorite team because they're not anymore. JOK, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
Mm-hmm.
I think the world of that kid. And I put it as one of my hot takes for the season on going for 2. I think if JOK is used similarly to Micah Parsons, he can have a Micah Parsons-esque season very easily. Because I think the similarity is that, like, when those guys are pressuring the quarterback, it's like they've been shot out of a cannon. And I think JOK has the athleticism to do that, just like Parsons.
I'd agree with that. The guy. Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say, props to you for pronouncing that last name.
Again, it helps that I'm a Notre Dame fan, so it's a little easier. But
sorry, Jesse, go ahead. I didn't mean to
oh no, you're fine. It's the guy who I feels like he's going a little bit under the radar. Is Cole Holcomb out of Washington.
That's a great pick, actually.
Like, I like him a lot, and he had a career year last year where he basically took over and finished the year really strong. So, like, he doesn't seem like he's top of the mind when people talk about him, but more middle round. Like, I would highly suggest him as a locked-in starting linebacker that you can trust for massive amounts of production this year.
Yeah, I like that pick a lot. All right, Jesse, I know you got to run. Dave, awesome. if you can stay on, great. I would love someone to at least talk with me for the next 20 minutes until Steve gets here. But Jesse, I know you've got to run. Before you run, where can people find you? Anything that you want to plug real quick?
Yeah, so you can find me on Twitter at jmoller05. You will find all sorts of goodies on there where there's a lot of stats, a lot of information, some like threads, things like that, and just a fun time. And a lot of my written work is on FF League Winners, so you can find it all through there. Redraft Dynasty, all the fun stuff that we write throughout the year. But I just want to say thank you for having me on, Shane. I very much appreciate it. If everyone, please donate. Like, make sure you can. If not, share. Like, it's a great cause. So thank you very much for having me. And it was nice to meet you, Dave. So
hey, we'll see you. We'll see you in the league there.
Absolutely. Take care, guys.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
Bye. You said bye. You're like bye.
Bye.
Yeah, I can hang a couple more minutes if that's all right with you.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
All right. Since Jesse's gone, maybe he's not watching too. What do you think? Well, I'll just ask it this way. What do you think of the scoring settings for Pauly's playoff, and how are you going to approach your draft differently, if at all, because of them?
You know, I may lay off the QBs in the first. Do you usually double tap QBs in the first 2 rounds or 2 of 3 rounds, or how do you?
For me personally, I really like to rely on like value-based drafting and kind of go based off the room.
Sure.
And it's harder with Superflex, I feel like, sometimes to do that. Like in Scott Fishbowl 10, that was really when the kind of the accuracy bonuses came in, I think. It was my first year, so I don't know any differently. But like I took I didn't in rounds 1 and 2. I think it was in 3 and 4. I took Aaron Rodgers and Kirk Cousins.
Wow. Okay.
So, and that was mainly because I knew like the scoring, like you needed an accurate quarterback. Yeah. And so that's what I did there. And then in rounds, I think I actually was able to find it and look back. I think in 13 and 14, I thought it was earlier. I thought it was 11 and 12. I ended up taking Tyrod Taylor and Justin Herbert because it was Herbert's rookie year. We didn't know who was going to start. And then that ended up working out really, really well.
Really?
So I kind of like that. If here's what I did recently in the FFCC, run by Adam Murph NFL, who came on earlier today.
Yeah.
I double tapped quarterback in that, and I think I went Dak and Rodgers.
Okay. Gotcha.
And then I waited until much, much later to take a QB3. And I actually took Pickett because I was just like, it was like 17th, 18th round. And I was like, all right, he's still here. I'm going to do it. Like at that point, it made too much sense not to take him, or to just go ahead and take him. So I think that would kind of be my answer, is like, if you do double tap quarterback early, then maybe wait on QB3 for later. If you spread them out or wait, then maybe take your QB3 a little earlier. I think that's what matters.
And my favorite QB3 is Jameis Winston, and he tweaked his foot today. I don't know what that means, but he's my favorite.
I like that a lot.
Yeah.
Davis Mills is mine. I love Mills.
I don't have enough of him because, I mean, by the time I was okay, let's come around on this guy, he was just already taking care of business. So, actually, we just had Joe Burrow just got picked finally.
So I've got my phone right here.
Okay.
And I'm logged into my fantasy nightcap sleeper account here. So I've got all the notifications coming in. I need to go get a phone charger. And then I've got my sleeper for FF Shane B pulled up on the computer, because I'm actually about to be on the clock, it looks like, with the 211. So if you can hang on, maybe we'll get to make that pick live together.
Yeah, heck yeah. I'm here. My wife, I do a podcast with another buddy we're in several leagues together. So we, get on and talk back and forth. And she's like, how long is this one? I was like, it's only a half an hour. Don't worry about it. Just kidding. But back to the strategy, I guess, for this league is, I find it, if I'm not double tapping quarterbacks, so if Dak's there and the next one is Watson right now, I usually will either 100% double tap them, or I'll just wait altogether.
Yeah.
That's just, it's kind of a sickness I have, because if I can't shore up both those positions right away, then I would rather go get the A+ at the other positions and then circle back around. And you know what? Maybe then I'll end up with Jameis as my QB2. It is what it is. But that's probably what I mean,
honestly, I personally don't hate Jameis as a QB2. It highly, highly depends on who your QB1 is. Like, if you've got Allen, Mahomes, Herbert,
true.
Let's throw Burrow in there too. Lamar, Kyler, any of those guys, then I'd be fine with having Winston as your QB2. If you even like Dak, I'd probably be okay with. Brady, maybe. Like, Brady, we know is going to put up a lot of passing yards, but even like in his older age, yes, he's Brady. Yes, he's the GOAT, and I need to go wash my mouth out with vinegar and mouthwash and all that. But I there's got to be some worry about like age or injury factoring in at that point with him.
Yeah.
And so I think what we may need from him would be someone like that would be an instance where I would double tap on quarterback if I take Brady, and wouldn't be as comfortable. Like, Winston would need to be my QB3 there. Does that make sense?
Yes, yeah, it does. It does. And the last thing with yours is that I don't know if a lot of people actually saw, but that 5 points per TD could make a pretty big difference to me. Again, I sort of splice and dice things 12 different ways.
I love it.
But and that's also why I'll probably be sorry. My sleeper is blowing up right now. If you can hear it buzzing, I'm sorry.
I'm going to check your league to see if you're on the clock yet. Oh, you are.
Oh, I am. All
you
right.
are on the clock. Do you have permission to share your screen?
Let me see. Yeah, I think so. Where do we do this at? Settings?
No, there should be a giant share. So here, I will give me a second. I'll log out of mine real fast and log into the Fantasy Nightcap so we can just pull up your draft. And then you can just make it. Fantasy Nightcap. All right, perfect. You're League 15, right? Yeah, there we are. I'm adding you back in now.
Okay.
All right, here we go. All right, so Dave is on the clock at the 111 in League 15. So far, it's been Josh Allen, Justin Herbert, Jonathan Taylor. That's by my buddy from my home league, Matt. Christian McCaffrey, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes at 106.
Wow.
Value. Wow. Cooper Kupp at 107, Joe Burrow 108, Eckler 109, Russell Wilson 110, and then you are on the clock at 111. Who are you taking?
See, that is just Kyler is very tempting, but with Chase and Jefferson sitting there, that's just I'm probably gonna go with Justin Jefferson here.
Okay, I like it. Why? So we kind of talked about this earlier on in the pod. I don't know if you saw it, but I actually took Chase at 102 in Division 1. And
Gotcha.
so basically my question here is why Jefferson over Chase? And you're not going to hurt my feelings either way.
No, not good. I love Jefferson's reception, his upside that he could have, 130 receptions this year. So could Chase. Yeah. But Chase was also the big time air it out type of receiver. And when it comes down to it, it's 100% just because Jefferson has done it for 2 years. That's all.
That makes sense.
That's I like the comfort zone of that, and I always like that Kirk Cousins. It always feels like he's playing for his last year, no matter what.
He's playing for his job, essentially.
Exactly right. So that's my thought process. I actually just traded Jefferson away in one of my longtime dynasty leagues. You're gonna like it though, because he wanted a Jefferson share, and I had Chase.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I had Jefferson. Wow. I had Jefferson. He had Chase. So he came to me. He's like, I really want Jefferson. I don't have him anywhere. Are you interested in Chase? I was like, sure. So I sent him Justin Jefferson and Christian Watson for Jamar Chase and Chris Olave.
Ooh, I do like that a lot. So you got Chase and Olave?
Yes. Yep.
Ooh, I do like that quite a bit, actually.
So it was enough to, again, I actually go the opposite way of a Buckeyes fan. I try not to own them all because I would be such a homer that, he's going to ball out, of course. So I really don't draft them. I come to acquire them after they fail a little bit here or there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But so if I leave the screen to try and make my pick, is that gonna?
No, I'm sharing my screen. So once you you
Let
can just
over here.
Fire away. There you go. All right, now Jesse, ironically enough, is on the clock.
See, Jesse, I would really, again, I'd love to bag Jamar Chase and just destroy the wide receiver room.
Dude, I honestly think if you're able to do that, it could give you league win. Like you could win the entire tournament. I'm very confident in saying that.
Yeah. And I don't see Jesse passing on Chase. He'll probably go Murray and then Chase, but if he didn't, that would be something else. Hey there. But that was perfect timing. That was perfect timing.
Yeah, absolutely. So I know you probably need to get running.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I appreciate the opportunity, and I really appreciate what you're doing here and everything that you're doing, and 100% support you and anything I can do.
Yeah, absolutely. Just again, we're just trying to raise money today, so if you can get anyone to donate, that's all I need, man.
Sure. And the wife's here, and I'm going to admit it in front of her. He's the reason why I got on Sleeper Fantasy Football. Okay.
Hi. I only slightly apologize.
All his fault. But I appreciate you, sir, and good luck. And make sure you eat something good for dinner because, shoot, I'd be looking forward to it if I were you.
Well, I got to eat my lunch on air. I don't know if you saw that.
Great.
But yeah, I appreciate you, man. Hope you have a great day.
Thank you. You as well, sir. Take care.
Well, I'm solo now. I am going to get logged back into my account so I can make my pick whenever I come up on the clock. If anyone has any questions in the chat, feel free to fire them away, and I'll do my best to answer them. I'm just putting in my login. We do have Steve Utes, the Fantasy Ladder, coming on in just a minute. We're going to talk more specifically redraft auction instead of kind of contract leagues that we were talking about with Dave. And then Nate Polvote is coming on to be our guest host, and we'll host a litany of people during the 6 and 7 o'clock hours while I, again, go eat dinner and put the kids to bed. So, couple good guests coming up. And again, throw those questions in the chat, pretty please. If you're on Twitter, I have not figured out how to link my Twitter comments to my YouTube and StreamYard. So hop on over to YouTube so I can see those. And yeah. Again, donate. That is our goal today. So throw those in the comments real quick. Oh, that's a great question from Recovering Ridley Truther. I'll throw that up. So, Recovering Ridley Truther, I came up with these settings because of my home league commissioner at DomFFL. He and I have been friends since college and started in a home league redraft league where it was just on ESPN, and then he got kind of more involved in the fantasy space and had joined some leagues on Sleeper, and Sleeper was able to do tiered PPR settings, and he implemented tiered PPR by distance because he was kind of tired of guys like Cole Beasley and Julian Edelman, just Danny Amendola, guys like that who were constantly racking up points for just catching balls for like 2 or 3 yards. And so he implemented tiered PPR by distance, and it kind of helps balance out those guys versus the guys who are catching super long bombs and even guys that are in the middle where they're catching lots of passes like Michael Thomas. Well, even Michael Thomas's ADOT was typically pretty low, but like just kind of balances out the PPR aspect of it. So it's kind of in between half PPR and regular and full PPR. And so I love it. I love tiered PPR. If I'm in a league where there are offensive players and it's not just kind of a standard league and I'm just creating my own league, I'm definitely going to put in tiered PPR because it's a ton of fun, I think, and gives different values. So that's where I came up with it. I'm also currently working on adding banners for Nate when he gets back in the StreamYard. Ricky, if you're out there and you want to come on, fire away. Do you have any experience playing a guillotine format? I actually don't. That's another. So I'm in a similar league this year that Jeff Lambert of Going for Two is testing out to kind of create and tweak the settings. And Jeff is a good friend of mine and a mentor. I really respect Jeff, and he's doing a zombie league. Okay, sounds good, Rick. If no worries, if not, I think Steve should be on here in the next couple minutes. But back to Brian's question. So I don't have any experience with a guillotine league, but basically I think a zombie league is fair. I don't remember the actual settings. Sorry, Jeff, but it's, I think, supposed to be pretty similar to a guillotine league. So it's not one that I've particularly played in yet, but it's not it's more so because I haven't been invited to one. And I'm kind of okay with that because I'm in too many leagues right now. Hey, look, there he is. Steve.
Hey, what's going on?
Nothing much. I hope you have heard me pronounce your name correctly like 3 or 4 times.
I haven't. I've been stuck at work
Utes,
all day.
right?
It's what?
It's Utes, right? That's how you pronounce your last name?
So close. So it's Utz. It's Utz. Yeah.
Okay. Look, I will take it because I didn't know. I feel like that's a pretty good first guess.
I wouldn't expect anyone to know. And matter of fact, I have some lifelong friends, like parents or even friends who still say it wrong. So it's all good. It is all good.
I feel your pain with my name being Shane. I've been called Sean multiple times. Yeah, I don't get it either.
Yeah, it's interesting. I specifically put when I spell it, I put the little tail at the bottom of the U so people don't think it's a V. But then we get like mail back thinking it's a Y. So you just can't win. You just can't win. So it's like whatever.
Yeah, awesome. And we are actually going to have a special guest, I think, joining us, Steve. So,
excellent.
Yeah, I've been going for 8.5 hours now, as you can see. I am only a little tired, but the show must go on.
That's right.
Thanks for joining me, man. I love that we're repping our NFC teams. So
you got some ink on that hat, I see. I saw that over the weekend. That's very nice.
Yeah. I'm really excited about that. And so yeah, let's jump into
yeah, you've got to count our blessings, right?
Absolutely. Okay, so funny story about my last name. It's Barrett. You would think pretty straightforward, right?
Pretty safe, yeah.
Yeah, in 7th grade PE class, I had played football with this kid in 6th grade. And I come in and I sit next to him, and like it's the first day of class or whatever. And he looks at me and he's like, Shane, is your last name pronounced Barrett or Beret? I look straight at him, stone cold, and I'm like, it's Barrett. Like, how did you bungle that one?
My word.
So
crazy.
I heard we were talking about funny last names, so figured I'd drop in.
Yeah. How are you, Rick?
Good.
Awesome.
Just so everybody knows, my last name is Butts.
Yeah. Okay.
So figured it was a perfect topic for me to jump in there on.
Yeah,
there you go.
Absolutely. So, Rick, Steve put on the show sheet redraft auction. And I'm in one of those leagues. Are you in any?
I am actually in the middle of a dynasty auction, but I don't even do, unless it's underdog best ball, I don't even do redraft anymore.
Really? Okay. Well, I'm more than happy to hit it from a dynasty perspective, and mine's really kind of in between, because mine's a keeper league. So I guess I'm going to start with you, Rick, from a dynasty perspective. What's your strategy going into just a generic auction draft?
Man, I'll tell you this. My plan always goes out the window, right? Because early on, you see players, you don't feel are going for enough. So then you try to bid them up. Then next thing you know, you have them. So, for example, in this one, I wasn't necessarily targeting Kyle Pitts, but we do have a 1.75 PPR bonus versus a normal one for the tight end position. And I was just trying to bid him up and ended up spending 190 on him, which was 19% of our budget, which is fine. I mean, it's still that huge premium at tight end, and I love Kyle Pitts, but then the next thing is just you gotta figure out, you gotta adjust. And I know some guys were talking earlier just with regular drafts, it's the same way. You're gonna see players that are of value, and you may not normally take them in a draft, but if that particular draft that you're in doesn't value them, then you may start taking some guys that you wouldn't normally, be bidding on. And then it just kind of changes your whole thing. So I don't have like a specific one that I go in. I kind of just go in and adjust to whatever that league is, because those, depending on if you're doing a 10 or 12, I do all 12, sometimes 16 team leagues. You just never know how the rest of that league is going to value those guys in that particular moment. Right. And even in our position where a lot of people know what we want, or we know what the other people in our leagues want, they might go into that draft saying, you know what, I'm a hedge on some of these other drafts that I've done. And then they go a completely different way than you expect them to. And then it's just adjusting on the fly. And it's auctions are real hard to be disciplined in, because you see those prices and you're like, man, I feel like that guy should be, a few percent more. So you go in and you try to bid them up a little bit. And I don't know how you guys do your auction. We do a 24-hour clock that resets with a new bidder. So,
so
one big way that your plans change in that is you have a guy that goes 22 hours. You've skipped some of the guys that were in between when you first bid on that guy and that have finished, and then somebody takes that guy from you. So now you got all that money back. Yeah. And now you're like, okay, now what do I do? So auctions are they're a huge dynamic. That's all I do anymore. I love auctions. They're so much fun. They're a pain in the ass when you're waiting 24 hours for that guy to finish, and then somebody snags them in the last few hours. And you're like, man, I just passed on a bunch of guys that I may have been interested in while I was waiting for this guy to finish.
Yeah. So the one auction draft I'm in is we actually have a live auctioneer. It's actually Jay Felicio's home league, my home league now too. It's our Carolina home league, and so we have a live auctioneer. So it's all really, really quick usually. And I was not intending to draft Justin Fields very much last year. I was all in on T-Law being the QB1, and I threw in a bid on Justin Fields and then tried to bid him up and ended up getting him. Now we've got a $250 budget, I think. And I got him for $21 as my QB3. So I was like, all right, fine, whatever.
That's a super flex.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. I think that's fine. Yeah. If it was a single QB, I think that'd be a little much, unless it's like a dynasty situation. But you said it's keeper. So how did the keeper from year over year work? Is like a certain percentage higher than what it was previous?
It goes up, or it increases as the longer you keep them. So actually, I think I only got him for $16 because his keeper price this year was 21 and I drafted him. So like if you drafted him the year before, then the next year it goes up $5. And then if you keep him again, it goes up 10. If you keep him up again, it goes up 15. I think if you keep him again, it goes up 20, but there's not very many that are that high. Like I think there was like 4 players that were that high this year. So like so far my roster, like just based off of my keepers, since we're talking about it, I'll bring it up. My keepers so far are Dak, Justin Jefferson, T. Higgins, Rashad Bateman. I traded Jay to get Tua. And then I've got Darrell Williams and Michael Gallup on the bench because Williams was a free agent pickup, so he was only $5, and Gallup was only $9. So nice. I'm set. I feel like I'm set at quarterback, and then we talking home league.
Jay.
So Dak is my most expensive person at $43.
Gotcha.
So
yeah, our home league is a 14 team keeper auction as well.
Nice.
So we usually have a friend or someone's wife or someone like volunteer to be like the auctioneer. Then they just end up getting like spit at and hollered at, like, because our draft like will literally go 3.5, 4 hours. So it's like really intense, and like just that poor person, whoever has to do that, usually does not have a good time. But like in the heat of the moment, everyone gets, fiery and everything else. But
Yeah,
I
certainly.
think the keeper angle of it makes it so difficult to prepare for, because our keeper rules are you can keep up to 4, but then you can like trade for like keeper like slots, and
Yeah.
then you can trade for like draft dollars. So like
Mhm.
if I'm very happy with like the 2 keepers I'm planning on, and I have another one that I want, I need to find a way to get a keeper slot from someone who's got a really crappy roster, who's
Yeah.
not going to be keeping a lot of people, but then I'll have to pay up for that, use my draft dollars to. So my home league is like nearly impossible to prepare for, but that's why I love it so much. Also, but yeah, I'm glad you talked about the dynasty auctions, because I have yet to do one. I specifically said redraft because I have been doing those for like 12 years now, but a dynasty auction, have not dipped my toe into those waters yet. But I feel like I would need to like have like vacation days like planned out for like that kind of a situation. Otherwise it just would be a mess of distraction with what I've going on at home and at my job. But either way, I mean, it sounds great. But yeah, I hear just the strategy changes, every couple of hours, and it's just like, it just sounds intense, but it does sound like a lot of fun for sure.
Yeah,
And
it's definitely a lot of fun.
So Rick, what I've typically seen with redraft auction leagues is like their $200, $250 budgets. Is the budget like, I'm assuming it's increased for a dynasty. How much is it typically for a dynasty league?
I think people get caught up in the amount too much.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, I don't know if you guys play any poker, but the starting stack really doesn't matter. Everything else is relative to the amount of players and everything, right? So whenever I explain anything, I go off kind of like when I was talking about Kyle Pitts, 19% of my budget, right? It's going to be the same. You're just, you're cutting that in half. So he's probably going for, 45 to 50 in a league that has a 250 budget, right? So that's kind of the way to look at it. You can make it whatever. You can make it $1 million if you want.
Yeah.
And we did one a while back where we were trying to kind of recreate the NFL experience.
Nice.
And we had like 200 million, right? And it was just more real, like looking like real money dollars. So the amount doesn't really matter. You could do, I know people that do $100 for theirs, and we've always done 1,000, and it's the same thing with fab. We basically just keep the fab and the dynasty or the auction dollars the same. So we'll have 1,000 fab during the season.
Cool. Okay,
I think the point of referring to how you're going to allocate your budget is by percent is the correct way to go, because I've been in some drafts where the amount of money you have in your budget is 100, some 200, some 1,000. So I did a vampire league last year where the budget was $1,000, and it seemed like a lot of the people weren't able to really wrap their head around like that big increase from 200. And I ended up getting, I think it was Christian McCaffrey for 80, which,
wow,
in a $200 budget, like last year, he would have gone for 60. So that was an astounding bargain. And he was like one of the first players like nominated. So that was like, I'm sitting pretty. And then like, just as you saw how like the auction worked out, everyone kind of like picked up on that. And then like one of the most expensive players was actually Kyle Pitts. This is just like a standard, like just like PPR, but not tight end premium. I think Kyle Pitts went for like $120 because people just caught on to that way too late. And then like at that point, he was probably like the best player available at either at that position or just in general. And then like someone's like, well, I have all this money I need to spend. You don't need to spend it. But, so it was really fascinating. But if you just prepare, if you kind of value your players and the positions by a percentage of the budget, that's going to really help you regardless of the amount of money that's available for the draft period.
Okay, so as a auction semi-rookie, auction sophomore, I guess is what we'll call me. What percentages do you guys recommend per position in a Superflex league? I know it's probably gonna. So I'm gonna take the caveat out because I know you're both gonna give it to me because you're smart. Let's just assume Superflex, 2 running back, 3 wide receiver, tight end, 2 flex, which is bigger than my home league. So I can't use this for my own home league, but.
So last night I did a 12-team super. It was almost like the same exact roster makeup in this mock draft I did last night, hosted by Adam at Face Off Sports Network. His handle is @alwaysauctions. I recommend following him. But I ended up with 4 quarterbacks, which is something I wasn't exactly planning on. But I spent 39 on Mahomes, 9 on Mac Jones, 3 on Carson Wentz, and then 3 on Baker. So that's $14 for like the super flex and bench on top of the 39. So what's that? $54. So that's like roughly 20% of the budget. Or no, sorry, 25% of the budget. Like 26, 27 because the extra dollars. That allowed me to get depth at other positions. I felt pretty well. So I actually was really happy with how that played out. Now there was another drafter who spent up on quarterback, but then missed out on some of that depth elsewhere. So he paid up for Herbert and for Josh Allen and spent $93 on them, and then an additional $1 on Jimmy Garoppolo, who's just kind of like a long shot, lottery ticket. You know what I mean? So I would say it would be wise to have a premium at that position because that's, but I think in this case, I think it would be best to kind of go for like an anchor quarterback approach, sort of like how I did. I have a bunch of QB2s and then just like a top 5 QB option. So I think that actually worked out pretty well last night. So I guess I would say probably no more than like 30% if it's super flex. So that's what I would figure going in. But like Rick was saying, you kind of have to be like water and just allow the auction to kind of come to you, if that makes sense. So
I love this, Jake.
And that's a perfect example of what happened to me in this draft, right? Like I planned on getting me a high-end quarterback, and then the next thing I know, I've got Devontae Adams, I've got Tyreek Hill, I've got Austin Eckler, and then Pitts and Waller. Somehow I got Waller for less than half of what I spent on Pitts, and I'm going, okay, well, I can't spend a lot on quarterback. We did trade auction dollars. So I did trade my first and second next year and got some extra money. But, again, I don't have a certain percentage. You just never know with auctions how your league is going to value people.
Yeah.
And, I expected Waller to go for at least $100 if Pitts is going for $191. And I ended up getting him for $90.
That's incredible.
Austin Eckler only went for $100 when Breece Hall's going for $145, right? So
yeah,
it's like those situations just it all depends on how that comes together. So I'm looking at a team that's probably not going to have the best depth, but we are a best ball league as well.
Nice.
So I don't even have to worry about picking, some of these guys from week to week. So that's nice. But there wasn't a certain percentage that I was looking at because I'm telling you, if you do multiple auctions, you're going to learn real quick that none of them are even close to the same.
Yeah.
Guys are going to go for, somebody might go for 5% different up or down than they went in the previous one that you did of your budget when we're speaking in terms of that. So it's I don't set any number. So now, but now I'm looking at Justin Fields, Zach Wilson, Baker Mayfield, and Marcus Mariota as my quarterbacks, right? So I could have big issues there,
Yeah.
But I mean, at wide receiver and tight end in a 1.75, like, hopefully I can gain some there. Hopefully Justin Fields rushes for 800 yards this year and helps bridge that gap a little bit. But that's just the way it went. And I didn't expect to get stuck. I expected somebody to outbid me for a couple of those guys and me to have more money to spend on quarterback. But me wanting to make everybody pay ended up getting me stuck with a bunch of good guys. I'm not mad to have them on my roster, but yeah, if you really wanted to do it and plan it, what you would do is basically take your rankings, take the budget that each team has, and then try to add a value to your rankings of what you're willing to spend on said player, right? And then just see how your auction goes. But I'm not disciplined enough. I'm a gambler. That's my backstory. So I go in. Let's see what happens.
Like this comment's appropriate for that.
That's it. Especially with fantasy. Then you see a player you don't have rostered very many spots, and you're like, you know what? I want to get him in this one. And the next thing you know, you're paying, 15 extra dollars for said player, and then you're like, well, shit. Now I'm getting to my $1 players real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you bring up a really good point in like how you want to be going into the draft, because I think what I love most about auctions is that you literally have the opportunity to get any player that you desire. To a certain degree, you just have to figure if it's really like worth it. So, like you said, you write out you find your rankings, you put the players to a price, and I would say this is where making tiers really comes into play and becomes very important very quickly. So if you have like a group of guys that you really like, say you're basically would be tied on like DJ Moore and say Michael Pittman in like a snake draft. Like if you can't like choose between one or the other, if you have them in like a tight tier, for example, and say that the number is like $18, when the auction happens and Pittman might go for 21 and then DJ Moore's there for 15, well, that's that's the easy decision then. I mean, obviously it's all going to happen pretty quickly, but making those tiers will help those little nuances become much clearer, especially in the heat of the moment. So for Jake's comment about it scaring him, well, that's just where the mocks come into play. You just mock and mock again, and then it doesn't become so scary. And then you realize like, well, I can kind of control my own destiny way better than in a snake draft where you're just given a spot and you just already know these are the possibilities that are just impossible. Like these players are just impossible to get now. If I'm picking 8, I need a hope and a prayer if I want, McCaffrey or whatever. You say the player, but then in auction you just have the ability to go get them. But then that's where like the wisdom and judgment comes in to figure, at what point is it too much, But yeah, I just think it's so great, and it is a little scary to make the jump because it's just a lot of safety and just knowing what you know and just sticking to what you've always known. But really, that there is no like devastating like sniping that can occur if you're missing out on a player. It's solely because you essentially like decided to just go a different direction in your budget or try to get on other guys. So you really have so much more control over that kind of thing. But obviously a lot of variables are going to happen in the heat of the moment.
Yeah, I've got to do some planning for this home league draft. I felt like I went in with the right strategy last year. And Dak was much cheaper last year. So like I knew I could take Dak, and I had Carr already on the roster because it was an orphan that I ended up taking over. And Justin Jefferson, like I have Justin Jefferson stupid cheap on this team. So like he's probably going to be with me for a very long time. But my plan was kind of focus on those keepers. And then I had a ton of money. Like I've already had kind of like this year, but I don't have as much money. Focus on RB first in the draft. And the RBs I ended up going with ended up not panning out. It was CMC and CEH. For $71 for CMC and like $45, I think, for Clyde. And it it bit me in the butt. But I came back from a 1-6 start to make the playoffs.
Wow, very nice.
So
okay,
but yeah, I'm excited for it because it is a lot of fun, like you said, and obviously Rick loves it. That's all that Rick does.
Yeah,
Other
I
than Underdog.
haven't. Once we did the first league with Roto Heat on an auction, I'm never doing it any other way. Like obviously Scott Fishbowl, your league, I'll do those, but anything that I start up's auction, they're just the funnest drafts. And you can the biggest point is you can get multiples of the players that you want that you can't get unless you built it up from, like a startup that you started 4 years ago and then actually hit on your first round pick 4 years in a row. And now you have Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson or, Joe Burrow and Herbert. Those are the types of things that you can do and just build different styles of teams across your multiple auctions because of that fact that you don't fall into where the snake draft kind of puts those players right in front of you in that moment and says, here's your select group that you're picking here. You don't have that in auction until you run out of budget. And then you're like, okay, now how fast do I want to get to the $1 players?
Yeah. I just lost my train of thought. Rick, I would love to do an auction league with you, but I feel like your buy-in's probably too expensive for me.
I mean, we can do something, especially for like if there's people that want to do one, we can do one just for fun and get people experience on how that process works and how you need to adjust. So it doesn't have to be for money. Like I said, I'm a gambler. That's my backstory.
That was where I was going with that.
We don't do huge. The biggest league that I'm in is a 250 a year. I do have 4 of them, but we have everything from $50. We've got some $22 leagues that we've done with Roto Heat and our followers. So it's not even about the money. It's about the fun that we can have with a startup auction and the frustration that comes along with it. Because when you've waited 22 hours for that player to be on your roster and somebody comes in and says, hey, I want that player now, it can put you on tilt, which I did go on tilt once in this draft and ended up spending money that I didn't want to spend. So now I'm a little hamstrung here towards the end of my roster.
I understand that for sure. All right. So Rick, check the private chat, and then we are going to bring on our next guest because I want to talk to him a little bit before I go on my dinner break. So, hey, Joe, how's it going?
What's up, man? Who eats dinner? What is this? I'm kidding.
Food? Who needs it? Just drink some water, man. Toughen up. Come on.
I think I'm on number 3 of these. And
are you a Cubs fan?
Yeah, I thought we talked about that.
Okay, see, I didn't even know that. Yeah.
I mean, obviously you can see the wall behind. It's all Chicago, but actually I don't know how much you can see because it's probably small for you guys. But hey, I like you just a little bit more now.
Yeah, I'm a Cubs fan. It's the one thing that my grandfathers agreed on in sports was the Cubs. One of them is a huge Packers fan. The other one's a Cowboys fan. So they did not get along, but they agreed on the Cubs. So I was born and raised a Cubs fan.
I'm glad you didn't pick Packers because then.
Listen, I'm glad you didn't pick the Cowboys. So I'd have to
that's right. Yeah, out of here.
Well, I actually have Cubs tattoo. Like that's
nice.
That's how I'm diehard. I was at the parade in 2016 after we won the World Series, so we'll get along there. We can. I don't know about the Panthers and all that. There's not a whole lot of good to talk about with the Panthers, but.
Well, so Rick, I'm going to explain this comment here for those of you that don't know, and then Rick and I actually have an announcement to make. So I did claim both the Packers and the Cowboys as my favorite teams up until this year. So it's because my dad and grandfather cheered for the Cowboys, so Cowboys fandom. My mom's entire side of the family is from Kenosha, Wisconsin, so was always whole family's Packers fan. And so I always claimed them as my favorite teams too. I've always been kind of a players guy. Like Peyton Manning was is my favorite player ever. was a Colts fan and that's really when I really started to get into football. So loved the Colts, went to the Broncos when he went to the Broncos. Plus I wanted them to suck for Luck, but then like let Luck sit behind Manning to learn for like a year, and then like it would have just been amazing. But euphoria, that was the word I was looking for. But now favorite player is Baker. Where are you? And so I was a Browns fan too. So like the whole joke for the last 2 or 3 years is I have 3 favorite teams, or like Mike says, I have 15 favorite teams. But now it's just one. Panthers are me. That's it. That's my favorite team. The other ones are my family teams.
I have one question. Is there any team that you absolutely don't like?
The Steelers.
Okay. I was just making sure you had at least one, because if you liked all of them, then
there are teams that I hate, and I'm gonna refrain from mentioning one because I think I have 2 of their fans sitting on the stream.
We got 2 Eagles fans.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Yep. You can't talk bad about us, man. We took out Santa. We take people out with batteries. Like, don't
you took out Brady one year. That's all I care about. Like anybody that beats Brady, like really, that's the answer to your question, Rick. It's whoever Tom Brady plays for and the Patriots. I absolutely hate both of those.
Well, I'm in pain now. I got a cower down here in my little corner after the double doink. And I mentioned it in the chat earlier, but if I had all the love back that I gave Jalen Reagor when he came into the league, I would not need love from anybody else in my life. So that stings a little bit, but maybe we'll be making a trade because apparently the Bears are interested. So
I would literally give up my own money to give you Jalen Reagor right now. It ain't right, but I give it up. I give it up right now.
Hey, in our position, I'll take a shot on first-round wide receivers because we're taking shots on sixth-round wide receivers. So I'll take the shot in our position. Preston Williams, Denzel Mims. Like, we are literally tied to every bust wide receiver that's entered the league over the past 3 to 4 years. So
whoa! Don't you talk about Preston Williams like that on my stream.
Well,
he was more of an injury. He kind of got hurt because he was kind of coming out and then got hurt and he lost his spot because they drafted and signed all the good wide receivers traded for and whatnot. But
it's wild though, man. You guys are like at a club, the lights have come on, and you're like, oh my god, I gotta find somebody, and you're just throwing everything at the wall. Like I've never seen it. I've heard every name.
I love that analogy.
Will Fuller.
I was thinking maybe Josh Doxson you might look at here.
Josh,
I would really love for some reason if somehow Chenault got traded there, and I got another Chenault season.
Chenault, we're probably looking at Antonio Callaway and
bring back Gandy Goldie. Let him be a receiver again.
I'm surprised we're not bringing Kevin White back.
Yeah, it's bad though when you guys are going after Jalen Reagor and we haven't even you don't even want JJ Arcega-Whiteside. You're like, I don't care if he's a tight end, a wide receiver, he sells pretzels. We want nothing to do with it.
You guys have been almost as bad at drafting wide receivers as we've been at quarterbacks over the last 40 years.
It's absolutely wild. And people are like, oh, we drafted Devonta Smith. And I'm like, guys, we couldn't miss there. It was like the 11th pick. You can't possibly truly miss there compared to everybody else. So we're terrible at it. If we draft, we got to do what we did this year. We trade for our wide receiver. Just do that every year. I'm fine with that.
I love it. Okay, so I am bringing on Nate to relieve me for my dinner break. But before we do that, I did mention that Rick and I have something to announce. I and the Fantasy Nightcap are joining Roto Heat.
Hey! I like it.
And we are very, very excited that you are coming on board, Roto Heat. You're a great guy. You're doing great things, and the entire team is stoked that you decided to come over to Roto Heat.
Yeah, I'm really excited too. Obviously, you and I are both pretty close friends with Jay, and he was like, "Look, I think this is a great fit for both of you." So I'm really, really excited, and it's nice to be welcomed with open arms over there at Roto Heat. So thanks, Rick.
You know, I appreciate that, and I appreciate Jay, but I feel like he would say that about anybody. We had that conversation
Well,
earlier.
yeah, like everyone is a very close friend. I
Jay,
can't remember the term that he said.
If Jay ever says anything bad about anybody, then there's a real issue.
Yeah,
like
for
stay
real.
clear away. Love you, Jay.
Hey, Nate, will you throw a comment up for me just to make sure that you have host permissions?
Oh, I know I have host permissions.
Okay.
I made sure. I could have added myself. I just didn't want to, you know.
Okay. Well, you didn't answer your text message. So, all right. I am going to hop out, gentlemen. Thank you so much for jumping on with me. And if you guys need anything, now is the time to reach me.
Yeah, sounds good, man. Have fun at dinner.
Bye, Shane.
I'll be back.
Bye, buddy. So now you guys are all stuck with me for the next 2 hours. I'm sorry. I don't know what you did to deserve this, but here we are. Gentlemen, it's good to see you all. First time I think I've been on a stream with any of you guys. Honestly.
Yeah, same for me.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I edited a video with you on Craig's show. But that's as close as I got to being on a show with you.
Well, hey, here we are, and for a great cause. We're here for the Polly's Playoff. It's the Podathon for Polly's Playoff, trying to raise money for that cure for Alzheimer's, guys. That's the ultimate reason we're here. So if you can, donate. There's going to be a link somewhere in the show notes here on YouTube. We've got it on. Once I get my traction with the whole back end of stuff, I'll start popping that stuff up. Check out Shane at FFShaneB on Twitter. He's got links in his bio for that as well. Gentlemen, how are we this evening for some of us, afternoon for others?
Pretty good, man. I'm pretty good. I don't know about everybody else, but I'm good.
I'm great.
I'm doing fantastic. Yeah.
Awesome. Aside from being an Eagles fan, of course.
I was going to say you're not an Eagle. You're not an Eagles fan, so at least I didn't get tripled.
Yeah, no.
Double doink nonsense.
No, Eagles fans don't like me because I don't like Jalen Hurts, and that's okay. We can agree to disagree.
That's fine. Okay. I mean, I still like and respect you, Nate, even though you are wrong every now and then and again. You know, it's all right.
Thanks, Steve. I appreciate it.
You had to see that pass yesterday, though. You have to admit that was a good pass yesterday.
Sure, he's an NFL quarterback. He can throw a ball. I'm not shocked by that.
I need this clip so that when you argue with me in like 3 months about it, I could just throw it back. You know,
that's fine.
That's a good pass.
Yeah, I think the argument's going to be like, see, I told you he had one good one in him.
Oh man.
Now, all jokes aside, like I see the upside for him in fantasy this year. I do get it. My concern is that they're not going to run him as much, and if he has to start leaning on a passing game, that really dings his fantasy value. I think it was something like 42% of his fantasy production came on the ground last year.
That's wild. I loved it because I had him, but that's wild.
Yeah, he had a pretty outstanding season as far as a rushing perspective goes. He led the league in rushing attempts, yards, and touchdowns. Now, Lamar Jackson was on pace to have more attempts, but he obviously missed much of the year. But no, I actually wrote an article about Jalen Hurts and what to do with him in Dynasty. And I think if he can't progress as a deep ball passer, I think that is a major cause for concern. Yes. However, I think he's in a much better position to be successful at that because he can rely on Quez Watkins and Jalen Reagor at this point as more of an ancillary weapon and not a primary weapon like they were both utilized last year.
Right.
I think AJ Brown's presence in that offense is just going to do wonders for opening things up and just making other players more available. So we'll see, but I'm willing to take the risk at it. But I do think your perspective and other people's perspectives, I think, is valid. You know, so it's a very interesting season for him.
It's gonna. This is make or break. If he doesn't do it this season and he can't prove that he can throw the ball in a higher volume, I think they've got to move on from him.
Yeah, I mean, I fully agree. That's why, I think I had a show a couple of weeks ago that, I love Jalen Hurts. But I don't know if his value is getting any higher, so I might sell him in Dynasty just because, like you said, this could be a one and done, and I could be stuck holding the bag, and I don't really want that. I'm just glad that you're not out here telling me that Gardner Minshew's better because, I would leave. I can't do that.
I would never say such a thing.
Yeah, it's so many people though. I get blown up constantly by them, and I'm like, they're like, oh, he was good. I was like, he won like one game in like 3 seasons. Like, cut it out. Like, we're done. Like, he played the Jets last year. I could score against the Jets. Like,
I mean, I don't think you could actually score against the Jets, but I appreciate what you're saying.
I got a chance. I got a chance. It's not zero. It's not zero. That's all.
So you just brought up the Jets. Speaking of the Jets, where are you guys landing on Zach Wilson? We talked about this a little bit earlier. I made my opinion pretty well known, but I'm curious, like, if we could go around, maybe Steve, like, where are you at? Do you think he has kind of a breakout season?
If it doesn't happen this year, I definitely think it can happen in the next 2 or 3 years. Like, it really wouldn't surprise me with the talent that's around him. I really love it with obviously Breece Hall, Garrett Wilson. You still have another season of Elijah Moore. Really love that as like a primary trio. Again, when you saw him at BYU, there was, I think, legitimate like worry about the quality of play he was going up against, even though he did seriously light it up. He's someone who I'm like kind of cautiously optimistic about as like a QB3 for like this season, right? But I think if you can project out that like that offense could be much better, which I think it can. It seems a little iffy right now, but I do think he can get himself into a pretty good position down the road. But obviously he has to start winning and doing it quickly and performing well quickly, or otherwise like the Jets could just move on, you know?
So Rick, my in-between media co-host, Seth Wilcock, keeps calling them the frisky Jets. How does that make you feel, Rick?
I mean, it does sound right, especially with his off the field hunting, you know. But when you look at the way this team, what they've done over the past year with Michael Carter and Breece Hall in the backfield, and then Moore and Wilson, and even, I mean, and I don't know why I'm drawing a blank here, Corey Davis, as a 3, like, you've got a solid 3 wide receivers there, plus Braxton Berrios. I mean, that's a pretty good wide receiver 4. And then, you know, bringing in Uzoma as that veteran tight end, that safety blanket, there are no excuses for Zach Wilson going into this year. And he was my number 2 in that class when after the draft happened, and I've kind of kept everybody other than Lawrence in the same order that I had them prior, because so many of them were in bad spots. But I do think they are frisky. I do think that they are a team that they could go either way. They're very polarized. They could surprise everybody with that talent, or they could just completely face plant because of Zach Wilson and him not growing between year 1 and 2.
All right, so Joe, here's a big question for you. Who has a better record, Eagles or Jets?
Eagles. That's not even close. That's not even close for me.
Disrespectful.
I am actually in the camp, and I don't know if I'm alone in this camp. I feel like I am. That if Zach Wilson doesn't get it done this year with the quarterback class that's coming out and all the pieces that the New York Jets have put in all the other positions, they can move on. The coach wants to keep his job. Like, obviously, all coaches do. Same with the GM. And it's New York. They don't do that whole, like, we're going to wait 5 years type thing. It's just not, it's not a thing. Mark Sanchez led them to the championship games, and they were like, oh, damn, he really can't play. And they moved on from him. Right. So the Eagles easily have the better record by the end of it. We get the Giants. We get the Commanders. Yeah, I finally used the right name, by the way. They keep changing the name. I got the Commanders. Made sure of it. Wrote it on my arm. You know, all that fun stuff. They gotta play the Bills. I know Mac Jones isn't really that scary, but the Patriots' defense is still pretty good. It's the Dolphins are like getting Tyreek Hill, and they got Chase Edmonds, who I will never shut up about. It's just they have a much harder division than we do, and we have a much more talented squad, I think.
That's fair, and I completely agree with you. I think Zach Wilson, they move on from him next draft. I don't see it. I have a thing against BYU quarterbacks too. I mean, since Steve Young, who's come out of that program and been NFL viable, and really Steve Young wasn't NFL viable for the first 5 seasons of his career. He came on late, kind of like me, I guess. But I don't know. It's an interesting situation. There's a lot of interesting things coming into the season. I feel like there's a lot up in the air, especially with all the trades that happened. Like so much movement in free agency, trading like it was the freaking MLB trade deadline. It was absolutely insane. So, what do you guys think was what will prove to be the most impactful offseason move when we look back and we're heading into the playoffs? Joe.
Oh, man. I mean, there's so many that I'm like trying to put them all in my brain at the second. But I feel like because of all the draft picks they just lost for trying to have like a side chicken Brady, that Tyreek Hill trade is going to be big. Because if this doesn't work, if Tua doesn't work, if this doesn't all hit right now, they don't have to, like, they got rid of all that capital. They're kind of screwed if this doesn't hit. And I think it can. Everybody else, like, yeah, they traded capital or they signed people or, coaches retired, all the crazy stuff that we just talked about. But with trying to have that side conversation with Brady and losing those extra picks, I think it's the Dolphins and that whole situation with Tyreek Hill.
Oh man, if you're Tua, how frustrated are you by that? Like, okay, I guess like tank for Tua was a waste of your time. Almost got suspended over it.
What a fancy way to be like, yeah, we're gonna lose. Tank for Tua. Everybody was saying that everywhere, and now it's like 2 years later. I'm like, we want Deshaun Watson. Apparently, we want Tom Brady. We want this guy in 2023. It's crazy how he just tanked off. Apparently, no pun intended.
Yeah, it is interesting. All right, Rick, what's your most impactful offseason move?
I was gonna go with Hill, but since he did, I'll talk about Devontae Adams and. I think him and Hill are very similar in the fact that they don't just impact the team that they're going to, but how much is their absence going to affect the team that they were on? Because neither the Packers nor the Chiefs really went out and got somebody to solidify that spot that they were in. Their question marks with rookie wide receivers or free agents that they brought in that haven't done a whole lot. So while I think it's big what he does for Derek Carr and the Raiders offense, I also think both of them could be detriments to the offenses they were on because people don't realize what they do for the ancillary pieces around them. When Adams or Hill are taking the attention, it makes it easier for Allen Lazard and Mecole Hardman. What's going to happen now in those offenses with a bunch of, basically wide receiver twos littered amongst both of those teams, I think is a big question mark.
Well, and I think something you said is very important. The teams that they left and how that's going to impact them. I have serious questions about Patrick Mahomes this season because of the lack of Hill. We've never seen him without that safety net. He's never not had it, and he's been an elite quarterback with it. But when you take that away, is he still an elite quarterback?
You're going to get jumped by everybody in Kansas City, man.
I know, but I'm not the only person. I'm not the only person who's brought this point up. It does concern me because what does he realistically have? He's got a rookie in Sky Moore. He's got Jerrion Ealy if he makes the team. Then we've got Marquez Valdez-Scantling, Juju Smith-Schuster, Byron Pringle.
Okay. I kind of want them to just be a bad team because they want to have all these long names that I got to write in articles. So I don't
way too many hyphens. Yeah.
Yeah. They did it on purpose, and I don't like that. I take things very personally if you don't realize it.
I can tell.
I wrote this up, what you're talking about after the Tyreek Hill trade, because people don't realize no quarterback had more of his passing yards created after the catch than Patrick Mahomes. His ADOT was lower than Tua's. His completion percentage was lower than Tua's. Not that he's less accurate, but it's not just him throwing the ball deep down the field to Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill had his lowest ADOT of his career. They were building all that around yards after the catch. The NFL's ADOT has dropped the past 4 years, and teams are getting their guys open in space, and that's how they're doing the damage. It's not just deep throws down the field. So that's what I think a lot of people get lost in that. They think Hill can only be successful going downfield. That's what we've heard all off season with Tua. Tua's accurate within 10 yards, like was, I think, second most accurate in the NFL last year within 10 yards. Tyreek Hill's really good in that range, and then he gets it after the catch. So I do think it's a big issue. 4 players in the top 21 in yards after the catch for Mahomes last year. Mecole Hardman, Travis Kelce, Tyreek Hill, and Darrell Williams. People don't realize Darrell Williams had the highest yards after catch per reception at the running back position last year. So he's lost 2 of those guys. What's going to happen now? That's a big hit.
It's a big hit. All right, Steve, what's your biggest offseason move?
I will answer and then I have to run, unfortunately, but I will see the point through. For me, it's Russell Wilson going to the Denver Broncos. I've been a long-standing Russell Wilson stan, if you will. Even when the Seahawks were at their worst, they were never completely out of a game solely because of Russell Wilson. In my opinion, I think he enters into a fantastic situation. Already a very solid defense, really great weapons to use. There was a tweet I saw asking like which of the teams ending in their division last would be most likely to finish first, like the following season. I think it's Denver. I think they are absolutely a playoff contender. I don't know about winning the division just because it is so stacked. And again, like something in like the Raiders organization could just happen and the whole Raiders thing could just blow up. But I think it is a really unbelievable division. However, I think Russell Wilson has potential to be that big of a swing for that division and get Denver back to the playoffs.
Man, I hope you're right. If you didn't notice, I have a bunch of Broncos banners behind me. I think you're right. It's interesting because we kept talking about last season, this team's just a quarterback away. They got their guy, and he fits this offense so well. Tim Patrick going down was a bummer for them, but I think they're going to be okay. They've got Alberto. They've got Dulcich. If they need to use him, they've got Hamler, though he's a little iffy with his injuries. He got dinged up in camp a couple days ago. So we'll see how that works out. But yeah, I hope you're right, man. I hope the Broncos, I'd love to get another championship parade in this city. It would just be amazing.
I mean, it can't be worse for you. You had Teddy Bridgewater and Drew Lock. So it honestly can't get worse.
They could have signed Nick Foles. But,
come on,
Nathan
man.
Peterman.
Yeah.
Let's not forget that the Bears are so bad at quarterback evaluation that we thought he'd be a good third quarterback on our roster.
That name being in the NFL, I just remember like John Gruden really loving him too, and I'm like, why? Like, what do we see here?
I don't get it.
Peterman. Peterman.
It's the name. It's just the name. That's all it is.
Well, Steve, thank you very much for coming on, man. From me,
Absolutely.
From Shane, from everybody. Thanks for giving us your time.
Of course. Yeah.
Remind everybody where they can find you just real quick before you go.
Yeah, so you can find me on Twitter at Fantasy Ladder. I'm a writer for Dynasty Pros and for IDP Guys. I also have a podcast through the IDP Guys Podcast Network and YouTube channel. So go check all that out.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Steve.
Yep, you too. You too.
I'm gonna have to run as well. I put off dinner to jump on here, but
well, thank you, Rick.
It was great meeting all of you. And are all of you guys going to be at the expo this weekend?
I'm going to be there.
Unfortunately, not. No, I'll be in Maryland on the beach. I'll be drunk. So.
Oh, terrible!
What a terrible life I got.
I might be so drunk I think I'm on a beach while I'm in Canton. So there you go.
We'll just flip that.
It's hard to say.
All right, well, Nate,
guys.
I'll see you this
Rick,
weekend. And
Steve, thank you guys so much.
Yep, thank you.
See you guys.
All right, Joe. So we had already planned on doing a little stack action, a little too early week 1 DFS stacks. We're getting here a little bit late, but that's okay. We still got here. It's great. No. So for anybody who's not familiar, this is my buddy Joe.
I do that all the time too.
I know it's so hard to figure out which way to go.
Yeah.
Joe won TKO on CBS once upon a time, which I think is you're the only person I know who has won anything on TV. So I just wanted to throw that out there. This makes him especially qualified to talk about DFS stacks, though.
Yeah.
If you didn't know, this is why we listen to him, because he's smart and because he won a show on TV.
I know what you got to be an athlete.
Exactly. So he gets it. So, all right, Joe, what platform do you play on most?
So I'm mostly DraftKings. I don't not play on FanDuel or the other ones, but I'd say 85% DraftKings. It was the first platform I ever grabbed out of all of them, and I just stick with it.
It's the only one I've ever really played. I play a little bit of FanDuel here and there. Everything just seems so geared towards DraftKings these days that now Underdog too is getting a pretty fair share of that.
I got a lot of best ball in Underdog, but during season, week by week, it is pretty much DraftKings. Yeah, because then there's too many salaries jumping all over the place, and let me solidify one set.
Sure, study for one set of rules. I got it
exactly.
So, okay, stacking. Do you want to, for people who maybe don't play DFS or kind of new to it, do you want to explain what stacking is and why you do it?
So the way I usually explain stacking is that it just gives your team a chance to get a higher ceiling for your points at the end of the week. You could put out, everybody on different teams and think you have the best players all in the NFL, and then one guy could throw a triple stack of Allen Lazard, Romeo Doubs, and Aaron Rodgers. He throws 2 touchdowns. Each of them has 4 touchdowns, and he wrecks you because all those points just combo on top of each other. And I tell people a lot of times, you have to think of it almost like Super Smash Brothers or Mortal Kombat. One punch is nice. When you hit the combos, you get extra points against them. And it's just the same type of setup. That's it. I try to take the nerd in me and use it for something good. So I always have to bring Mortal Kombat out to it. I'm trying to play Johnny Cage in the movie, man. That's all I want.
Yeah, I believe you'll get there. I do. Especially after this Podathon.
Yeah.
You're going to get there.
That's the goal. That's the goal.
So we're talking week 1 here. Who are some of your favorite stacks for that first sweet week of football?
The first things first, I love how quickly I threw $50 into week 1 already, and it's August 4th. I have a major problem, so let's just throw that out there. But awesome. I got a few of them. And I know this leaves me open to people on the back end saying this is stupid. But then again, it is way too early predictions, people. So chill out.
Yeah, right.
But one of my favorites, and we were just kind of talking about it. Rick was just bringing it up. I actually like the Rodgers and Lazard combo. Now, this is for cash games. If you're going to do a tournament with a bunch of people, and maybe you go with a Dubs or, Sammy Watkins or something like that. But I'm just talking cash games here. I like Rodgers and I like Lazard. I think he's going to come out, Rodgers, to prove a point hey, I've been the MVP. But, multiple times lately. I know Adams is good, but I'm fantastic. And he's coming out against the Vikings defense. I don't know if everybody remembers, so I had to pull it up. They allowed the most DraftKings points last year to wide receivers. The 6th most touchdowns to wide receivers, most yards to the wide receivers, and the most receptions. They were just atrocious. Now, you can't just rely on the past, but in week 1, you kind of have to use it as some type of research to push you because they didn't go out and get a bunch of cornerbacks that are just lockdown people. And they have a new coach, so if they can't learn that system, right, it could be even worse with an offense that has a lot of talent that's going to put up points on its own. So I could see a bit of a shootout happening here.
Yeah, so I'm with you on that. And I also think Lazard has something to prove because he wants everyone to know, this is my team now. And Dubs might be out there balling, but he's not the veteran. Yeah. And this is going to be a good I think Rodgers wants to come out of the gate just boom, let's go.
Yeah.
Let's do it. I love it.
Fully agree. And with Christian Watson being hurt and everything, not being able to get those reps, that's one less receiver on the field in my eyes for Rodgers. So the less people around, the better for me.
So who's your second stack that you're looking at?
Okay, so I feel like it's everybody we just talked about that we're nervous about, but it's Mahomes and Kelsey. Mahomes is 7,700 and Kelsey is 6,600 this week, for week 1. When are we ever going to get to say those 2 numbers attached to those 2 names again? They're playing the Arizona Cardinals. I don't know if it's the highest game, but it's got to be top 2 for over-under. So we know Vegas is expecting points to be thrown on the board. And what I tell a lot of people who are new is to always check the Vegas lines, even the individual lines, because they do it for a living. They rake money out of all of our pockets. So don't go in saying Patrick Mahomes is only going to have 150 yards when his over-under is 285. You don't be crazy. Vegas never misses by that much if they even miss. I think that there's going to be a lot of points again thrown up on the board. I'm almost certain that game's in Arizona, so it's in a dome, so there's no weather issues we got to worry about in any sense of the word. So I like that combination too. And again, might just be another case like we were saying. Tyreek Hill's gone. Oh, we're worried about Patrick Mahomes. Maybe he comes out and he's like, you know what? Screw this. I'm going to show everybody who I am. And if Tyreek Hill's gone and that makes the difference, like we were saying earlier, and there's a bunch of wide receiver twos that we don't know about, Travis Kelce becomes the safety blanket for Patrick Mahomes. And he's just going to get peppered. Remember, I'm telling a lot of people, I could see this game being like Darren Waller when he had the 19 targets in week 1 last year. I could see something like that this year.
Got it. All right. So before we go on to your next stack, we've got our next guest. Ooh. I'm going to bring him in now. Jeremy, hello. How are you today?
I am doing well. You can hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, good. I don't know, I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Can't complain, man. Hanging out on a Podathon, getting to talk about a game we love. So for everybody, if you're not familiar, this is Jeremy. You can find him on Twitter at PopesFFH. He is a featured analyst for FTN and a member of the Fantasy Sports Writers Association. Anything I forgot to plug for you there?
No, it's pretty good.
Awesome.
You hit it right on the head there.
Awesome. So I'm sure you kind of heard we're talking DFS stacks for week 1.
Gotcha.
It's way too early to do it. But, we've got a lot of time to fill, so we're going to do it anyway. Maybe some people.
Too early.
It's never too early. So we've hit 2. Joe, give me your third favorite stack.
All right. So for me, and I think it's just because I haven't shut up about this guy either, I like Michael Pittman and Matt Ryan because they're both actually at 5,500 on DraftKings. They're playing the Houston Texans. For people who aren't paying attention, they're playing the Houston Texans. It's usually enough, and I don't have to get deeper into that. But they have allowed the 6th most yards and the 9th most points on DraftKings. And we look around there, we like Alec Pierce. We like some of the weapons, the Mo Alley Cox and everything like that. But nobody screams to me that's the guy I want in my cash lineup. Again, I just see him hyper-focused, lots of targets to him. If Carson Wentz can make him look good, I think Matt Ryan can make him look even better.
I'm very excited about Michael Pittman with Matt Ryan.
Yeah, same.
Jeremy, you got thoughts? You want to roast him? Triplet.
I'm all in on Michael Pittman and Matt Ryan. I think Matt Ryan's been sneaky as far as even DFS, but sneaky and redraft. I don't know how many redrafts have happened, but even dynasty startups, he's been a sneaky guy that slid under there for super flex and stuff like that. Just pairing him with Michael Pittman, like Nate had said, if Carson Wentz can do what he did with Michael Pittman, imagine a quarterback who can actually throw the ball accurately.
Right. Well, and the thing that what I'm most excited about, Matt Ryan has an offensive line and a running game.
Oh yeah.
He's been bad the last couple of years, but what has he had to work with? Really not much. An injured Julio Jones, who's down to basically Russell Gage and Olamide Zaccheaus.
He's got Calvin Ridley's betting parlays, so we can't use Calvin Ridley.
Ridley might be listening. Taking your advice.
Well, Calvin, if you are listening and you like our advice, please make sure to find all of us on Twitter, like and subscribe to all of our stuff, please. And we'd love to have you on all of our shows for sure. Yeah. So, okay, Jeremy, do you have any stacks that you're looking at for this first week that you've...
I am not as advanced as you guys in looking at week 1 even yet, but I will look real quick and let's see what we got here.
Joe's the advanced one. I'm terrible at DFS.
I'm the nerd that put $50 down the day it came out. So I'll bring one up while you're looking and we can just talk about it.
Right.
I mean, it's one of the big names everyone's talking about this offseason, but Trey Lance, Brandon Ayuk. They're playing the Bears. That's a team that just isn't great. We've seen the camp stories of Lance, and we've seen the camp stories of him matching off to Ayuk. But you know what I really like about this stack is that the Bears have allowed the 3rd most rushing touchdowns last season to quarterbacks. So I don't know if I even necessarily need a lot of 150 and 2 from Ayuk in this because I could get it on the rushing side as well. So I kind of just like the fact that that's got multiple avenues for me to get there. And where's he at? Lance is 6,000 and Ayuk is only 5,200.
So at those prices, you wouldn't splurge on Debo then? getting Lance at a discount?
I like Debo. I like Debo, and this might be one where I triple stack it, but I just don't know with Debo where they're going with the the run thing, the throw thing. All I see in the camp though, is Lance Ayuk, and I know we got to wait a little bit for Debo because of the contract and everything, but right now he's the cheaper one, and if he's the cheaper one, I could go splurge out on somebody else in my running back positions. Like if I got Trey Lance and Ayuk, I could go get Jonathan Taylor against the Texans, who I think was 9,100, and possibly CMC when he's healthy for week 1, and we know he's going to get that floor.
Okay, so here's a stack I've been kind of looking at, and I think I'm going to try and ride it a bit this season. Davis Mills and Brandon Cooks.
Yeah, I mean it's a cheaper stack usually. Usually it's a cheaper stack. Mills' side is pretty cheap usually. I haven't looked it up, but Brandon Cooks is Mr. Consistent. Like he just does it no matter who's his quarterback. And the only other thing I have to say about Brandon Cooks is that my favorite memory is when we knocked him out of the Super Bowl. And I'm sorry, Brandon Cooks, if you're watching.
Oh man! All right, Jeremy, what do you got for us?
All right, this could be a little bit sneaky. I don't know exactly where we're at here, but have you mentioned possibly Kirk Cousins being stacked with Irv Smith week 1?
I went to the other side with Aaron Rodgers, so this will be fun.
But I'm thinking I don't have him off the top of my head, but I'm thinking Kirk Cousins. Last year, the Packers were not great against tight ends. You're going to have Irv Smith coming in. They have Jair Alexander, which most likely is going to lock down, not necessarily lock down, but pretty much eliminate Justin Jefferson from the equation effectively. And then, the question would be Dalvin Cook would possibly be there, but I think Irv Smith, that could be a big game for him coming back off an injury. I know he's a little banged up right now, but if he's fully healthy week 1, I think that could be, I don't know what their prices are on DraftKings. Maybe you can help me. But I would think that would be a cheaper option that you could roll with, and Kirk Cousins has been pretty effective. A QB1 for the last umpteen seasons in a row, multiple 4,000-yard seasons. He's productive. I think just people don't necessarily love him, and I think that's where you always constantly get a discount. And I would think that it'd be a little bit cheaper off the map that I don't think as many people will probably play. And I just think it's a good matchup. Cheap. So, especially with Irv Smith, I think that he's going to be a big part of that offense. And you could even argue maybe plug in KJ Osborne there too. You know what I mean? If you really want to get that way. Just because I think the Packers are weak after Jair Alexander in that secondary. So I think that the Packers will still be able to pass on them.
Yeah, it's a good stack because I don't mean to interrupt you, but Irv Smith is 3,400 and Kirk Cousins is 6,100.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good deal. And, I think I've been down on Kirk Cousins for a long time, and I don't know why. I know he always brings that QB1 upside every season. I don't like his face, I think is what it is mostly.
I think what it is he's season long he's QB1, but he never gives you that.
Yeah.
Know what I mean? He's always 12. He's 10 to 13. He just floats there. He never has that upside that carries into any of those weeks, where you'll see that out of a Lamar Jackson, or you'll see that out of Dak Prescott. Every now and then you get those top 5 weeks, and then they kind of there's the more ebb and flow there of their game.
He has that drafters fatigue. We've heard his name for so long. Mm-hmm. The good thing is that now he's not connected to Mike Zimmer.
Exactly.
He's connected to Kevin O'Connell, and for your KJ Osborne point, nobody did 11 personnel as much as the Rams did, and now they have Kevin O'Connell. Mm-hmm. So he's going to be on the field.
I'm not going to say hyped about Kirk Cousins, but I am interested to see how he works in this new offense. And I think Irv Smith could end up being a huge part of this offense. And if he does, that could be a cheap stack for the first probably 2, 3, 4 weeks until they kind of figure out what's going on. Could this Vikings team be just markedly better than last season without many changes?
I think so, but mainly because I think the game kind of passed Zimmer by. So now they have a guy who actually hopefully understands the game a little bit, wants to air that ball out. You have a Justin Jefferson and Adam Thielen and Irv Smith now, KJ Osborne, Dalvin Cook who can catch the ball out of the backfield, Madison to back him up. All those weapons, and they were just kind of a meh type pace for me. They never really did anything. Mm-hmm. They were just good. They were the Kirk Cousins of the NFL, basically. They're okay, I guess.
That, and they never really got Cook out on the edges all that much. It was kind of he bounced them out there that way. Like I think getting Cook involved a lot in the pass game, the screen game, stuff like that, that's going to open up that offense. And it seems crazy, but I really think they could possibly win the NFC North. They really could.
I like that. I like that.
I just think that if you look at that division, I mean, I know there's questions around the Packers, and the Packers just always find ways to win. But it's like the rest of the teams, what's going on in Chicago? I mean, we don't know. They're getting nowhere near anything. Detroit's getting better, but I mean, they're not competing for that division.
Yeah.
And it's really between these two. And in week one, we're going to kind of see where it's at. I think the Packers defense tends to hurt them a little bit. So the Vikings are a little bit better in that category. So
yeah, hopefully it's not it's a 425 game. So hopefully that primetime thing that Kirk Cousins has where he screws up all the time doesn't hit him here. But
that's not prime time enough for him.
Yeah, I don't know if that hits
8 p.m. If the game runs late, if it goes to overtime, he'll mess it up.
Well, it's past his bedtime.
Yeah.
I'll make like lineups or something, or like my redraft leagues, and I'm like, ooh, maybe I play Kirk Cousins. I'll look and it's like, oh, it's Monday night. And I'm like, okay, maybe I won't play Kirk Cousins. Like it's not even like a coincidence. Yeah, no, I don't know that part.
The problem is he's mad because he wants to go to Black Eyed Pea for the 5 p.m. early bird dinner, be at home by like 6:15, so he can be feed up by like 8 o'clock. Guys, you're asking him to play football this late, like.
It's sleeping time at that point,
right? But his grandpa Tom Brady's out there slinging it until midnight, so who knows, man?
That's because Tom Brady eats like plant ice cream. Like he's not a human. The dude eats like a lizard. Like
I feel like he what does he get, like a blood transfusion every night when he goes to bed? Giselle just like plugs him into the cycling machine.
It wouldn't even shock me. I listened to his audiobook and it came with like the TB12 workout and like what he does, and I'm like, my God, this is like a 9-hour workout. I run gyms for a living. I know how long like workouts take. And I'm like, holy hell, they want you to be in the gym for like 3 hours. You have to massage every muscle and stretch in every way. And then maybe you can play with some bands and then do some core. And I'm like, Tom, we don't all have this time, dude. Like
we don't all make $50 million a year.
Yeah. It's a wild workout, man. I read it, I was like, yep, can't use that. Okay, bye.
So I don't know if you guys saw in the news recently, some scientists from somewhere in the United States at one of the universities reanimated dead pig cells. They basically got a dead liver and a dead kidney to begin to function again. Had been dead for like 10 minutes. Do we think maybe actually Tom Brady invented this technology and is just now letting them use it in pigs?
Possible. I mean, I would like the dead liver for that whole like 21 to 26-year-old phase I was in. To fix that. I need more information on
mine's
that.
Mine's not fully dead. Like, can you just kind of revive? Give me 5 years.
Yeah.
5 years there.
Just give me something to where I'm not lactose intolerant anymore. Actually, I'll take that.
So a funny thing. Did you know that the human body stops producing the enzyme that breaks down cow's milk at 5 years old?
Wow, really?
So if you can tolerate milk, you have just literally built up a tolerance to something your body cannot digest properly.
That's wild. So you basically got to like drown your baby in milk so that like they're used to it?
Yeah, lactose intolerance is actually completely normal, and most people should be. You should be lactose intolerant. We're the only species that drinks milk past like early childhood.
We're the only species that does we do a lot of things that a lot of other things wouldn't do. So.
You guys didn't know you were getting a science lesson from Nate today.
That wasn't in the script.
No.
No.
I read too much clickbait, I think is what it comes down to, guys. All right, Joe, I think you got one more stack for us.
I got one more, and it's going to sound like such a homer pick, but it's Jalen Hurts and Dallas Goedert. And I love it because like the Lions allow the 9th most points to tight ends, the 2nd most yards, and the 5th most receptions. And that's all well and good from last year and whatnot. But I just saw the comment. But the thing for me is now we have A.J. Brown and we have Devonta Smith on the outside. Like we said earlier, we don't have Quez Watkins and Jalen Reagor as the top 2 now. Now the defense has to go focus elsewhere. And I could see Dallas Goedert almost running routes, like a tight end would, but also kind of that Wes Welker annoying route right under the middle where he's always open. Like that middle of that field could be open all the time for him now because the safeties have to pay attention to the outside as well as the tight end, and you're just not going to have enough eyeballs for that.
Why are you making me rethink my avoidance of Dallas Goedert? Man.
Man, I'm telling you, you gotta pick players even if you hate them. There's times when I have Cowboys players and my girlfriend yells at me for writing about them, and I'm like, I need to make money so we can go on trips. Like
that's something that's been interesting getting into this industry is that I find myself on Sundays, I don't root for the Broncos as hard as I used to. Like I still do, but I'm watching 3 or 4 other games at the same time. So it's like, I'm more looking for something to write about on Monday and Tuesday and talk about on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday rather than, I think it's an interesting thing. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I'm alone in this or if, because like, I don't hate the Raiders anymore, guys.
See, no, I hate the Cowboys with every fiber of my being. So, like, that week, I will watch nothing else but the Eagles-Cowboys. But the other weeks, I have the Red Zone. I have the iPad for the Eagles. You know, I have, like, 4 different screens going. But the week of the Eagles-Cowboys, like, no. It's just I want them to lose. We could go 2-15 every season as long as we beat the Cowboys. That's what I need.
I don't hate anybody. You know, I've always been a numerous fan, you know, but for the longest majority of my life, the Bills were bad, so I had to find my fun elsewhere for a while.
You could tell which one of us is from Philadelphia and the other 2 aren't because I'm like, yeah, screw them, and you guys are like, nah, like everybody, it's fine.
Yeah, you know, I still want the Bills to win. Yeah, I don't excommunicate. I mean, for a while I hated Tom Brady, and now I just respect him because you know now he doesn't beat up on us at twice a year. You know, we're not the punching bag anymore. So
he's actually funny now. So like, I don't hate him as much.
Yeah.
Plus, we beat him with Nick Foles. Like, I'm happy for the rest of my life.
Yeah, that's good. We still just can't beat him. So.
You'll get
even when he's in Tampa, you know, they still pull it out somehow.
You need a backup quarterback who has a rumor about how good he is in something, and we'll leave that where it's at.
Well, you know, so when I was growing up, I turned 40 this year, so I grew up in that Broncos era, like the early John Elway years, where they were always kind of good, like could get to the Super Bowl, but then always got blown out. Marty Schottenheimer was the coach of the Browns for a number of years, head coach of the Browns, when the Broncos kept beating them in the playoffs. He leaves the Browns, he goes to Kansas City thinking, oh, okay, well, new shot. Couldn't beat the Broncos. Goes from Kansas City to San Diego, now the LA Chargers, couldn't beat the Broncos. His whole career, it didn't matter where he was, what he was doing, couldn't beat John Elway.
You got that little voodoo doll, and you're like just poking him before the game. Like that's what I would expect. That's what I would do. I have like a little thing in the closet back here, built from like his old used gum, and I'd just be like bit like Hey Arnold and just like ruining it. That would be what I would do.
That's awesome. All right, guys. So I think we've kind of run our course on stacks here, and I didn't have anything else prepared, but I can come up with something. So actually, Jeremy, you were the only one that Shane didn't give me a topic for. So I'm going to ask you, what's on your mind, man? It doesn't even have to be football. I really don't care.
No, I got football. Gotta do my, which way is it? I always point the wrong direction. What is that?
Yeah.
JK, cleared, healthy,
yes.
sort of.
Yes.
Doing some drills. I've been a JK guy from day one. I do want to limit my excitement because I know he's coming off an ACL, but I really just it's good news to see that he's practicing. Most likely good to go week 1. Still think he's a really, really good value. I know his ADP a couple weeks ago was like RB23. And yeah.
I got him in the 10th round of Scott Fishbowl.
That's absurd. I couldn't wait that long. Maybe I could have got him that late, but I pulled the trigger and I think I got him 6 or 7. I was like, I can't wait any longer.
I just forgot that running backs existed in Scott Fishbowl, so I got nowhere near that.
I did that last year.
It was bad. I never forget about running backs. I have an unhealthy obsession with them, and it just tends to. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but.
It's my obsession. I got my Chase Edmonds. That's all I cared about. Yeah,
so Chase Edmonds was good.
What do you say to zero RB people?
Hey man, everybody has their own thing. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be able to be my robust RB people. So, I don't necessarily hate it. I've just never found success with it, and I don't love it. I just feel like every time I look at a roster that doesn't have one or two really quality running backs, I'm just kind of like, ugh, and I just dislike it. So I always try to have at least one or two higher end to those middle tiered running backs, just because I feel like they're more consistent. I like the consistency of them because they get those touches, whether it's a carry or it's a dump out of the backfield. Like, they're just more consistent with their fantasy points. They might not give you necessarily always those boom weeks, but I just feel like that there's that consistency there for you. Where wide receivers outside of, I know it's deeper, as they would like to say, but like outside of the top 12 to 15 guys, like, it really isn't. You're getting a ton of boom and bust weeks out of guys, and it's like, what am I going to get, and this and that, where I feel like the run game, you're always getting something. So I don't hate it, because you do find value, you know what I mean? Like, Chase Edmonds is a guy right now, or you get those later handcuffs that always, unfortunately, running backs do tend to carry the injuries, and I think that's why so many people like to lean that wide receiver route, because they don't get as injured as often, it seems. So I think that's where it's at. Like, I can get all this value at the beginning of the draft and draft Alexander Mattinson, and he's going to give me 3 weeks of good production, and they're fine with that. Like, where I would rather have the 12 weeks of Dalvin Cook. So I don't know.
That's fair. Okay, so who's in drafts right now? Who's your favorite running back you're getting at like a really good value in your opinion?
I think it's a lot. I mean, Dalvin Cook's one of them. He's going pretty late. I think he's still a guy that has RB1 potential. We mentioned it earlier with Kevin O'Connell coming over. I think that the offense in Minnesota looks a lot different. I think he gets involved in the passing game a little bit more, which obviously a majority of leagues nowadays are PPR. That's only going to boost him up there. And he has been relatively healthy. I mean, he did miss some games last year, but he's been really kind of more healthy than what we've kind of gets overshadowed for him. On top of that, I think Barkley right now, I got Barkley honestly in this league in my draft today. I think I got him in the third, 3-6. I got him. Like, that's
pretty late.
That's late. You know what I mean? And it's pretty it's pretty often that I've seen him. I think even in Scott Fishbowl, I saw a lot of people were getting him in like the third round. And like Barkley, I think people forget just how good he is. You've had 2 bad seasons, and as we can say, he's a guy that you could look at J.K. Dobbins for this season. He came off that year of the ACL, and last year he was meh. Now, was that just the offense, or was that still him kind of that lingering, the ACL injury? Then he kind of had another injury there. Like, was that all just a lingering part of it? Or now, okay, he's 2 years, almost 2 full years removed from that ACL, and now is he going to be 80% of what he was when he came in? And even at 80%, I mean, he has a shot to be a top 5 running back, and you're getting him in the third round, especially on an offense that really is struggling for playmakers. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, they brought in Robinson and they have Tony, but again, a ton of guys that just haven't been healthy. Galladay, guys that just can't stay healthy. Right. Like, if Barkley stays healthy, he's going to be the key to that offense. So,
well, I feel like their line got better, which I think is going to make a difference. I really think there's a chance Daniel Jones is significantly better this year. Maybe,
except for that camp video pass.
Yeah,
combination between him and Galladay. But
right now, so per FantasyPros ADP tracker, he's going as an RB11, 21st overall on average.
I'm fine with that.
That's a good. Dude, back into the second round for someone with his ceiling is a fantastic deal.
Yeah.
Where are you at on Zeke, Jeremy?
I think Zeke gets another bad rap. I mean, so here's Zeke's key to success is touchdowns, and also Jerry Jones, because Jerry Jones insists on using him. So I do think Tony Pollard looked a little bit more explosive, but it's hard to tell because Zeke was injured all last year and just played through it. Like, he played through a PCL injury, I believe it was, and like was still productive. And I feel like Zeke's the Kirk Cousins of running backs at the moment, because I feel like he just he's always an RB1. He's literally never finished outside of an RB1 rank on a season long, but he's just always healthy, and that's what gets him there. He always plays a majority of the games, and it gets him there, but he never really, we don't see those big weeks that he had when he first came into the league where he was very explosive and he was just off the charts, just the RB top 5 type stuff. And I don't think you see that again this year. I think he did lose a little bit of a step. I do know he was not healthy, but I do think that you're not going to see that high end of Zeke Elliott. But I do think he's going to be very productive, and I do think where you're going with it at his ADP, I think for a redraft league is very good. And even if you're a dynasty player, like just getting him as a contender, because I think that his value is pretty affordable, I would guess, just because of the rap of like everybody wants Tony Pollard in there. And it's going to be a productive offense. Let's be real. I mean, they get to the red zone and it's Zeke's time, and they just hand him the ball, and he just scores from 1 yard out. So,
yeah.
No, I think, like you were saying, at his current ADP, I mean, running back 16, he's going towards the back end of the third round in most drafts. Like, anybody who thinks Pollard's going to take over that offense is crazy. It's not gonna happen.
Not with that contract, it ain't gonna happen.
No.
And I think he's going to get used. You know?
Oh yeah, I mean, before I even logged on to this, Jerry Jones was talking it inside the camp and was saying we need a lot of Zeke, and it's like, well, there we go, he's going to use him again, and I got him in the 4th on the end of the snake, I was the 12th spot, and I got him in the 4th, and I was so happy because I had a receiver, and then Zeke, and I'm like, okay, I'll take that. He's not going to give me any boom weeks anymore, I think, but I have somebody solid that I can depend on, like you said, and a good offense who has opportunities, and that's all I can ask for.
Exactly, and the boom weeks could come if the Cowboys are have a good week, and like I said, they get multiple big plays that get them within the 5, but they don't score on them, and they hand it to Zeke and he walks it in, So
who do we think wins the NFC East?
Come on. We both know who I'm going to say. So I'll say it, but then I'm going to bounce after this because I got to go eat myself. But I think it's got to be the Eagles. I mean, the Eagles were right on the cusp last time. We added A.J. Brown. We added Bradbury. We got a plethora of linebackers between the draft and free agency and everything else. We went out and we solidified every slot that we needed to solidify. The only thing that you have to worry about still is Jalen Hurts. And it's kind of an easy schedule for a quarterback. And I say this knocking on wood, that I'm not completely wrong here. But I really think it's their turn to win it. And at the NFC East, we never keep the same person winning it 2 years in a row, apparently. So, like I said, this will be the last thing I talk about. But, of course, the last thing I talk about is my Eagles.
Go figure.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know if I can even take that into account. No.
I agree. I don't know, yeah. It's a homer pick. I'm not even going to lie.
I would agree, though. I think Dallas didn't really do themselves many favors this offseason. I just feel like I think they're a little bit cap-strapped, sort of. And I just think, they're still decent. I still think that they're one of the favorites. I think it's really an even tie for me. It's going to either be Dallas or it's going to be Philly. And it's just Philly, you had said, it's going to be on Jalen Hurts. If he even takes a little bit of a step forward and they can just improve that passing game, that offense is going to be hard to stop. Because you saw it at the beginning of the year. They were able to pass the ball a little bit more. They were running the ball well. Jalen Hurts is just with his dual threat ability was unstoppable almost. And then he hit a wall there. He had a little bit of an injury, kind of hit the wall, and it just faded out. So if they can just get over that hump and get that through that whole season, I think the Eagles do have a real good shot at winning this. I think they did what they had to make the team better. And I mean, let's be real. I don't believe in the Commanders, and the Giants they're still a little ways away. I think Dable it helps them. I think they get better, but they're still not competitive, in my opinion.
I think it's interesting because I think we can all agree we hold Ron Rivera in somewhat high regard as a head coach-ish.
Yeah.
That he went out and got Carson Wentz is going to fix our problems, guys.
I mean, he fixes their quarterback problem.
I watched that firsthand. No, he ain't. I watched it firsthand.
I think he's better than Taylor Heineke. I mean, he's better. He's just.
Oh yeah.
He's not the answer. I wouldn't say yay, we're all set in Washington, but he's the best they've had in the last little bit. So
if they win, they're gonna have to win almost in a 2000 Ravens way, where it was pretty much everybody else in Trent Dilfer just didn't screw up. That's kind of how they have to do it.
Or even that year weren't they just in the playoffs 2 years ago? Didn't they sneak in on the defense?
Yeah, when they were the football team. Yeah, when they were 7-9.
Yeah.
And Heineke started again. They almost beat Tampa the year Tampa won the Super Bowl.
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna hop out, guys.
Joe,
I gotta
thank you
swing
so
out.
much, guys.
Joe,
Follow
enjoy your
Joe on
dinner.
Twitter at JPEP20. Enjoy your food, buddy. Thanks for tuning in.
See you guys. Bye.
See you.
So I think you guys made an interesting point about the Eagles, and I like they did do a lot. They did a lot to get better. So now it just kind of hangs on, is Jalen Hurts going to be the guy? Can he progress and become a better passing quarterback? That's where my question lies with the Eagles.
100%, and I agree. I think that he got better year over year comparatively last year, so I do think he can get a little bit better. It's also going to come down to like the play calling. Where do they go? They got very conservative down the stretch there. Sirianni and that offense just kind of looked completely different, and they just really struggled down the stretch. And I don't know what it necessarily was, but they just didn't look like the same team they were at the beginning of the year. So my hope is that with A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith on the other side, Goddard there, Gainwell gets involved a little bit more. I think this offense gets a little bit more exciting, a little bit harder to necessarily cover, but open up that a little bit more. And Jalen Hurts can still use his legs. I hope they don't take that away from him. I think he still needs to be able to do that. I think he's almost like that Josh Allen where he gets into the game a little bit more when he's using his legs and has that dual threat ability. And I think that everything's just going to open up for this offense with the addition of A.J. Brown, just because, like Joe had mentioned before, like they're going to have to cover him. The defense is going to have to account 1 to 2 guys specifically for A.J. Brown, no matter where he's going on the field. That's just going to open it up. Then Devontae Smith on the other side is another guy that's almost a world-class. I mean, he was pretty good last year as a rookie, and he's a great route runner. So I think that's another guy that they're really going to have to account for. And then we had mentioned Goddard as well in the middle is another guy. It's a tough matchup for a linebacker if they're going to, or they might have to play a nickel corner on him. This is where Quez Watkins could get involved a little bit more. So as long as Hurts develops, I think the Eagles have a chance to be pretty scary. It's going to come down to their defense, which has been a little bit questionable the last couple of years. So if they get marginally better, I really think that they have a shot. Because I just feel like defensively, I mean, the Eagles and Cowboys are pretty close, I think. I know the Cowboys have a little bit more bigger names to their defense, but they've also struggled as well outside of Micah Parsons and Trayvon Diggs. And even Diggs has kind of struggled. I mean, he's had all those interceptions, but, like, he hasn't been, like, this lockdown corner that we would want to say, like, oh, okay, this is him. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, and I think it's interesting, too, like, they lost Randy Gregory to the Broncos. Their defensive line, they didn't really do a whole lot to make that any better. It's going to be the AFC East is going to be interesting. I don't think it's going to be the dumpster fire we're used to it having been the last few years, because I mean, let's be honest, it was like 7 wins gets the division most seasons. I think Philly and Dallas are going to kind of change that dynamic. I think we're looking at probably 10 wins to get the division
I was
this year.
Say that. That was literally just popped in my head before you said that. I'm thinking like 10, 11.
Yeah, I can't see Philly getting into that 12-win tier yet. But who knows what happens if Hurts really does pick it up, becomes a more accurate passer, makes less mistakes in the passing game. Who knows? This could be a 12 or 13-win team, which is something I never thought I'd say. So, damn you, Joe Pepe. Son of a...
They're close. They're getting close. It's just like we said, it's all going to depend on the development really of Hurts, I think, at this point.
Jeremy, thanks for coming on, man. If you want to hang out, you're more than welcome to stick around, but I understand you signed up for your time, and I don't want to keep you past it, make you feel obligated. We appreciate having you on. Anything you want to plug that we didn't talk about? Anything I didn't mention?
No, I mean, just check out most of my works over at FTN Fantasy. I'm going to have rankings over there. I'm involved in the consensus over at FantasyPros this year as well. So
awesome.
That's kind of cool. And other than that, just find me on Twitter. I'm always open to answer questions. Yep. I'll hang out for a couple minutes if you don't mind.
Awesome. I'd love to have you, man. So we've got our next guest. I'm going to bring him on right now. Mr. Dave Heilman. Dave, how are you doing, my friend?
Dave's here. I'm out then.
Oh, okay. See, I was wondering. I was trying to keep you guys apart, but
Yeah, I'm doing great except for listening to all this Eagles love. I just
oh yeah, that's great.
But I can't say I disagree with it.
Yeah. It's interesting because I never thought that I'd get to this point where I was like loving the Eagles and like what they were building. I was really down on Hurts earlier in the season. Still don't know what's going to come of him, but it's an interesting situation at least.
Yeah, as a Giants fan, I will not use the word love, but I can say that I do think they're going to be a very good football team this year.
So, okay, we got a question. Albert wants to know, where do you guys have Hurts ranked this season? Start with you, Dave.
I have my rankings up right here. Just want to double check. I believe I have him at, and just this year's rankings at 6.
Got him at 6. Okay. What about you, Jeremy?
I'm double checking because I don't want to lie. Cause I think mine's 7.
Yeah, I have it Josh Allen, Justin Herbert, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Kyler Murray, Jalen Hurts.
Okay.
And I have him at 7 based on the fact of the other players, I think. But it's hard. I really see the upside where he could be like top 5, though. So I'm just going with 7 because of what he did last year. Like, I don't trust him to be what I kind of expect a season like last year. A little bit more ebb and flows. You know, you're going to see those big high weeks, and then I think you'll see still a couple meh weeks against some of the harder teams.
So I just want to, Brad, all the way from Australia, thanks for tuning in. Hey, buddy. How everything's great. All the way in Australia, man. It's pretty crazy. He's somebody I talk to regularly, but with the time difference, it's always weird times that we actually get to connect and talk. That's the cool thing about this community, though. Doing podathons, talking to people from Australia, the UK. We've got some people in South Africa in the community. Like, what a better way to get to see and learn about the world through football, no less.
Yeah.
All right, guys, so I want to talk some Dynasty. We're all pretty heavy into Dynasty format and fantasy football, and why wouldn't you be? It's the most fun. And we actually, hold on real quick, we've got one more.
Oh.
Hello, sir.
Yo.
We've got Mr. Corey Woodman is joining us for the next 30 minutes to talk some Dynasty fantasy football. Corey, how are you doing, man?
Good. Happy to be part of this. Appreciate it.
Awesome. Awesome. So we shouldn't forget that we are here for the Polly's Playoffs, which is to benefit Alzheimer's research. We're trying to get a cure. We're trying to raise some money, guys. We're trying to get to 10,000 by October 1st. So if you can, check out the Polly's Playoff link in Shane's bio here. And if you can donate, awesome. If not, just tune in, listen to us. We're having fun. I'm getting some major feedback, guys. Hello. It's gone. Perfect. All right, guys, let's get into some Dynasty. So one of the things we've been talking a lot about since I've been on is running backs. I want to know, you guys, who is your biggest sleeper running back heading into this season in Dynasty? A guy you think that you can get for great value that's going to carry you for another 2 to 3 seasons and hold that value or surpass it? Start with Dave.
Oof. Sleeper is a really tough term these days because there's so much content out there. I'm sure there's someone out, like a couple years ago, I remember someone put Jonathan Taylor as a sleeper, and I was like, what? That was his rookie year. I think, Ramondre Stevenson is a guy that you can get at a very good value right now. And he's someone that I think could be, drafted in the top 3 or 4 rounds next year. And he's currently being drafted in the 7th or 8th. So you're talking about like who could, really increase their, your return on investment. He's someone that I think can easily do that.
All right, Corey, what do you got for us?
Yeah, using the iPad, by the way. It might weird echoes here. Sorry about that.
Oh, you're fine, man.
But yeah, just with the way the backfield is, been getting a lot of like Tyler Algier, either him or Melvin Gordon, kind of same old with Mogo, but Algier is just pretty clear path to touches. They might not be super quality or easy to watch ones, but love those former linebackers turned running backs that could just plow dudes over. So
I really like Algier as well this year. I found the echo.
That me?
I think it's you, man. Let's try it. You got it. All right. Yeah, I like the Algier call because, I mean, who's he competing with right now? Cordarrelle Patterson and Damian Williams, or Darrell Williams, who's been a perennial backup his whole career. Cordarrelle Patterson's going to be 33. He fell off at the end of last season. Algier just kind of like by default might be the starting running back in this offense. Jeremy, what do you think about Tyler Algier?
I like Tyler Algier, but here's where I stand with him. I feel like he's a 1-year rental, as much as that sounds crazy because he's a rookie. The class next year is really, really, really good, and it is extremely deep. So with where I project the Falcons to finish, which will probably be a bottom 5 team again, I could see Arthur Smith using a pick on one of these more premier running backs because that's kind of how his offense has tended to be built. And although Tyler Algier is a talented player, he's not what he could have next year. So I do like the call because if they don't bring someone in, then yes, Algier is going to be great for the next couple of years. So I'm still definitely in on acquiring him just because there is that chance. But I do think that he's a little bit more expendable than some of the other guys that are out there.
You know, it'll be interesting I think if he can play well this season, I think maybe they don't go after a back in the draft, but I think you're right. This could very well be a 1-year rental with Algier in Atlanta. So guys, who are some of the like higher up guys? Like let's take a running back in the top 12 that you're kind of ready to move off of right now. Corey, if you want to start us off, man.
Yeah, someone, I mean, he's kind of already taken a dip, I would say, but obviously Josh Jacobs, the way he got ran in the Hall of Fame game, it's, you know, because someone's certainly there. Antonio Gibson, again, just it's kind of mixed emotions on him, but it looks like they're clearing the path for the exit door with B-Rob. And so I don't know if they're top 12 necessarily. Don't have pulling up DLF rankings here, but obviously Henry coming on with the age too. He could win some leagues this year, or have an early kind of exit as well.
Gotcha. I don't know. You know, I'm with you on that. I see Derrick Henry as a guy he's either going to play the entire season and blow it up, or he's going to get hurt early and we're not going to get much out of him. Dave, where are you at on Derrick Henry?
Yeah, when you're obviously you want to focus on this year because you don't want to forget about the most important part, which is winning. Right. But when I look at things like trades or like when I'm valuing players in a startup, what's their value going to be like next year? And I would prefer to get players that are ascending versus descending. And there's no way Derrick Henry's ever going to get back to the value he was last year. It can only get worse. So I feel like if you acquire him, Derrick Henry would be the guy that I would sell if I had him, and then I would avoid him in my drafts, in the first couple rounds.
Okay, follow-up question then. Where are you at with Christian McCaffrey right now?
Yeah, Christian McCaffrey is much younger than Derrick Henry. It's not just about the foot injury; it's about the age. So that's where I'm at. I think I have McCaffrey as third or fourth in my dynasty rankings. And it just comes down to, I think there was a joke the other day someone put out there that 27-year-old running backs have not cracked the top 12. And they listed, it was Alex Caruso, and he listed Derrick Henry twice at 27, and there was a big joke about it. And Derrick Henry actually is 28. He's not even 27. So he not only put his name in twice, but he got the age wrong. So he's 28 years old. He's 29 next year. That's why I'm out.
So even Christian McCaffrey, given the last 3 seasons of not really playing much, at 26, you still think that he has like 2 to 3 seasons of like real like high production left?
Yeah, I think so. On a points per game basis, obviously both those guys were good last year, but it's just 2 year window, a 2 year difference. Right. So I think McCaffrey can do it until he's 28. I don't think Henry's doing it until he's 30.
Okay. So we've got a question from Albert. What are you guys' thoughts on Cam Akers in Dynasty? Jeremy, why don't you start us off?
The elusive Cam Akers. Cam. I'm not sold on Cam Akers at this moment. The Achilles injury has kind of just been a very hard injury for running backs to make a comeback. I do think he is productive I do not think we'll see the explosiveness that we have always wanted out of him just because of that injury. It's going to take definitely a step out of his game. So for me, I feel like I'm kind of out on him just because of the cost it takes to acquire him, because people I think still believe that he's going to kind of return to somewhat of that form that he was. And I don't know if we see it. We kind of saw it last year. I know he got rushed back into it. It wasn't like that long of a recovery, but he only averaged I think it was 2.6 yards per carry when he returned. So with the way and the state the Rams offensive line is, on top of the way that injury has affected running backs in the past, with Darrell Henderson still kind of breathing down his back, I'm not full avoid, but at his current price, I'm an avoid for now.
What about you, Corey?
Yep, pretty much, saying exactly what he said. Last year, he was being taken sometimes as early as like mid-second round in superflex startups, and with the way McVay wanted to run the offense, and the year before that, it's when one of their running backs is healthy, the other one was injured, and so it was really hard to get both of them on the field at the same time. And a lot of haters against Hendo, but I was Team Hendo from his rookie year. But this year, the market kind of corrected itself a little, and seems to be going mid to late fifth sometimes. But still at that price, there's just a lot of other wide receivers or some running backs with a little more clarity that I'd like to take a chance on. So at cost, I'd probably be out. Not a bad idea to have one or two shares just in case, but at cost, I'm definitely out.
All right, Dave.
Yeah, I used to love Cam Akers. I was a big Cam Akers guy, but I have some concerns. I ironically have him one spot ahead of Derrick Henry in my dynasty rankings, but they are far apart in my redraft rankings. I have Henry much higher. And then they're just unknown. I mean, they could be a team that goes out and acquires Kareem Hunt, and they already announced they have 2 starters. If they have 3 starters, it's going to be a big problem. So he's just someone that, I'll get him if the price is right in Dynasty, but right now it's really tough to acquire him. And when you do have him, it doesn't feel good. Yeah. And he's not someone that you're like putting on the trade block and everyone's just pounding your door down. So I'm not really interested.
That's fair. I'm right there with you. I mean, the Achilles thing, like that just makes me really nervous because so many of those guys come back but end up re-injured because they're playing cautious, because that's a serious injury and it's hard to heal from. But also he's a lot younger than some of these guys have been. So we've got another question from Brad. So which player do you all believe would have the biggest dynasty bump if they were on a different team, such as a wide receiver maybe that could go to Green Bay? We'll start with you, Corey.
Oh, I love this game. It's the Green Bay. Is it a hypothetical? Are we looking at the free agents? I mean, Will Fuller is kind of one of the only hot names kind of still available. I would love to see that long ball to him, but
if he can stay on the field,
right. Yeah, it's a tough one. Circle back. Let me
all right.
Get a little look here at the list. But,
all right, Dave.
Drawing a blank.
I'll go with Chase Claypool. We've seen the touchdown upside. FantasyPros did a nice job talking about him the other day, and not that I'm the biggest Claypool fan, but they talked about how his numbers last year and the year before were very similar, except for one thing: the touchdowns. But a guy that's had double-digit touchdowns before, that's a potential that a lot of people have never reached. So putting him with someone like Rodgers, getting him out of Pittsburgh, where he's second or possibly third on the totem pole right now, I think would be interesting. And we talk about the biggest leap. Like T. Higgins would be great, but he's going to go from number 9 to number 5.
Right.
Claypool would go from 50 all the way up into the top 20 if he went to Green Bay.
Jeremy, what do you got, man?
I'm going to go with a guy that has a pretty hot name right now, and that's Kareem Hunt. I think that no matter where Kareem Hunt goes, I think you could see a pretty big bump. I would say your dream landing spot would be a situation like Atlanta, a situation like, I don't know.
Atlanta would be great for him.
Atlanta's the prime one that we've always been wanting them to take that running back, so I think that's a good one. Houston, what if he lands in Houston? I think those two, he gets an instant bump. A lot of people are out on Kareem Hunt kind of to an extent. I mean, his ADP is pretty low. I think FantasyPros has him at around 30. I mean, I think he's a top 12 guy if he lands in a lead role, so it's a pretty good bump as far as the running back position goes. Wide receivers, maybe Bateman. I think Bateman's near the back half of the 30 range, 28, 29. I think he could be a high upside wide receiver 1 if he's in Green Bay. You know what I mean? He's a prolific receiver. He proved it in Minnesota. Just kind of got that Ravens discount when he came out as a rookie and just kind of has stuck there. So I think that I don't know what he's going to be this year, but currently it's like he's a mid-level receiver that I think could be a top 12 guy if he had like a more prolific passing offense. You know what I'm saying?
Like that.
But I am going to get out of here, so I will turn it over to
all right, Jeremy. Thank you so much.
Guys below me. So, but yes, if you want to follow me on Twitter at PopesFFH, thank you guys for having me on, and make sure you donate to the Podathon. Thank you guys.
Thanks, Jeremy. Have a great night, man. All right, guys. So when Kareem Hunt gets traded to the Seahawks, how much fantasy football is rioting? I think like a good 3/4 of the community would probably be up in arms about that one.
Yeah. And I like the Houston Atlanta call. But I will say, like, realistically, all three of those teams aren't really realistic on trading draft capital on acquiring a 27-year-old running back. I would say like Buffalo or Kansas City are more realistic for Kareem Hunt, which I think Buffalo or Kansas City would be great for his stock. But I want to mention Alexander Madison. I kind of read the question only receivers. That's why receiver went straight to that. Alexander Madison is a dog, and he's a great running back, and he's just stuck, and he's young. Like, I forget how old he is, but he's, I think, 24. He's
23. Very good.
Yeah, he's like Najee Harris's age. Like,
yeah,
and he's never really had he's been able to start a couple times, and every time he does, he's a stud. So if you put him somewhere on a good offense, Kansas City, Buffalo, something like that, he'd be a beast.
I think he'd be great in Kansas City. Another player I think would be great in Kansas City is Laviska Shenault. I would just be over the moon to see him get the opportunity outside of Jacksonville and all the things he could do for Patrick Mahomes. I mean, I think he would just be a dog in that offense.
Well, and so I know someone that knows someone, right? And so they were telling me about what was going to happen with Tyreek Hill trade, and so I kind of blew it off. Like, okay, whatever. It was like the terms were exactly what was texted to me. Like, that's what happened. Then he told me they were going to get MVS and trade for Laviska Shenault. So I was like, all right, let's go. And then they got MVS, and I was trying to acquire Laviska Shenault in my league, waiting for it to happen. It never happened. And, so like my buddy, he works with, someone that knows the GM of the Chiefs. And so I've had to swear to secrecy that I couldn't, release those text messages. But Laviska Shenault would be very interesting.
Well, I think he would, if you're going to fill the Tyreek Hill hole, he's a guy that can do everything Tyreek Hill did. He's not necessarily as like top end speed. He doesn't have that, but he's got the quickness. And I'm tired of everybody telling me that he's never going to pan out, man. I've been hanging my head on that guy for 2 seasons.
Hey, we've seen it, the last couple years. Mike Williams finally came to fruition. Corey Davis, I know it was a flash in the pan, but Corey Davis finally came to. Those guys were first-round picks, top 10 picks, and it took 3 or 4 years. Devontae Parker the year before, the opportunities that he's gotten with, air yards is something that, like you want those air yards because they're just it's much more valuable. It's going to take so much more work when you're getting dink and dunks down the field than to get those big 50-yard junk plays. And his air yards was like, just like -3, -2. Like, it was so bad the last 2 years.
Well, yeah, it's just been a really frustrating thing for me because, I mean, I followed him in college, obviously being in Colorado. And then when he was going to be with Trevor Lawrence, it's like, okay, okay, here we go. He's got Urban Meyer, who likes to run, or we're assuming he's going to run a more college-style offense because it's Urban Meyer. Then it just ended up being an absolute dumpster fire. And I like waste of a season for all those guys in Jacksonville. Like, I don't think we can even I don't think there's a verdict on Trevor Lawrence because there's no way to know what we actually have there. It's an interesting situation. We'll see what Doug Peterson can do with that team. I mean, is there anybody in that Jacksonville offense that you're excited about moving forward in Dynasty?
Travis Etienne.
Okay, outside of Travis Etienne.
Not really.
Yeah, maybe Etienne, Kirk. I'm a Philly guy. The handle there, and Doug EP. It could be a lot worse, but he's pretty coming from last year. Obviously, it's a night and day difference going from Myers to Peterson, and he does have that kind of cooler demeanor. A little more relaxed. He was a quarterback in the past. And again, it could have been a lot worse as far as the coach. And hopefully, Christian Kirk, he's not a alpha wide receiver one or anything like that, but maybe at least a little room for some growth, at least ADP wise, value wise.
Yeah. So this is kind of more of just a general football question I have for you guys. What team this year do you think as a whole makes the biggest jump? Like the worst to first almost type jump. Which team do you think that is? Dave, we'll start with you.
Oh, man. Well, I kind of look at the divisions when I think of something like this, of like divisions that could be up for grabs. And so it's low-hanging fruit, but, I think the Broncos could easily go to the top of the AFC West. I believe they were the lowest in the AFC West last year, considering the Chargers and Raiders were playing for the playoffs in that last game. They both tried to lose it. So, low-hanging fruit, but I'll take that one. I think the Broncos are going to be very competitive. I think, I hate when players are punished for playing through injuries.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't play, there are a bunch of stuff that I can't say on this show. But then if they do play, we're like, Russell Wilson stinks. I'm like, Russell Wilson was like leading MVP, leading MVP voter or vote getter until the finger injury. He's supposed to be out 3 months. Came back in 3 weeks.
Right.
But he's terrible. He's washed.
Awful washed. 33 years old. That's still like a spring chicken at quarterback anymore.
He's less than Stafford, less than Cousins.
Yep. And these guys are all still viable. So, I like that. All right, we got a quick question from our cat audience, Mr. Scampers there. LaVisca Chenault or Jalen Reagor? We'll start with you, Corey, since you're a Philly guy.
Not Reagor. So, I guess we'll go with LaVisca. Just don't see it with Reagor. Just kills me every time thinking our wide receiver room could be DK, Justin Jefferson, T. Higgins, on one. But I'm definitely out on Mr. Jalen Reagor.
Does it change your mind if they trade him to the Bears?
It would jive with a lot of the offseason moves they've made this year, the Bears. But I mean, no, not really. I just until I see it with him, wide receivers, they're a dime a dozen nowadays, and unless you pop year one, that hit rate just goes so low because boom, that next year's already breathing down their necks, and no matter the class. But like them coming in, it was easy to talk myself into after the draft. Of, hey, this guy, maybe flew under the radar, or how he found another gem, or found a gem, so, but I have a lot of fields, so I hope that it would be nice to see them get him some kind of help this year.
Dave, where are you at? Reagor, Visca?
Visca. That's easy for me. And Rager's been on, he's gotten better opportunities, and he's just not played well. And I'm not saying LaVisca Chenault is completely, off the, he doesn't get a free pass, but I do think that everyone in Jacksonville last year, I mean, it's really hard to evaluate what happened. And until I see him in a good opportunity fail, like Rager, like he was the number 2 on that offense. He was kind of the number 1 in that offense for a little while, and he never did anything with it. And Laviska just hasn't had an opportunity.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's got to be Viska. Rager, like you said, Rager's had chances. Viska just hasn't had the same opportunities that Rager's had. Even if they trade him to Chicago, so we're looking at Mooney and Kmet are going to be their 2 main targets in Chicago for Fields. After that, you've got Byron Pringle. Didn't they sign Equinemius St. Brown as well? Brought him in. So a bunch of nobodies really in that offense. Maybe Rager could be something on that team. I mean,
yeah, they got Byron Pringle. The Kansas City, the GM has Kansas City ties. Brought Byron Pringle over. They drafted Velus Jones. They traded for N'Keal Harry, but he had a high ankle sprain this week, so he's going to be out for probably the rest of the preseason.
That's probably for the best for everybody.
Yeah. So I did see the Dolphins are talking to people about possibly moving Preston Williams or Lynn Bowden.
I did see that.
So those could be guys that, if the Bears are still looking, looking for people. But if those guys are on the block and people are showing interest, I hope they're doing the same thing for both Rager and Viska. Both those guys need new places.
I agree.
Oh, I know it's going back a little bit, but Popes that was just on, it was staring me right in the face. It's more of a move for next year, but if Calvin Ridley gets reinstated, he's reports from him haven't been much, but it sounds like he's kind of back, at least mentally, to a place where he's comfortable and thinking straight again, and a lot of sourness in the minds of dynasty managers, how things ended, but got to stay in par. That's been my Twitter name, the recovering Ridley Truther. So had to give him my props. So,
I mean, the way I look at Ridley is kind of the way that I'm looking at Deshaun Watson right now. The guy hasn't played in a year and a half. We may be looking at 2 seasons where this dude doesn't play. Do we know that he still has it when he comes back? I mean, the Browns gave him a lot of money, and that's all fine and good, but that doesn't guarantee that he's going to be any good at all. And I wonder about that too with Ridley now. We had all the other ancillary stuff, and then he gets suspended, and he comes back next year. Is his heart even in it at that point? But his ceiling's enough that in a deeper league, I'm going to stash him. I'm going to hold on to him. I'm not letting him go. Unless somebody offers me something very enticing, which doesn't seem to be happening right now for Calvin Ridley.
Yeah, I heard Dynasty Outhouse on, I believe, the Trade Addicts pod or one of his others, but he brought up just a good point of, if you're high, if you're happy on, or if you're looking forward to Michael Thomas's return, should be similar or equally as happy about Ridley's return. I'm not trying to get into any of the suspension details or anything.
Right.
Thought that was a good point.
All right, guys, we've got our next homeboy, my buddy, my homie here, Rum Boys Robbie, joining the Podathon. How's it going, buddy?
It is going, bro. I'm coming to you guys from my cell phone, so I hope that I'm coming in pretty decently because my laptop took a shit on me over the weekend. It officially ended. So yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. But hopefully you guys can hear me okay. I can hear you guys fine. So we're gonna power through, and we're gonna have a bomb segment.
Yep, you're good on our end. So Robbie, I got a question for you: Jalen Reagor or Laviska Shenault?
Yeah, I kind of caught some bits and pieces of you guys discussing that just a little bit ago. Gosh, look, will Reagor give you a positive ROI with AJ Brown in the fold? Because does AJ Brown give Reagor the ability to get open more? Jacksonville doesn't seem like. I don't know if that offense gets clicking. I don't know if if we're getting a positive return on investment on a guy like Laviska Shenault anytime soon. So I guess I would probably lean Rager because of pieces around him. Yeah, that one's tough.
So yeah, we all kind of landed on Laviska, but the argument could be made for Rager too. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen in Philly. We don't know what AJ Brown means for this team and how it's going to change the dynamic. If Jalen Hurts can actually like start throwing the ball accurately and making less mistakes, who knows? We'll figure it out. Corey, no problem for dropping out. I thought you were just bored and done with us.
And then he dropped out again. There we go.
Yeah, we've had a few technical issues, so it happens. Robbie, my dude, how's it going, man?
It has been going. It is a pleasure to be on air with you, buddy. I've been down in Denver like a lot recently, and it's a shame that I haven't like pulled up and stopped by. I think I called you once, and I was like, "Hey, I'm drunk." And I think I was like, "Hey, can I crash on your couch?" And like I was like too far away. I was like off of Broadway Street or some shit.
Oh yeah. Dude, I get it, man. Like you got your new gig, you're busy. I understand it. How is that? How's your new gig going, man?
It is dope. So I work part-time in the world of finance as a stockbroker. I won't firm will remain undisclosed just because I live a debauchery-filled life outside of work. But it's a great job. My office is around the corner from you, bro. So like we definitely gotta catch up.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna be out of town this weekend, but maybe the next weekend we can figure something out.
Of course, you're gonna be out of town.
You gonna be out of town this weekend too?
No, I actually I'm not. Like life kind of took over. Like studying for like the exams, bro. That shit has taken over my life.
That stuff's tough, man. That stuff's tough.
But September 23rd, I'm completely back to normal and back to regular life, like regular day to day. But like just for like this little bit of time, I've been focusing on the grind. Getting to that money.
You gotta do it, man. With a new job, like you got to be laser focused. Like, dude, I completely get it, man.
Dude, we need money to gamble. Which, by the way, since we are on an NFL podcast, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to give you a hot take. I've been dropping it all summer long. This is the take. This take is hotter than Lil Wayne No Ceilings mixtapes. Ladies and gentlemen, the Detroit Lions against the spread. As long as you see that number within 7, you are playing the Detroit Lions this year on whatever bookie it is. 1-800-GAMBLER if you have a problem. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, you are going to be rolling in dough. What's up, Brad? I see y'all in the chat. Dilly. Cheers to me. Cheers to you. To the whole Podathon, the Polly's playoff crew. What it do, Dilly.
Let me see if I
What's up?
See if I have a beer hiding down here. Oh,
yeah, you had the damn itinerary. You knew I was coming on.
I know. I know.
Question that I want to bring up.
Just real quick.
What's up?
There he is.
We got Coach Steve. What's up,
What's up, Sexy?
What's going on?
Dilly.
Thanks for joining us, man. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. I'm just ready to talk some football today. Yeah, I just did a bunch of talking a little bit ago. I know Robbie wants to talk real bad, so go ahead, Robbie.
Yeah, let's go.
I got a debate, and I don't mean to make this very like ESPN-ish, okay, if you will. But I have a feeling we're going to get fired up. And I want you guys in the comment section that are taking a view to share the content, share the donation link, and engage in this debate right here, right now. So a post has been going around where it is comparing both Davante Adams and Tampa Bay Buccaneers wide receiver Mike Evans. So obviously Mike Evans has never had a season under 1,000 yards. Davante has had what? Like 5 of them, but he's had multiple double-digit touchdown seasons. Mm-hmm. What are you guys' thoughts on this debate between both the 2014 receivers? I mean, Davante was brought in while Nelson was still in that regime.
Well, so as far as if we're going to talk Davante Adams here, his first 2 seasons, he was a PPR wide receiver 74 and 66. But we know why that was. 1, he was behind Jordy Nelson. 2, Aaron Rodgers doesn't trust rookies. Never has. Probably never will.
Never will.
I mean, the fact that he's been so hot on Romeo Dubes has been really interesting. And not Christian Watson. I don't know what to make of that. But like, you can't not talk about that with Davante Adams.
No, you can't not bring that up. You can't not talk about there are a couple of 1,000 yards across the span of their career in just as a couple of yards apart. And you're talking about realistically, I mean, splitting hairs. Davante had what, 2 injury-filled seasons, 2 or 3?
Yeah.
Yep.
Whereas Evans was pretty much, for the most part, been very healthy for you throughout his whole career. From a fantasy football standpoint, I would be willing to have either of these guys on my team. I could see myself getting rings with either of them. I have a lot of Davante Adams this year.
So Mike Evans has only missed 7 games in his entire career.
That's impressive, honestly.
It's very impressive. He hasn't finished outside the top, basically the wide receiver 2 tier at any point during his career. His worst finish was his 2nd season, where he was a PPR wide receiver 22. I mean, and the dude's never exceeded. Well, he's exceeded 100 catches every season of his career.
And look at the quarterbacks that he has always had. Besides Brady, let's remove Brady from the debate, because we got to analyze it from 2014 all the way through. Obviously, when you have Brady as your quarterback,
yeah,
you're going to just be a phenomenal player within itself. We had guys back in the day drafting Troy Brown and Deion Branch. So I mean, come on,
yeah.
Like when you talk about Evans, he's been doing this with shit quarterback play.
For the most part, yes.
Just gunslingers.
Yeah.
James Winston, Ryan Fitzpatrick. I mean,
yeah, right. Gunslingers. I mean, outside of Brady, I feel like Fitzpatrick's the best quarterback he's had. I mean, and that's not a knock necessarily on Winston, but Winston made a lot more mistakes than Fitzpatrick makes.
Remember the classic. I want to say back in like 2018. It was the big wide receiver debate of who is quarterback proof. Who can you draft later that is quarterback proof? And that's when we started getting like hearing a lot of the mumblings about Brandon Cooks and like Brandon Cooks being quarterback proof. D-Hop, one of those high value guys that is just quarterback proof. It doesn't matter who is throwing him the ball. He's gonna give you Andre Johnson level type of production. So I found this argument being brought up through social media and through memes very fascinating today between Adams and Evans, when it's like Adams was never drafted to be a 1. Evans always was a 1. Evans was force-fed very early in his career to where you have to maintain that type of production at that point.
Well, he had 123 targets his rookie season.
And 12 touchdowns.
It's the second lowest target total, third lowest target total of his career. The only seasons that were lower were 2018 and 2020. But 2019, he had 118 targets, but he only played in 13 games.
Yeah. Your theory, you being a Broncos fan, your theory, so fantasy aside for you, Nate. And then obviously we're gonna get your take, Coach. Look, bro, I know that y'all got to face him twice a year, but do you think that the change between Rodgers and Carr really gives him this massive cliff dive? That it's mainly Bronco fans / fantasy football players that are saying this.
I've never thought that. What it does is really it bumps up Derek Carr because he's never had a receiver this good to throw the ball to. So, provided that he can stay healthy, which I'm sure he can, like we said, I mean, he doesn't miss a lot of time. I think Adams, he's still a wide receiver 1. And it's not even debatable.
I got him at the 210 in the Polly's playoff today, and I'm very, very satisfied. I'm very, very satisfied. Second round, I went Derrick Henry, then I went Adams. We're going to see if Carr can possibly fall to me, and if Carr can fall to me, well, then I'm very happy with those 3 starting off for 3 rounds.
All right, Coach Steve.
If I have Carr as my QB1, boom.
What do you think about this? Like Evans, Adams, where are you sitting with all of this?
Man, I mean, I feel like they have 2 storylines, honestly. I feel like you look at Mike Evans, he's just been a consistent factor over, his time in the NFL, while Adams kind of had to wait his turn and explode. And I feel like his ceiling has always been kind of higher than Mike Evans. Mike Evans has been a great floor guy, someone who just gets you 1,000 yards every season. He's a good wide receiver. You know what he is. But could he have that upside? Yeah, maybe he could. Just never maybe had the right quarterback in his younger days, whatever it may be. But Adams, we've seen that elite talent. And I think there's going to be a slight drop-off. I mean, we saw in, was it 2016 when Brett Huntley was his quarterback? He had 3 games over 120 yards. Brett Huntley, I mean, he's not in the NFL at this point. I think he last played.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's a backup maybe last year or tried to be a backup last year. Derek Carr is a solid quarterback. Derek Carr really hasn't had that go-to wide receiver. They've been putting Braylon Edwards and Henry Ruggs to try to make him give that wide receiver instead of just giving him an elite wide receiver like he had in his younger days with Amari Cooper, which he had almost had an MVP-like season. And then over the last 3 or 4 seasons, he's had these mediocre guys that try to make them an elite wide receiver. Now they just given him an elite wide receiver. I think the upside might be capped a little bit with Devontae Adams now that he doesn't have Rodgers, but he might be more of that Mike Evans where he has that solid just floor every single week, which you're going to love. But you might not get the 27-point games. You might get the 18-point games that Mike Evans gives us week in and week out. And I think that's the difference I think we might see this coming season.
Right. What I find fascinating about Evans is people find this way to like last year it was well, Godwin and then Gronk and all the weapons. It's he still gave you 1,000 yards. So it's weird to not see people kind of just look at Evans. Obviously, if you have the Bucks fan in your draft room, we know what that person's going to do. But to not see casuals just be oh, Mike Evans, I know what I'm going to get out of him and just go and reach for him right away. It's a little weird. When I looked at his stat sheet today, I was why don't people just go for this dude right away?
People like to get cute in drafts. It's a thing I find interesting, but you're right. Why aren't you just
recency bias?
Yep. So here's a question, strictly football. Does the Devontae Adams trade happen if Gruden is still around?
No.
Probably not. I feel like Gruden wanted to build his own team himself and go out there and acquire players.
You can't be an asswipe of a person and get good players to want to be there and play. It's just not. I don't think that it would have worked out. But the Raiders trying to be we want to turn things around. Also the flashy city of Vegas. Him and Carr haven't played together. I think that those were the contributing factors. Gruden being out was a contributing factor of being okay, now I can go here and win. They were good last year.
They were better once Gruden was gone, though.
Look, living in the wonderful, colorful, beautiful state of Colorado, Nate, you know this. Being able to take advantage of legal gambling. The Raiders and the Bengals last year were money makers. Mm-hmm. I am taking the Raiders 9 times out of 10 this year, all over again. I am willing to run the same money pit all over again. And you usually should not do that in terms of game theory.
Right.
And I'm willing to do it.
So gambling. Let's talk some bets. You're loving the gambling. You're getting into some prop stuff. I'm not so much a gambler because I like money. I don't like.
But it is a part of our industry at the end.
But
of the day.
It is a huge part of our industry. I started off my 2 hours. We talked some DFS. Let's talk some lines for week 1. What are some lines you're looking to play, Robbie?
I do not have it pulled up in front of me. Just start running off some ones really quick that you got in front of you.
I don't have anything in front of me. What, you think I'm prepared? You're the betting guys. So let's see here. I'll pull up.
Yeah, I can't open up another tab on my phone or else it's going to freeze my screen.
Got you. I'm going to try to find something here. Let's see.
Like I said, Lions ATS. If you see that number 7, that's going to be a magical one. What do we got? What game do we got opening night?
Opening night is going to be
Bills Rams.
Bills Rams. Take the over.
51.5 on DraftKings.
Take the over. Take the over right away.
What about Broncos Seahawks?
It's
over under 42.5 on FanDuel.
I want to say under just because Russ getting that chemistry going with everyone. It's week 1. There's going to be some rust. How's that running game going to look? I think that Denver wins. I think that Denver's the money line pick there. I don't think that we're ever taking Seattle this season. I think we're going to treat Seattle like the Jets, the NFC version of the Jets. So I would take Denver money line, but I think the under would probably be safe there. It's tough. Yeah,
tough to gauge that early on if their chemistry is going to be clicking right off the bat. Especially Seattle's offense. I don't know.
Now Denver preseason football, just those couple of snaps that we see with Wilson and the guys in weeks 3 and 4, or more so week 4, that could be a determining factor in whether or not you now take the over. And if it seems like things are going right, and going fine, but for all we know, Jerry Jeudy could go out there and pull something. So, yeah.
Dude, it's a rough time to be a Broncos fan watching receivers going down. She's like, well, we got a good quarterback now. Who's he gonna throw it to? Oh,
why couldn't we, Devontae?
Come on. So okay, let's talk some Super Bowl bets. Super Bowl winners. So the odds right now, the highest odds as it loads on my phone. Super Bowl.
So really quick, I was the only one to pick Cincinnati to be the team from the AFC last year.
Interesting. I love it.
Yeah.
Buffalo has the highest odds at plus 650. Seattle Seahawks have the lowest odds at plus 15,000. In between, we've got the Patriots at plus 4,000. That could be kind of a decent long shot bet. Don't hate it. The Broncos are at plus 1,700. The Browns are oddly at plus 2,400, which I think is maybe
fascinating.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Houston Texans at plus 30,000 are the highest or the lowest odds to win the Super Bowl.
If they had more offensive playmakers, I'd be like, oh, that's not terrible.
I for the AFC this year, I'm about to piss you off. Vegas, give me the Raiders. I have a feeling that that Raiders team, there's going to be, because they were clicking, they were moving and grooving last year, and then front office turmoil. I think the front office turmoil ruined all the momentum, and then Henry Ruggs being an idiot. I'm gonna go. Give me the Raiders out the AFC. For the NFC, I gotta run the Rams again.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
The Rams are plus 1,100.
Yeah.
That Vegas bet, if they win the Super Bowl, if you put it in right now, $50 would win you $2,000.
That makes sense. Yeah, I would take that. I would take that. Wow, I have not given away too early Super Bowl bet. I was thinking about making it a tweet today too. I might now make that a tweet after we just got into that.
So I think the one that I like the most, I'm sitting here and I'm looking. I love, for some reason, it's just yelling at me. The Eagles at plus 3,000.
That is such a good bet. My thing is Jalen Hurts. It's not AJ.
Me too.
I think that AJ Brown helps Jalen.
Right.
I'm concerned that
Jalen can help himself.
What I'm concerned about is that Jalen Hurts. God, I just feel like this, all I've talked about today is the Eagles. My concern with Hurts is that they're going to ask him to be a more accurate and more frequent passing quarterback. I don't know that he can get there. And if they're asking him to throw the ball 30 to 35 times a game and his completion percentage is sitting at around 55%,
and this has been, and I've used that exact same argument with a player like no offense, Tua. So I understand where you're coming from with that, because there's enough film that shows where it's like, I don't know if he can get it there and get it there accurately. He can get it there because he's an NFL quarterback.
Right.
And get it there consistently and accurately consistently. Those are the two different, that's the line of discretion. So yeah, I'm with you there. I feel like if you're drafting AJ Brown in fantasy, you're gonna see more probably positive ROI than what you may assume. It may not be that you may get it in the form of what Deebo Samuel gave you, right? Like how the 49ers were like, yo, Jimmy G is not slinging it downfield like that. So we're going to use you in jet sweeps and things of that scenario. And maybe that's how you get it, you know?
So, Steve, would you put $50 on the Dolphins at plus 4,000?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely, I would. Hell yeah. Why not?
Anything's possible, and this Dolphins team feels like they could be sneaky good this year if Tua and Tyreek can really like mesh. I don't love the running back room, but
it comes down to Tua at the end of the day. If I'm hopeful, obviously, as a Dolphins fan, but if Tua can make this, you know, I compared him a lot of times, his accuracy to like a Drew Brees type of individual. He doesn't have the biggest arm, but yes, I've done that, Robbie. Robbie had to leave. Yes, Robbie, I've said that. Yes, I said it out loud. Yes. You look at
He's more like Eli Manning, but okay.
If you look at their stats over the first 2 years, Tua has done better than Drew Brees' first 2 years with LA. San Diego back in the day.
He was freaking the Chargers back in the. Come on, bro. He got Dan Fouts' leftovers. Like the fuck.
Oh my God, how old do you think he is? He got Stan Humphries leftovers.
Leftovers. I know.
But
it
not
was a
Dan
joke.
Fouts.
Oh God.
It was a joke. It was fucked up. I should not
The
have
thing
gone
is,
there.
like, I get what you're saying, because people forget some of these quarterbacks that we hold in such high regard towards the end of their careers weren't that good the first couple of years. Peyton Manning's rookie season,
Manning was not great.
He threw more interceptions than touchdowns. Dan Marino wasn't good his first season. John Elway wasn't good his first season. It took Steve Young. Steve Young was 30-something before he finally got a crack at starting in San Francisco.
The Chargers chose to go with Phillip Rivers and let Drew Brees go. I mean,
and then Steve Young had a whole Disney show made after him. Y'all remember the jersey?
No.
I've seen it.
Yeah, okay, you got it. You got it. Yo, we're gonna have to put that one as a tweet. Yo, who remembers this show?
I love it. I like that. But real quick to the Dolphins is like their defense was really good last year. Their defense just anything they just improved. They have a great secondary. If they can hold offenses to a certain amount of points and let Tua just do enough with high speed wide receivers on the edge. They have Mike Gesicki. He's a solid athletic tight end. He's not a great all around tight end, but he's solid athletic tight end. And at the run game, they can just do enough to keep the ball moving on the ground. There's an opportunity. Now, I'm obviously maybe being a little more optimistic because I'm a Dolphins fan, but there's some writing on the wall. It probably won't happen, unfortunately. I wanted to, but there's some writing on the wall that could end up being Miami, being like the Bengals last year.
Yep.
It's what I think that you're closer to having Danny Dimes on your motherfucking hands than the next Dan Marino. Like,
well, okay.
Nothing being Dan Marino. Dan Marino's a completely different type of quarterback.
I'm just saying.
I mean,
he's an accurate quarterback. His arm strength isn't obviously in top tier notch, but I think it's underrated slightly. It's not top tier. I'll never call it that.
Well, like, okay, so let's look at the division just real quick. You've got obviously Buffalo, the class of the AFC pretty much. Nobody's taking the division from them unless Josh Allen goes down for the season.
Right.
Simply not happening here. So. The Jets are awful. They will be in last place in that division.
Swept them over the last 2 years. We swept them.
So now really, who's going to be the second best team? Is it going to be New England? Is it going to be Miami? Well, New England can't beat Miami. We know that. Belichick's always had a problem beating the Dolphins. So who's a better quarterback?
Over the last three
wait.
Without Brady.
Wait. Hold on. I'm not that big on Mac Jones neither. So before New England fans that are in the chat start getting, like Robbie's on our side right now. No, y'all better slow your roll there, King Wasabi. I will gladly take Miami, smacking that ass. Record overall in the division and against you guys both times this season. You Miami twice against New England. You Miami to have a better season than New England. New England struggles this year. They should have not even been as good as they were last year.
But they were because Mac Jones is an accurate quarterback who takes his time in the pocket.
Wait. Or because Bill Belichick is just freaking what's his name from Star Wars? Oh wow, I can't believe his name just evaded me right now.
Vader?
No, not Vader. The one who controls Vader. Fucking Palpatine. With the electric fingers. Yeah. He is Emperor Palpatine.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, and yes, Brad, I do remember we were lucky enough to have Robert Mays from The Athletic on our podcast for NFL Labs. And I'll tell you what, man, he and I are like this on Mac Jones, where it's like, I could see Mac Jones being a dude who wins 3 Super Bowls in New England. I can see him turning into a quarterback where he's a top 5 fantasy quarterback every season.
Wait.
I know.
Wait.
Off me with the fantasy part.
All right. So let's go narrative. Let's cruise down narrative street. Let's cruise down narrative street then, since Nate brings it up. Does Mac Jones continue title town? This team has had, I mean, the Celtics came up short because, well, you went against Steph Curry. The Bruins have always like been pretty good. You know, the Red Sox haven't been, you know, a damn thing since 2004, but I mean, they're still good middle of the pack. Does New England put Boston back on the title town?
We've won 3 World Series since 2004, my friend.
This is correct. You are. I'm sorry.
I know. The guy with the Red Sox banner and the Red Sox tattoo knows.
I know you are right. I did that to add a little insult.
Anyways,
so is Mac Jones able to bring Boston back to title town? Tatum ain't doing it there. No one else in any other sports doing it there.
I don't think it's out of the question.
So is he? So he's new Mr. Boston.
He might. I mean, he looks the part, man.
That would be incredible. That would.
Yeah, he reminds me of a young Tom Brady, and I'm not saying that he is Tom Brady or is ever going to be Tom Brady. That level of work ethic exists like 1 in a million type. But I'm saying that I think he could be a better than average quarterback.
Yeah,
and better than average quarterbacks like Eli Manning won 2 Super Bowls. I would say I think Mac Jones is probably a better quarterback than
in
Eli
2
Manning.
different divisions, in 2 different conferences. I'm sorry, 2 different conferences. No one's ever done that aside from him and Brady. No, Brady's yeah. Him and Brady are the only 2 quarterbacks in the history of the NFL
to go to another team. Yeah,
to win 2 Super Bowls in different conferences.
Well, same conferences.
No,
then Tom Brady's the only one to do it because Peyton
went from he was AFC to AFC. Never mind. Yeah, Brady's the only one to do it. Exactly. Yeah, never mind. He was Manning did it with 2 different teams, is what it was.
Yeah,
he did. Yeah, he did with 2 different teams because like everyone thought that Montana was going to do it with the Chiefs, and then
almost he got. I remember that he got really close. So who's your favorite Manning? Is it Eli? Is it Peyton? Is it Archie? Is it Archie Jr. or whatever his name is, the high school quarterback who's blown it up?
It'll be Archie Jr. if he becomes a Commander.
No. Well, of course. I don't
expected not to win any games over the next 3 years, Robbie.
Well,
here's the problem.
He's not even. Is this his senior season?
Yeah.
Is he only going to be a junior?
I think he's going to be a junior. He's a junior. I think he's a junior. And like here's the thing. Wait, answer Steve's question first, okay? First, I love you. Second, that was mean. Third, the problem is that Wentz is mediocre enough to where like he could get a second in the East. And if you were to ask me what I want a Manning on our team, first off, imagine the jersey sales. If you were to ask me to have a Manning on our team or mediocre ass Wentz, oh man, give me the Manning. I'll take the King.
Of course. I'm just saying, like, if this kid does at least good work in college for Texas and does maybe gets him to the playoff game, whatever at that time frame, he's gonna be in a top 5 pick, no doubt at that point. And you're gonna have to be in the top 5 to get this man. So trading up doesn't always help. You've done that before. We've done it before. It doesn't always help to trade up to get a quarterback. So
RG3.
What do you mean? Mitchell Trubisky worked out so well for the Bears, guys. They traded up 2 spots to get him, and it made no sense because literally no one in front of them wanted Mitchell Trubisky. But the Bears are going to bear, and just like the Bears are going to bear, our next guest, Jake Trowbridge, is going to bring the funny. He's going to make everybody laugh. He's going to give us just the best time. And unfortunately, when Shane comes back, he's booting me. So I wanted to get Shane here for a minute. I love the Patty's Pub shirt.
Thank you. I feel like it's weirdly on brand for me, even though I'm not associated with It's Always Sunny in any way. But I like to think that I am. I like to think that I have the same essence as those guys do. I don't like, by the way, that you teed me up to say that I'm guaranteed to bring the laughs, because now there's so much pressure on that. And I don't know that I can handle it.
Okay, well, if this will make you feel any better, we'll bring in one more. Mr. Kevin Thompson, how are you, dude?
This got loaded real quick.
I know I'm funnier than Kevin, so the pressure's off now. Now I don't
know what?
have
I'm gonna give that to Jake at least. I will cede that.
Yeah. Look,
there is some humility here, believe it or not.
Jake is a competition here. I'm gonna have to pull out some material and see what I've written, what jokes I've written for the season coming up. Maybe I start giving out some sneak peeks.
That pull-out game strong.
Oh, good.
I'm creeping on you, Jake.
You really are.
Oh my goodness.
Well, guys, if you're not familiar, Jake Trowbridge does some of the funniest videos you're ever going to see on social media. You've branched into TikTok now, right? For fantasy life a little bit.
Yes, somewhat reluctantly, I will say. I was not keen on jumping into the TikTok verse because it's just not my world. It's not what I know. But I'm slowly getting comfortable with it, and I think I'm growing.
Well, see, and that's the important part, growth. That's what we're here for. We're here for growth. Kevin, my friend, I get to hang out with both you gentlemen here in like 4 days at the expo. Right. We're going to beers, video games. No, what was the place board games?
Yes.
The board game place.
Oh my gosh.
Dude, that board game place was awesome. Legit awesome. Yes, it was so much fun. And why do they call you reasonable, Kevin?
Actually, you can actually thank Jake for that. That was just a random Twitter exchange, and Jake threw that out there. And you know what, Jake, I owe you a T-shirt, buddy. I had a couple made. I owe you one, so
I'll take it, or a koozie or something. There's not a day that goes by that I don't regret putting that out there. By the way, I just think it went to your head. Now you're Mr. Reasonable all of a sudden. I don't know.
In some circles.
Hey, he's always been there to be like, hey, Robbie, you need to calm your ass down, all right? So, hey, I appreciate Mr. Reasonable.
So, if you're not familiar with Kevin's work, you can find him with Matthew Berry's Fantasy Life. Seems like all the cool people work there now. I feel like such a loser. Fantasy Alarm as well, and LR Fantasy, which is Lightning Round Fantasy. You can find Kevin's work. Did I miss anything, Kevin?
No, you're good. You hit them all.
Okay. Awesome. I try and do my best. And look who's back.
There he is.
It's the one. It's the only. It's the Mr. Shane Barrett, sir. Did you have a good dinner and time with your family?
I did.
Awesome.
I was unfortunately mostly responding to tweets and other stuff, but got some snuggles in with the kids. So that was.
Aww. Nothing better than that, bro. That life, best life.
On that note, my kid got home about an hour ago. I still have yet to see him. So I am going to say thank you, guys. I had a great last 2 hours. Robbie, Steve, Kevin, Jake. Some of you I'll see next week. Shane.
I'll hit you up next time I'm in the office down in Denver. And
yes,
I'll pull them.
Please do. All right, guys. Everyone, have a good night.
See ya.
Take care.
Later, Nate.
Thank you, Nate. All right, what's up, guys?
What's up? You fixed all my abandonment issues now that you're back.
Okay, good.
It was like Dad went back. It was like Dad went to go get a pack of cigarettes again, and then never came back.
Well, I'm glad I could help with that. So, I am actually going to comment. Well, it's my show, but I'm going to commandeer it real fast because I am on the clock in Pauly's playoff.
Hey,
nice.
I pick on air.
Let's get this refreshed. So there we go.
So you're going to go Daniel Jones right here, right?
Absolutely not. You would have to donate. Hold on. Let me refresh our team page, and I got to get logged back in.
Yo, you lied.
$1 amount here.
You would have to donate at least $490 for me to have Daniel Jones right now.
Can it be a two-party bad check?
Hey. Speaking of donations buying players, to the person that gave me Saquads and Zeke last year, knowing how I feel about having multiple NFC East players on my team, being a Washington fan, that was an evil person. I was like, I felt like this person, like, it was like, it no longer became about the cause. You were like, let's inflict pain. Like, no, please make sure you guys keep donating. Click the link that is in the chat. Show a lot of love. It's a beautiful cause, please.
Oh yeah.
Thanks,
yeah, if you're going to be evil, at least be evil for a cause. You know,
right?
Like, do it with some good intentions behind it.
So part of the reason I do say that like 490 is my price is last year I set the price too low at $50 for this specific pick, my second overall pick, and my former co-host Fox and one of our other friends, Nick Sarnelli, they pulled together $50, and then I had to pick Tim Tebow with my second overall.
Oh wow! Oh, I remember that.
Yeah,
so do I. Yeah, that's funny.
And
the real question is, would you rather have Tim Tebow or Daniel Jones this year? You know, it's a coin flip. I don't know.
That's a really good question. I think I'm going Tebow just because he's a leader of men.
Your regular Sophie's choice.
Oh my gosh. Yo, I would say one of us here impose anarchy, but the real Joker's already here, Jake.
Well, I do love the chaos.
Yo, that TikTok was gold. I was like, oh snap. I was like,
oh my gosh,
this is art. I was like, this is art for real. You like got into like characters so crazy, like so like in depth. I was like, all right, Joaquin, slow down.
I rated all of my wife's utensils, and I don't think she appreciated it. I used all of her makeup.
Okay, so Jake, because you are on the podcast, I'm going to make this pick in honor of you, and because I need a quarterback, Aaron Rodgers.
Wow! I love that voice, by the way.
Wow. I know.
Wow!
I had to mute the tab because when I was logged into the Nightcap sleeper account, I kept getting those notifications for whatever draft I was sitting on. I think it was actually this one. And I just kept getting them. It was like, wow. It was back to back. So, Jorge, I don't think the sleeper bot likes your picks.
Yo, hey, shout out to my league in the Polly's playoff. I'm the one that I'm in. You guys let me get Derrick Henry at the 10. Way to keep me on brand. Thank you. That was so generous.
I knew it.
It's a beautiful thing.
I love it. Yeah. So speaking of on brand, Mr. Reasonable Kevin Tompkins, I think when we came in, or when I came in, you guys were introducing yourself, talking about on brand. You are Mr. Zero RB in my eyes. So let's talk some Zero RB. Kevin, I think you either tweeted or retweeted that the point of Zero RB is to avoid drafting people in the running back dead zone.
Yeah,
and so, would love for you to expound on that and talk about maybe some of your targets not if you, but when you go Zero RB, and then we'll throw it to the other guys for some other Zero RB targets.
Yeah. So like, I'm not drafting running backs in the dead zone usually. Like there's going to be some exceptions. Like the exceptions that I'll make usually in the dead zone are guys that we haven't seen anything from and have the ability to climb out, like a J.K. Dobbins. We got some good report on him today that he's off the PUP list. So his ADP, that should come up. He's still going to be in the dead zone, but that's a guy I want to take a shot on. Same with like Travis Etienne, same with Breece Hall, guys that can climb out of that. Now your Antonio Gibsons, your Josh Jacobs, your David Montgomerys, like
those are guys I'm avoiding.
Yeah, at cost, I want no part of them. There are still scenarios where, if they fall far enough, and it's just like you draft anybody anywhere. Like if everybody has a price, if they fall far enough, you're not expected to just bypass them just for the sake of, I don't ever want Josh. I have Jacobs in some spots. I have Gibson. I have Montgomery. You just draft these guys where it makes sense. Now, the pockets of the draft where I'm like, trying to load up on running backs is like I'm looking at the tier right now, like where you get like Ken Walker and Cordell Patterson, Melvin Gordon. And then you get that big tier of like rookies, the Spillers, the Rashad Whites, the Khalil Herbert, Tyler Algier. Like those are kind of like your quote unquote mystery box options where, some of those guys, if they hit ceiling projections, those are like the second, third round guys next year. And I want to be able to get access to them much cheaper. And then instead of banking on guys, multiple guys like a Leonard Fournette or, Joe Mixon, guys like that, where I don't know if they have the ability to climb any higher from like a early third, high second round. I want those guys that are, at a better cost, at being price sensitive, and then being able to kind of just hammer everybody else with your wide receivers, with your elite quarterback, with your elite tight end. There's just so many ways to kind of mix and match it. And that's the beautiful thing about it. It shouldn't be something that you really go into your draft with. It's just something that you have kind of in your toolbox, where if you need to use it, you have that available to you, where, if you do a couple drafts where maybe you kind of wait on running backs, and then you get into maybe, your buddy's league and they're drafting every running back under the sun. Well, I can at least pivot and know I can get to maybe top 5 wide receivers, and then, kind of go from there, see where the values go. But yeah,
that's a beautiful angle to take on that.
Yeah.
So Robbie, I was about to throw it to you for 2 words. You know what words they are, because
RB heavy.
Nope.
What?
Not a draft strategy. Well, it kind of is.
What's up?
Be water.
Oh, absolutely, always be water. Oh, y'all already know I'm out here preaching be water, baby. That hasn't changed since 2018. Like for real. Everything that Kevin stated is true. And if any of the Rumboys Nation are checking this out right now, first off, shout out to y'all, dilly. Make sure you guys like, comment, subscribe to the homie Shane's channel right here. But everything that Kevin said is true. You got to be water. I love that you explained it as a toolbox rather than a dead set strategy. Because I think that's more important. That's a way of thinking that more people should come around to in this game.
Can someone explain to me where Joey?
God! Why am I friends with him?
I ask myself that quite often.
For comments like that, I'm pretty sure that's why you're friends with Joe.
Hey, Jake, the content we never knew we needed, Joey has.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
Boy, he's moody.
Oh boy.
I love Joey so much.
Good luck putting that thing through college.
Well, yeah. I feel like the Pandora's box of content that we didn't know we needed would be Joey and Jake. Like if the two of you teamed up together, it would I would be crying laughing.
No. Hey, listen, the rest of us in TikTok land need motherfucking views. Okay. There are starving artists out here.
I'm going to find Joey at the expo, and we are going to spend all day making TikToks. It's going to be wonderful.
And I will watch every single.
I will make a TikTok of you two making a TikTok.
That's the behind the scenes. That's the heart of darkness. That's the story behind the story that you need.
Is that
for you subscribers out there?
Oh gosh.
Oh God.
This is usually when the porn bots come in, just so you're aware.
I think I fixed that. I blocked them on YouTube. I had been blocking them just in StreamYard. I blocked her on YouTube, so now.
Hey, those are views, bro. You listen. Get your views. Get your paper. How you gotta get your paper.
Look, hey, there's no shaming here. There's no shame in anything.
Yo, look. How do we say on the Rumboys Fans Network? We don't kink shame.
No kink shaming.
There you go.
That's why I draft Derrick Henry first round every single year. It's a kink.
So I want to talk to you about that, Robbie, and then Jake, I'm going to throw it to you. Would you say you typically draft a hero RB, or do you go heavy RB? And I know B Water, obviously, but with Henry being your first pick, typically, what's your plan?
Listen. He's more than a hero. Do not degrade this man to an Enrique Iglesias song. Okay. Listen, this is a man amongst children, amongst just defenders are nothing more than you are a toy. That is what they are to Derrick Henry. Okay. Yeah. He is a king. He is that with Damian Thomason, that classic Emmitt Smith, that dog of just, I'm gonna put my shoulder through motherfucker's face over and over and over It's not necessarily a hero RB strategy or whatever the case may be. It's more so me just fangirling. I'm going to be completely honest. That is the Derrick Henry thing. Now, in drafts where you do see me take other running backs, we all know that infamously I am very much heavy RB. I'm very much heavy RB. That strategy has not died just because two quarterback leagues are more popular in Superflex, and so shout out to my homies at PFF and the All 22 product that I endorse. With all these different new formats going on, I'm still always gonna try and have as many running backs as I can at a position where it gets scarce real fast. I want to make sure that I have the top end guys, and I have guys with enough depth to where if someone gets injured, I can just easily plug and play. I'm not relying on waiver wire. It's just a lot of risk assessment. That's a position I try and minimize that as much as possible.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Jake.
Love it. So Jake, I want to throw it to you. Specifically, I want to hear from the Joker, and see what the Joker thinks about. Well, actually, no. We'll tie it back. Sorry, we're going on hour 11, and
I'm proud of you for getting this far. By the way,
only had a 2-hour break, and had to deal with children during that time. So if you have kids, that's not restful. So Jake, what is your strategy going into Poly's playoff with the tiered PPR and the Superflex settings?
Personally, what I like to do, and this is just me talking here, I like to lead off with my favorite player, regardless of ADP, because then it incentivizes me the rest of the way. If I get my favorite guy to start, then I have to try to make sure that everybody else, round by round, lives up to those high expectations. And it's not always easy, but it's a lot of fun. That was not at all my strategy, by the way. I don't endorse that. Please don't take that shit seriously. But I truly do like to lead where my first 2 rounds, I'm going to lock up what I consider like the safety blankets. And I know that's not a popular opinion necessarily. Like, I don't care as much about perceived upside in the first 2 rounds. To me, if you're drafting him in the first round, they're being drafted there because of their upside. So I need the safety of, like, if you're a running back, and we're talking about this tiered system especially, like, I need you, if I'm going to take you in the first 2 rounds as a running back, I need you to be guaranteed like 60 to 70 targets. And if you aren't, so I'm sorry to Derrick Henry, that's not going to be my jam. It's just not, because I need that safety. Yeah, and with his injury now, like, I don't believe him to have the same safety that he did last year. So those first 2 picks, it's going to be my definition of safety. And then from there on, I'm going to get a little bit weird with it. And this format, like, it's a lot harder to project with tiered things for me, because, like, I don't know if you're going to get a 40-yard reception or a 50-yard reception. Yeah. So much of that is fluky. Like, unless you're Jamar Chase, even, like, I don't care what anybody says, that shit was a little fluky last year. And if you're going into this banking on Jamar Chase to get another 50-yard touchdown in the first couple of weeks because, he caught some defenders off guard, like, that's not for me.
This guy's
so I would rather
on him like that. Like, yeah.
Yeah. So I'd rather take T. Higgins over a Jamar Chase.
Here's my counterpoint to Jamar Chase. I like, at cost, yes, T. Higgins all day. But in this format and with Jamar Chase, like, we've seen him even in college be an exceptional route runner for deep routes. And
but that's the beautiful thing about roster construction.
You can do it.
And that's what makes all of us on this panel so damn amazing and so damn original, is that you can construct your roster any way in any scoring format. And you got to be water, though. I mean, you brought it up.
Yeah. Well,
I might have drafted my first running back just now, by the way, in the 8th round.
Wow.
You do you, boo boo. You do you.
Who was it?
Tony Pollard.
Oh, okay. That's not
interesting. Okay, I like it.
He's really a wide receiver, so it doesn't count.
It's like 5. Yeah, I have 5.5 wide receivers right now. So with Pollard,
you're still good.
I can't play all of them.
I don't know. Now I got to go back and look, and I'm back on the clock. So, but I'll wait till the next segment to make another pick. I don't know. 3 wide receivers, 3 flexes, and a super flex position. If you really wanted to get ballsy and go full on, like just take wide receiver after wide receiver, you could play 7 of them.
That's the plan.
I'm doing.
Personally, that's why I would prefer to load up on wide receivers a little bit later in the draft and chase those same guys who we think could have the deep ball glory of a Jamar Chase, but just hit them one after the other there. So that's why I divert from Kevin again, where I'd be leaning a little bit more towards running backs early and then hitting wide receiver hard at the end.
Jake, can you do the Denny Carter? I like your running back or wide receivers, not so much the running backs. You know, the Denny Carter.
I can't do Denny justice. I don't even think I have enough height to my hair to be able to do a Denny Carter. Look,
have you considered
really quick? I just want to throw out, if you guys are viewing this show and you've never played against any of these talents that you're viewing now, I recommend it. They are all amazing people to learn from. I want to make sure I toss that out there. I played against all of you, gentlemen. I think Kevin, you're the only one I haven't. No, I think we've been in a league together. Like, if you get the opportunity, do it. Jump at it. If you see a tweet from them that's like, "Yo, play against me," run and do it.
Which for like Jake is like every other day.
Streets all day long.
Insert promotional underdog statement here. I'll be doing like 8 more of those over the next hour. So I'm not even wearing a watch.
So, Steven, haven't heard from you in a minute. I also feel like you look extremely jacked since the last time I saw you. Have you been working out?
Oh, I've been working out, man, for sure. And I have
work out.
I have the best setup ever, honestly. Literally, I work at like a township, and there's a police department like right downstairs. They have their own gym and stuff.
Beautiful.
And after work, I'm tired. I don't want to do anything. And I asked my police chief, I was like, "Do you mind if I work out on my lunch break? I get like an hour lunch." She's like, "Yeah, no problem." So literally every day I just work out on my lunch break.
Nice.
The most energy I have at like noon is the best feeling. Best feeling.
Way to do it.
Oh yeah. At 5:30, it's like I don't want to do shit at that point.
Yeah, I want to go home.
Go in bed all the night.
Absolutely.
I don't have kids. That's how bad it is.
I love it. So I put a couple of different strategies on the show sheet for this section. And Steven, I want to get your thoughts. I think this is more of a best ball strategy. And since we were just, promoting underdog, how do you feel about bully tight end? And have you ever done it?
I don't think I have, to be honest. Is it just like collecting a bunch of tight ends all early on?
You're pretty much getting your first 2. Yeah.
See, I did that a lot actually last year. There was times where I took Travis Kelce, George Kittle, Travis Kelce, Kyle Pitts last year. And unfortunately, those leagues, I didn't win those leagues. Well, maybe the rest of the team sucked, but it just seemed like a smart strategy because you're just getting that tight end and then like, well, maybe you could trade it or whatever you want to do with it. I don't know. I wasn't a fan after trying it anymore. I mean, in best ball, I guess it depends on who you go and grab. Like, if you obviously grab Kelce and Mark Andrews, I feel like that just seems like an elite play automatically. But if you try to do like maybe Kelce or maybe Waller or Pitts now or maybe Hawkinson, it doesn't seem as like exciting. I feel like, to me, honestly, I don't know.
Because the tight end position is a wasteland after the top 3.
Yeah.
You are talking about a position where motherfuckers are separated by 0.3 points apiece. You ever been in anyone that's ever played like table games at a casino? Like, you know what it's like to not know what the other person's team was like, you could win the hand, like you can win the next hand because they just keep getting good hand after good hand after good hand.
Yeah.
Like, no, I don't want to deal with that type of stress. If I want to deal with that type of stress, I'll just sit at a poker table with y'all.
You would very easily beat me. I'm not even gonna lie. Yeah, that makes sense. And I feel like the only Like I've done it once in a dynasty, and I'm actually really proud of myself for this team. But like I have Kelsey and Waller, and then I've ended up trading for Cole Kmet. So like I legit have 3 starting tight ends, but there's also a humongous premium on tight end. I feel like if there's not, then you take one of the top 3 guys in Robbie's words and run, or you wait and take them late.
Or like if you're gonna go bully tight end, make sure that you have a really, really good mouthpiece. Like if your day job is a lawyer, bully tight end is no problem for you because you could just convince anyone into anything. All right. But if you're fucking flipping burgers, all right, I don't think you should be doing this. Like just to put some analogies, out there.
I think if you're not getting Kelsey and Andrews, then there's no reason to do bully tight end because after that, the tight end position is so up and down, and then it gets terrible even the more you go down. Yeah. Either you get an elite one or you get that 2 in the top and then call it a day.
I'll get sick of and having a good night.
Talk to him about Kyle Pitts, Kevin. Do it. Talk to him about Kyle.
Do it. Well, it's funny that we talk about bully tight end. I literally put out a tweet yesterday about a bully tight end roster that because Kyle Pitts fell almost a full round. I drafted Kelsey in the first round. So nice. My start in one of my puppy drafts was Kelsey, Debo, Sutton, and Pitts.
Wow.
I mean, I'm doing dozens upon dozens. I mean, I've got over 100, puppy drafts and all this other stuff. So this is just something that goes in my portfolio. If it's like your one draft, I mean, it's half PPR. So, I would rather do that in tight end premium formats or something where it's obviously weighted toward tight end scoring. But I'm so abnormally high on Kyle Pitts as far as just being that clear tight end one this season. I mean, what the guy did as a 21-year-old is almost unprecedented, and it doesn't even take that much of a bump. You're looking at touchdown regression. You're looking at some kind of improvement in the quarterback or in the offense as a whole. Now that you have Drake London, you have those stable running backs with Algier, Cordell Patterson.
That's still Mariota throwing the ball.
That was my counterpoint. Are you though with Mariota at quarterback?
I mean, these quarterbacks can get these guys the ball. I'm fine with Mariota. I mean, Matt Ryan was throwing to a literal ghost ship of wide receivers last year, and Kyle Pitts. Kyle Pitts, he had 1 touchdown. I'm waiting for him to score that first touchdown on American soil. He's going to do it this year and then score
Matty Ice, though. Even though they got their backs blown out by the New England by the New England Patriots when Brady was there, Matt Ryan's still pretty decent.
Matt Ryan's overrated.
He's not bad. He'll be fine for Indianapolis. All they need is a caretaker. I mean, all you have to do is just throw YOLO balls to Pittman and hand the ball out to Jonathan Taylor. And then if you get something out of new Jordy Nelson, Alec Pierce, then you're golden.
Yeah, but Mariota, freaking, oh, dude, I don't know.
Just Mariota freaking. That's all we're hoping for.
It'll be Desmond Ridder season soon enough. We won't have to wait too long for that takeover anyhow, so it'll be fine.
To your point, Jake, I really do think they have to go to Ridder sooner or later this season because they're going to be bad.
Because Mariota's Basura.
No, I mean, maybe, but they're going to be bad.
They got to see what they've got.
Exactly, because if they don't have a starting quarterback in Ridder, which I personally think is possible, I love Ridder, but if they don't, then they've got to do whatever they can to make the move to get into the top 2 or 3 to get one of these 23 quarterbacks.
In which case, maybe Mariota will start the entire season. If that's
fair.
The approach that they're taking.
But if Ridder sucks, then they can just leave him out there.
This is hot. This is hot Atlanta. This is the home of Future, Lil Baby, the Migos. They got to turn the heat up out there. All right.
Jermaine Dupri, quarterback 1.
Oh, wow. Oh, welcome to Atlanta where the play. No, they have to turn the heat up in Atlanta. Atlanta, unlike the organization I'm a fan of, they put asses in seats, and they're able to attract players and sign contracts and sign deals because of that. They may not always get the prime times that they need. Get what I did there? But I think that it behooves them to maybe put Ritter in the driver's seat sooner than later. Maybe you get that similar, and the city kind of rallies behind Ritter. The city's not rallying behind fucking Mariota. Like, I'm sorry. I know that we said the same thing, and those of us that are old enough to remember, I know that we said the same thing with Matt Ryan after Vic, but the city ain't rallying behind him. No.
You know what they would rally around in Atlanta is if they had the Chick-fil-A open on Sundays.
Wait, what did you say?
The Chick-fil-A in Mercedes-Benz Stadium. It's not open on Sundays. They better have a lot of Thursday and Monday night games because that thing ain't open. Why even have it?
It's okay. Magic City is open. They're fine.
I've never.
No one got that joke.
I've flown out of it.
No one got that.
I just want to call out that Robbie had an excellent use of the word behooves that just went completely overlooked. Snuck that in there so quickly.
We are all
just wanted to give
here.
that some attention.
Oh my gosh, I love you guys. But no, like, yeah, no, Mariota, ew.
Yeah, I mean, I can't argue with that.
There's
really nothing to argue with that there.
If Mariota wins someone and within the Poly's playoff a freaking championship, I don't care if he's on your bench. If Mariota somehow pulls it off, I'll donate $50 to the damn charity. I'll donate $50. Let's go.
You got it recorded now.
Deal. Yeah, we do have that recorded. That is live. And in case you want to match Robbie's donation, you can donate below.
Wait, are they still able to pick players for my team?
Yeah.
No.
If you want to auction off a player.
No, I don't. No, I saw how that went last year.
Yeah. All right, Steven. I have another question for you. It doesn't relate to draft strategies. I just want to get your thoughts as a Miami fan.
Sure. Yeah.
How excited are you about the pairing of Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle?
Just like in for the team?
Yeah, and fantasy.
I mean, I love it. I don't love it as much for fantasy because I just don't know what to expect at the Tua. But for the Dolphins, I mean, I love Tua. I do love Tua, but I'm trying to be realistic
I'm interrupting you. I'm not a Dolphins fan. I'm an Auburn college football fan. I am telling you, you have something in Tua, Steven, and he is going to blow up this year.
Why is this man on single screen, though, to prove this point?
Make a point on single screen. Believe me, I absolutely love Tua, and I was comparing him, and Robbie hated it, to Drew Brees' early on career because it looked very similar situation. Drew Brees was recovering from injury. The stats look exactly alike, and I'm high on Tua, but I'm being realistic because I've had my heart broken ever since Dan Marino left Miami. So I hate getting hyped on. Believe me, I was like on the Ryan Tannehill bandwagon, literally first class for like 6 years. It felt like Chad Henne. I mean, John Beck. Like I've had a lot of terrible quarterbacks. So if Tua can make it, can just stay healthy and just make the throws he needs to make, the Dolphins I have a big expectation this season, and both Waddle and Tyreek Hill will have great years. I don't know if they're going to have top 15 fantasy seasons. Both of them seems very unlikely. I mean, if we're going to the Super Bowl if they're making top 15 fantasy games, but in fantasy, maybe top 25, both of them together. But I love it. But it all comes down to Tua at the end of the day for me, and I hope he makes it, and I think he can. We need to see it on the field. We can talk, but at the end of the day, Tua needs to just show us at this point.
I've seen it on the
field. As someone who started in fantasy analysis and is now balanced between fantasy and gambling, I'm doing a lot more like a gambling analysis. If that, I'm throwing 20 on it today. I'm doing it today. I'm doing it tonight. It's happening. Fuck that. No. Both of them. So wait. Let's parlay this. Let's do a futures parlay.
I like
If both of them
Quickly,
become
Robbie, quickly.
1,000 yards receivers, you're taking Miami to the Super Bowl.
Okay.
So both of them 1,000.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Plus Miami to the Super Bowl.
Our defense is elite. We have a
Are
strong
they
defense.
buying tickets?
Strong defense. You take me to the Super Bowl. I like it.
Bro.
If Waddle and Tyreek Hill both have over 1,000 yards, we've had to have had a good season with Tua. We've had to have. I just don't.
I'm just thinking about the futures bet, like what the spread would look like on what the money line would look like on a futures bet like that. Both Waddle and Hill 1,000-yard receivers plus Miami to Super Bowl.
But hypothetically, if Waddle and Hill both get 1,000 yards, who's going to get the other 36 yards that Tua throws, though? Who's going to get that?
That would be Isaiah Ford.
I thought Robin was going to go that way.
Okay, Jake, that was rude.
I never get teed up like that, though. That was
How did I not think of that joke? Fuck.
Especially to Steven, the
I
actual
had it in my head.
Steven.
I just wasn't going to say it, but I was waiting for someone to do it, and it happened.
So
I don't actually believe that, by the way. I think he'll be fine.
I greatly appreciate all of you. I am going to clean house, though, because we have 2 new guests coming on. I really appreciate you all coming in. I think you're all actually in Polly's playoff, too, which is awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, we are.
Love you guys. And quickly, we're going to go round robin. Steven, where can they find you on Twitter?
You can find me on Twitter at Coach Stephen P. Just hit me up anytime. More than welcome to help you out with any fantasy questions.
Beautiful. Robbie.
Rum Boys, Robbie the Heart Throbby. Don't forget about me. Make sure that y'all like, comment, subscribe to this YouTube channel right here. Check out everything that Shane is doing. Hit the donation link and Google me, Rum Boys.
Had to remove him before he got crazy.
I don't have as many words as Robbie, but at K Tompkins II on Twitter.
Can you elaborate on the II? Is it just
I'm Kevin Tompkins the second?
Okay, I figured that out after I asked it. So, cool. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Jake.
At Jake Trowbridge. That's all it is. Donate if you haven't donated already, or donate again if you already have.
I appreciate it. Thank you, man.
Absolutely. Take care.
Have a good one. All right, now bringing on the Dynasty Hot Sauce.
What up?
Let's
go.
And
right.
Justin. How you guys doing tonight?
I don't know about Larry, but I'm juggling kids and, trying to make dinner, trying to put the chickens away. I know Larry ain't putting the chickens away, but
Man.
Yeah, it's a busy night.
We ain't talked about the chickens in a while. We're gonna have to put that on we'll have to make that a topic of discussion for the next show.
Yeah, absolutely. We need to talk more chickens.
Nice.
Do you actually have chickens or what's going on here? What am I missing?
Justin has chickens. He's got
Actual chickens, like egg laying.
Yeah.
Little cluck chickens. Yeah.
Well, y'all have the fellow southern destinations right now. You got a Mississippi man underneath there, and you're South Carolina, right?
That is correct.
All right, did I say that right? South Carolina.
Now you're trying hard. Now you're trying way too hard.
Mississippi.
It doesn't have. It's not the same thing as like Mississippi or other places. It's just
you don't
South
got
Carolina.
any. Shane, you got any humpbacks or crooked letters in your pronunciation of your state?
No, unfortunately.
Simple folk, man. Simple folk.
Yeah,
man. Oh, we got Hollywood Titan in the chat. What's up, my brother?
Oh Lord.
There we go.
Hey.
That's a true Southern gentleman right there.
Yeah, baby. So yeah, well, we are very happy to be here. Second year for me. Damn, Polly's playoff. My draft is going slow. It's like I don't know. It's
well,
like,
speaking of drafts, I'm on the clock.
Nice.
Ooh, okay.
Wow.
Hold on real quick. Let me switch accounts.
Ooh,
so we're gonna have two.
Look at this technology, baby. Here we go.
We're gonna have
BFF
2
on the
picks
clock.
then live because I am also on the clock.
Yeah, let's do it. What round are you in, Shane?
I
3.
thought there'd be a chance I would be on the clock, but I think we have the slowest draft in the whole playoff. Is that correct?
Which league are you again, Larry? 13?
13.
Yeah.
We're sitting at the 105.
Still at 105?
Oh, the guy at the 104 took the entire time,
he
entire
took
day.
the entire clock.
7
All
hours
right.
58 minutes.
Justin, which league are you in? Remind me.
Oh crap! I don't know, man. I don't do sleeper. Let's see here. I'm in 11.
I don't do sleeper.
I'm at 11.
Boy.
Yeah, this is my only sleeper league. It's like I got to figure out how to use it.
We're the opposite.
Well, it ain't 13. That's
I'm in 11. I'm in 11. I backed out and looked.
All right.
So what draft slot you got, Justin?
I'm in the 7 hole.
7 hole. Nice.
Yep.
Right in the
All right,
middle.
here we go.
All right. Let's see here. So I'm playing a little bit of hero RB this year, I think.
Oh God, the hero.
I got the one, and I'm not going to go another RB, especially with these settings. So I got Kyler and I went Najee Harris. Now I got to decide if I want to do another QB.
Okay.
Or if I want
out of the gate.
Or if I want to just reach for a wide receiver. And I think I just want the safety of a QB. But now I got to decide between old ass Tom Brady or Aaron Rodgers, who doesn't have a receiver, or Matthew Stafford, who doesn't have an elbow.
Oh, man.
It's a problem. It's a problem here.
So who comes after those guys?
Derek Carr and Kirk Cousins and such.
I feel like you can wait. You can catch them on the way back. No, one of those guys.
Probably.
Some of these drafts, man, the super flex, a lot of these charity league drafts, the quarterbacks tend to go a little, they kind of sit out there for a while. I mean, you definitely can get Tannehill in like the 7th round, I think.
Right. Yeah, I could hope that Cousins falls.
Who's your top? What's your top wide receiver available?
Oh, Mike Evans, AJ Brown, Keenan Allen. It's not very.
Oh man, enticing. I like Keenan Allen, man.
Yeah, with 150 targets a year.
How you feeling, Shane?
I agree with you. I like Keenan Allen here. He's going to get volume and he's always open. So,
in another year with Justin Herbert, oh my goodness, you got to remember the setting. You guys have talked to me. This is like a tiered PPR, right?
Yeah.
Kind of interesting.
I love that setting. I'm a little disappointed there's no tight end premium, but I'm really stoked about the tiered wide
tiered receptions. So I think I don't know, man. When I think of receptions, I think of Keenan Allen. I mean,
you're probably right. I'm over here leaning that way actually. Now that I'm talking to you about it,
I mean, we are swaying you.
Well, you know what? He's on the board.
I love
off the board.
Live Polly's playoff selection.
So,
all right, we'll pull yours up. Let's go through yours. Don't. All
right, well, you're throwing him off his intro game. He's got a host here, man. Come on.
No, you're good. Give me a second.
Used to being the guest, man. We're used to just running our mouths whenever we feel like it.
I don't.
Me especially.
Ain't that the truth, Larry?
Hey, we just released an episode today, everybody. So if you are interested in catching some of our content, we put out an episode a week, and this week we had Daddy's Home as our guest.
Nice.
So we wrapped that. Man, it was a 2-hour show that I had to whittle down. I don't like to put out more than like an hour show.
Okay.
And,
wow.
We just had a good time with Daddy, and
we did.
Ooh, yeah. So listen to that show.
Look, Justin, we
today.
can't give people too many ideas that the South is that incestuous.
Look, they're already looking at me going Mississippi, whatever. I mean, the only step down is Arkansas. So
Arkansas.
Yeah.
Right, Britt? Shout out to Britt Flynn.
Yeah, she'll love you for that.
All right, so I'm on the clock. I've got Jamar Chase and Aaron Rodgers so
in
far.
The 102.
Yeah.
Jamar Chase out of the gate.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Balls, baby.
Tiered PPR was the motivation behind that.
Yeah. Wow. You're making me rethink my pick, which probably will be happening in 2 days.
You took that live earlier, didn't you?
I did. Yeah.
I was listening during that. Yep.
Appreciate it.
Nice. Flashy pick. Saying, look at the quarterbacks, Justin, just get an idea. Yeah, baby. Ricky.
Love Rick. I don't know if y'all heard, but I am actually joining the Roto Heat team. So
congratulations.
Yeah, man.
Super excited about that.
Heck yeah.
All right, dude.
So I'm thinking Stafford.
Right.
I have another QB who I'd be okay taking later, but I don't know if he's going to
before you continue your spiel here.
Yeah.
You just single screened the fucking audience with this Tua rant, and now he's sitting right there. You're not going Tua here. You're not thinking him.
I really like. I'm very tempted to do it. I'm
Come on,
also.
man. This is yours. This is your pod, baby. It's your.
It is my pod. It's my tournament. I'm very tempted to do it. You know what? Let's do it for the brand.
Yeah,
I'm all in on
do it, baby. Oh, doubling up. Nice.
I'm all in on Tua, so let's go all in.
That's probably that was too early though for Tua, perhaps. Maybe another round, perhaps.
He wasn't going.
Well, that's where I was trying to get Larry, but you know what? Let's do it anyway. I mean, ultimately, that and the chase are the decisions that win you or lose you a tournament like this, and so I'm gonna go for it. Why not?
You could have went Keenan Allen there, actually.
We'll see who falls.
He already had a stud wide receiver though.
For the brand, though. For the brand.
Yeah, and then I didn't even think about that. You're welcome, Matthew. So that's who's picking right after me. And he can get that Kelsey stack. I would do it if I were you.
I got to roll back on this whole run, boys. Robbie was in here talking about Atlanta wants to rally around Desmond Ridder. No, we don't. We want to rally around the 101. Yeah. Whatever it takes to get the 101, okay?
Okay. So you're an Atlanta fan?
Yeah, I'm a fan.
Okay.
Yeah, let them suck. I want 2 wins this year. 2 wins. I want to go 2-0 over the Saints. I don't give a crap about the rest. 2-15. Sweeping the Saints. I'm happy. I'm so stoked.
Oh, the angry sports couple's not going to like that one.
No,
they know what's up. They know.
No, they're not. I love that though. Yeah, I mean, I as a Panthers fan now, I get where you're coming from. Even like fandom aside, like you guys don't like. I've been saying it all day. Sorry, y'all are gonna suck.
Oh yeah,
like
Falcons. Well,
you've got to decide: do you have Ridder or do you just go 101 or 102 even? And
I don't care about a 3rd round rookie quarterback.
Hey, don't hate on Ridder. I think he's.
No. We're gonna get a solo screen again. I feel like
too late. Yeah.
No, I like Ridder. From a dynasty perspective, God damn it!
Oh, the porn bots! Yeah,
he's back.
Porn bots. I didn't throw that up on the main screen. Wow, they're getting really dirty with it.
Yeah. Well, who did it?
Kyle was asking real quick.
Yeah, I want to throw that up there.
Yeah, Juju or Sky. Let's try to avoid the porn bot.
Yeah,
I'm going Juju. Have you guys heard? Like he's clearly, he's run away in camp.
Oh, dude, I love Juju. Love him.
Yeah.
But the thing is I've seen Sky doing well too. If I like, so I mean, I'm definitely team Juju, but like, I don't know. I feel like people are gonna raise Sky's ADP way higher than it should be.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially early on, looking for production.
Yeah, but I think he could maybe, I won't say meet expectations because I feel like expectations are through the moon. But I think he could still have a good year. Larry, who are you taking?
I'm taking Juju just because he's done it before. He's had I get the injury concerns, but everybody has those. Juju was at one time my Dynasty 101, like heading into that one season, that after that rookie year,
single QB,
perhaps, yeah. I mean, that was before quarterbacks were going, 9 quarterbacks in the first round.
That's true.
Yeah, there was that transition into all quarterbacks being taken in a super flex, but it happened right before then.
Nice.
Right around probably maybe the year after. I don't know.
It was after his 2nd season. It's got to be.
Yeah,
that's when he blew up, and then his 3rd season was when he had like 1,400 yards, and we really all.
Yeah, so I mean, listen, he's got a quarterback now. He's got the opportunity, and he had Big Ben when Big Ben was kind of washed, man. So
yeah, absolutely.
Now
I love this.
Want to transition to that one? Ooh, baby.
Yeah, Larry, who are you taking here, Sky Moore or Elijah Moore?
You know what? I'm so addicted to Elijah Moore.
I think
that I have not
Garrett Wilson, and I totally screwed that up.
Yes, but I haven't.
It's okay because Larry's got this part too because he hates Garrett Wilson. Apparently.
I don't hate Garrett Wilson. I just haven't gravitated towards him yet. Because I'm so enamored with Elijah Moore, who's clear. I mean, if Elijah Moore was drafted today for that year, he wouldn't have been a early second round rookie draft pick in a super flex.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know. I just like the upside with Sky Moore. You're rolling the dice. I mean, you're talking about this is where you have to bring the organization into your evaluation. So the Chiefs are a consistent, successful organization. Now they haven't always got it right with wide receivers. I mean, they hit. I mean, Tyreek Hill kind of fell into their lap. Andy Reid took him off, took him under his wing, like kind of like a Joe Mixon sort of draft pick. He had some off the field issues, but yeah, Andy Reid had a whole year of a wide receiver not even scoring a touchdown on his team.
Yeah.
And then he's got
days, yeah.
And who's ever been his wide receiver too? Honestly, Demarcus Robinson, Pringle,
your boy Byron Pringle, yeah,
Byron Pringle,
that's your boy.
So they haven't really hit on wide receivers outside of Tyreek Hill, just kind of being almost like an anomaly. But you have Pat Mahomes, who apparently you could probably run a bunch of offensive linemen out at wide receiver, and he probably have success with that. So I don't know. I'd have to go with the organizational upside of a proven quarterback, best in the league, and Sky Moore over Wilson. The Jets haven't proven anything. I've seen glimpses. I've seen Elijah Moore, and I know I'm kind of on all the Jets this year, and I've never felt that way from a fantasy standpoint. I've been the anti-Jets drafter because they've never had anyone to really have it. So I mean, it's been kind of an easy decision.
Ever had a Sam Darnold fat head right before the Zach Wilson fat head? Are you kidding me right now, Larry? No, sir, you were not trying to play this off. You were a Sam Darnold fan when he went to Carolina. Sam Darnold's going to be great. We're going to be fine with Zach Wilson, but I still like Sam Darnold. Get out of here with that. Good. Golly.
Up until 2018. You let me finish. I was all about Sam Darnold, man. Of course, I was all about Sam Darnold. Everybody was. Come on. And Baker. I love Baker too. Now they're on the same team. I would love for them. I have a lot of Baker and a lot of Darnold, and I cannot wait. I hope somebody emerges out of that duo. But yeah, if they trade Darnold,
there's
or whatever,
only one to emerge. We already know who's not emerging.
Yeah,
Darnold's not emerging from anywhere.
They've been dealt a. They've been both of those guys have been dealt a pretty crappy hand of cards. Darnold much worse than Baker.
Oh, I beg to differ, and I have two words for you. It's Freddie Kitchens.
Yeah, he got settled with him for an entire year.
Okay, Freddie Kitchens. What about Anthony Schwartz?
What about Anthony Schwartz?
He ran the route where Baker got drilled in the shoulder. He ran the route that got picked off, and it kind of ruined that whole season. Baker might be still on the Cleveland Browns. If that rookie didn't shorten up his route, it wouldn't have gotten picked. That's where Baker got his shoulder mauled, and who knows? He might still be on the Browns right now. Where would Watson be? On the Falcons?
Larry's already writing his Baker Mayfield book. He's got a biography.
Well, hey man, this is what we do. We consume information, and when we pass it on, I know it's got the big. That looks like a Baker Mayfield.
It is
signature there, little autograph action.
Yeah, went to training camp on Saturday. It was fun.
I was just about to ask if you got that in person.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now, are you guys the same height?
No.
He's a little taller.
Yeah, and I'm 5'8", so
he's like 1 inch taller than you. Got it.
I feel like you shrunk an inch in 3 hours. You were 5'9" 3 hours ago.
Probably. I was feeling more confident earlier.
Shane, are you drinking today? Are you starting to hunch a little bit?
No, I'm just getting tired. I'm actually
wake your ass up, baby! Wake up! Come on,
I'm actually 3 weeks
prime
sober.
time.
Oh,
so
dude, look at rubbing his eyes. You need to get some artwork in the background. Hang some pictures or something. We got them. Come on, we got all of them staring at you in that purple shirt, and then
Larry. Not everybody has a basement, okay? Not everybody has a little man cave.
Dude, where's your fat head, bro? Where's your Baker Mayfield fat head?
I don't have one.
I'm recording from the nursery, so I get it. This is an odd time for me. The 4-year-old is running around. The 3-month-old is screaming everywhere. And the wife is like, "Oh golly, for real." So yeah, I'm sitting here. I've got the changing table. That's where my laptop is right now. That's how we're rolling tonight. Yeah. The mic is sitting in the crib. That's
I got this right now.
I love
you can't
it.
see it. It's an out cold baby that I'm in charge of. So I could just I should have told you guys when the show started. There's a chance I could just get up and just run out of here, disappear, bam.
That's okay.
Yeah,
that's okay.
But how many diapers you changed today, man? I've been watching the show.
Just one, actually.
Just one? Oh man, I must have caught you during that I'm 5'9" and I have to change a diaper segment.
Yeah. So just one. She is mostly potty trained. It's just during nap time that she likes to poop in her diaper, and it's really freaking annoying.
Oh, thankfully I'm past the pooping for the almost 4-year-old.
Yeah,
she can go to the potty. She still pees overnight, but other than that, yeah.
Nice.
But we started all over again with the new one.
Yeah.
Hollywood. I changed my